Asky. Slow Monday in sports when you consider how bad that Monday night game was. I'm just looking at the highlights right now with Daniel Jones and those interceptions. We talk about Jimmy G all the time and complaining about him. Imagine being a New York Giant fan watching Daniel Jones every freaking Sunday or Monday. Gosh, keep the New York Giants off of primetime.
He sucks. You bring up something right before we're about to go on air, but the story behind the story behind the story. So here we go, the private show. I go, oh, hey, did you see 49ers, Seahawks, might get flexed or whatever, and Bonte's over there looking at it, and he says to himself, I go, the game's up in Seattle. It might be a 1 o'clock game now. Yeah, I think I might go to that game. Are you forgetting what's happening that Saturday of that same exact weekend?
What's happening that Saturday?
It's your daughter's first birthday party that I'm invited to.
Oh, that's December 5th? We could fly up to Seattle in the morning.
Come on.
6 a.m.
Who are you kidding?
6 a.m., quick flight up to Seattle. 1 o'clock game, come back down at night.
You're rattled.
I'm not rattled. I'm fine. How am I rattled?
That game, we better smoke the Seahawks.
Wait a minute.
I want to put a nail in
Wait a minute. How am I rattled? That's a great plan, actually. Birthday party all day long.
It's not a great plan.
Why is it not a great plan?
Because if you're going to go to Seattle, you got to walk around. It's a great town. You got to be there for at least a full 24 hours.
Be in and out, man. Just going up there for game day. Do my thing. Get up out of there. Boom.
It's not the Sacramento Kings, Dougie. All right?
It's an hour and a half flight.
In and out.
2 hours flight.
Seattle's a great town. You want to hang out for a little while.
I could always go back. Take the train up there or something.
Seattle.
I know, but you're right. Daniel Jones sucks.
He does
because
suck.
I was watching that game. I was watching the Manning cast, and as entertaining as the Manning cast is at times, Bill Parcells was outstanding. Kevin Hart was hilarious. Unwatchable. Daniel Jones is unwatchable. He stinks. We got to do something. I know the Niners are getting flexed out. Stop. From here on out, this is my stop putting both New York teams in primetime. I don't care if there are minimum requirements. We had 2 Monday Night Football games with the New York Giants. They suck.
Has there been 2 Monday Night games with the Giants?
Yeah, they stink. I'm over them.
Which other game was on a Monday night with the Giants?
I don't know. But
no, they only had one.
I thought
they had the Chiefs game on Monday Night Football.
I thought they had 2.
Yeah, that was just a few weeks ago.
Yeah, it's terrible. They're awful. I don't want to watch them. New York football sucks.
They were on Monday Night Football twice.
Yeah.
In a month.
I know.
Twice this month in November.
If you're going to be crappy, at least be entertaining. They're neither. They're boring.
They're boring. Did they have a Thursday night game? Yeah, they did have a Thursday night game at Washington. That game was okay.
I mean, that's 3 too many primetime games for me.
That's awful. Keep them off.
This thing that everyone deserves a primetime game. I'm so out on that.
They don't. We need to go old school with this.
I'm with you on that. Remember when the Warriors never were on Sunday on NBC?
Never on NBC. Never on TNT.
Thank you.
They stunk.
They would go an entire year. You'd never see them on a primetime game.
Oh, so Warrior fans didn't even want to see them on NBC.
I don't blame them.
We don't want to watch this.
Da, 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 da.
Looking at the Jets.
I love that music.
The Jets don't have any primetime games.
They don't deserve any.
Yeah,
when you're starting Flacco, you don't deserve any.
But how disappointing is it that the Niners and Seahawks are getting flexed? What was once a great rivalry,
which just goes back to my theory.
I mean, I still hate the Seahawks more than the Rams because here's the thing with rivalries. Part of the rivalries is the fan interaction.
Agreed.
The fan banter.
Agreed.
And the fan banter between Seahawk fans and Niner fans is just much more volatile than it is with Ram fans. I don't even know a Ram fan.
Oh, I know a couple. Yeah, I know a couple.
They don't even exist in my world.
Yeah, well, I used to work with a guy, Brian Timbo, who was a diehard Ram fan, and when the greatest show on turf was absolutely slicing it up, he would rub it in all the time. Isaac Bruce, Torrey Holt. Yeah. Huge Ram fan. The other thing I would say is this, B. I had never met a Seahawk fan, and they were in our division. For years. I had never met one until Pete Carroll showed up.
So, that's fine.
I mean, it goes both ways.
It goes both ways. So it's all opinion. If you hate the Rams more than the Seahawks, whatever. I can't stand both of them, but I slightly hate the Seahawks more. Just thinking about that. They're 3-7. Niners going up there in what could be a big game for them. Mm-hmm. They got to handle business Sunday against Minnesota, which won't be easy. We'll break that down. But
Minnesota, a sneaky playoff rival with the 49ers.
Sneaky. I was thinking about 87.
Unbelievable history.
Yeah.
Unbelievable history.
You know what? Outside of 87, Niners just smacked them around in the playoffs.
Not back in the 70s, though.
Yeah, well, I mean, that was before I was born.
I know. But they've got sneaky
They
history.
had the purple people eaters and all the
Anthony Carter notwithstanding.
Fred targeted. But the 87 game, the one that almost got Bill Walsh fired and Joe Montana replaced, and when the Vikings after the game said Steve Young is the best quarterback on that team, the Niners paid him back the next season, and they've paid him back tremendously in the playoffs. And it feels like a lot of those games have been here in the Bay. They've been here in the Bay since I was born, so they do have a sneaky little rivalry here. And Kirk Cousins is coming to town. Kirk Cousins, and I always think, when we talk about the quarterback situation and we discuss Jimmy Garoppolo and Trey Lance and Kyle Shanahan and what does Shanahan want to do at the quarterback spot, what would it have looked like with Kirk Cousins in red and gold? Because his fan base is totally out on Kirk Cousins. Totally out on him. Just wonder, what would it look like?
I'm not sure what it would look like with Kirk Cousins, but I'm glad we didn't go that route, quite frankly. I'm and not that Jimmy's better than Kirk, because I think when it's all said and done, Kirk's going to have all the numbers that you're looking for in like the argument. He's been healthier. He's been more productive. I think I think he's had about 5 or 6 consecutive 20-plus touchdown seasons. Kirk has had a really nice career. He really has. But Kirk doesn't do it for me. Not that Jimmy's been spectacular. I appreciated what they did because I think bringing in Jimmy Garoppolo midseason actually helped them get Richard Sherman and helped them kind of spur the ball moving forward. Because think about that first year. If you don't swing the deal for Jimmy G and you do end up going for Kirk Cousins, you had to wait till the offseason. Do they win a game? I mean, what are they, 1 game? Maybe 2 games that year?
Yeah.
I don't know. Who knows what it would look like? I'm not sure. So I do think their overall record would be better with Kirk Cousins just because he's on the field more.
Right.
And there's something to be said for that. But, yeah, I don't know. I mean,
I saw a stat yesterday where he, I guess, had more 300-yard games with 3 touchdowns or more than Aaron Rodgers.
Oh.
And I was thinking to myself.
Don't those feel like very nuanced stats?
But this is where I was going. Stats are for losers because how many times have we seen Kirk Cousins in a game that has already been decided rack up yards and touchdowns?
Yeah.
Saw it all the time in Washington. Primetime television, when he couldn't win a Monday Night Football game, it was like, man, this guy's just sticking and ducking his way to a 300-yard game.
He was my fantasy quarterback for, I think, 2 straight years.
Oh, my God.
He would just sit there, and I go, dude, you can't look at a Kirk Cousins game until the fourth quarter. Because then in the fourth quarter, he'll have like 7 points, and then boom, little 80-yard drive. Game's already over, and let me rack up some points. Let me throw a touchdown.
Inflated those numbers so bad. So bad.
Garbage points.
Yeah, 650. They would have won a Super Bowl with Kirk Cousins. I don't know about that. I don't know about that.
I don't know. I don't know. Well, it'd be one of the things that, and I don't want to gloss over here, is when you brought up the New York Giants and you were talking about Daniel Jones and the San Francisco 49ers, I do think you've had an opportunity to kind of see what the others in the NFL look like. The teams that really don't have a lot of hope, right?
Giants have no hope.
Right, but look at their roster, right? And the reason I bring this up is because I think you and I, we get stuck in the bubble of the Niners, and I don't think we're guilty alone of this. I think a lot of 49er fans do. There's no hope. There's no hope. Think of how many great players the Niners have right now. Like, even if he's having a down year, Fred's a pretty great player, right? Nick Bosa's a pretty great player. Deebo Samuel's a pretty great player. So's George Kittle. I look at the New York Giants. I don't think there's one player that I would take, even, and I'm including Saquon in this list. I don't know if there's one guy who I absolutely have to have, and he'd be a starter on the 49ers. That's how bad they are. You just watch Jacksonville. Bonte, okay, Trevor Lawrence, we all agree, as a prospect, he's phenomenal.
I like James Robinson if he's healthy.
Okay.
If he's healthy.
Okay.
In the middle there, defensively,
Miles Jack, maybe over one of your other linebackers.
Shaquille Griffin, maybe.
But do you see where I'm going with this? Like, I know it's looked really bad for the 49ers, but they do have pieces. Like, that's the thing.
Yeah, the Giants are bad.
Yeah, they're really bad.
They're just watching that game yesterday thinking, like, the New York Giants are a proud organization. They've been around for a number of years, one of the class organizations
I hate them.
of the NFL, and I can't stand them either. But it's always been a respect for them because 100%. When the Giants are on the schedule, you're going to get a hard-hitting
big blue
football game, and their fans come out.
Oh, they're the loudest.
Dude, they
in their 1985 Lawrence Taylor jersey.
Yeah, and I ain't mad at it. Those jerseys are hard, but you know what? They're all, like, again, watching Daniel Jones, he hasn't gotten better at all. in one department. And Jason Garrett is his offensive coordinator. Now you're stuck in 2008 or 2009. Like it's just it's hopeless. So when you do watch the 49ers, you mentioned the premium players that they do have, and the game they're about to play on Sunday, there's a lot more hope. There's no need to rebuild like the New York Giants. Like the New York Giants are stuck. They're still 3 years away from being 3 years away. Like, that's a tough spot to be in.
Who are their foundational pieces?
They have none.
That's kind of where I'm going at this. And I know that the roster's always overturning, so it can be different year to year. But, like, at least the Niners have a half dozen dudes who you can say, like, oh, yeah, those guys are premium players, right? It's just, I know the quarterback situation has been hovering over them, and it's going to be nonstop. But they are a good organization, and I know that at times Shanahan leaves everybody losing their minds with a 2-minute drive here, a 2-minute drive there, clock management, some of the different personnel decisions that we'll see time to time, but like they are trending in the right direction. And
Josh Allen from Jacksonville is a good one too.
You know what? Randomly. I would take Josh Allen. Absolutely. That's a good call.
YouTube. Yeah,
absolutely. Absolutely. That's a really good call. But that's I don't know. I'm feeling a lot better with where the 49ers are at. Now look, if they come out and they lose to the Vikings, everyone knows that, the sky is falling. I hate saying this so early. Even if they lose to the Vikings, I don't think the season is over per se.
No, it's not.
But man, a win would really put them in the driver's seat in comparison to the teams that they're battling against.
Yeah, a loss to me would signal that this team's just not ready for prime time. That the 2021 49ers just aren't that team. You're at home against a team that gives up 4.8 yards a carry. Now, I believe the Vikings are going to sell out to stop the run this week.
You think?
And Mike Zimmer is going to blitz the heck out of Jimmy Garoppolo. So you got to manufacture points, and I think Shanahan can scheme it up. I think he can. You got some guys, but is Emmanuel Mosley going to play? I know he's banged up a little bit, and you got some primetime receivers over there in Adam Thielen and Justin Jefferson. Dalvin Cook's a primetime running back. You don't win this football game, then to me it just says, you know what? They are who we thought they were. A 500 football team.
I missed it.
With the way that it plays out, the way that it's playing out. You win the game, then all of a sudden you're playing Seattle up in Seattle, and they're reeling. So this game is everything. Real quick, we'll get back to the Niners a little bit later. I do want to get to the Giants for a second here because they made some moves yesterday. And Jeff Passan of ESPN tweeted out, the Giants, they're in the market for some big-time arms or, for some starting pitchers. A lot of players want to go there because of the season they had. Well, they re-signed 2 pitchers that was already on their staff. Anthony DeSclafani signed a 3 years, $36 million deal. And Alex Wood reportedly finalized a 2-year contract worth more than $20 million. Now, I'll say this on the front end. The DeSclafani move, I just was like, meh. I was like, eh. And I get it. Some people want continuity. Some people are like, you got to fill out a rotation. Well, I look at the last 4 months of Anthony DeSclafani's numbers and what he did the last 4 months as a Giant. I'm not impressed. And I look at a guy who couldn't get through the second inning of a playoff game against a team you will be battling in the NL West. Dodgers aren't going anywhere. And the Padres aren't going anywhere. 3 years, $36 million? Now, a lot of people are going to say, man, in Farhan we trust. 13-7, 3.17 ERA. I'm still saying, meh.
So this is a very complicated equation that we're looking at right here. Part of how the San Francisco Giants got into the position that they were with their finances was overpaying for starting pitching year after year after year because they couldn't develop it, right? Now, Hudson and Peavy had significant track records when you contrast them with someone like Alex Wood and DeSclafani. But they backed themselves into a corner and then re-signed both of those guys after winning the championship because they were contributors down the stretch. And it really just put them in a bad position. And then what they do, they doubled down and they went out and got Cueto and they went out and got Samardzija. And it just... it's bad money, right? What those guys were. It was very bad money. I look at Alex Wood and I look at DeSclafani. Now, Alex Wood, I believe, has a more proven track record. He hadn't had double-digit wins in 4 years. All right? DeSclafani, this is by far and away his best year.
He cashed in on a contract here.
And I just 3 years. Now I understand that the money, like $36 million, when you contrast it over 3 years to other people that are out there. We just got a guy in Syndergaard who got $22 million, hasn't pitched in 2 years. Okay, I understand the money is stupid money right now when it comes to starting pitching. I mean, Gausman got $18 million the year prior, $16 million the year prior, had like 7 starts. You know what I mean? So I get that the money is all over the place, and I'm trying to justify the money if I'm Farhan, but I can't give a 3-year deal to DeSclafani. I don't love
12
it.
a year.
I don't like it. I don't even care that it's $36 million. Like, oh, it's only $12 million a year. I'm not giving any pitcher whose guy had a one outlier year, career year that is so much better than all of his other years. I'm not giving him a 3-year deal. I don't love him. I don't love either one of these deals. Alex Wood screamed 1-year deal to me,
right?
And DeSclafani at most was a 2-year deal. Now you could say that I'm splitting hairs here on the 2 and 3 year deal. I just worry that when you have all this money coming off the books, what you do initially is going to set you up for the next 5 years. I don't love these deals.
So they re-signed these 2 guys who were in their rotation, and they were struggling to go 5 towards the tail end of the season. To me, it feels like they still need one more guy in that rotation.
A guy.
Kevin Gausman.
They need a guy.
Kevin Gausman, is he that guy? Would you be interested in bringing him back? Because he's still out there.
I would, but here's where
a 1-year deal, 2-year deal.
Here's where I guess I pivot and I ask you a question. DeSclafani's numbers versus the Dodgers are glaring.
Are awful.
They're glaring.
They're awful.
I can't unsee them.
Yeah,
now,
they're awful.
I don't just acquire someone and look at like the one time, because let's say they play 19 times against the Dodgers. Let's say he makes 3 or 4 starts. Am I going to base my entire signing off of 3 or 4 starts? No, but it does factor in, right? Like if you're unpitchable against my number one rival, who the team that I have to go against, I just, doesn't that make you a little weary?
It does.
I mean, am I overreacting to that?
No.
Because I look at Alex Wood the same way, and I'm like, I have no idea what I'm going to get from Alex Wood against the Dodgers.
Yeah.
Now, that's not going to dictate all of my moves. Can I get one dude who shoves against the Dodgers?
Also, the Dodgers. I'm looking at the Dodgers, and I'm saying
they're losing Kershaw.
No. They said Dave Roberts the other day said Kershaw will be a Dodger.
You think he will?
That's what Dave
He's
Roberts
coming off
said.
an injury? I don't know.
Dave Roberts said it, and he said, hey, he will be a Dodger.
I don't know if I believe that.
I got to take the manager at his word.
You're right.
But I'm looking at their lineup. Bellinger will be better.
100%.
Mookie Betts will be better. Max Muncy will be back. Trey Turner hasn't gone anywhere. We'll see what they do with Seager.
He declined this year and compared to his previous numbers, and he's been injured a lot. Justin Turner, he's up there in age.
Yeah, he's up there in age, but maybe they bring back Corey Seager because of that.
And they got apparently a couple of guys in the farm.
They've always got a couple guys in the farm.
They've always got a couple guys in the farm. I've been hearing.
So like, and then the Padres. I'm looking at the Padres. They still got some bats. The Padres are going to make some moves to make sure that they're competitive again. And they'll move some money around. They're sitting there thinking, we got Bob Melvin now. We failed in August and September. We just went on a downward spiral. But you know what? We'll be back. So I say all that to say, like, they need another guy in this rotation.
I'm with you. So
I feel a lot better if they get another dude. Because even Logan Webb as an ace, I'm still skeptical. Is he a number 2? Well, hell yeah. Could he be a legit lockdown number 1? I don't know yet.
You got to do it year after year. Like, wouldn't you agree there on Logan Webb? We all love him, but like, we can't just go off of 1 year.
No.
We have to see what you do over a 3-year span. Here's the thing where the recipe for Farhan has been these 1-year deals, right? For these starting pitchers. I have no problem with 3, 4, 5 starters all on 1-year deals. Here's where you get into trouble. When your 3, 4, 5 starters have multi-year deals. That's where you get into trouble. And at some point, they have to develop pitching from within this system because pitching's expensive.
DeSclafani, 7.33 ERA versus the Dodgers, 1.77 whip. 27 innings, 33 hits, gave up 22 runs against the Dodgers. Wow.
Well, and if you just looked at, like, he didn't have the breaking ball toward the end of the season. Forget the Dodgers. In terms of command, and I thought the velo was dipping. And now, look, it's a long season. Everybody's velo can kind of go up and down throughout the year, but I was really worried about DeSclafani down the stretch, B.
So what did they do with Kris Bryant? Answer that on the other side.
I mean, I'll tell you exactly
888-957-9570. What do you do with Kris Bryant? And that's what's coming up on the game, brought to you by MB Jesse Painting. Is your business, high-rise, or HOA in need of quality painting now that teams are returning to offices? Well, MB Jesse Painting now that teams are returning, MB Jesse Painting offers the most trusted painting services in the Bay Area, completing projects on time. Get a free quote today from the Bay Area's painting experts at mbjesse.com.
Breaking news on 95.7 The Game is powered by Odyssey and presented by BetQ.
food, haircuts,
Masterclass
what to
Steph
wear.
Curry three-point shootout.
Yeah, but one argument that the boss man said, you guys were talking about the Colts uniforms, and you talk about Ohio State and what job is more attractive, and I was talking about the Colts unis, how sick they were, the all-whites with the horseshoe.
Come around.
Shasky during the break, look at the font on those numbers. Oh, look at that. I'm like, oh, look at you.
I know.
Look at you.
I know.
I told you them coat all-white unis are hard with the double stripes on the pads, the horseshoe, the gray cages.
You want a number? Let me give you a little fun fact while we're here in Colts territory. They started this season off 1-4. They are now 6-5. Okay? Second number, for all you stat geeks out there, Joe Fortenbaugh somewhere salivating. Jonathan Taylor has 26 touchdowns in 26 games.
Wow.
That's crazy.
That is wild. Jimmy
Stop
Garoppolo.
it with the stats. I mean, that's crazy, isn't it? No? Am I alone on this?
I mean,
he just overtook, I think he's the first 1,000-yard back in the league this year, and he overtook Derrick Henry as the number one running back
just
in the
now.
NFL.
And Derrick Henry's missed 2 or 3 games?
2 or 3 weeks, yeah.
Oh, my gosh.
Basically 3 weeks.
Derrick Henry was on his way to winning MVP.
He's one of my favorite running backs of all time. If I had like this game I used to play. It's called 1 yard for my life. If I had 1 yard for my life, who would I give the ball to? For many years, it was Marshawn Lynch. 1 yard, my life on the line. I'm handing it to Marshawn. I don't care who my offensive line is. Yeah. He's going to get like a yard, right? It's Derrick Henry, right?
It's hard to argue against Derrick Henry. Hard to argue against Earl Campbell.
Yeah.
Hard to argue against Eric Dickerson.
I mean, yeah.
Hard to argue against Bo Jackson. Those are great running backs. 1 yard. Marshawn Lynch.
Was that a good one? You like that one?
Marshawn Lynch may be one of the best short yardage backs in all time.
And then he didn't get the ball in the Super Bowl, which is the most insane thing ever.
It's criminal.
It really is. Pete's going to look back at that Super Bowl.
My old co-host back in the day thought that was the right play call.
Oh, he did? Let me guess.
We went back and forth on that one all the time. Yeah. All the time.
That's the dumbest thing I've ever heard. That sounds like someone who thinks they know 49er Seahawk football but doesn't, because if you watch the Seahawks over that period, Marshawn Lynch with no offensive line constantly got the yard that he needed in short yardage situations. He always fell forward.
Did not matter.
He was a monster.
So Jonathan Taylor so far in the season, 1122. That's where he sits at right now. 1,100 yards. 11 games in, 1,100 yards.
Wow.
Over 1,100 yards, 13 touchdowns, half 5 against the Bills on Sunday, and the Bills all of a sudden reeling. And what do you know? The New England Patriots, with their rookie quarterback and Mac Jones, sitting in first place with those Colts uniforms. You came around on it. Tell your cousin Porter, he better be listening. Those uniforms are hard. So we're talking about Kris Bryant before they're breaking the giant signings here. They signed DeSclafani to a 3-year, $36 million deal. They signed Alex Wood to a 2-year, $20 million deal. Now, I guess that's Buster Posey's money that he left on the table, $21, $22 million or whatnot. What about Kris Bryant? I mean, Kris Bryant, what's going to happen there?
To me, like the Kris Bryant thing, like I think you got to bring him back. And again, 4 or 5 year deal, overpay a little. You know, I was listening to Mark Willard and Dibs, and they were talking about, you let Kris Bryant walk. You let him walk, and you bring in Chris Taylor. Chris Taylor? You know what would happen when Chris Taylor came to the Giants, Bonte? He turned back into the pumpkin that he is, right? I mean, is there any doubt in your mind? That screams Brian Sabian, doesn't it?
Chris Taylor, look, he's a good player.
Yeah.
He's a good player.
Yeah.
I'd rather have Kris Bryant.
I mean, there's a gigantic drop-off, all right?
Come on, man.
And here's the thing, like...
Come on,
a guy
man.
like
Chris Taylor replacing Kris Bryant.
Chris Taylor, at times, was really, really, really good. I'm not trying to downplay. He was the 6th guy I'm afraid of in a lineup. 7th guy I'm afraid of in a lineup at every stop that he's been at. So, no, I don't want Chris Taylor. I do not want Chris Taylor. Kris Bryant, though, on the other hand, like, to me... I'm hearing, Castellanos from the Reds. I have tremendous pause when it comes to Cincinnati Reds outfielders who put up massive offensive numbers. I'm not going to do it. I'm weary. I'm weary of bringing those guys to the NL West where all the parks are a lot bigger. I don't know, man. I'd like to see Kris Bryant come back.
Kris Taylor's already
fit.
Chris Taylor's already 31 years old.
Oh, come on.
He had a career high 20 home runs last season, 73 RBIs. Batted 254. He's never batted higher than 288, which he did in 2017 when he hit actually career high 21 home runs in that year, 20 last year, 21 in 2017, 72 RBIs. I don't know about that one. Now, what does the money look like for Kris Bryant? 2-year deal, 3-year deal? Is Scott Boras going to put the Giants through the ringer and try to squeeze them for every single penny? Like, this guy is versatile, but I would like to see him just in the outfield or just play him at first base. Now you got Brandon Bell back, so you're not going to do that.
They're going to have the DH. Like,
they're going to have the DH.
CBA. Can we go with this? The CBA is going to expire here. We're going to have a lockout. They're going to be DH. Can we operate moving forward knowing that the DH is coming to both leagues? This is part of the negotiation.
No doubt. All right. Then if that's the case, bring back Kris Bryant.
Exactly.
And add to it.
Exactly.
Because his presence in the lineup is what got you to Game 5 against the Dodgers.
100%.
I mean, he was the only one who showed up in the box.
I was just going to say that. Did you watch the 5 games? Because he's the only guy who was on base pretty much in every single game. And he elongates the lineup. Like, that's another thing. He's another guy, especially now that you don't have Buster Posey. Who's the guy right now in the lineup? Because you don't have Posey, this is a conversation that no one's had. Who's the guy who's the centerpiece of your lineup?
Yeah.
Who's the guy that everyone is going to feed either before or after off
Because here's the thing.
Because you get fastballs and whatnot because of Buster Posey being in front of you, behind you. Who's that guy right now?
Not only that, is Lamont Wade Jr. going to replicate what he did last season?
Bonte, he was on a milk carton at the end of that Dodger series.
All right, so Lamont Wade Jr. can't hit lefties. Dickerson's already DFA'd. Yes, Mike Yastrzemski struggled mightily last season.
The Dickerson thing for a second. Look, good guy. Come on. Everyone, we're putting this is where Giants fans put way too much on it. Dickerson had a couple of moments. Let's stop acting like he was like an all-time forever Giant.
Well, that's what fans.
I mean
come on.
Dickerson was useless down the stretch. God bless him. He was useless.
All right, so
and Yastrzemski had a bad year last year. I feel like that's more who he is than the year prior.
So let's continue. Crawford, is he going to be able to replicate what he did in 2021?
I'm probably out of the doubting Crawford business, but thinking that he'll have a year exactly like last year.
He had a phenomenal year.
That feels foolish.
He's top 5 in MVP voting. Top 5.
4th.
Brandon Belt.
Yeah.
Is he going to be healthy?
He played 95 games last year.
What are you going to do at second base with Estella and Solano?
So no, that's a big. To me, third base and second base should be premium positions that you're hunting after this offseason because there are that many shortstops out there.
Is he going to be able to stay healthy? Where's he at in his career? Where's Flores at? So not re-signing. Like there's this.
I'm with you.
And I heard this from Willard, and I heard this from multiple people now. Now that the season's been over, man, like it feels like a lot of people are out on Kris Bryant for whatever reason. And I'm thinking to myself, wait a minute. You got him for nothing. You brought him to the system.
Yeah.
How about you give him big money and build around him? You need boppers.
Yeah.
You need guys who are home run threats. You need guys who have a presence in that box to where a pitcher's saying, if I make a mistake, he's hitting at 450 feet. You need that in your lineup. You need to have more depth. This whole platooning thing, you need dudes.
So I'm glad
Look at
you
the
brought
Braves.
platooning.
Look at the Braves, right? Look at the Braves. The Braves. Did they platoon with Freddie Freeman? Did they platoon with Albies?
No.
Did they platoon with Swans?
No.
Dancing Swansby? Or Alston Riley, who was damn near MVP candidate? They just said, you know what? Here's our guys.
You're right.
They're batting second, third, fourth, and fifth, and let's go. This whole switch of the lineup every single game. Now, it worked. You got 107 wins out of it last season. I'm not with it, man.
You need pulling levers. I call it pulling levers, and you're 100% correct. Just look who was standing at the end. You can platoon 1 or 2 positions. You can't platoon 4 and 5 positions every day. Right now, is catcher going to be platooned next year? Probably.
Man.
Right? That's another position.
Yeah.
So you're going to platoon second. You're going to platoon all 3 outfielder spots and catcher. What? Like, I'm sorry. Like, to think that you're going to pull all those levers to perfection like you did this year, no, it's too many platoons. The reason that you go out and you sign someone like Kris Bryant is because you know every single day he's going to bat 3, 4, or 5. I don't know what position he's going to play. But he's going to bat 3, 4, 5.
You need guys.
100%. I'm with you.
Guys.
The platooning thing, it works in small doses, not at 5 to 6 positions daily.
We got Brian Baldinger at 7:30, and we got Zaza for the executive show at 8:30, making a debut for the executive show. Zaza Pachulia at 8:30.
I'll tell you this, though. Bonte, there's no way Kris Bryant is going to sign early. All these pitchers are signing early. You know why? They're like, get my money now before the CBA expires. I guarantee you, Kris Bryant's sitting here, he's going to like, I'm going to wait this thing out, and I don't blame him.
Before we get back to the Niners, 888-957-9570. Is there anybody out there who doesn't want to re-sign Kris Bryant? Because I'm hearing this a lot. Like, I was hearing it from Willard. It's like, yeah, Kris Bryant's
So
probably
you're
out.
going to lose your 3 and 4 hitter?
I don't get it.
Bonte,
I don't get it.
think about that. In one offseason?
I don't get it. Anybody
on.
else are like, I don't get the whole I'm out on Kris Bryant thing. 888-957-9570. We'll continue to talk about that.
Point.
Any other signings you want to see the Giants make, and then we'll switch back over to football because we got a lot of sound.
Too?
We got a lot of sound. Yeah, they're pretty muddy down in Oracle Park. The ballpark is paid for. There's no salary cap. That's what I tell you all the time. Why you penny pitching? Owners got money. I don't want to see any owner penny pitch.
But here's one thing.
You got Joe Lacob paying luxury tax.
I know, but it's one thing to parse, like, DeSclafani's $36 million. It's another, like, because that's a pitcher or whatever.
Yeah.
Everyday players, pay them. All
right. This segment was presented by Golden State Lumber. Lumber and building materials for professional builders and contractors throughout Northern California. Visit GoldenStateLumber.com. And don't forget to check out Butch and Guru. Elevate your tailgate. It's on all 95.7 The Game social platforms. Check out the episode on 957thegame.com and on 957 The Game social channels. Elevate Your Tailgate is brought to you by Chef's Toys, a kitchen and restaurant supply store trusted by grill masters and tailgate kings. Visit cheftoys.com or a store near you.
Looking for a fulfilling career with opportunities for job growth? Is paid training, excellent medical and dental benefits, and a pension important to you? Then apply to become a VTA bus operator, providing VTA customers with a
Fast, reliable, secure. It's not complicated.
5G requires compatible plan and device. 5G may not be available in your area. See att.com/5G for you for details.
We're planning a trip to Spain later this year.
But our Spanish
is pretty bad.
When you learn a language, you want to actually use it. Babbel is designed with that goal in mind. Babbel's conversation-based method teaches you real-life words and phrases. And with Babbel's interactive, bite-sized lessons, you'll remember what you learned.
¿Cómo te llamas?
¿Cómo te llamas?
¿De dónde eres?
¿De dónde eres?
No matter your learning style or experience level, Babbel has lessons designed for you that will get you speaking quickly and confidently.
I tried learning Spanish before, but I couldn't stick with it until I found Babbel.
There's no easier way to learn another language.
Ahora hablamos español.
He just said, now we speak Spanish.
I can't wait to use our new language skills on our upcoming adventures.
Babbel, language for life. Celebrating 10 million subscriptions sold. Now try Babbel for free at Babbel.com. Just go to Babbel.com and start learning a new language today. That's Babbel.com. Babbel.com.
Black Friday's on at Gap Factory and GapFactory.com. Everything's 50 to 70% off. Plus, shop all new doorbusters, including 60% off sweaters and cozy add-ons. Shop the sale through November 27th at Gap Factory and GapFactory.com.
Damn it. Now, back to the morning roast, presented by Timeless Coffee with Bonte and Shasky.
Check it out. Yeah.
I'm feeling that. Sounds like this could be like a beat for Corday or something. Or Rex Life. It's pretty smooth.
It's from like 2012, from a guy named Sir Michael Rocks, I think.
Is he British?
No, he is not.
Oh.
You know.
Yeah, actually, he doesn't deserve that name unless the Queen has officially knighted him. So,
like Sir Elton John.
I mean, you're a rapper. You can name yourself whatever you want. Basically. You know how it goes.
There's one who's just straight up called Sir, although he's more of an R&B guy, but still.
Sir's got some hitters. He's got some hitters. Got some bangers with Kendrick Lamar. I'll put Baby Rat onto that. Sir, he's got some bangers. Anyway,
so let's
we're talking some Giants baseball.
I know we're going to get back into the Niners.
Oh, by the way, real quick, we're giving away a pair of tickets.
Oh, are we
today? Tickets, everybody! Tickets! Get your tickets. We're giving away a pair of Warrior tickets.
Oh,
anywhere from 8:15 to 8:30 for Friday's game.
No way!
It gets to Portland Trailblazers.
Black Friday. You get to see Dame Dollar, C.J. McCollum at Chase Center. Remember, Steph Curry lit their asses up for 62 last year. Yeah.
Steph Curry gets the Blazers. Want to see that? When you hear this sounder.
Curry dribbles, hesitates, backs up the hash mark, goes to Wiggins in the corner. Baseline goes up and dunked it over Towns. Came right from the left corner and says, no, you're not going to get this.
Be caller number 5 to the contest line, 844-999-GAME. Between 8:15 and 8:30, we'll give away some tickets here for Friday's Warriors and Blazers game. And don't forget, the segment is presented by Golden State Lumber and building materials for professional builders and contractors throughout Northern California. Visit GoldenStateLumber.com.
So if you were to just take a notepad, and I'm on the YouTube and Twitch right now, you can search us, 957 The Game, hit subscribe. If you were to just jot down at the end of the year, biggest needs for the San Francisco Giants heading into next year, okay, what would they have been?
Starting pitching.
Okay.
One more bullpen arm.
To me, on starting pitching, there's like tiers.
Right.
I needed an ace. Right?
And I need a tier 2 guy.
Exactly. So, okay, they got the tier 2 guys. We don't love the deals.
Is DeSclafani Wood tier 2 guys? I would say they're like tier 3 guys.
To me, they fall in that on a high end. They're a 3 starter, like on a given day. But really, they're a 4th, 5th starter. Like that's the way I view both of those guys. I'm just going to try to see on one year, one might be good. Next year, the other might be good. That's why I wanted like a 2-year for DeSclafani and a 1 year for Alex Wood. But whatever, we're parsing here.
Right.
To me, those are like back of the rotation guys. They still need a front end of the rotation guy. What else would the needs be at the end of the year?
I would say outfielder.
Agreed.
Speed.
Agreed.
That's why Starlin Marte intrigues me.
I'm with you there.
Can I get some speed?
So was second base a need for you? Because seeing LaStella come out of every game, I cringed at the end.
What did he sign? A 3-year, $18 million deal? So it's a cheap
he's
deal.
A platooner.
He's a platooner. I needed everyday second baseman.
That's what I want.
And is Marcus Semien that guy?
I think third base was also a big area of need. I mean, if you watch the final 3 weeks of the season, Longoria was done. He looked that bat was slow. Now I know he had the home run in the windy day, but he was one for his life.
Yeah, game 3.
All right.
What was the numbers? It was Dickerson, Longoria, Flores, Casale.
6 for 81 or something like that.
It was like 5 for 76.
Yeah,
so it was bad.
It was really bad.
It was bad. So they've got a lot of areas I think they need to clean up. Speed they need. Second base, I wouldn't mind seeing. Because what's happening with Donovan Solano?
Donovan Solano had a down year. At moments, he was okay last year. He's another guy. You went platooning. He wins you a Silver Slugger in a 60-game season. He wasn't that dude. And again, he had moments. He could be a bench player, right? Like LaStella and Donovan Solano, can we just, if we were being fair here, on a good team, they're coming off the bench.
Yeah.
Right?
Yep.
You're not starting both of those guys and platooning them back and forth. They're coming off the bench, right? And I don't know if I could watch another year of Yastrzemski bat 220 and swing out of his shoes. Like, I don't know if I could. He's a really good defender. I could find more squeeze out there.
Longoria bat at 118 in that divisional series. 118.
He was bad. Now catcher's in need. So that's where I'm saying, right now, the Giants have a lot of holes.
So nobody wants to re-sign Kris Bryant. He batted .262 with the Giants in 52 games, 7 home runs, 22 RBIs. Overall, he had 25 jacks on the season.
He only missed one game.
Yeah, he played damn near every day. In the postseason, he batted .471 in that series against the Dodgers. A home run, 2 RBIs, 8 hits and 17 at-bats against the Dodgers. And, he strikes out. Well, he only struck out 3 times in that series against the Dodgers. Overall, with the Giants, he struck out 46 times in 52 games. It is what it is. He drew some walks, 23 walks. I'm re-signing the guy.
If you lose Buster Posey and Kris Bryant in one offseason, your lineup is taking a massive step back on a team that, their lineup had career years up and down the board. Is that going to happen again?
Yeah, I don't know.
So you're going to lose let's just say, whatever, Bryant bats 3rd, 4th, 5th, right, on any given day, depending on who's out there. Posey bats 3rd or 4th pretty much every given day. So you're losing 2 guys from the heart of that order. That's not good.
No, that's not good. That's not good. Go get Whit Merrifield from Kansas City. He's not bad. He's got a lot of speed. He's versatile. You can play him all over the place. He's the type of guy Farhan, I think, looks for. Guy who's got positional versatility. I don't know what the Giants do here, but free agency is on and cracking. Castellanos, do you want to see him? I want to see him and Bryant. Go get both those guys.
That's
what I want.
Yeah, if you said that, now you have a 3-4-5.
Right.
You got him and Belt, and then you throw Crawford in at the 6 hole.
People are losing their minds at this. I'm trying to wrap my head around why wouldn't you want to re-sign Kris Bryant? See if he ends up with the Angels or the Padres, or people are saying he's going back to Philly.
Dodgers might take him. Who's to say?
What if he goes back to Philly?
What if he goes to the Padres? There's a lot, man.
They go play with the MVP, Bryce Harper.
I know.
By the way, did you have an issue with Bryce Harper winning MVP?
Whatever. He had a great year. Okay. This thing that we're now recalibrating the MVPs to, you have to be the best player on the best team. No, that's not how it works. It's most valuable player to his team. You take Kris Bryant off of the Phillies, and what did they win, 40
Bryce
games?
Harper.
Or Bryce Harper, excuse me. I don't even know who I said. Bryce. What did I say?
Kris Bryant.
Yeah.
You already got him in the Phillies uniform.
Apologies.
You already got him in the Phillies uniform, Shasky. Hall of Fame voting, real quick, before we wrap this up.
I mean, Andre Dawson won the MVP, and they were the last place team.
That was 20 plus years ago.
I know, but I'm just saying, it's unprecedented.
I got an issue with a team having an MVP that on the team on 4th place. Even when Mike Trout, it's man, you're the best player. The team's in 4th place.
Yeah, he's sick though.
He is sick, but you're in 4th place. I look at Shohei Ohtani, and everybody had no problem with it. I know baseball's different.
So different.
Yeah, but I look at Vlad Guerrero Jr. I'm like, man, look at those numbers with the Blue Jays, and they played until the last day of the season.
I hear you.
And Shohei runs away with it. I have an issue with that.
Yeah, but he led the American League in home runs.
I hear you.
And he had a 3.18 ERA.
Vlad was right there. Vlad almost went Triple Crown too. Vlad was damn near Triple Crown too, and he lost a lot of weight. His bat was explosive.
But my argument
to me, winning matters.
Guys, I hear
like
you.
Bryce Harper, the Phillies. You talked about the NL East as being a joke.
They were a joke.
They won 81 games in the NL East. The NL East.
But he was really
good
with
the Marlins.
So who would have been your MVP
in the National League? I would have looked at Freddie Freeman, Austin Riley, Brendan Crawford. I think he was right there. Trey Turner with the Dodgers had a spectacular season.
Trey Turner was outstanding.
Those are 4 guys right there.
Boy,
I'm trying to think of, is there a Cardinal? Is there a Brewer? Nah, I would say those 4 guys right there. Those 2 Braves.
Okay.
Crawford, and Trey Turner, but it is what it is. Real quick, before we get back to the 49ers, Barry Bonds on a Hall of Fame ballot for the last time. 10th season. Is this the year it happens? Is this the year Barry Bonds gets voted in to Cooperstown?
No, this is the year that everybody realizes what a farce it is, and the mental gymnastics and the selective jurisprudence that the holier-than-thou baseball writers who are insufferable have been basically full of crap for the last 20 years. They're picking and choosing who they like. And when Big Papi gets in, because everyone knows he's getting in, and when Big Papi gets in, even though he tested positive in 2003, and Barry Bonds and Roger Clemens don't get in, we'll all see the sham that it is. And it'll be very transparent. I'm just over the Major League Baseball, Hall of Fame, everything. It's the history of the game. These things happened. Document them like a museum and put them in there. If you want to put an asterisk or some sort of explanation or a steroid wing, perfect. Do it. Throw them all in there, all right? Alex Rodriguez served the longest suspension in the history of baseball for steroids and is employed by 2 networks to be the face of baseball.
And he's actually pretty damn good.
No, he's great.
Which is amazing.
He's great.
He's smiling and cleaning up that image. Kurt Schilling's going to get in. He appeared on 71% of the ballots last season.
He was a great player.
Barry Bonds, 61.8%.
He was never better than Roger, though. Like,
Roger got 61.6%.
I don't like Roger.
He
was one of the greatest pitchers ever.
I know.
Bonte, if you were just to say the short list of guys in a playoff series you want to hand the ball to.
Roger Clemens.
I mean, Roger Clemens is one of those guys?
Roger Clemens.
I mean, come on, dude. He's Mr. Cy Young.
Dude, Roger Clemens.
And at 40-something years old with the Houston Astros was shoving.
Dude, shoving.
So sick.
Well, what's funny about that was he was able to stay home on road trips and then just come around when it was his turn to pitch. Remember, he got ready for the Astros? I'll never forget this. It was Roger Clemens at his best. He's working out, getting ready for the Astros. He's decked out in all Yankees gear at the University of Kentucky throwing. It's like, who is this guy, dude?
He's the guy who threw his wife under the bus for HGH. That's who he is. I love Roger, though. Like, honestly,
man.
Horrible human being. He was one of the great pitchers of all time.
354 wins.
Come on, man.
354 wins. Over 4,000. How many strikeouts did he have?
I think 4,000, 5,000.
4,672.
Yeah.
Come on, man. Come on, man. What are we doing
that's
here?
What I'm saying.
What are we doing
that's
here?
What I'm saying.
These numbers are sick.
It's
Let's go to
ridiculous.
Sean real quick in Fairfield. Since the Giants need to bring back a certain player.
Okay.
What's up, Sean? You're on the Morning Roast here on 95.7 The Game.
Hey, morning, fellas. How y'all doing? Thanks for taking my call.
Anytime.
Hey, Kris Bryant. Kris Bryant got to come back, man. I mean, after the season that we had, Harhan got to open the checkbook.
Yup.
We need Kris Bryant back, and we need to add to him.
I agree with you. Thanks for the call. I go get Castellanos and Kris Bryant.
Or Marte.
You know what?
Marte and
you know
Bryant.
what?
That'd be sick.
But who's in the Giants outfield right now? Name the outfielders right now. Can you name them? Yeah. Who else?
Yastrzemski.
Duggar. Who's my other guy? I already forgot his name.
Mauricio Dubon coming out of the
Yeah, that's
AAA.
a couple of years later.
Yeah.
But no, there's another guy on the Giants.
Well, Lamont Wade Jr.
Austin Slater. Great hitter at Oracle Park.
Yeah. You know what? This is how I feel about baseball. And Giants and Larry Bear are printing money. And we know Larry Bear loves stars. He loves stars.
I love when you get all giddy because you're going to come up with something that you think is just absolutely going to blow my mind.
I think it
is.
is.
Look at that look on your face.
I think this is going to blow your mind.
Okay.
Castellanos, Kris Bryant, Marte. I'm spending all the money on it. Give me 3 new outfielders. Get Marte at center. Get Kris Bryant in left.
Okay.
And you go put Castellanos in right field. And let's play ball. And let's go play the Dodgers.
Marte is 33, so you got to be careful.
2-year deal, 3-year deal. He wants to get paid. All right, I get it. 2 to 3 year deal max.
Yeah, he was great last year.
Castellanos, 29 years old. Here's a 4-year deal. You'll reach free agency again when you're 33. Kris Bryant, here's 5 years. Let's go play ball. Let's go play ball.
I would
go give
love
me
that.
all three.
Let's
go give me all three.
Would you be open to a trade? Because I think that the trade is definitely going down. I think whatever happens with this CBA, everyone's going to stay pat in terms of like their prospects.
Oh,
and
there's
whatnot.
going to be some big movement.
I think there's going to be massive movement this year. And here's the thing: there was no minor leagues in 2020. There was last year, so you had a long look at some of these prospects. And I think a lot of people were like, "Hey, let's just see what happens," right? And I think this year you're going to see a lot of movement. I would be willing to trade just about everything not named Ramos and Luciano, and I would try to pry Mike Trout or Ohtani out of Anaheim.
What about Aaron Judge?
Aaron Judge, I feel like the Yankees are going to re-sign him, but that's not a lock. That's not a lock.
I'm telling you.
I'd take Aaron Judge.
I'm telling you. I need some star power. Oh, you take him now, huh?
Yeah, I would.
What made you flip on that one?
Well, I didn't want to trade. That trade was you were giving up way too much. Ramos and no.
I wanted all that. I want the boppers.
Guys, I got the perfect idea.
What's that?
Perfect idea.
Perfect idea.
What if they sign Kris Bryant, Nick Castellanos, Starling Marte, Shohei Ohtani, Aaron Judge, Carlos Correa, Marcus Semien, and they just redo their entire roster? Who says no?
I'm not saying no. You're listening to 95.7 The Game.
He wants to platoon.
KG, MCF, M&HD, One San Francisco, and Odyssey Station. Brought to you in part by DuckDuckGo. Privacy Simplified. The whole platooning thing gets on my nerves.
It drives me
I'm so sick of it. Yeah. I'm so sick of it.
You know what it is, too? You know what part of the platooning thing is? It's to drive the salaries down. Now, I don't think it's a function every single day into the thought process, but I do believe it's a factor.
Look.
Because if you're paying everyone everyday money, like the Dodgers were, for your payroll gets very, very expensive. I do believe that is part of these CBA negotiations that are going on right now. I do believe that the insistence on platooning in some organizations is strictly to drive the payroll down.
No doubt. Here's the thing with the qualifying offer to Brennan Belt.
I actually love that deal.
But does it take the Giants out of the sweepstakes for, say, Matt Olson?
No.
Why not? Where would you put Matt Olson?
What?
Oh, the DH.
Yeah, I mean,
DH.
Well, and just because you have both of these guys right now, you couldn't move. Brandon Bell on a 1-year deal.
Why would you sign him for $18 million and then move him?
I mean, I don't know. I'm just saying that's a football move. I mean, that's like a franchise tag and then a trade.
Yeah, I hear you.
It's a hypothetical. So it's very unlikely, but you could.
Or you know what? Here we go. Somebody on YouTube. Mm-hmm. Dave Johnson again. There's a lot of people on YouTube chiming in on this. They want guys.
Yeah,
they want
everyone
the Giants
wants
to be
guys.
active. Kris Bryant, re-sign him. Or if you don't re-sign Kris Bryant, go get me Castellanos.
Mm-hmm.
Give me Marte. I need speed on this team. I'm so sick of the non-athletic Giants. I need speed. I need some swagger. I need some personality. Somebody on the text line, I don't like bringing race into this, but they were saying, man, I would really love an African-American outfielder. I just want some swagger.
Well,
I want some swagger on this team.
There is something about the dynamic of the team and the makeup. I just think baseball in general has gotten wider and wider. And now there are obviously a ton of South American players and Latin American players that have been playing in the game because, again, going back to the suppression of salaries, they think it's cheaper to go down there than it is to go through the college ranks and sign someone for $4 or $5 million when you can develop them for 16 years old for a fraction of that cost, which I think is completely ridiculous in terms of a business model because you're exploiting the most vulnerable in society. But there is no denying. Look at the 2002 Giants, okay, and look at the 2020 Giants. They do look different.
They look a lot different.
I mean,
the Giants were always known for their diversity on the diamond.
Yeah, Reggie Sanders, Kenny Lofton, and Barry Bonds all in one outfield.
Right, one outfield.
All right, Ellis Burks before that.
Yep, no doubt. Give me Kris Bryant, or if you don't re-sign Kris Bryant, give me Castellanos. Give me Marte or Whit Merrifield, because I like Whit Merrifield. I actually think that's a sneaky, under-the-radar move. That's a great call, 510. Merrifield could play. And then you know what I do? Since you need another pitcher, hey, Max Scherzer, what you want? Here's a blank check.
I want Scherzer so bad.
Get him up here.
Here's one of the things no one ever talks about. When they brought in Randy Johnson in 2009, he was going for his 300th win. Do you remember that?
Oh, I do.
Okay, so
got his 300th in. I want to say Washington DC.
In a rain game where he made a hell of a play coming off the mound, and he threw it, and you're like, wow, look at that 6'10" guy.
Yep.
He was credited by Tim Lincecum and Jonathan Sanchez and Matt Cain a year later, 2 years later, 3 years later, with teaching them how to maintain their body and be pros. Now, both guys ended up having shorter careers than we wanted, Matt Cain and Tim Lincecum. They pitched deep into October year after year, okay? These guys gave their arms and their bodies to the team. There is something about that veteran stud who these young guys, because you're hoping that Logan Webb develops into someone, you need someone with the cachet of a Max Scherzer to teach Logan Webb how to be that guy long term, right? Like, whatever Max Scherzer has done with his body and his mind in terms of preparation, it's working. He's one of the few $100 million, $200 million pitchers that actually worked out.
I'm all about Scherzer.
I love him.
So you get Scherzer, Logan Webb, and now all of a sudden the DeSclafani and Wood signings look a lot better.
Yes.
Go get Kris Bryant, Castellanos, and go get Marte or freaking Merrifield. I need speed. I need power. I need a pitcher.
Well, they need to swing big, especially, when you're just looking at market share in this market. Forget baseball. You're going up against the Niners. We know the Niners, when they do anything, it's big.
It's big.
The Warriors are back.
They're back.
Newsflash, Larry.
They're back. Jordan Poole's out getting SportsCenter love.
I mean,
they're back.
Right? So you got to stay relevant.
You want to be relevant? And you know what Larry Bear does? He loves stars.
I know. And
He loves stars.
Didn't it feel like Giants fans came out of hibernation? Like, look, we know we're fair weather.
But think about how long it took them to come out of hibernation with this team because there's a bunch of no-namers.
I know. You're right.
Quote-unquote no-namers.
And now you lost one of the most recognizable faces in franchise history Buster Posey. To me, you absolutely have to recalibrate.
You got to swing big.
I'm with you.
You got to swing big.
See, I don't rule out the trade. I just don't think that Joey Bart's in their long-term future. I'm recklessly speculating. I have nothing concrete. To me, he seems like the most logical guy that you could move and get something back.
I need the Giants to spend. Go spend that money. A-Train in San Jose. What's happening? You're on the roast.
Morning, fellas. How we doing? One quick point before I get into my Giants roster move.
Yeah.
I do think Barry Bonds should be in the Hall of Fame because, you can do steroids, but you still have to put in the work. You don't just get big by just taking steroids. So
exactly.
That's it for Bonds. Roster moves, either keep Kris Bryant or go after Castellanos, like you guys are saying. My friend who's a huge A's fan is saying they're looking at blowing the team up. So what about either going after Chapman or, like you said, the first baseman.
Matt Olson.
I would love Matt Olson.
Just getting we need some big names.
Yeah, I would love Matt Olson.
Some big bat.
He could win a Gold Glove.
I like that idea, too.
Yep, thanks for the call, A-Train.
My bad, A-Train. I thought he was cutting out. He could win a Gold Glove in the National League.
No
and
doubt.
It would be very difficult, but he's that good. Matt Olson, his dig-out rate, I know that's a stat, a metric. It's that, which I actually love that stat because that's a real thing. Stop it with the stats. He's a beast, dude.
Stop it with the stats.
I love that dude.
All right.
And I also think his power plays at AT&T.
I think we both agree. Want the Giants to spend, want to get some power, want to get some pitching, want to get some speed. Go make some moves. Right now, you're not good enough to beat the Dodgers. You need to go get some names. You need to go get some big dogs, baby. Bring them out west. We'll talk more Giants later in the offseason. Of course, the Hall of Fame ballots will be announced January 25th. We'll see if Barry Bonds
the
gets
day I'll
in.
be disappointed.
No doubt about that. What's going up on the game? Brought to you by Exergen Thermometers. Accuracy matters. Brian Baldinger, 7:30. Talk about those Niners. Let's talk about those Niners. 888-957-9570. We got some sound from Peter King and Michael Irvin, who joined Damon Ratto yesterday. That'd be good. We'll do that on the other side here. Fever is the leading sign of COVID, so make sure you have an accurate thermometer. The Exergen Temporal Scatter Thermometer, backed by science. It's the accurate thermometer you need and can trust. Be vigilant and learn more at Exergen.com.
Breaking news on 95.7 The Game is powered by Odyssey and
your tracks. So get Allstate's new low auto rate and be better protected from mayhem, like me.
Not available in every state based on coverage and limits selected. Subject to terms, conditions, and availability. In most states, prices vary based on how you buy. Allstate Bar and Casualty Insurance Company and affiliates, Northbrook, Illinois.
Well, I started my own restaurant because I love to cook. But that also means a lot of greasy pots and pans. And we can't waste time with endless sink changeovers. So we upgraded to Dawn Professional Pot and Pan.
Dawn Professional cleans 58% more pots and pans per sink than the leading competitor.
Less dish soap, fewer changeovers, and more time doing what we love.
Dawn Professional. It's clean. Upgraded. From P&G Professional.
Back to the Morning Roast, presented by Timeless Coffee with Bonte and Shasky.
What is this, Langford?
Blondie, Rapture. Founded on the Odyssey exclusive stations. You can go to the Odyssey app, hit the search bar, go to the exclusive stations. I decided to go with Beastie Boys Radio.
Ooh.
And on Beastie Boys Radio, they have a ton of other artists that pop up, and Blondie, Rapture is the one that did.
Did you see the Beastie Boys doc
Have not seen it yet.
Apple Plus?
Have not seen it yet.
It's pretty good.
Have not seen it yet.
It's pretty
Me
good.
too.
I'm knee deep in the Apple Plus Foundation. It's like a sci-fi thing. It's not Dune. Dune was the movie that came out, but it's called Foundation. I'm so confused. There's timelines, there's different planets, and I don't even know why I'm watching. You ever do that? You get stuck into a show and you don't even know why you're watching it?
Yeah, you just start watching. That happened with me in Jersey Shore. I got stuck watching
Jersey Shore was dope, though.
Why were you watching? For entertainment.
No, it was a random Saturday. I was cleaning my room. I was randomly turned on to it, and I was just like...
Don't be that guy.
4 hours later, I was like, why am I watching this?
It was entertaining. It had a sweet spot.
No, it
did.
didn't. It was awful. It was awful.
You were a snooky guy.
No, it was awful.
I was watching Fear Factor the other day on Hulu, and I was just...
Oh, really, Joe Rogan?
I was just thinking, why am I watching this right now? It wasn't even that good. It was just such an early 2000 show. It doesn't really hold up.
Yeah.
Just so
it doesn't.
boring.
It doesn't age well.
You weren't a DJ
well.
Pauly D?
I was not a Jersey Shore guy.
Who was the guy I couldn't stand?
I was a Real World dude, though. I did watch Real World. Real World was
Situation?
The Situation. Mike, The Situation.
The Real World was cool.
Oh, Real
and then
World was good.
They start getting funky. They start getting funky.
Ron!
All right.
Don't you feel better about yourself seeing the Jersey Shore people, though? Like, that's the guilty pleasure portion.
No, I feel terrible
Why?
about myself because
I feel
they're
like
on
such a
TV.
great
They got
human being.
money. They're famous. They're doing all this.
They're trash.
I just feel like, damn, it does nothing for me. New Odyssey exclusive station on the Odyssey app, brought to you in part by Macy's, Geico, and Coke Zero Sugar. Ben Simmons is he coming to town tomorrow? Is Ben Simmons coming to town? Anybody still want Ben Simmons? No? Yes? Never really wanted him in the first place. George in the jungle. George in the jungle. What's happening? You're on the roast.
Yo, gentlemen, good morning. Good morning. Good morning. And Ben Simmons, no thank you. No thank you.
Ben Simmons, man.
You know, that's a way to start my morning with heartburn. Please don't do that.
Hey, George, last season it was Bradley Beal. This season it was Ben Simmons. Who's going to be the hot name that the Warriors should trade for that just doesn't happen? Who's going to be? And you don't have to answer that, George. I'm just talking out loud.
Well, all I got to say talking out loud is let's trust our GM. Let's trust Bob Myers to put together a couple pieces that are going to bring us back. Let's trust Farhan Saidi after what he did last year. You know, he brought in a name. He brought in Kris Bryant towards the end. And what did he do other than that? He brought together a group of guys who had career years. That's not a bad thing.
No.
I don't have to have a big name if every time he brings in a new crew, he brings in career years.
So here's George, and it's a good call, and I appreciate it. Here's what I say just in general. Life's about credits and demerits. Now, right now, you're flying high. One of the great seasons in Giants history, if not the greatest. I mean, I know it didn't finish with the World Series. Regular season, absolutely. It's absolutely unbelievable. But, Bonte, you aren't what you are during your best season. You are what you are over the median, over the body of your work. Up and down, what are you? Like, for example, I look at Bill Belichick right now, and everyone's, what's he going to look like without Tom Brady? Well, I mean, even in a horrible year last year with all the opt-outs, they won 7 games. Cam couldn't complete a pass because his shoulder was hurt and he had COVID for 3 weeks, and they won 7 games. You could say it's the division, fine. They're winning 7 games right now. They're 7-3 again this year. He's a pretty damn good coach, right? Even when he doesn't have the greatest quarterback of all time. He did it with Matt Castle, right? I look at what Farhan did last year. I'm like, that's great. Now, what are we going to do moving forward? I'm not taking anything away from him, but you got to have a body of work. And I think, for example, Brian Sabian built up a body of work. It was good, and then there was some downs, and it kind of ran its course, right? And he was awesome, and he's going to go to the Hall of Fame, and he should be recognized as one of the great Giants general managers ever. But it's too premature for me to just bless every Farhan move with he's a genius. It was a great year last year. They pulled every single lever. They were under 500 the other years, okay? And yes, in the 60-game season, they ran out of pitching, and they fell short. I thought it was a lot of fool's gold. They played the same 9 teams over and over and over and over again. We will see what they are moving forward. And how you deal with success also is a litmus test for how I'm going to judge you moving forward.
Well, I look at what you did against the Diamondbacks and the Rockies and saying, can you replicate that? Can you do what you did against those bad teams where you had a spectacular record a season ago? Mm-hmm. I don't know. Is the East going to be better? I don't know. They caught a lot of teams at the right time. You caught the Nationals at the right time after they traded everybody. You caught the Mets at the right time when they were slumping and lost themselves. You caught a lot of teams at the right time. I think you need to add. You need to add on to what you have right now, and you need to go out there and spend some big-time money. Now, we can remain patient and trust the system. That's fine because a lot of people will trust in Farhan. He's earned that equity. He's earned that. But I just have a problem with seeing Buster Posey retire and letting Kris Bryant walk.
You're losing a lot of veteran leadership.
That bothers me. That's over 40 home runs. It's over 150 RBIs. That's guys, Buster Posey batted over 300 a season ago. Like, I don't know. Anyway,
no, I do know. That's a lot to lose. No, I clearly know. And here's the thing. You have to keep up with the other teams in your division. If you think that the Padres are just going to be satisfied with what happened last year.
That's what I'm saying.
If you think the Dodgers aren't going to try to, retinker what they've already got going.
Betts had a down year.
Until the playoffs.
He will not have a down year in 2022. I'm ready to put my bottom dollar on that. Bellinger woke up in the postseason. He's back, folks.
Well, I'm glad that you're bringing that up. One thing that was evident to me in the playoffs in general, the stars always rise to the top. Yep. Can you have a Cody Ross moment? Absolutely. I mean, Evan Longoria was in a deep freeze and hit a home run in a big-time win for the Giants down in Dodger Stadium. But for the most part, the stars were the stars.
Cream rise to the top.
Logan Webb showed out. Logan Webb showed out. Scherzer showed out. Posey showed out in game 1, and then it was not a lot after that. Bryant definitely showed up. Mookie Betts was outstanding. And then when their season was on the line, what did a superstar who had a bad year do? He showed up in Cody Bellinger. Jansen, who had a bad year by his metrics, showed up.
The Bellinger situation.
I saw it coming a mile away.
Yeah.
Stevie
we're
Wonder.
Giving away tickets.
Stevie Wonder saw it.
Giving away a pair of Warrior tickets anywhere from 8:15 to 8:30 to Friday's game against the Blazers. When you hear this sounder.
Wiggins in the corner. Baseline goes up and dunked it over Towns. Came right from the left corner and says, no, you're not going to get this.
Be caller number 5 to the contest line between 8:15 and 8:30. 8:15 and 8:30. We're giving away tickets to Friday's game against the Blazers and the Warriors. Check out the great Chase Center. Speaking of Warriors, Zaza Pachulia will join us in about an hour and 5 minutes for the debut of the executive show. Zaza Pachulia will join us this week. Bob Myers, president of basketball operations and GM of the Golden State Warriors, will join us next Tuesday at 8:30, and then we'll alternate. Nothing easy, and nothing is easy for the 49ers. They put themselves behind the 8 ball here, but they're 5-5. They won 2 in a row. I get a division game. All right. You beat the Jaguars. All right. But what about this Sunday? How important is this Sunday? Here's Peter King, yesterday with Damon Ratto.
I would have thought 2 weeks ago, looking down the road, that 49ers Vikings would be a wing and a prayer for the 7th playoff spot. And now I look at it and say, it's not out of the realm of possibility that both teams could make it, or at the very least that they would enter Week 18 with one of them having made it.
Kirk Cousins, Justin Jefferson, Adam Thielen, Dalvin Cook. This team is really, really good. I was hearing Whitey Gleason, listening to Whitey Gleason and Dan Dillby yesterday. Whitey was citing how the Vikings give up 4.8 yards a carry. Niners are running the ball. You take away the kneel downs and the quarterback sneak, Niners ran the ball 38 times. They ran it over 40 times against the Rams. They are running the football. Seems like a recipe for success. But defensively, look at what the Niners are doing. Peter King thinks the Niners front seven is pretty damn good.
Especially with the young talent they've got on that front seven. I just don't think there are a lot of teams in the NFL that are better on the front seven than San Francisco again. And I don't mean to be a nattering nabob here, but their front seven has to be really, really good because I really don't trust a secondary that, has been as generous as the 49ers secondary right now.
Front seven, pretty good.
What was that word that he used there?
Go ahead.
I think it was a nattering nabob.
I've never heard that.
He's an OG.
Nattering nabob.
Nattering nabob. I don't know if I would work that into a sentence, but that's what makes Peter King Peter King. He can do that.
I mean, that just stopped me dead in my tracks. I felt like Richard Sherman just getting absolutely shook by Sammy Watkins at the line in the Super Bowl.
Super Bowl 54?
Yeah.
Why would you bring that up?
Quit being a nattering nabob, Shasta.
Yeah, I mean, jeez. Nattering nabob, dude.
Hey, we're going to have Brian Baldinger on in a couple of minutes, and I have a very specific question for him.
What's that?
Does he prefer Thanksgiving dinner or the 3 days after with all the leftovers?
Thanksgiving leftovers pretty damn good.
That's what I'm saying. Friday, Saturday, Sunday.
Start making the turkey sandwiches with the mayonnaise.
Look at you and the soft Hawaiian rolls.
Oh man, I know. Well, we go bread.
Bread's good too, but I like them soft Hawaiian rolls.
That's not bad. We don't. You're a little classy.
You like the dark meat or the white meat? I'm a dark meat. I like the thighs.
I like both.
A little more moist.
I like both.
Yeah,
I like
a little
both.
more tender.
I like both.
Yeah.
I'm not picky when it comes to the meat.
I bet Baldy is I'm sure he's gonna have an 8-course meal.
Oh, Baldy's gonna go ham.
He might catch his own lobster and crab.
Baldy will roast his own turkey. He's probably gonna put it in the smoker.
He might kill his own turkey.
He might kill his own turkey, put it in the deep fryer. He's probably gonna make his own mashed potatoes.
Have you had deep fried turkey?
I have. It's pretty damn good.
So good.
He's gonna have his own mashed potatoes, mac and cheese, the dressing or the stuffing, whatever he prefers. And Baldy's just gonna go to work. I mean, he's gonna go to work. And he's going to clean plate after plate after plate while breaking down the 3 Thanksgiving games. He's going to break down Raiders and Cowboys, which you can hear right here on 95.7 The Game. You can listen to.
Oh, yeah. Is it going to be on 95.7 The Game?
95.7 The Game, 1 p.m.
Ooh, yeah. I like that. Question, you guys. Do we like to wait till 5 o'clock or do we like a 3 o'clock meal? Because Thanksgiving, sometimes some families, they have it early. Some people have it late, like 5, 6 o'clock.
What do you do, 5 o'clock?
I don't like not eating all day. So I prefer the early one, and then maybe you can get a nap in, but we don't do that often.
Yeah,
what do you like?
I usually do 2, 3 o'clock.
Oh, yeah,
but the food's usually made at around noon. So I just eat all day.
Early. Yeah, that's
I just eat all day.
Wow.
We eat all day, and by the time 5 o'clock comes around, family gets together. We either are watching Buffalo, New Orleans, which is the nightcap on Thanksgiving Day.
Not the Harbowl.
Not the Harbowl, but Buffalo, New Orleans. And then maybe a movie at night, and then we're all passing out on the couch due to having a food coma.
I'm so fired up for Thanksgiving.
Thanksgiving's great.
I love turkey, so.
Bears and Lions to start the day off.
Oh, my.
Vegas and Dallas, 1:30.
Are you planning any Turkey Bowl games this year?
No, we haven't played Turkey Bowl in about 5 years because everybody was blowing hamstrings and spraining ankles, and it took us, I needed help getting out the car. Rossi Park.
Oh, Rossi, yeah.
Blue-green game with the Pains. Yeah. Harry Bearson. Harry Bearson never showed up. He was scared.
Park.
Big Dog City was out there, Mo Money. We had a lot of fun out there.
What position were you playing?
Wet. I mean, I was getting the ball thrown to me like 2 times a day, 2 times a game. It was pretty embarrassing.
Let's bring him in.
Yeah.
I want to ask him right now.
You want to ask him right off the bat?
The smartest man in football.
All right, play the intro. Let's be professionals.
He breaks down plays better than anyone.
I mean, this is like Shark Week now. And you know what Baker Mayfield is? He's chum. Look at these sharks. You think you're getting away from those 4 angry sharks? It's Shark Week. It's time to eat. Make the read urgency. That's the name of the game right here. Urgency. Now, on it. He's on it. Touchdown. Beautiful throw.
He's our 95.7 The Game NFL insider, Brian Baldinger.
It's Shark Week every week when it comes to Baldy. He's always hunting. And this Thanksgiving, is he hunting his own turkey out there in the wild? Is he grabbing a turkey with his bare hands and smoking it in the deep fryer? What is Baldy doing? What's up, Baldy? Good morning.
Good morning, guys. I'm not doing any of that. I'm not a guy that's out there killing turkeys or smoking them. I'm just a guy that's just enjoying the meal. Somebody else is cooking it. I'm just there in the kitchen, kind of just hovering and groveling and picking and. And I heard the commentary early. Like, who waits till 5 o'clock to eat Thanksgiving dinner?
Insane.
My mother.
Yeah, you
she's
can't
crazy.
do that.
Really?
Yeah, she's the worst.
No. Because look, you can never criticize a mom. I mean, it's just forbidden territory. But to wait till 5 o'clock is just. How do you keep animals at bay?
It's criminal.
When you have, if food is just wafting in the kitchen all day like that.
I'm totally with you. All right, so now that we're here, what's Brian Baldinger's favorite side of Thanksgiving?
Well, I love stuffing. I mean, I can eat stuffing every day. I can eat stuffing for breakfast every day. So it's one of my favorite. It's just a great food group. And if you've got the right gravy mixed with it, I mean, what else do you need? I mean, honestly, it's like the thickest stew in some ways. So, I mean, I could just eat gravy and throw in some cranberry sauce. I could eat it every day.
What about now? Are we going to go white meat, breast meat, or are we going to go thigh, dark meat? I prefer the thigh.
I do like the dark meat a little bit better.
Me too.
But anything that's day old or 2 days old, it just gets better and better with as it just ages. That's just the best meat that ages because, I mean, that's what I heard this. I don't know if this is true or not, but I heard that that microwave was invented to reheat turkey. I'm not sure if that's true or not.
Yeah, I'm with you there, Baldy. Hey, man, the itis will hit us, but I'm with you there. Wait until 5 o'clock. I've never had to do that. The meal's done at around 12:30. Plates are going around by the time the Cowboys kick off at 1 o'clock. We're 2 plates deep.
Yeah.
And, the key is, how do you stay up from Thanksgiving Day meals? How do you stay up for 3 football games? What is the key to Baldy staying up to watch all 3 football games despite eating all that turkey in the sides?
Yeah, but, I don't believe in tryptophan. I don't believe that it really exists. I heard, that's the thing that puts you to sleep and makes you tired. I just don't believe it. I believe eating is a sport. And you just don't get tired in the middle of a sport.
Yeah.
You've got adrenaline going. I mean, it's a sport, so you got to treat it like a sport. You have to attack it. There's just no time for that.
I had a tough time staying awake during the Jaguars game in the second half with the 49ers. Am I alone on that, Baldy?
No. I mean, it was one of those things where, after the 20-play drive, and then the turnover, the touchdown. When it's 17-0, I mean, it was kind of tough to think you're just how soon can you put this game away? Can you keep the clock running? Can we do this game in 2 hours and 40 minutes instead of 3 hours and 5? I mean, I'm with you on all that.
Yeah, Brian Baldinger here on the Morning Roast as he is every Tuesday at 7:30 a.m. breaking down the Niners game from the week before. We'll look ahead to the Vikings game on Sunday. Yeah, it was a dull game. The Jaguars, I can't believe how poorly they are coached and undisciplined. I mean, it was a joke out there Sunday. But I want to talk about Nick Bosa for a second because I forgot he had an ACL injury after watching Sunday's game against the Jaguars. He's dominating, and it feels like the Niners are starting to move him around all across the defensive line, Baldy.
Well, they are. They're putting him. Everybody got a chance to feel his punch. Jawan Taylor, Cam Robinson. They all got a kind of chance to feel it, which is good. I remember going up against the 49ers when I was a young player, and Fred Dean was a defensive end. I mean, he was the dean. And I go in there at left guard, I got a clean uniform on there at Candlestick. And next thing I know, first play, Fred Dean's on me. I'm like, well, why am I so lucky? I get Fred Dean my first snap coming off the bench. That's not right. But I think that when you have the pass rush moves that he has, and he has the power that he has, you should line up on some weaknesses and give different guys a chance to kind of feel that. And go, oh my, I got to deal with this beast right now. It changes your mindset. when you have to block a guy like that.
You bring up Fred Dean, and now my interest is piqued because he's one of those characters in the early 80s that, I don't think got the kind of love that he deserved. He played with the Chargers, and then the 49ers swing a deal for him. Who would he be equivalent to in today's day and age, Baldy? Because so few guys have a memory on who Fred Dean was as a player.
I'll just tell you a quick story about Fred Dean. I was at the NFL Arm Wrestling Championships in Vegas one year. I was representing the Cowboys. Fred Dean was representing the 49ers. And Fred Dean smoked cigarettes.
Oh, yeah.
Wasn't that uncommon back then. So, he would be out there, and he'd have a stick in his hand, and he'd just be smoking, be like, next up, Fred Dean and Brian Baldinger. So, he'd go out there to the stage, and Fred's got a cigarette in his hand. And he's like, it's like right out of a James Dean movie, right? Like, he just drops the cigarette on the floor, puts it out with his toe, goes up to the thing. He slammed me in 2 seconds. He won the contest. He won the arm wrestling contest because it was all about speed and suddenness, and that's he struck like a cobra.
I love that story. Thank you for sharing that
story, man.
I love it.
Dean, man. Brian
My dad
Baldinger.
loved him.
I love Fred Dean.
Hey, man, that was a great trade for the Niners, taking them away from the San Diego Chargers, man. Helped them win their first Super Bowl. No doubt about that. Brian Baldinger on fire right now on the morning roast. We look at the run game of the 49ers, and Debo back there lining up 7 times, getting 7 carries for 86 yards. They're starting to run the ball here. This feels like the Niners are getting back to their identity, right? Running the football and just smashing teams here, as we've seen in the last 2 weeks.
Well, I don't know how many weeks, I've been on your show here, Bonte, and just saying, look, Debo's your best player. So what are you going to do? Like, I've seen Cordero Patterson line up at tailback. I mean, I think you're going to see this. We've seen him run. What's the difference if he runs a fly sweep from the wide receiver position or if you line him up behind Juice, dot in the eye? What's the difference? Like, he's built like a running back. So get him involved. And, yes, over the last 2 games, you win 2 games in 6 days. Like, that's always impressive. And if you run it 64 times in those 2 games for 327 yards, you're starting to create your identity. And to see Jeffrey Wilson out there right now, Trey Sermon, just a variety of backs, which I think is good. You give a lot of different looks. Guys have different styles, more difficult to tackle later on in the game, like those guys were. So I think their identity is really starting to get created. And if you go back to their Super Bowl run, against the Vikings and Packers, what'd they do? They just pounded those teams, and they didn't throw it a lot. And it's not a knock on the quarterback. Everybody wants to say it is. You just go with what's working, and it's when you break a team down by running the ball down their throats, that you will break their sword. It's just a matter of time.
So you bring up the quarterback, and we've got an interesting matchup this weekend. It's Kirk Cousins, who Kyle obviously has an affinity for and has flirted with in the media, and then you have Jimmy Garoppolo. What makes the two similar, and what makes the two different from each other?
Well, I mean, Kyle's going to watch Kirk Cousins' performance against the Green Bay Packers on Sunday, and he's literally going to drool because it's everything that you want in your quarterback. I saw him the week before against the Chargers live. This is what you're going to get from Kirk. You're going to get very few mistakes. You're going to get a guy that really knows exactly where his help is. So if you're looking for Justin Jefferson and Adam Thielen deep, and they're taken away, he knows exactly where his check down, where his safety valves are. Always. Like, he's not making a mistake in that. And then they just never, they knew that they're going up against Aaron Rodgers and Devontae Adams, and they're like, no lead is safe. So they never stopped attacking deep. And a lot of it is off play action, and a lot of it is a play action that Kyle has run and knows. So he could probably call some of the plays that Kirk ran on Sunday. But Kirk Cousins was awesome on Sunday. He was awesome against the Chargers. And, they have now played 10 games, right, guys? 8 of the 10 games have come down to the final play.
Yep.
Like the final play of the game. Now, they kicked a field goal to win the game with no time on the clock on Sunday. But, 3 overtime games. 2 of them they've lost. 1 they won. They're used to playing close games. And, it's one of the reasons why they got the record that they have. But they're a good football team.
So defensively, how do you attack them? Because they are giving up, 4.8 yards a carry. But Mike Zimmer's a defensive coach, man. He's always been known for his defense. No doubt about that. So how can the Niners attack these guys, say, if they take away the run? What's the weakness of the Vikings defense?
Well, they've played a lot of young guys. You know, I mean, Daniil Hunter's out for the season, and so you see a lot of young players in there at that end spot. You know, Anthony Barr is out, and so you see different players in. Nick Vigil in at linebacker. Eric Kendricks is an awesome player. I mean, you could have a debate. Fred Warner, you know, Eric Kendricks. I mean, they're kind of the same guy. They know where the ball is going. They're very smart. They're excellent in the pass game. They played without Hunter Smith for a long time. Patrick Peterson because of COVID. So you know, you go through these games, and they've given up a lot of points and yards. They've played a lot of different players. You know, Matt Pierce is a guy that, you know, they brought in there to stop the run. He's been out a bunch. And so it's just, you know, they, like a lot of teams, they've just dealt with depth and injuries and COVID and all that kind of stuff there. But, you know, they're still battling. I mean, Aaron Rodgers was awesome the other day. And so you're just going up against, you know, maybe the best in the league at, you know, just throwing darts at you. So, you know, they're battling, but they're not a shutdown defense. Right. Mike Zimmer could be a defense coach. The one thing I'll say against the Chargers, they pulled out some great pressures to get after Justin Herbert. And, you know, you don't know where they're coming or how they're drawn up, and some of them you've never seen before. So they have to expect that and anticipate that.
Yes, Herbert is special. I'm watching him the other day. That was incredible. You're talking about Justin Jefferson, and I started thinking about the 49ers draft pick from that same draft and Brandon Ayuk. Is it just the fact that he's playing? Is it the fact that the ball's getting thrown to him? Or is he playing better football right now, Brandon Ayuk?
Well, he's catching the ball right now. I thought he had drops in the preseason. I don't know what his practice habits are like. I mean, it could be good, bad. I don't know. But, you know, I mean, he's obviously much more involved, and he has to be involved. Like, they need him to be good. They need somebody that can beat man coverage, that can attack the zone, that can be dependable. And so, you know, when you get Ayuk and Debo and Kittle and et cetera, you get them going, they become much more difficult to defend. And so he's a good route runner. We call him a router. He's a good router. He can separate. He did on a third down, a quick slant on 3rd and 12 on that opening drive of the game. They kept that thing going. And, you know, Jimmy was right on him and put the ball right where he needed to be, beat man coverage, and, you know, found enough of the first down. So you just have to keep feeding him. I mean, I think the guy is a playmaker. I'm not putting anybody in Justin Jefferson's class. That guy is just
he's a stud.
He's just a total stud. Yep. But and just tough as can be. But there's nothing he can't do. I mean, he's got a plan to get open. He's got a plan once he catches the ball. But you know, that's not about Justin Jefferson. I mean, this is Ayuk. He's getting involved, and the offense looks a lot better with him involved.
Seeing Justin Jefferson catch some of these balls near the sideline, the guy's just his dexterity, his range, he's unreal. You saw Trent Williams get a pass in the end zone, and both Bonte and I were like, oh, right when he jumped because we were just afraid of him getting hurt. But from a lineman's perspective, what did you think of that play? Because that was interesting to see how happy Trent Williams was in postgame.
Yeah, well, I mean, we saw it last night. Andrew Thomas called the only touchdown of the Giants last night, and so those things are, you know, it's you know, offensive linemen, they never celebrate. You know, they'll run into the end zone and you know, do some chest bump with George Kittle or whatever, but they never celebrate. You know, they don't. First of all, they don't want to run that far to begin with. They'd rather just go over and get some Gatorade. So, you know, when the number gets called and things like that happen, I mean, it's just out of the ordinary. You just enjoy it. In fact, it was funny last night. Andrew Thomas caught the touchdown pass. He's not going to catch another touchdown pass in his career. It's going to be the only one. And he just dropped the ball. Like, he could care less about the ball. He just wanted to hang out with his offensive lineman and do something stupid. And that's kind of how they are.
Baldy, any Thanksgiving Day football memories that you have? Any good stories there? You played with the Cowboys for a number of years.
Yeah.
You talked about the food. I don't know if you played on Thanksgiving Day when you were with the Eagles, and I know the Eagles beat up on the Cowboys a couple Thanksgivings back in those days, but any Thanksgiving Day memories on the football field?
Yeah, I remember one year all our tackles got hurt, so we ended up playing like 5 guards on our offensive line. So I played right tackle on Thanksgiving against the Patriots in '84. And I went up against the number 1 pick in the draft. His name was Leonard Sims from Texas. Huh. And I was like, like, damn. I remember going over to this high school field the night before the game and going through the entire playbook just mentally, just going through my assignments and hadn't played a lot of tackle and how my sets were going to be. I was going to be on an inside number, wasn't going to get beat. And I ended up having a really good game. We won the game. And then it was just, it was just a party. It was just a good party. Really good party.
Were you wearing the white jeans? Huh? Were you wearing the white jeans afterwards?
No. There was no white jeans back then, man.
No.
Baldy,
how'd you get out the hotel? How'd you get out the hotel the night before the game, man?
No. I was at a high school field across the street from where I lived before we went to the hotel before the game. So yeah, it was just they call it psycho-cybernetics. You just mentally see it, right? Yep. And then you kind of relive it. And then when you get to the field, you've already done it.
I'm more intrigued with the party, but I guess that's a conversation for off the air, man.
That's another conversation.
Happy Thanksgiving, Baldy.
Happy Thanksgiving, Baldy,
From
man.
You're the
best, man. We love you, man.
Yep, all the best. Thank you.
Brian Baldinger here. Happy Thanksgiving to him, man. He is the best.
That Fred Dean story.
That Fred Dean story.
Bring the arm wrestling thing back.
Baldy's got stories for top of stories on top of stories, and he recalls the stories with great detail.
Well, the one thing that I think you and I have forgotten and slept on, and just in general, there are so many great 1980s and 90s football stories.
Right.
Because you had the USFL competing at that point. You had all of this influx of college players and college concepts coming to the NFL. You had ownership changes in the NFL. There was just a lot of newness going on. And so, like the stories from Steve Young, the stories from Brian Baldinger, all the different guys from that era, they're incredible. And there wasn't video to capture a lot of these things, so it's all spoken word.
To party at the end after beating the Patriots on Thanksgiving Day. So I'm going up against the number one pick from Texas. Damn. It's incredible. The Fred Dean story, though, just going up there in front of everybody and get smoked.
Doesn't it feel like we don't have enough Fred Dean stories?
No.
For how great he was?
I mean, we don't have enough Brian Baldingers.
Yeah, that's true.
Like, he's kind of, he didn't have the greatest career in terms of, like, accolades and MVP
Alex
awards.
Boone-like is what I would compare him to.
Yeah, but you hear the stories from Baldy, and he's been with some big dogs.
Yeah, he has.
Played with Eric Dickerson.
Yeah.
Played on those Cowboy teams with Tom Landry in the 80s where they were basically going through a transition period and basically losing steam there with Tom Landry. Playing with the Eagles and winning a playoff game with the Eagles against the Saints. Remember they beat the Saints in the Superdome. Remember that game? Reggie White and the boys, man. It was good. Brian Baldinger's got some stories, man. I always love hearing from Baldy. And he's saying that Minnesota's defense, they're going to blitz the hell out of you. You don't know where it's coming from, but there are holes on that defense. But it's just something that we were discussing yesterday about the Vikings. He's on it. They've been in a lot of games. A lot of games.
8 of their 10 games have been decided on the final.
That's insane.
I can't believe
That's insane.
I can't
So
believe
their offense is good. Bosa's got to be big again. This is where Bosa with 10 sacks, he's got to be a one-man wrecking crew again. He's got to put heat on Kirk Cousins and make the Vikings roll everything opposite of him. And you got to hope that somebody else steps up. Ebukam, Armstead. DJ Jones has been solid, but I need some other rushers here. Can D Ford? What's up with D Ford? We heard anything on him?
D Ford. Yeah, come on. That's funny. Is Elijah Mitchell going to make it back this week? That's something that I think they could really use his speed. Raheem Mostert ended up filling in, I believe, for Tevin Coleman in that NFC Championship game.
Yep.
And that's when he started to get himself going. So, speed does kill the Vikings. I'm excited to see it. Remember that first game for Dante Pettis and Jimmy Garoppolo week 1 up in their brand new stadium?
Well, that was probably Jimmy Garoppolo 2018, the season opener. That was probably Jimmy Garoppolo's best throw as a pro quarterback.
Where he rolled out opposite and almost got sacked. His body.
Well, he almost got sacked. He threw it off his back foot and let it go to the back pylon to Dante Pettis. That was an absolute dime.
Hey, the Niners and Vikings have crazy history. Everybody, you bring up Vikings, Niners, and like the losses, you're going to go 87 playoffs, right? That's what a lot of people are. The Brett Favre throw, right, Bonte? That throw
in the Metrodome
was just
it destroyed Singletary and company.
And then conversely, don't forget Steve Young's run in 1988 to win the game in the fourth quarter.
In the
famous
season.
Burger King run that they turned into a commercial. Steve was trying to make a play on that one. The screen was covered or the slant was covered and shook like 8,000 people. That was literally to win the game. It was the final 2 minutes of the game.
24-21. It was back and forth in that football game at Candlestick Park, and Steve Young came up with that run.
Gets away!
Pat Summerall was great. He had a great call, too, on CBS with John Madden. That was awesome.
Pat Summerall, the king of understated.
Yeah.
He allowed the moment to be itself.
You either loved him or hated him.
I loved Pat Summerall.
But I love Summerall. There was nothing like big game football with Summerall and Madden.
Boom.
Touchdown, Jerry Rice. That's it. That's all you needed.
He was the best.
That's all you needed.
He really was the best.
Dude,
he
I
had
love
a
Summerall.
Dwayne
Rest in
Kuiper
peace.
quality about him where less is more, and because he played, I don't know, it was totally different.
And he allowed Madden to be Madden.
100%.
He allowed Madden to get ridiculous with the turduckens and the chalkboard and the yellow. The coach's clicker. Remember they would go back and forth, and then boom, you see it right here. Boom! You see it right here. That's where Baldy's got a little Madden in him.
He does. I've never learned more about cleat size than John Madden.
I know.
Every single January at Candlestick, they're going to go to the 7-inch cleats.
Think about how rattled away visiting teams used to be at Candlestick Park. The field was messed up. And
it was below.
You see here, you got 3/4-inch cleats, and you got to go to 1-inch cleats.
Yes.
What are you doing? The story with the NFC Championship game that, I don't know if you saw this nugget here. This was a great nugget. The night before.
What year?
94 or 94 when the Niners won their last Super Bowl.
It had rained for 17 straight days.
17 straight days.
Going
and
into that
Jerry
game.
Jones was searching for cleats the day before.
Yeah.
Nobody in the Bay Area had anything. It was great. It was on the broadcast, actually, when they re-aired that during the pandemic. That was a great, great nugget. But Madden loved those cleats. And then Summerall, of course, with his kicking expertise, what you needed in terms of kicking, what type of cleat size or shoe you needed for kick. I miss Summerall.
Look how giddy you are.
Dude, those are my guys, man. Those are my guys. And you knew it was a big game when Summerall and Madden was in the booth. And Summerall would always do the narration going into the game. He always did the narration for the promos.
And it was perfect.
It was perfect.
See, this is where, and I know everybody's like the Al Michaels. Al Michaels for football, for me, never did it. Summerall and Madden, that's the combo.
Yeah.
That's the greatest combo of all time, in my opinion.
Yeah,
now, maybe it's just my youth, and that's what I grew up with, but those 90s Fox games, I mean, think about the CBS, Thanksgiving games.
First it was CBS, and then it was Fox.
Well, then that's when Fox became Fox. I mean, it changed everything. Football and The Simpsons, they own Sundays, you know? And so I just, man, I go back to those, even those Thanksgiving games, that was always the best Thanksgiving game.
Always.
And then he'd give out the turkey, and you want to see how many legs they're going to give, and the next thing you know, the turkey's got 17 legs, and he's giving it to all the linemen.
And then remember at the end of the season, he had the All-Madden team.
Which I still believe. It's the greatest video game, too, of all time.
But he had the All-Madden team.
You know
remember
what they should do? Now that I'm thinking about it, Madden should bring back Pat Summerall's voice for Madden.
That'd be sick.
Why not?
That'd be sick.
Like, I'm serious.
That'd be sick.
By the way, EA Sports on the line.
They're actually coming out with a Madden video game documentary.
Really?
Yes, I was watching this last Thursday night. Who was playing? The Patriots and Falcons. Was it Patriots and Falcons? Maybe the Thursday before I saw that. But they're coming out with the All Madden documentary, and Madden's right there. They got Michael Vick involved. They got Brett Favre involved. They got all the Marshall Faulk, the covers, all the cover guys of Madden.
Has a 49er, let me ask you this question, because I know the answer to this. Can you name any of the 49ers who have been on the cover of video games?
Joe Montana. He's been on the cover. T.O.'s been on the cover for 2K.
But he was an Eagle at that time.
He was an Eagle. Oh, yeah, wow. And Blitz, NFL Blitz, were they on the cover for that?
So there was Quarterback Club, which Steve Young was on.
Yep.
And then William Floyd for Game Day on PlayStation.
Wow.
Remember that?
Yeah, I remember Game Day.
That's how bad the Niners have been the last 25 years. No one's been on a cover.
Game Day was good.
I thought Kaepernick might get on there.
Damn.
I know. Isn't that kind of crazy?
Yeah, that is kind of wild. But he had the All Madden Awards at the end of the year where he would have his little charter bus and they had their little trophy. Oh, I love Madden this Summerall, man. We're going to continue to talk
back,
some Niners.
Madden, the video game. Bring Summerall back.
Man, you better come back with a highlight of Summerall. I got something for you guys on the other side. Plus, Zaza Pachulia. We'll talk about the Warriors. They've had a couple days off now. And yesterday off.
It better not be the highlight of Anthony Carter going absolutely Buck Louie in the first half against them in 87.
He would skits, as they say.
When Walsh slammed his headset down.
Who's the coach for the Vikings? Burns. Remember the skinny guy?
I don't remember him.
Oh, dude, he looked like he smoked a pack of cigarettes a quarter. Anyway, watch Butches and Gurus Elevate Your Tailgate episode. Check out this episode on 957thegame.com and on the 957 The Game social channels. Elevate Your Tailgate is brought to you by Harris Ranch Beef, legendary quality. Visit harrisranchbeef.com.
A win is a win, even against the Jags.
I am in no position to scoff at being 500 this late in the year. This is
You paying the bill. If it's your transmission, that's over $3,000. Your engine, up to $6,000. Even minor repairs like your air conditioning can hit your wallet hard. Here's the good news. If you have a car, truck, or SUV that's $19.99 or newer, you can stop paying for repairs right now. That's right. With Protect My Car, when your car breaks down, we pay your repair bill for you. Just dial 800-279-2827 on your mobile phone now to get started. Protect My Car pays for repairs to your engine, transmission, air conditioning, suspension, and so much more. Dial 800-279-2827 and get your car protected before your next repair bill hits. Dial 800-279-2827 on your mobile phone right now and get free roadside assistance, free towing, free car rental, and free oil changes. Dial 800-279-2827 and never pay for car repairs again. Dial 800-279-2827.
You're listening to KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco on Odyssey Station. Presented by DuckDuckGo. Privacy simplified. It's time to wake up with a nice cup of morning roast. Featuring Bonte Hill and Joe Shasky. Presented by Timeless Coffee. This is the Morning Roast on 95.7 The Game.
Oh, baby. What a Tuesday here on the Morning Roast. Baldy joined us at 7:30. Go back to 957thegame.com or the Odyssey app to download that interview. Baldy was on fire, as he always is every Tuesday at 7:30 here on The Roast with Joe Shasky, the Butcher, and Bonte Hill. Good morning to everybody out there getting off your graveyard shifts, getting ready for work. YouTube and Twitch. What up, Roasters? Warriors taking on the Sixers tomorrow at Chase Center. They're going to try to improve to 16-2 on the season. Gets the Philadelphia 76ers. Niners taking on the Vikings. And when we talk Vikings, the first thing that comes up, it's not the Brett Favre throw to Greg Lewis.
It's the backwards run.
It's this right here.
Oh.
Young, back to throw. In trouble. He's going to be sacked. No, gets away. He runs, gets away again, goes to the 40, gets away again, to the 35, cuts back at the 30, to the 20, the 50, the 10. He dives. Touchdown, 49ers.
Niners rally against the Vikings in 1988. October 3rd, 1988. Niners beat the Vikings 24-21. Steve Young with that epic 49-yard touchdown run late in the football game. Niners held the Vikings without a score there in the last 2 minutes. And I remember that game like I remember where I was, right in my little room on 334 Waller Street, watching that game going back and forth thinking, the Vikings are tough, man. Thinking as a kid, like, man, this is a tough game. Niners are going to win this one. And that happened, and that was the day I fell in love with Steve Young. Now, it was a couple years before he got the starting job, but that was the day I fell in love with Steve Young. It's like, wow, they got a quarterback who can run? Like, this is great. This is fun.
Steve Young, greatest thing he ever did was switch face masks. Would we agree?
Yes.
Him and Troy Aikman had the 3-bar and then
Right.
turned it into the 2-bar. Great moves for them. I think Drew Bledsoe was the last of the 3-bar quarterbacks.
Yeah, 3-bar quarterbacks.
I know that Marino had it for quite some time.
I hated those face masks.
Yeah, I did too, but that was them. See, I thought you were going to go Vikings, Jim Marshall going the wrong way on me at Kezar Stadium.
That was great.
Billy
That was
Kilmer
classic.
and
That was
the
classic.
Niners getting a safety on that particular play,
classic.
still losing the game.
I'm not going back to the real tape days, but
I mean, he flips it over in 1964. It's one of the more iconic plays in football history.
It is. I was going Steve Young, man. I was trying to keep us within 30 years here.
You're not wrong. I mean, it's barely 30 years. I think it's more than that.
Yeah. What is it?
Like 35.
Talk louder.
It's like 35.
Yeah. Talk louder. Talk louder.
Couldn't hear a thing.
Sorry.
But the Niners have beat up the Vikings. They beat them up in the playoffs that season, 34-9. They beat them up in the playoffs next year, 41-13. They've had some great games with the Vikings, some great football games against them.
My dad is checking in. Hearing Lon's voice just gets him chills. Just straight up chills. There's no other way around it. You hear Lon Simmons' voice there, you get chills.
That was pretty, what did I say, Starkey?
Yeah.
Is that Simmons?
Yeah.
How's Lon? Let me play it again.
Yeah.
Young, back to throw. In
Lon.
trouble, he's going to be sacked. No, gets away. He runs, gets away again, goes to the 40, gets away again, to the 35, cuts back at the 30, to the 20, the 50, the 10. He dives, touchdown, 49ers.
That was a young Lon
I believe
Simmons.
in 88. Now, I could be wrong. It's either 88 or 89. Starkey was like the understudy to Lon Simmons, and they were kind of going back and forth. Now, someone who remembers it a little better than I do can probably get in there, but the equivalent would be John Miller and Dave Fleming when they first started.
Yep. No, I think you're right there.
Lon Simmons,
Damn, Lon.
We talk about voices. I mean, come on, dude. Gets away. And you got to understand, 49er fans did not like Steve Young at that time.
They
were actually very pissed off. They would swear at him. I've been telling you, I've been reading, a.k.a. listening to the audio book for QB for Steve Young, and that particular play, he goes, I just needed to make a play, and there's nothing there, so I just kept running, and it's quite interesting. By the way, Jerry Rice makes a sick block on that play.
Well, we're going to play the Summerall Madden call in just a second, where Madden is, look at the peel back block by Rice here. So we're going to play that one in just a second. But no, I remember the NFC Championship game when the Dallas Cowboys came in here with Troy Aikman and Emmitt Smith and beat up on the Niners 30-20. And I remember my mom yelling, should have played Joe Montana. Joe Montana hadn't played in 2 years.
Everybody
other than the Monday night game against the Lions that season, where he did come back in the regular season. And I just remember Montana, they kept going to the shots of Montana on the sidelines. And I was like, Mom, you can't go back to Montana.
He was the MVP of the league, Steve Young, and Joe was getting chants from everyone there. By the way, Bonte, and I know we're going to play the sound in a second, reliable sources saying that Bonte was spotted at Chick-fil-A at Ceremony Mall. Can you confirm nor deny?
Is the 415 a reliable source?
I don't know.
That's
I'm
a lie.
asking.
I haven't been to Chick-fil-A once.
I'm not going to lie to you, since you said that someone is lying. I'm not.
Somebody's big time lying.
I broke the seal and I went to the ceremony Chick-fil-A. It's only drive-through right now.
I saw that text, and look, I love food, but if you heard me on this show, I'm not the biggest fan of Chick-fil-A. I don't get the hype.
Taco Bell, so damn good.
The spicy deluxe is pretty good.
You may have spotted me at Taco Bell the other day, but you did not spot me at Chick-fil-A. Trust me.
I'll compromise my values for that spicy chicken.
You're trying to get your little jokey joke on 415. It's not a good joke. That line, the drive-through line, because I'm driving on the freeway. That's the route I take to go home. The drive-through line is ridiculous.
It really is.
For Chick-fil-A,
what they've
you're waiting
done,
30 minutes in a drive-through line, really?
What they've done to the ceremony parking lot in terms of where they put the cement to kind of steer everyone is just a nightmare.
It's a disaster.
It's a complete nightmare.
It's tough to get out of there. It's never been tougher to get out of ceremony.
It's harder to get out of there than Levi's.
I'd rather go to San Fran, unless I'm going to Ceremony Ford. Ceremony Ford just celebrated their 50th anniversary. Here's the Madden. Here's the Madden and Summerall call.
Vikings
Same run, 1988, October 30th.
Have a receiver covered out there.
Now they do. They got a linebacker on it. Young comes out of there. Still on his feet is Steve Young, and Steve Young still going. Young cuts back. Young touchdown. But look at this run by Steve Young.
And that wasn't a run. He was going to throw to his left. He had to stop that throw in mid-action. There's Joey Browner, one of the best tacklers in the league. He misses him. There's Carl Lee. He misses him. Gets a block there. He gets another block there. Watch Rice. He just peeled Jesse Solomon right off Steve Young.
The best.
Crowd's going crazy.
They're the best.
Bob Simmons' call was better, but the crowd was going crazy.
A lot better than Chris Myers.
Yeah, I'm telling you.
Niners, Jags.
You hear that Candlestick crowd?
It's incredible.
They were going crazy. Crazy.
For people that don't know, I will say this till I'm blue in my face. It would be the oldest, crappiest, parking lot of all time. I get it. The elevator didn't work. Okay, yeah. There was nothing like the home field advantage that Candlestick presented in December and January for football. I don't care what anyone says. It was below sea level where the playing surface was. The field was
always
fog,
jacked up.
The stands, everything about that stadium was winter vibes.
They had to paint the grass green because it wasn't green. The grass was just, that's football, though.
I loved it.
That's why these teams need to go back to grass like the Patriots. Gillette Stadium, I remember that Patriots-Colts game in the playoffs where Peyton Manning was all in the elements. He couldn't complete a pass. Ty Law had 3 picks, and they're complaining.
And 75 holds.
That field.
Yes.
That field was messed, but that's football.
Yeah, that's why I like Heinz Field.
Yes.
Because it looks terrible.
It looks terrible at the end.
I'm there for that,
The worst thing Notre Dame ever did was go to that turf.
I'm with you on that.
Chick-fil-A, man. Dude, I can't believe somebody would lie on me like that. I saw that, too. I haven't been there yet. The drive-through line is way too big. Way too big. But no, somewhere on that, and Vikings, Niners, any big-time memories you got? Everybody's talking about the Brett Favre play.
Yeah, that one ripped my heart out. That was the game that Frank Gore had the high ankle sprain, and Glenn Coffey
got run after run.
Horrific.
Sean Hill had a decent game.
Hey, Sean Hill was that guy, though.
He threw 2 touchdown passes to Vernon Davis that day.
He's reincarnated as Trevor Siemian.
Leave him all, man. Hey, true story. I went out to Detroit. I was in Ann Arbor, Michigan.
Oh, yeah. You told me about this.
And, tickets for Michigan State, Michigan were like $200 a pop, nosebleeds.
Oh.
So didn't go there. Didn't go to the big house.
You didn't have the line on D'Antonio?
I was a broke boy at the time. I was a broke boy.
Yeah.
No media, no nothing. That was broke. So then Lions, Rams, St. Louis Rams, $80, 2 tickets. 20-yard line, about 25 rows up. Sean Hill lit him up. Lions scored like 40 that game. No joke. Javit Best had a big day. Megatron. I got to find that game. Sean Hill was amazing in that game. And Lions fans were great. They were great. And that was the same day. Matter of fact, it was the same day where Brooks Conrad committed 3 errors for the Braves.
Oh, yeah.
Against the Giants.
And the Giants played, the Niners played the Eagles.
And the Niners played the Eagles on Sunday Night Football.
The worst turnover I've ever seen in my entire life. They were wearing throwbacks, and Alex Smith went to go throw across his body and fumbled the ball, and it went the other way.
Of course it did.
Yeah, it was horrific. Donovan McNabb at that point in his career had 3 times as many 300-yard passing games at Candlestick than what Alex Smith did.
Wow. That's pretty bad.
Deshaun Jackson ran all over them.
That's pretty bad.
Yeah.
That's pretty bad.
Niners Vikings is underrated, though. I actually like this one. Because at Candlestick back in the day, they would show up. Yep. They'd show up big time.
They had their all whites.
Yep.
They had their all whites there. They were talking junk. Wade Wilson was playing quarterback.
Wade Wilson.
Rest in peace, Wade Wilson.
Sean Salisbury.
Oh, boy. He was a Viking.
I liked their version with Warren Moon. That was my favorite,
Randall Cunningham.
Randall Cunningham. Those were awesome Viking teams.
By the way, in a few
great
minutes
video
here,
game teams.
Hold that thought. They were great video game teams. Dante Culpepper. We're giving away a pair of Warrior tickets in a few minutes.
Oh, nice.
Pair of Warrior tickets anywhere from 8:15 to 8:30 to Friday's game against the Blazers. When you hear this sounder, when you hear this sounder.
1 second, Bonte. My bad.
All right.
We're having technical issues here.
This is unbelievable.
Yeah.
Unbelievable.
Are you ready?
They're getting on me. All right, let's start it over. Rewind. We're giving away a pair of Warrior tickets anywhere from 8:15 to 8:30 to Friday's game against the Portland Trail Blazers. You get to see Damian Lillard, CJ McCollum, Norman Powell, and the Blazers. When you hear this sounder.
Wiggins in the corner. Baseline goes up and dunked it over Towns. Came right from the left corner and says, no, you're not going to get this.
Be caller number 5 to the contest line, 844-999-GAME. That's 844-999-GAME. Game, game, game.
4 years ago, if I would have said this, I think most Niner fans would lose their minds. I think I would rather have Kirk Cousins. Actually, in fact, I know I'd rather have Kirk Cousins than Jimmy Garoppolo right now for this season. If we were just saying for this year, I think I would rather have Kirk Cousins. Look at what he's done, and I think he's a better player than Jimmy Garoppolo. And I don't think a lot of 49er fans agree with me on that. Do you?
No.
You'd rather have Jimmy?
I'd rather have Jimmy
for this year?
team. For this team.
Okay.
For this year?
For this year. Forget next year. Forget the draft picks or the woulda, coulda, shoulda of front office. For this year, closing out this year, would you rather have Kirk Cousins or Jimmy Garoppolo? Because it feels like if I had said that 2 years ago, a year ago, no, everyone would lose their minds. I think it's pretty unanimous in my estimation. If you come outside of the Bay Area, Kirk Cousins is the better player. And I don't think that's a knock on Jimmy. I think we underrate Kirk Cousins in general.
Probably would have Kirk Cousins.
It's closer.
Because I think Shanahan would trust Kirk Cousins a lot more.
You think?
Absolutely. Those 2-minute drills the 49ers run before halftime is the most grotesque things I've ever seen. I'm watching it when they get the ball back. And they'll have 3 timeouts, 2 timeouts. And they'll line up in shotgun. They'll have 4 wide receivers or 3 wide receivers and a tight end with the back offset right or left. And you know what's coming. Jimmy Garoppolo handoff to the running back for 2 yards. Clock starts. They take their time. They huddle. And then they throw a short pass over the middle. They may get a first down. They may not get a first down. It's embarrassing. It's embarrassing how they run a 2-minute drill. With Kirk Cousins, they're on the ball, no huddle, throwing the ball all over the yard. So when you look at Kirk Cousins, yeah, he's probably I would probably rather have him than Jimmy Garoppolo for this season. I'd rather have him for this season. Mm-hmm. But I watched him in that playoff game against pressure. He curled up.
They did win the week before against the Saints in dramatic fashion. But
Drew Brees was done by that point.
Agreed.
And I get it. And that game, like a lot of people, they'll look at Kirk Cousins and what he did in the second half. You ought to think his lucky stars for Dalvin Cook. Because Dalvin Cook damn near had 100 yards rushing in that first half of that football game down in New Orleans. And you know what New Orleans said? We got to shut down Dalvin Cook. Let Kirk Cousins throw. And he got to see one-on-one coverage all across the board.
Okay.
So thank Dalvin Cook for that. Dalvin Cook makes his life a lot easier. So
let's look around where we're at here. So we brought up the quarterback. Now let's just look at the skill position players. Dalvin Cook, Thielen, and Justin Jefferson. I think that they're better than whoever running back you want to put. Elijah, Jeff Wilson Jr.,
a lot better.
Debo, Kittle, etc.
A lot better.
Don't you think?
A lot better.
I mean, Thielen and Justin Jefferson are elite players.
They're elite wide receivers.
Justin Jefferson's sick. He had almost 1,500 yards last year.
They're all pros. Justin Jefferson, he can go over 1,000 this week. All right? We talk about CeeDee Lamb and Ayuk. Justin Jefferson was sitting right there, too.
I know.
He was sitting right there, too.
I know. And they took a 2-down lineman. You know that day that we did that draft, I did not like that pick.
You did not like it, but Kinlaw played well last year.
He did.
He played well.
So we're taking the Vikings skill position. Now let's go to the other side of the ball. He was saying, Baldy, that Kendricks and Fred Warner are very similar players. I think I'd take Warner. Maybe I'm underestimating Kendricks.
Yeah, I'd probably take Warner. Kendricks is good, though.
No, he is very
Kendricks
good.
is really good. I'll take the lesser. You pick first. I'll take the other guy. That's how I feel about that spot.
Do you think Harrison Smith's better than Jimmy Ward?
Harrison Smith's a damn good safety.
That's what I think so, too.
Very damn good. And he's a ball hawk.
Yeah, Jimmy's good, though.
And Jimmy's good, but he's a ball hawk.
Yeah.
Corners, Patrick Peterson.
I think the corners are kind of a wash. Like they're both kind of garbage.
Flip the coin.
Yeah.
Pass rush is where the difference is. And Danielle Hunter not being involved. And we saw George Kittle just punk Everson Griffin in that playoff game. Just took him on roller coaster rides. Just pounded him into the turf over and over and over again. That's when George Kittle looked to the sideline and said, hey, keep running the football. Keep running the football because it's demoralizing. It's demoralizing. It was demoralizing for the Rams, demoralizing for the Jaguars, where by the time you get to the third quarter, you're like, I'm tired of tackling, man. I'm tired of going head up and dealing with these dudes. I'm gonna tap out. I'm gonna come up with an injury. I'm gonna ask for a water break. You get tired of it, man. You just get tired.
So I'm looking at it like because I think this is a huge game. This is one of those.
It's a big game.
This is gonna tell me who the 2021 49ers are. Even if they lose in a competitive way, like I gotta see how it plays out. They're still not dead, but this is why this is a big game because I look at Minnesota's schedule remaining. The Niner game is one of their hardest games, right? Mm-hmm. Listen to who they have after the Niners because this is a team that you're going to be battling that 6 and 7 spot. Lions, Steelers, Bears, Rams, Packers again, and then the Bears. Now, they get 2 opportunities at the Bears. They should win both of those games.
And according to sources, Matt Nagy may be coaching his last game tomorrow, or Thanksgiving in Detroit.
Talk about a mutiny. I mean, that turned quick. And that's interesting that you bring that up because his overall record is better than Shanahan's.
Yeah, I know.
Well, just to show you how different it is, and he actually played his young quarterback. Mm-hmm. So, wow, that's interesting that they're running.
Corner baseline goes up and dunked it over Towns. Came right from the left corner and says, "No, you're not going to get this."
Oh boy. That means it's time to give away tickets to the Warriors-Blazers game Friday at Chase Center. Be caller number 5 to the contest line right now. 844-999-GAME. That's 844-999-GAME. Call that number right now. Caller number 5 will get tickets to go see the Warriors the day after Thanksgiving on Black Friday, taking on the Portland Trail Blazers at Chase Center. It'll be the 3rd home game this week before they hit the road and take on the Clippers. Take on the Clippers on Sunday at 12:30, and then they'll take on the Phoenix Suns for 2 games next week. That's going to be a lot of fun.
Back to the Vikings-Niners. The reason I think this is such an intriguing matchup is I do believe the Vikings are the best team of the teams that are battling for this final spot here. Like, I think they're better than Carolina. I think they're way better than Atlanta. Atlanta, I do not believe in at all. I do not believe in Atlanta at all. I feel like the Niners and the Vikings, we're going to find out who's going to have the inside track, and I just don't think the Vikings are going away. I'm looking at this schedule, and then the Lions started some guy at quarterback who I think threw like
Tim Boyle or something.
Terrible.
They almost won that game.
Terrible.
They almost won that game.
I can't believe it. But the Steelers are broken right now. I don't know what's going on with them.
Well, they came back.
I know, 27 and
covered the spread too.
Yeah,
covered the spread.
But they're injured. Like Minka's out, Watt's out. They want Ben out of there.
The schedule lightens up. This is an easy schedule for the Vikings.
That's what I'm saying. The Rams game notwithstanding.
They get the Rams game at home.
Packers might have it clinched. I don't know. There's just
they got the Rams at home.
I know. So there's a lot going on here with just this race and seeing these Thanksgiving games. The Niners are going to have a clearer picture on what the rest of the NFC is looking like because so many games are being played on Thursday. This is a big one, B. I can't emphasize this enough. I'm really fired up for this.
I'm looking at the Saints schedule here. They play Buffalo Thursday night. Buffalo's looking to get a win.
I just don't believe in the Saints.
I don't either.
Am I a hater for that?
And no, you're not. Trevor Siemian's playing quarterback. Why would you believe in him?
Well, and Kamara's hurt.
And he's hurt. Dallas Cowboys. And no Michael Thomas either. That's a big loss for them.
He is a guy on the move this offseason.
Yeah, but him not coming back and
I'd be all over that.
Yeah,
if I'm the Niners, I'd be all over that.
I'd like that, but I don't know if that's happening. Debo, Ayuk, and Kittle. Where's the targets for Michael Thomas?
Right in the middle of the field. It's called slot receiver.
I don't know.
You can't get the ball to a 6'3" monster?
Somebody's going to complain about lack of targets.
Vice grips hands?
Somebody's going to complain about lack of targets. Dallas, the next week for the Saints. So they play Buffalo and Dallas. Mm-hmm. Then they go to New York City to take on the Jets.
Yeah.
Then they play Tampa Bay on Sunday Night Football in Tampa. Then they take on Miami. Carolina, and Atlanta.
Okay.
So we'll see.
Yeah, we'll see there.
We'll see.
Well, I also think that the Eagles are a team that you have to look out for. Just on the outside looking in, I'm not discrediting them. I have more faith in the Eagles, weird as that say, than I do the Atlanta Falcons.
Yeah, I'm with you there. I'm with you there.
I don't really know what
Darius Slay's making plays.
I know.
Big play Slay's back.
Jalen Hurts is using his legs, and I think that's the template for them to win. So this is a big one for the Niners. If you can get to 6 wins, for me, 9 wins, it's 50-50 if you get in. 10 wins, I think you're guaranteed to get into the playoffs.
Yeah, I'm with you there.
So even if you lose a couple of games down the stretch.
You feel good about this game on Sunday?
I do. I really do. I think this is a physical, this is going to be a body bag game.
Yeah, it's going to be hard hitting.
And I like those games. I think the Niners show up in those body bags.
This is a hard hitting football game.
Right? And I think this is a team that they respect and they're not going to look past. And I think they're playing good football right now. The question is, Can their game plan that they've used the last couple of weeks translate against Minnesota, knowing that Zimmer is going to try to take that away?
Yeah.
Who knows better than Mike Zimmer that you like to run the ball down their throat?
Right.
You
And
did it to him in the playoffs.
You did it to him in the playoffs, and they remember that. And they're going to try to make Jimmy beat him. Remember that? They disguised a lot of things for Jimmy, and people were freaking out about Jimmy after that game. That was his first playoff game. And I'm like, hey, don't freak out. That's a good defense over there.
There was a couple of throws in the first half I can't unsee.
There were some bad throws. But it was his first playoff game.
No, you're right.
I've seen Hall of Fame quarterbacks look pathetic in their first playoff game.
And they had Diggs in that game, and Diggs made a sick, 60-yard touchdown early on.
That's what happened to Keller Witherspoon got on the field. Remember, he started. Witherspoon got beat deep on that play, and Shanahan looked at Robert Saleh and said, get Mosley back in the game.
Right.
What are you doing playing a Keller Witherspoon? And they benched his ass, and now the rest was history.
And I think Dalvin was either tapped out or hurt at the end of that game. He did not want any part of that game.
9 carries, 18 yards in that game. Bosa hit him hard. Bosa hit him hard in that football game.
On that screen?
Oh, dude. He hit him on the screen, on the running play. He was everywhere.
Yeah.
Jimmy Garoppolo in that game, 11 of 19, 131 yards, 1 touchdown, 1 interception, sacked twice. Tevin Coleman, really good. 22 carries, 105 yards.
This is a 12 for 58.
Big game Sunday. Big game Sunday. And we got a big guest coming up here on the Morning Roast. Zaza Pachulia. He's back, baby, for the executive show. Zaza, nothing easy. Game 7, baby. Here on 95.7 The Game.
A win is a win, even against the Jags.
I am in no position to scoff at being...
shoes that slip on and off, shoes that look cool. Forget about toys this year. Skechers are just as fun and no assembly required. And they're not just for kids. Adults love them too. They've got cozy slippers, comfy winter boots, sneakers for walking, running, outdoors, exercise, and all sorts of work footwear. Or if you're lucky enough to play golf, yep, Skechers has those too. And they all have the exclusive fits and features your family will love. They've got relaxed fit, wide fit, stretch fit, arch fit, and even max cushioning that feels like you're walking on clouds. Plus, they come with Skechers' exclusive air-cooled memory foam for ultimate comfort. And they're machine washable. So this year, give Skechers to everyone. Find them at a Skechers store, Skechers.com, or wherever stylish footwear is sold.
Black Friday's on at Gap Factory and GapFactory.com. Everything's 50 to 70% off. Plus, shop all new doorbusters, including 60% off sweaters and cozy add-ons. Shop the sale through November 27th at Gap Factory and GapFactory.com.
They're worse than
Hey, B. It's my jam. I don't know about you, but I'm getting ready for Thanksgiving. I got to ask Zaza if he's all in on Thanksgiving or not.
Yeah, Zaza. How do they celebrate Thanksgiving where he's from? Republic of Georgia. Zaza Pachulia, the executive show, making his debut here on the Morning Roast. We get to Zaza in just a second.
Welcome to the Executive Show.
Nothing easy.
An inside look at the Warriors front office.
Hey, can somebody give Bob some credit?
With NBA champion and Warriors front office member Zaza Pachulia on 95.7 The Game. Brought to you by Free Spirits, non-alcoholic spirits for amazing cocktails that keep you in the game. Available at drinkfreespirits.com.
First off, congrats to Steven Ochoa for winning the tickets in San Jose.
Nice.
He's going to the Warriors-Blazers game this Friday to watch Steph Curry, Draymond Green, Andrew Wiggins, Jordan Poole, and the rest of the squad off to a hot start, 15-2. And a guy who knows about winning and winning big games, Zaza Pachulia. What's happening, man? Welcome back to the Roast.
Good morning, guys. Thanks for having me back.
Anytime, man. You're going to be with us twice a month, which I don't know why you signed up for that, Zaza. I mean, you probably got something better to do at 8:30 every Tuesday or every other Tuesday. Yeah, that's what I hear. We like you too, Zaza, and we like the way the Warriors are playing right now. And let's just start off with this. Looking at just the business side of things, right? Stephen Curry is doing what he's doing. He's playing great. Draymond's playing great. But you look at the ratings. There's been more than a 20% increase in television ratings for the Warriors this season. He's a ratings magnet. Must-watch TV, must-watch television. And the number of fans that root for him on the road, like Brooklyn and Cleveland, you've been around them where there's more Curry jerseys than actual Brooklyn Net jerseys or Cleveland Cavalier jerseys. I mean, is he the most loved player around the league when you're traveling with Steph Curry? Do you feel like he's the most loved player in the league?
Absolutely, Monte. It was an honor for me and a privilege to play with Steph and experience all this for 2 years. And not only me, one of the highlights and one of the things I'm super proud of allowing my boys, my kids, to experience this. It was like Beatles, traveling. And every city we go to, every single city we go to, it was a show outside. I mean, fans with the Warriors jerseys and waiting in front of the hotels, the bus before the game, after the game, and it was quite an amazing experience. And I'm so thankful for seeing this because no disrespect to other teams, I'm not going to drop the names, but when you're part of the other teams, you don't see that necessarily. So you got to give the credit to the amazing player that we have as us as the Warriors. Fans of Up Nation got to see this guy night in and night out, Steph Curry, and of course the rest of the guys too. Klay, huge part, Draymond, huge part, Andre, etc. But it's very important also what we see the numbers on the TV, right? Yep. It's important because as a Warriors, we are very proud of the way we run the business. Obviously on the court stuff is what a lot of people see. But off the court, there's incredible people surrounding a part of the organization on the business side, right? And it's very, very important for these two departments, work hand to hand and complement each other and win on and off the court. So that's what the business department does, And those TV ratings is important for sponsorship or corporate partnership team because bottom line, that's how I make everyone happy.
Yeah, and more money, which is what we're all in it for. But, you're talking about Steph Curry and the hoopla around him. He doesn't play Friday night, and I want to go back to that game. And Draymond doesn't play, and Iggy doesn't play, and for some reason, I felt like that was such a great organizational win. I know it's the Pistons. Okay, great. They're not a very good team. But to win the way they did, and with Kerr coaching the way he did, yanking Bielitsa and throwing Looney in there based on defensive and offensive possessions, and seeing young Poole and seeing Andrew Wiggins play like that. I mean, I felt tremendous pride watching that win. What did that win mean for you?
It means a lot, especially not having your top two players. But at the same time, it just shows a lot, what this team is about and how this team was built, right? I always believed in opportunities for the players. The role players who not necessarily get enough shots or get enough minutes, right? That was a great opportunity, especially when you have the younger players. It's good for the confidence. It's good for, to show everyone what you really can do when you get, more touches or more minutes, right? But at the same time, it shows the professionalism of our players, and also it shows how great coaching staff we have, because it's all about the adjustment, right? And, especially it was back-to-back night, and our coaches did a great job of, running the show on the court and, making the right calls and right substitutions and calling the right plays, because everything changes. Like, it's not only that, okay, we don't have two players, but we're going to play with, remainders. Yes, obviously it sounds so easy, but you got to, adjust. And, you cannot run the same plays that you run with, Steph and Draymond, because you don't have them, right? So you need to make adjustments, such a quick turnaround from game to another game. So it's a total team effort, and that's why we are so proud and so excited to see everyone doing what they're supposed to do in the highest level.
No doubt about that. Zaza Pachulia here on the Executive Show on the Morning Roast, brought to you by Free Spirits, non-alcoholic spirits for amazing cocktails that keep you in the game. Available at drinkfreespirits.com. Don't forget, Warriors tickets available for Wednesday night against the Philadelphia 76ers. Go to Warriors.com for that to go check out the Sixers and the Golden State Warriors. And look, you guys have been good at home, been good on the road. One guy we're starting to see play, though, and he's becoming a fan favorite, kind of like you, Zaza, Jonathan Kuminga. Could you discuss his development from day number one in training camp to where he is right now?
Yeah, looking at every player's career, right, it's ups and downs, and it's a journey, right? It's everybody has their own story. Everybody is prepared differently, right? They all need a different type of, timing. So Jake actually, had a little bit slow start, and it takes some time to figure out what you really need to do day in and day out. It's not only one day thing or one game preparation, right? So it's a whole year, it's a long season, it's a long career for a guy like Jacob, because he's talented, and the conversation we had with him, and I was the one actually who talked to you. You got to look at the career, like step back a little bit and look at a 10, 15-year career, 10 plus, 15 plus year career, right? So it's a journey. It's a lot of games, it's a lot of practices, a lot of days and years. So you can't be anxious of, winning now. It's not about winning now for you as a person, right? It's about keep getting better every single day, learning something. Even though when you're not playing, you still have a chance to get better. We're just scouting the players because, every single night you're going to face and have to guard and play against a different type of players, right? With different type of strength. So for that reason, I'm very happy. I think, he thought about it, and, he figured out, his workouts been, level has been increased, and, he got to the point where coaches start trusting him because he was locked in. That's the biggest challenge probably for the young players, the focus thing, right? Mm-hmm. Because sometimes you have a great game, and everybody's talking about you, the social media, obviously it's articles about you, and it's a different situation. You're getting excited, so you're kind of relaxing off all the small details that you've been doing until now. That's why you had a successful game. So it's a journey. It's a learning process, but I think JK, figured out, and he's been very locked in, doing the right things, going hard at the practices, and coaches trust him now. So he's getting significant minutes for him and the role, and he only can get better from now on. So I'm very happy to see that.
Zaza, a little off the beaten track here, but I got word that our official sponsor of the show, the Timeless Coffee, we're the Morning Roast. I heard you used to hang out at the Timeless Coffee on Piedmont Avenue. Is there any truth to these rumors? I didn't know you were a merchant blend guy like myself.
I've been there multiple times, man. I'm a huge coffee guy. Obviously, being from Eastern Europe, something we like to drink is wine and coffee. Right? So I'm a huge fan, and especially that place. There are so many varieties and pretty cool atmosphere inside. I love going there, sit down, pull my laptop, and do some work and enjoy the coffee. So it's been great.
Could you maybe take Jonathan Kuminga to get that coffee, or would he go a little? He's too young to even try that, because it took me till I was like, I don't know, maybe 28, 29 till I got into coffee. I mean, the guy's like 19 years old. You can't really take him anywhere.
Wait, I don't know about coffee, man, because he's already too hyped. So I'm not sure if you want to hype him up more. But actually, we tell him to slow down a little bit.
Well, one guy who doesn't eat coffee right now is Andrew Wiggins.
Ooh.
I mean, the fit here with the Warriors and, all the trade rumors over the offseason, and that happens in pro sports, right? Somebody's name's always getting resurfaced, and, you trade this guy for this guy, that guy for this guy. But Andrew Wiggins, after that Minnesota game, and where Steph basically said, hey, I need to show him these two posters and remind him every single pregame, hey, Wiggins, look what you did against Karl-Anthony Towns. Man, he has been balling on both ends of the floor.
Yeah, absolutely. Or maybe we should play against Minnesota more often. Yeah, but he had a great game, and when you have this kind of games, you're showing the world like you're very capable of bringing the same intensity and same game focus and approach every single night. So he just put himself in trouble. So we expect nothing less. But I think Andrew has been pretty solid. He figured out his role. Obviously getting guys healthy and keep it consistent. I think he's going to only get better and understand what we expect from him as a Warriors, what our game is, a type of game we play. And I think he's a really good player for our team.
You've been around Draymond for quite some time, and he looks totally rejuvenated this year. And, there's different versions of players as they start to age and mature and change. What are some of the differences you're seeing in Draymond Green on and off the court?
Yeah, that's actually a very interesting question, because I think last 2 years, it really helped Draymond to grow as a person. I believe in that on and off the court, because previously we were winning, everything is great, everything is everybody's amazing. But when you have a types of season like last 2 years, right? That's when you really learn a lot of things, and how to be a mentor, for example. So how you can help the team. We're not winning, obviously. We didn't make the playoffs, but, how you can contribute, right? How you can help the younger guys like Jordan Poole, for example, right? Or James Wiseman, last year. Once you take kind of different approach and look at this team from a different angle and trying to help from a different way, it only makes you better. I've been part of it when I went to Milwaukee, for example, where I had Jabari Parker and Giannis Antetokounmpo as an 18 and 19-year-old kids, right? So, yes, there was a balance of the winning and same time to be a good veteran to teach these guys. And so I was basically wearing in multiple hats. So that's when I really, really, grew, in my opinion, right? So actually, when you look at it, my career has been kind of get elevated since that year. From there, I went to Dallas. From Dallas, I came to the Warriors, and that's when we experienced the two championships. And I was 30-plus years old. That was an interesting part. But, these kind of moments, honestly, it just makes you just a better person, because, you're thinking about those type of details that you never thought before. Before, it was about win-win-win, right? So I want to I want to bring my A game, right? I want to help the team to win a championship. And then, Draymond has done it for 6 years in a row. The last 2 years, obviously, because yes, there was a balance of winning, because that mentality hasn't gone anywhere. But at the same time, he added in his daily approach. Also, how can I help my guys, to be better, to learn, right? How can I be a better veteran player, right? How can I bring a different presence rather than just win? That's part of the winning, too. It's a winning culture, right? Young players getting better and, growing and then guess what? You're gonna be thanked. You're gonna be thanked later on, in a couple of years in one of the articles, and that's the best compliment you can get, to be honest, right? When you're a young player, now you see him, elevating his game and becoming one of the dominant players. And then one of the interviews is, I want to thank to my veteran guys that really helped me the first couple of years in the league. So that's the best compliment as a player can get. So I'm very happy to see. I mean, obviously, I wish we had won last 2 years and made the playoffs and gone to the finals again. But whatever happened, I think it definitely helped Draymond to be a better person and better player on and off the court.
The executive show was Zaza Pachulia, brought to you by Free Spirits, non-alcoholic spirits for amazing cocktails that keep you in the game. Available at drinkfreespirits.com. But before we let you go, Zaza,
I'm going to be using those on Thanksgiving.
Yeah, all day long. Non-alcoholic beverages, I could use that. Zaza, we're hearing the rumblings. Klay Thompson, you're around the practice facility. You're around the team a lot. How's Klay Thompson and James Wiseman looking? What can we expect from those two when they get back?
Right, it's an exciting month coming up ahead of us, December. I'm very excited for December, not only for Christmas and New Year's and, my wife's birthday, end of December, but most importantly, hopefully we're going to see those players on the court. I don't know when, and, it's not given it's going to be happening in December, but hopefully it's going to be in December. But, I like what I see from both players. Obviously, so once the team was gone on the East Coast road trip, I spent a lot of time in the gym with Klay and James. They look great. They look great and they feel great. Klay obviously is clear for full contact. We played some of these, 3-on-3, 5-on-5 games, and
you played those games?
I did play for this game. What kind of question is that?
I'm just making sure, Zaza. I mean, I know you played the World Tournament, man. I thought you retired, though.
I'm retired, but yes, I still got it.
Are you giving James Wiseman the business? Are you teaching him how to be tougher?
I haven't played against James, but I played with Klay in the same team. He needs a screen. He cannot play with it. One thing I realized I didn't know until now, last time Klay and I, we both played the NBA game together. And we hadn't played the game since then, in 2019.
Wow.
Obviously, I retired. He got injured. And we were back on the court together. It felt so good, honestly, God. I mean, I enjoyed my last week. It was great.
Zaza,
play with the guy and set the screens for him and give him some backdoor passes and get him wide open on the three-point shots and between the leg passes. I mean, it was amazing.
And Klay's looking like Klay, huh?
He's coming along. Coming along, and he's motivated, and he's moving really well. That's one of the biggest question you might have as a fan or somebody who watches and trying to see how he looking. He moves really well, so that's really an important part of it.
All right, Zaza, you brought up a couple of things that now you've piqued my interest. We've got Thanksgiving this week. I'm not even sure if it's a holiday that you observe or lean into or not. Are you the chef in the house? You talked about your wife and her birthday coming up. I have a question on that, but are you the chef? Because I'm imagining it's difficult to find a smock or apron your size.
Well, today I think you can find anything you want to. But, the interesting fact is that we've been living in the U.S. more than in any other place.
Really?
When I was born and raised in Georgia. It's my 18th year now, or 19th year. Yes. So, we definitely love the American culture, and we definitely embrace it, and celebrating all the holidays that Georgia has to offer or U.S. has to offer. So it's more cookouts. It's more celebration, and we take it. We love it. We enjoy it. That's why we decide to raise our kids here in the U.S. and especially in the Bay Area because we love this place and we are very grateful for that.
Well, so are you totally in on turkey? Do you like mac and cheese as a side? Scalloped potatoes, stuffing? Like, walk me through the Zaza Pachulia Thanksgiving feast.
Of course, there is no Thanksgiving dinner without turkey, obviously. And, it's an interesting fact that when I first got married, we were pretty young. I was 24. My wife was 19 years old, and she was not as good in kitchen, but now I think she's one of the best cooks I have ever seen and I ever tried food for. So I love it. Our kids love it, but it's great when we enjoy our lives in the area.
So now the birthday coming up, because my wife's is after Christmas, right? And I always find this difficult. I call it like the gauntlet. I've got the anniversary, I've got that, I've got all these different things all kind of bundled up into one. So how do you break this down? Are you just going splurging for the birthday and then go separate for Christmas? Or is it an all-in-one? Like, how does that work for you in your house?
Man, it took some time for me to figure out. Because honestly, like when in the beginning, it's kind of easier because, when you start thinking about gifts, right, that's a huge part.
It is.
You talk about the gifts, okay, you have a lot of options. But, now we've been together for 14, 15 years now, right? So you're kind of running out of the ideas. So lately, I kind of decided going with only one big gift, instead of on every
Diamonds.
Zaza, I'm the same. Hey, I'm only 5 years deep in the game. All right, one big gift for the birthday, the Christmas present, Mother's Day, Valentine's Day. One big gift, and it does the trick. Now, that big gift may cost you a pretty penny, but
we'll see how long that lasts.
Yeah, Zaza, I like where your head's at right there.
He's got diamond money, though, Doc.
Yeah, I mean, don't count Zaza's money. You don't know how much is in his bank. Don't ever talk about a man's money.
Okay, I'll tell you one thing now. It's not about the money, and it's about creativity.
Yes, it
is. One of the best gifts I've done throughout these 15 years, believe it or not. And I heard from her, right? It's not that I'm telling you, like what she's saying. It's a video. It was a gift, but it's a video gift. So basically, all her favorite friends and the family members had to record happy birthday to her. So it was like 20-minute video of her favorite people wishing her happy birthday. But, so to put some character in it. Some of them were funny, some of them were serious, but, some different messages. But it was one of the best things that I ever done for her, according to her. So, again, it's not about money, it's about creativity, I think.
Yeah, you know what? I like that. I'm stealing that from you, Zaza.
You'd do a TikTok video and it'd be 30 seconds and it'd just be me and you wishing Anna a happy birthday, and she would not be feeling that.
No, she would not be happy.
This guy gave a 20-minute edited video.
I'm
probably Steven Spielberg on the job.
I'm going to up the game on Zaza. I'm going 25 minutes, man.
Yeah, I try to get
I like that, Zaza.
Happy Thanksgiving from our family to yours, Zaza. We really appreciate having you on. You're always good spirit, great perspective on all the sports and non-sports stuff. So thanks for coming on.
Thanks for having me, guys.
He's the best.
Zaza, we talk to you in 2 weeks, man. See you at Chase Center soon,
Hell
man.
Yeah.
Good stuff. Zaza Pachulia. And the Executive Show, brought to you by Free Spirits. Trying to cut back on alcohol, but still love a great cocktail? Well, guess what? Free Spirits makes non-alcoholic spirits so you can have the same delicious cocktails you love, just without the alcohol. Available at drinkfreespirits.com. Drink Free Spirits, man. Non-alcoholic beverages. I'm all about that life. Okay. All about that life.
So I just got a text, and we've got some breaking news.
95.7 The Game breaking news. Brought to you by BetQL. Become a better sports bettor. Get smarter to beat the books. Download the BetQL app or visit BetQL.com today.
This is not sports related. This is family related for Thanksgiving. We've been talking about the crab crisis that's been going on here in the Bay Area. Somehow, your boy touched down on 6 crabs. 6 crabs are coming to the Shasky household. I got to give a shout out here. Deep Sea Lou and the SS Minnow came through and hooked up Uncle Danny with 6 local Dungeness crabs, baby. Let's go. Let's go. What? Y'all ain't feeling that?
Congratulations.
That was worth a sponsored breaking news sound.
Hell yeah, it was. Local Dungeness crab. So the commercial boats cannot get them, but you can go out and get your own. I think there's a limit. I want to say like 12 or something like that. So your boy touchdown on 6. I'll take it. It's like a Jimmy G check down on 3rd down, you know? 4th and manageable. Maybe Robbie Gould will come out and kick a field goal. Maybe. Are we serious?
That may have been worse than the rangefinder. Breaking news.
Are we serious?
That may have been worse.
I forgot about the rangefinder.
That may have been worse than the rangefinder. Breaking news.
Brooks Koepka signed with Strixon yesterday. I want to go in on that.
Well, the best part was that
may have been worse.
Was when that was during the working from home days, and his line cut out before the rangefinder.
That
kind of wish the line cut out before that one.
That may have been worse than the rangefinder. Breaking news. You get your hands on crabs anywhere.
Bonte, not
anywhere.
Local. You do not understand this.
Local too. You just got to know people.
You
got to know people.
You're wrong.
Oh man, that was not worth the sound. I thought it was something big. I thought it was something odd, man.
What were you hoping?
I thought it was something bigger than that. I'd rather hear about rangefinders.
Maybe the Giants are in on another free agent that we've been talking about all morning.
I thought, man, maybe the Giants re-signed Kris Bryant.
It's a terrible Tuesday.
I've been smiling all day. We're talking Summerall Madden. We've been talking Zaza. I mean, you did kind of count Zaza's money. You know you can't do that. I mean, talking about he got diamond money.
No, that's what you get a woman. Every gift, if you get them a diamond, I don't care what it is,
purses
they're
too.
in on that.
Purses too.
Okay.
Purses from places that, the crabs. I just can't believe it.
I'm all in on the crab.
It's like you never had crab before.
What? No, it's a Thanksgiving and Christmas tradition for me because I worked in a meat shop all through high school, and so when the crabs would come in the week of Thanksgiving, you get giddy.
Dude,
you get giddy.
It's a San
Francisco
anything.
thing.
Hey, Layford. I heard the breaking news sounder. I thought
he
was
thinking Max Scherzer.
I thought NBA trade.
Trey Lance.
Big baseball signing.
Yes.
Something in the city. Guy, I don't know.
Kirk Cousins maybe isn't playing next Sunday. Something along those lines.
I don't know. Raheem Moster's going to make a miraculous comeback to the team. I don't know.
Apologies, Beck.
We're not going to wear masks for the rest of this year. I thought, man. Wow. Wow.
Someone's got to bring some fun here.
Wow. I don't know where we go from there. Oh, wait. It's a crossover. It's a crossover with Dan Dibley and Whitey Gleason. And Dibley's wearing a nice little hoodie on. Usually he just wears some sweats and, it's looking like he's
trying to mix up the hoodies here and there. It's a hoodie every day. It's shorts, by the way. You got to rock the shorts. So hoodies and shorts and, trying to keep it moving. Oh, 68 in here. Look at you guys giving us a special treat. Normally they go with 64.
I noticed that.
Frostilicus.
Yes. It feels like the older people get, the more heat they need in the room.
It's like my grandfather.
Yeah, my girl had her heat on yesterday, and I couldn't sleep with the blankets on. I was like, dude, it's baking in here. Calm this down. Let the blanket warm you up. Just the thing with the hoodie. Look at these guys. Look at them.
Now you sound like a dad. Don't turn the heater on.
Like Uncle Whitey and Uncle Dibs here.
Recognize this logo?
Fort Wayne Mad Ants. That's pretty good.
Yeah,
That's pretty. You do look like that guy right now. But it feels like, the uncles in the family. You guys are the uncles of 95-70 game. And it's like, oh, boy. We need that baby up to 77. Like, what do you guys do? You guys want to sweat doing radio?
No, it's fine. Anywhere from 64 to 78, we adjust. And I'm actually comfortable in a hoodie. And I got the beanie and the gloves in case I need it. It just depends on how we do it.
All right, we're roasting Joe Shasky, the butcher, because he just used a breaking news sounder.
Yeah, it was for fun.
No, we were having fun with it.
It's fun, but what it does is it erodes the credibility of the sounder, the sponsor, and the entire station. And I'm not trying to be like Captain. I've been doing this 30 years, but there's certain things you don't goof on. Because next time we play the breaking news sounder, and it's like, it's like the boy who cries wolf. So you don't use a serious element to highlight a comedic bit.
So he told me, he said, I got a text, breaking news right now. And I was
heard it.
Man, what's going on? And like the 510 said, he said, horrible breaking news. I thought Kirk Cousins got COVID or something. He was going to miss the game on Sunday.
This keeps people here.
I was just like, whoa.
I'm a teammate. I'm allowing the audience to stay in their car till Dibs and Whitey come in.
But next time we play the breaking news sounder, it loses its edge and its credibility.
Yes, if there even is a next time, that might have killed it.
Might not next time.
You're right.
BetQL may pull out and be like, "Whoa, wait, what?
Right.
What's going on in San Francisco?"
BetQL is owned by Odyssey.
So the fact that this guy's got crabs is breaking news.
It is.
I mean, he had a breaking news sounder where he was talking about rangefinders on the golf course. And I was like, rangefinders? Who the hell cares about rangefinders?
I got a question. How dare you guys, both of you have Giant logos on, right?
Yeah,
you nice
it was a little cold, so I got
cap.
I need a haircut, so I've got to wear the beanie dog. It's a beanie dog.
After everything Farhan did for the Giants, for the city, for Dibs, for me, for you guys, and you had the audacity today to question, how dare you question the wisdom of Farhan and these signings after what he has done for baseball and for San Francisco? What is wrong with you?
I just get worried because when they re-signed PV and Hudson, who had a way bigger track record than the guys that they've re-signed, that's what kind of started the never-ending overspending via free agency on starting pitching. Part of what made him so brilliant the last couple of years was a bunch of one-year deals. And when you give multi-year deals, now again, these are inexpensive relative to some of the other guys that are out there, but when you give multi-year deals to guys that really haven't had double-digit win success over their career for 5-6 years, DeSclafani, this is by far and away his best year. By far and away. And when you look at the specifics against the Dodgers, I know you play him 19 times, maybe he gets 4 or 5 starts against the Dodgers. It's just 2 years for him. And again, we're parsing it up. 2 years would have been better, and 1 for Alex Wood.
And Alex Wood, as he got around to the lineup, the first time around the lineup, he's really good.
He's a 5-inning guy.
Second time around the lineup, not so good.
Yeah. Everybody's a 5-inning guy now.
Yeah,
actually, every starter in baseball is a 5-inning guy.
But Alex Wood is like a 4-inning guy now.
Would you rather have these two for $24 million a year, right? For example, combined, that's what they're going to be making this year, about $24 million a year. Or would you rather overspend for Max Scherzer? Like, I would rather have the Max Scherzer. They need a second ace opposite or alongside Logan Webb.
I'm fine with either one of those scenarios as long as I'm not giving a dime to Kris Bryant.
Whoa.
Not a dime. I love it.
Not a dime.
Blast away.
So you want Kris Bryant to walk away.
No, it's just
Bellinger's going to be better. Betts is going to be better. Padres will be better. There's no Posey. Your NL Comeback Player of the Year, Silver Slugger Award winner, and now you want Kris Bryant to just walk out the door?
I'm overstating my views on Bryant because I know how you guys feel about him. But seriously, that's what Farhan does. That's one of the keys to his success. He puts together teams, good value contracts, and Kris Bryant, is a pretty good fit here. Defensively, he was fine third baseman as long as he doesn't have to actually throw the ball across the diamond.
Nice plays to play in center field. He made a couple nice plays in center field.
Third base gets rough for you, boy.
But that's just the type of contract that Farhan has avoided. That's how he's made his name, is by avoiding the type of deal. If the 49ers had a shot at Kris Bryant with his injury history, yes,
exactly,
all the money that he wants. So I'm kidding. I know Kris Bryant does some nice things. Someone's going to be very happy with him, giving a lot of money, and he's going to get hurt. And the Giants are smart to avoid that type of deal when they need pitching so badly.
They need pitching, but you know what? Why not go all in? Cueto's off the books. Posey's off the books, so I get the money you spent for Posey goes to Wood and DeSclafani. But that yard is filled. And Larry Bear, not Larry Bird. Bird, is he called Bird because he looks like a bird?
One of the great jobs.
One of the greatest things. And I almost died right here sitting in that seat you're in, Whitey. It was just amazing radio right there. I almost cried. But that park is paid for. And Larry Bear, he wants to star. He wants the glitz and glamour. This platooning thing where you got Lamont Wade Jr. and Yaz and, Austin Slater.
It's not Larry Bear's call anymore. You turned it over to Farhan, and he got you 107 wins. So if he wants to platoon all 9 guys, if he wants to platoon the pitching staff, do what you want, Farhan. They win a 107 in 55. He gets a free pass to me.
Did Tampa Bay platoon much?
Did
the Dodgers platoon?
Tampa Bay had 4 everyday players that were studs this year, at least. Ariziano, or whatever the heck his name, I can never pronounce his name.
Rosarena.
He's ridiculous. He's ridiculous. There's a line of demarcation. Right now, you have one. Look, you don't have a catcher, so you're going to be platooning catcher, left, center, right field, second base. Why? That's 6 spots.
I tell you one team who didn't platoon much: the Atlanta Braves
or the Dodgers. 2 spots. It's one thing to do it 2 or 3 spots. When you're doing 6 of your everyday lineup, you're pulling too many levers. That's just for my money. You got to build around somebody. Yeah. And I'm not saying that he's the greatest player of all time. The going rate for good outfielders is a certain number, probably 25 million.
By the way, you made fun of us for being old. It's not. I got to tell you, with your views on baseball, it's not 1994 anymore.
The Dodgers have been in the
guys.
won the division 10 straight years.
Man, that's all. Hey, you guys not old, man. You got a heart. I'm getting old. I got to stop talking, man. Let me before we lose his sponsor. You're listening to 95.7 KGMZ FM in AC1 San Francisco and Odyssey Station, brought to you by DuckDuckGo. Privacy Simplified. 9 a.m. hour brought to you by Thomas Coffee. Whitey Gleason in for Mark Willard. Dan Dibley didn't take any time off. He's here. What you guys got coming up? That wasn't a shot, Dibs. Wasn't a shot, but I know you're a veteran of the stretch
and
4.
It's a fact, though, when you do get older, you do get colder. It's just the nature of blood flow and life. But, the stretch,
sorry, man.
The stretch 4 is only when you have the Monday or you have the Friday and then you take the other one
What would this
off.
be?
Yeah. Well, it's just your classic Thanksgiving week, which Mark is, taking care of the family and doing his thing with the kids. And
nice.
I'll be off Thursday, Friday, which is, typical. Those are company holidays. And, you got to love when the company gives you the holiday, but then the local ordinance, look. And it's like, wait, the company, nationally, we get these days, but you want me to make a tough call here? I'm out.
Yeah.
I'm out.
Coming up, Bonte, I don't know if you saw much of the football game last night. The Bay Area, we're enjoying this period of great success.
Yeah, King Sixers.
God. But why is it that so many New York teams in New York, why do they suck every year?
Dude, kind of like their city. They're overrated. Huh. Nah, not
that was it.
New York. I just wanted to take a shot at New York City. I don't know. New York's a great city. I don't know why they stink. And they had 3 primetime games, the Giants, so far. They stink. Danny Dimes stinks. The Jets stink. Knicks are okay. Yeah, Nets are, nobody cares about the Nets out there.
I do want to see
Rangers?
The 30 for 30 on the Will Pond thing, on the money Ponzi scheme. I do want to get to the bottom of that because there's more to that story.
Anything on the Kings? I know we left off with that yesterday.
See?
I watched King Sixers yesterday, Dibs. I watched King Six. I was scouting the Sixers, Dibs. I was watching Narcos Mexico Season 3. Much better. Done? You're done? Dibs, you're done? Come on, man. Come on. You're not scouting the Sixers? We're out of here, dude. Whitey and Dibs next. We're gone, Coach.
They're longtime friends.
Let me tell you something real quick about Dibs that I'm sure not everybody knows.
And first-time partners.
Hang in there, big guy. There'll be brighter days ahead.
Now, these 2 homegrown Bay Area boys finally come together to take over sports talk.
Get the hell off of my doorstep.
Major League Baseball, you stink.
It's Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
Hope your holiday week is off to a great start. Great to be back with Dan Dibley, Whitey Gleason in for Mark Willard on 95.7 The Game. Dibs, and I think Joe just said this, huge fan of the Manning cast now. How about you? Did you check it out last night, man?
A little bit. I had it on, but just the droning. Peyton actually just butchering some analysis, and then they brought Kevin Hart in, and I thought, I have no interest in any of this. Kevin Hart, what does he know about football?
He was funny.
I was out, yeah. It was a quick glimpse at the Manning cast, and then I realized I'm not even that interested in this game. It's a beatdown. The Giants are terrible. Tampa didn't have to even be very good, and they still crushed the Giants, so the Manning cast itself couldn't have saved that game for me.
Yeah, I know yesterday we talked about the best way to consume the Manning cast is you wait till the next day, find out who the best guests were, and then you watch that. But I thought last night, given that the game was kind of ho-hum, I paid more attention to the Manning cast. I was out on Condoleezza Rice. I don't know how she was. Kevin Hart was very funny. What's striking to me about the Manning cast, we know that Peyton's got every commercial, right, and his personality larger than life. And Eli, when he was a player, he was just like, oh, we're going to try to win this week. And now you watch the Manning cast, Eli has a bit of personality. Where's that been? He's kind of funny. Where's that been?
It's been kept under wraps, under the helmet, I guess, through all his success, winning the 2 Super Bowls and just that sort of hangdog, sort of, grumpy, mopey face. It probably would have served him well in New York if he would have showed more personality during his career.
Yeah, and I don't know. Maybe it was a matter of he didn't want to give the New York media any fuel for distractions or something. But he was just his sound bites were, we're going to try to win this week, and they're going to be in cover 2. And then you see him on the Manning cast, and he's very funny. It's not funny if you're a New York sports fan, and who cares about them? But it's interesting to me that New York, you'd think that's where players want to go. There's so much focus on New York sports teams. Why do the New York sports teams, Dibs, habitually suck? And I'm talking, of course, the Giants, the Jets, the Mets are not very good. The Nets are okay. And the Knicks have turned things around a little bit under Tibbs, but they're, I think, 8 and 9, right? 9 and 8 right now, 9th in the East. And it's a real mystery to me. Year after year, the New York teams are just mediocre at best.
And it's Coach Thibs is what because you can't be Thibodeau and then beat Coach Tibbs.
Okay.
If you're gonna be Thibodeau, you can be Coach Tibbs. If you're gonna be Thibodeau, you have to be Coach Thibs. This is one of my pet peeves as it pertains to Woj, Adrian Wojnarowski. If you're Adrian Wojnarowski, you can't be Woj. You have to be Woj. Are you with me?
I guess so. I mean, I'm willing to let them do what they want to do, but I understand your point.
No, you can. Anybody can be who they want to be. You can pick your pronoun. You can pick your lifestyle, and that's great. And I'm all for that. As for your point about the New York teams, I think it's a multitude of reasons, and it starts at the top. Look at the ownership of these various teams, and they are terrible owners.
Yep.
And we're lucky here in the Bay Area that we've got Larry Bear and company, and I know it's a consortium of owners, but they largely spend and stay out of the way for the most part. The Warriors, Joe Lacob, Peter Guber, we know what they've done in 11 or 12 years has been extraordinary, and it continues to be remarkable. And the York DeBartolo era, post Eddie DeBartolo, it's been up and down, but they've tried. It feels like they're trying to do the right thing. Jed York has made mistakes. He's righted the ship. He's made corrections. We're lucky here in the Bay Area to have such good ownership, and I intentionally left the A's out of this conversation.
But even the A's have had success, right? They're up and down. They're an embarrassment for other reasons, but they've had success, and the New York teams just can't seem to find it.
Right. The last New York team to win was probably the New York Giants, right? Eli Manning.
Brooklyn's been pretty good, the Nets, but
they've done nothing, Whitey. Yeah. They've done absolutely nothing.
Conference, they did well last year, but you're right.
They still couldn't get by a vulnerable Milwaukee team. They couldn't even get to the NBA Finals with this super team, and it doesn't look like this year maybe they'll get things together and they'll make a run, but to your point, the Knicks have not been good since the OJ chase back in '94. The Mets.
I was so mad. I was trying to watch the game, the Rockets and the Knicks. It's like, okay, they're chasing OJ. If they catch him, let me know. But I want to watch the game.
Yeah, switch the boxes. Give me OJ in the small and give me the game in the big. But they didn't go that route. But to your point, New York has been a disaster, and I think it starts with bad ownership. And then it also... part of it for me is just the fan and media scrutiny. They constantly are making these players, these managers, these GMs feel unsure and uncomfortable.
Yeah. Well, as it relates to the Bay Area, and speaking of, you mentioned the Warriors. Should I mention here, Kyle, what we have to give away at some point here? We have tickets to give away to the Warriors game versus Damian Lillard and the Trailblazers this Friday, the 26th, and we're going to be giving them away in the 10 o'clock hour. So stay locked in. Listen for this sound.
Oh, I love it. That's our sound.
That's kind of Kyle's go-to, isn't it? Listen for this sound. When you hear that sound during the 10 o'clock hour, we'll be giving away 2 tickets to the Warriors-Blazers game on Friday. Dame Lillard versus the NBA's best team. You want to be there for that one. Go to Warriors.com for tickets, okay? So keep listening, and good luck. That's in the 10 o'clock hour. But yeah, look at the Warriors, and they win multiple championships, and then a little bit, wandering through the woods here for a couple years, are right back on top. And look at the Giants. They win the 3 World Series. Farhan comes in, and how many people? I know I suggested to Dibs, he's got to tear it down. You got to tear it down. You got all these older guys, big money contracts. He didn't tear it down. There were a couple years there that were underwhelming, but they won 107 games. So if it's that simple for a guy like Farhan to come in and do, if the Warriors are able to maintain, why can't the New York teams figure out how to be at least halfway decent for 3 to 5 years?
Well, especially the football teams. And the New York Jets, they had a brief little playoff run with Mark Sanchez, which seems hilarious when you think about it. A quarterback who's been so pilloried for the butt fumble, yet he led them to, 3 straight playoff appearances and a couple of playoff wins, and they were on the cusp with go have an effing snack. Coach Ryan at the helm, and since then they've been an
GD snack, I believe.
Oh yeah, that's right. My fault. I used the wrong consonant there.
Right,
as I described it. The Giants had a couple of great one-off feeling Super Bowls with a good defense and a mediocre, who you find to be hilarious, quarterback. But since then, they've been terrible. And the 2 basketball teams aren't very good. The Yankees should win the World Series every year with what they have from a salary standpoint. And that's why this whole thing about the Giants, the San Francisco Giants, they're not overspending on anybody. They have money to burn. And if they want to invest in Disco and Alex Wood and bring them back, if you're coming off a 107-win year, I'm going to give you the benefit of the doubt.
Absolutely, and that's the way Farhan does it, right? As he figures out how to take advantage of market inefficiencies, and you get a guy like Lamont Wade Jr. that nobody wants, you plug him in. And I don't understand why. I don't understand the thinking of, okay, they had success, now they have money, now Farhan and the Giants should approach it a different way. No, you do it the same way, and now that you have success and more money, you have more margin for error. But the thought that too many platoon guys go out and get those big money stars and plug them into your everyday lineup, that doesn't make any sense to me.
Right, and this is not the way they're building it here. Farhan believes in the matchups and the spreadsheet and righty versus lefty, lefty versus righty, or whatever the matchup says. And so your 25-man roster is going to be ready and possibly used each and every day. You're not just going to roll out your 9 all-stars. That's the Yankee approach. We have the 9 best players at every position. Go out there and win. Well, it doesn't always work that way. If you get injuries or if you get slumps, then you've got players who aren't
flexibility.
Contributing. Yeah, with this model is about flexibility, and you have a good defensive team that you put out there, and you've got a pitching staff that throws strikes and hopefully keeps the ball in the park, and you feel like you have a good chance to win every night.
I think one of the things that the Warriors helped usher into the NBA, and it's pretty common now in the NBA, is quote-unquote positionless basketball, which is really just this guy is, it's not that you don't have a forward or guard, you have a guy who can be any of that. I mean, look at GP2. He's a forward a little bit, he's a guard, but he actually plays in the center position at times. Anyway, my point is, I think when Farhan was with the Dodgers, they began to usher in a period of close to positionless baseball. And I think you see that some from the Giants. Again, obviously, baseball's a little different. Somebody's got to be out there near center field. But with the shifts you have now, and you have Darren Ruff, he's playing outfielder, he's first base. That's part of the philosophy, is guys that are interchangeable parts, positionless baseball. And you go out and, we're going to be anchored here by Kris Bryant. I just think that runs counter to the approach that helped win you 107 games.
I agree, and Kris Bryant could be a part of that, but not necessarily at that price point. And
right.
If you're a Scott Boras client and you're looking for $30 million a year, over 5, over 6, well, that doesn't really fit with what Farhan wants to do. And you look at the DeSclafani and the Alex Wood contracts, none of them are that long. I mean, 3 years goes like that. And it's 3 years is nothing when it comes to financial commitment. And like you're talking about, if you have multiple players, and I think about the postseason last year where you get to the 6th inning and they'd put up the graphic and it would be 4 different guys playing different positions. Well, Kris Bryant has moved to third, and Lamont Wade Jr. has moved to first. Darren Ruff has moved to left. Mm-hmm. That's what they want to build with this Giants team. So, and again, coming off 107 wins, I'm more inclined to say, okay, let's see if you can fail at this before I criticize you.
Yeah, I have nothing against Kris Bryant, but I do think he's a little overpriced given his injury history. Remember when he came here, and you and I were on the air with JD when the Giants acquired him. Remember, it was at the deadline.
Yeah.
Because Steiny and Guru were on vacation.
On assignment.
And we actually, hey, breaking news, the Giants got Kris Bryant. And he definitely helped them. But remember when he came over, it's like, oh, this guy can play 6 positions. Well, can he? I mean, you can put him at 6 positions. The Giants were not overly thrilled with his defense, and that, you got a better third baseman with Longoria. So if they're able to come to terms with Bryant without giving him too much money, that's terrific. But if you get into a bidding war for Kris Bryant, and I think this is where Farhan's been all along, I'm out on that.
Yeah, you're not into bidding wars at this point. And I think especially off last year where you were able to build a winner. You built the best regular season team in baseball, one of the best regular season baseball teams in history, and you did it a certain way. So for me, it makes no sense to throw that out and say, well, we didn't get past the Dodgers, therefore it's a failure. No, you lost a 1-run game on a line drive from a guy who was incredibly slumping, and you threw a rookie out there, Doval, and if he would have relied on his fastball a little bit more, he went away from it. He got a little bit nervous about it, and maybe that's why he lost the game. The whole season came down to such a micro margin. I wouldn't look at it and say, well, we failed. We got to tear the whole thing up. We got to bring in megastars now. No, you have a system. It proved to work. You've got a manager who's an elite communicator. By the way, manager of the year in Major League Baseball.
No question.
So why not try and run it back?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and everything was built on pitching, right? I mean, that's one thing about baseball that hasn't changed. Now, how long you rely on your starter, that definitely has changed, but you still have to have the pitching, and the Giants had that last year, and that's one reason you got to bring back, and they're going to bring back DeSclafani and Wood, not just necessarily because, well, they were here last year and they were good. It's like, we need pitching. We got Logan Webb. Now we got those 2 guys. Gosman's going to be crucial, and I don't think Gosman's going to stick around. I think Gosman's going to get more money, more years from maybe Toronto, and if it comes to that, I think the Giants then have an issue, but obviously they're more aware of where that's going than I am. I don't think that's going to end well.
So you have Wood, Webb, and DeSclafani right now in your starting rotation, and there's a thought
Sammy Long.
Yeah, I mean, he's more of an
Sac
opener,
State
I think.
kid.
And, Sean Jelly, shout out the 916. Sean Jelly, who had a good year last year in the minors, is expected to be at least a candidate for the back end of that rotation, the 6'9", 6'10" kid. That would be fun to see.
Yeah.
Tallest Giant since Jeff Juden, I believe, when he comes up and is able to get the ball. So you only need one more pitcher, I think, one more starter, and then you can address other issues.
Yeah. Now, you mentioned Manager of the Year, Gabe Kapler. Have you ever seen in all your years in the Bay Area, covering sports as expertly as you have, a turnaround like we saw from Gabe Kapler from what? 2 years? It was 2 years to the day after that disastrous press conference that the Giants extended him. And he went from a guy that a lot of people, myself included, said, I don't think he's a manager. I don't think he can do it, to the best manager in baseball over basically a 2-year period. Have you ever seen a turnaround that dramatic in such a short time?
I don't know if I've seen one that dramatic. The closest one would be what the 49ers did, I think, from the 1980 season to the 1981 season.
Yeah, good call.
Because you think back to 1980, and they were 3-8. They won their first 3. They lost their next 8. They were another typical, terrible 49er
Bill Walsh,
team.
a college coach. He can't handle the NFL.
Exactly. He's a bum. He's got nothing. You go 6-10. The next year, you rattle off a great regular year. You go 13-3. You win the Super Bowl, and the rest is, as we say, histoire. It's history. But that would be probably on Mount Turnaround more. You'd have to put the Steve Kerr, what he did. Mark Jackson's team was good. They were a playoff team, but he took them and made them the best regular season team. They won a championship, and they went on to be a dynasty. That has to be notated as well.
Steph, I mean, I remember being on with you and Kip Krinsler and arguing about,
Kippy.
Is he a superstar? No, he's not. He's got the lousy ankles. I don't know. And, of course, we know what he became.
Chronic lousy ankles.
Yeah, and that was true at the time. I don't know. Should they give him that extension? I don't know. And that was a dramatic turnaround as well.
Yeah, and it was. And, you could think about some other worst to first kind of scenarios, but just what the Giants were able to do with expectations and the fact that they delivered. The only disappointment was that they couldn't just at least get past the Dodgers. I mean, even if they would have beaten LA and lost to Atlanta, you would have been bummed because, man, they should have beaten Atlanta, but Atlanta turned out to be pretty good.
I guess. Yeah. I mean, they did win the whole thing, I know, but
11 wins in the postseason is 11 wins.
Yeah. They didn't have a winning record until, oh my goodness. I mean, they weren't over 500.
It was August, I think.
Yeah. See, I don't know. A team like that, you don't get a chance to win the World Series. But I don't know, it's sour grapes.
Well, and the NL East was the NL least, and everyone's saying, oh, we need to go to a different system where the best teams make the playoffs. Well, then you need to go to a balanced schedule, which right now,
You're right.
It was not a balanced schedule. When you're the Giants and you get to play Colorado and Arizona 19 times, and I think they went 17-2 against Arizona.
Destroyed them. Yeah.
Just destroyed them, and they pounded Colorado. So until you go to a balanced schedule, don't talk to me about, the best 6 teams need to make the playoffs.
Yeah, I guess in the old days, like the original days of the NFL, you'd have your 10-game season, and then who won the most games? You did? You're the champion, right? That's the way they did it. You didn't have a playoff unless you guys tied. Okay, play it off. Yeah, otherwise, who won the most games? There you go. We will crown you champion.
That's how they do it in the English Premier League, and I love it. It's clean.
Really?
There's 20 teams. You play the other 19 teams twice. One at your place, one at their place. At the end of 38 games, everyone plays 38. You play the same 38. Whoever has the most points, 3 points for a win, 1 for a draw. I know you don't love draws or ties, but at least it's clean. There's no they're fighting for the second wild card. No, everyone plays the same games, the same schedule, and whoever has the best record, you win.
Yeah, real quick, Dibs, when he was doing the Earthquakes, was nice enough to give Sheeny and I tickets to see the Quakes against the Vancouver Whitecaps. Great game, and it was 1-1 end of the game, and Sheena's like, all right, here we go, OT. He's like, nope. She's like, wait, what? Yeah, you got to be bleeping me. What? They're done?
Thank you for coming and drive safely. Danny Miller with the PA call, of course.
All right. Coming up here, we'll continue to look at why teams in New York can't come close to doing what organizations in the Bay Area do. And remember 2017 Jimmy? He's back. That's next with Willard and Dibs. Whitey in for Willard today on 95.7 The Game.
Looking for a fulfilling career with opportunities for job growth? Is paid training, excellent medical and dental benefits, and a pension important to you? Then apply to become a
So while other companies might deliver a lot of hay, ZipRecruiter finds you the needle in the haystack.
See why 4 out of 5 employers who post a job on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. Try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free.
O'Reilly. Don't miss See Better, Drive Safer month at O'Reilly Auto Parts. Right now, get a $15 gift card after mail-in rebate when you purchase a pair of select wiper blades. Our professional parts people will even install them for free. Plus, earn triple O Rewards points. Get ready for the weather ahead during See Better, Drive Safer month at O'Reilly Auto Parts.
O'Reilly Auto Parts.
It's not magic that will deliver 1 billion packages to homes across the country this holiday. It's the United States Postal Service. And we don't need a team of reindeer to do it because we've added more vehicles to our fleet. And while we don't come down your chimney, we can pick up presents for you and yours. So if making more holiday deliveries to homes in the U.S. than anyone else seems like magic, that means we're doing our job. Share the magic at USPS.com/helpers.
The 9 o'clock hour on Willard and Dibs, presented by Timeless Coffee on 95.7 The Game.
Whitey in for Willard, 95.7 The Game. This song is familiar. It's Foo Fighters, right? Rock and Roll Hall of Famers, the Foo Fighters.
Hey, brother.
Newly minted Rock and Roll Hall of Famers, the Foo Fighters.
Yeah, it's one of my favorite bands of all time, I'd have to say, Whitey. I got to tell you. You know that, Whitey. I introduced you to these guys.
That's right. Yeah,
Dave Grohl and the rest of them.
There you go. Dibs has done a turnaround on the Foo Fighters since we worked together.
I did a whole 360 on them.
You sure did. You sure did. Have you done a turnaround, by the way, on my dog Moby? We have a dog, Moby, and he's a wonderful yellow lab mix, something, I don't know what else. Dibs came to visit us once. And
pterodactyl.
Moby was not a Dibs fan, and I think he feels badly about that, and I'm just wondering if if you're willing to bury the hatchet with Moby. I got a story to tell you about Moby. You may be right about him. I took him to the dog park last week, and we'll get back to the 49ers and the Giants.
How many other animals were bitten by Moby?
Well, here's
this
the thing. We go to the big dog corral, and there's 2 dogs in there, Dibs, and one is a massive Mastiff. And the other dog is the companion of the Mastiff, Cane Corso. Do you know about those dogs? They're like a Mastiff, and they're literally
He was born the dog.
They're killer dogs. So there's a gentleman in there with both of them, and I bring Moby over, and I ask the guy, "Are your dogs okay with another dog?" And he's like, "Yeah." And the one dog, the Mastiff, his head is bigger, way bigger than a human's head, and his name was Problem. And the other dog was named Sage, the female Cane Corso, Sage. So my dog Moby, has this little lab, and Moby's up there sniffing around. Hey, what's up? This is my dog park. And I kid you not, he tried to mount the female.
Oh.
And she nearly killed him. She turned on him, and she put him down on his back like that. And I was standing right there, and she could have opened him up. And I half expected her to. And the owner said, hey, knock it off. And so she let him up, and he's like, oh, what was that? But yeah, you may be right. Moby may be a little, I don't know, overzealous when it comes to asserting his dominance over people, other dogs.
Interactions. I famously was doing a high school football game near your house, and I thought, hey, let me grab a shower on my way to the game. And you, of course, are so kind and generous. You welcomed me into your home, but I barely got past the front door before the snarling and the teeth showing and everything but nipping at my nose, Jack Frost.
Right. Well, that kind of aggression nearly spelled his doom against him. He tried to mount a Cane Corso, and she just like, we're not having that. It was like the dog equivalent of a who you calling B-word.
Totally.
That's what that was.
I'm not familiar with the Cane Corso. I'm familiar with Matt Cain and Lee Corso.
Yeah.
But not
big,
a Cane Corso.
Strong, fierce dogs. She's a sweetie, but those are the type of dogs that, hey, how are you, girl? We're good, right? So anyway, Anyway, want to remind you to check out the latest episode of Elevate Your Tailgate. Check out the episode on 957thegame.com and on the 95.7 The Game social channels. Elevate Your Tailgate, brought to you by Chef's Toys, a kitchen and restaurant supply store trusted by grill masters and tailgate kings. Visit chefstoys.com or a store near you. So we were talking about last night's game and the Giants and the Tampa Bay Buccaneers. Tampa had their way with the Giants, the way that King Corso had its way with Moby. But why is it that the New York teams, so many of them, are so bad every year, while we've got guys like Farhan that come in here and fix the Giants seemingly like that? I'm sure it wasn't easy, but it looked like it, right? The Warriors, right back on top. 49ers have struggled, but still they're right there in the playoff mix. Do you think, Dibs, does it have anything to do with the mindset of fans here? If you're not competing in the Bay Area, fans are just like, I don't care then.
Right. I think that part of it is fan behavior. It's media scrutiny, because we know that as human beings, you perform better when you feel good about your situation. You feel confident about what you do. You feel supported by your coworkers and your superiors. And I think all of that is not only a factor in everyday life, it applies to professional sports as well. And I made this argument with Philadelphia. They have 4 championships in the past 42 years. The Phillies have 2, the Eagles have 1, the Sixers have 1 since 1980. And it's, I think, in part because of that idea that athletes, managers, general managers, they all perform better when there's that easier feeling. And everyone talks about us out here as being soft. S-O-F-T. And we are in many ways, but I think that soft environment can be a benefit at times where, and let's be fair about the Bay Area media in general, you're not going to go out there and bury people. Gabe Kapler is a great example. He came out, S-O-F-T. Thank you, Dante, for his introductory press conference, and Gabe Kapler faced a tough day.
Yes.
He and Farhan.
Yes.
Farhan, a lot of tough questions, a lot of scrutiny.
A really, really terrible introductory press conference.
But that was it. And that was it. After that, it was, okay, we got our pound of flesh. We got our questions in. He answered them. We moved on. If this was another market, Philly, New York, etc., I don't think that it would have been so easy for Farhan and Gabe Kapler to, quote, move on. And I think as a result, when you have to constantly face that scrutiny, page 6 of the New York Post and all the rest of it, I think it wears on you.
By the way, you mentioned the Phillies. Do you know, we're going to talk more about the Hall of Fame at some point today or tomorrow, but do you know the Phillies, they won a pennant, they won a World Series. They might be one of the rare World Series champions that does not produce a Hall of Fame player or manager. And I know they got some guys on the ballot now, if I'm not mistaken, but some of those, like Rollins, Ryan Howard, they might not make it. They might end up being that rare World Series champion that produces no Hall of Famers.
Yeah, I think Ryan Howard is an interesting case study, and I would love to get into the Hall of Fame ballot throughout the course of this week, because this Hall of Fame election is maybe the most fascinating one in the history of all Halls of Fame, with Clemens and Bonds, Schilling and Sosa and all. Alex Rodriguez is on the ballot.
Yeah.
It's going to be really interesting to me to see how they kind of parse all this out, because if Alex Rodriguez gets in and Bonds, Schilling and Clemens don't, that's just major controversy. But Ryan Howard's another one, a guy who probably
MVP.
Yeah, could be, should be, would be.
Character named after him on The Office.
Yeah. Which one?
Ryan Howard.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Which one's Ryan Howard?
The one who was
BJ Novak.
Yeah, thank you.
Oh, okay. I didn't know his name was Ryan Howard. There you go.
Yeah, because I think the guys who created the show are big baseball fans.
Gotcha.
Philly fans. Yeah.
Good to know. Good to know. Well, that show comes on. That's one of the classic shows where, you're flipping channels on the TV and it comes on, and you watch for a little bit, and then you realize it's one of the episodes after Michael left, and then you quickly turn.
I'm so out. I'm out faster than Condoleezza on the Manning cast.
Was she in and out quick?
No, I was out. Although someone on the text line said she knows her stuff, and I'm sure she does. I just wasn't interested in whatever she was spinning last night.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And it's not because of any political leanings.
Not really, no. I just didn't.
Yeah.
It just seemed like, Kevin Hart, Bill Parcells, whoa, Kevin Hart, Condoleezza Rice. And I guess she's on the committee, right? The selection committee for.
Sure.
Yeah. So, and maybe it was great. I just, at that point, and the game had gotten pretty one-sided by then. So I just didn't care. So what it comes down to here, right, Dibs? I mean, the main reason why teams in New York, so many of them just suck year after year. And here we've had so much success. It is the ownership, right?
Yes.
You got ownership groups here that are smart enough to figure out, all right, if that didn't work, then let's find something that does. I mean, look at the Giants, the adjustments they've made. And back there, when you got, Dolan, and I don't know what's wrong with the Mets and the Jets, they just can't figure it out.
I think you start with the Knicks and you look at James Dolan and you realize that he's one of the, I would say he's on the Mount Bad Owner more of American sports. And, you could put John Fisher on there as well if you'd like. I'd like to, so I'd go ahead and throw him on there.
2 spots already. Are you sure? I mean, that's 2 spots. You're filling up like that.
You'd be hard-pressed to find worse owners. The A's have the ability to spend and be great. They find talent. They don't keep talent. Their stadium is an embarrassment, and they are now systematically, categorically driving their own fans away through price increases and an erosion of benefits.
You put Robert Sarver on there? Or, I mean, the team has been successful. He's been apparently a terrible person.
Yes.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, you'd have to put him in contention, and,
so many things to look at.
So many things. First and foremost, as an owner, I don't care what your political leanings are if you win. And, Charles Johnson down there at Oracle Park, I don't agree with some of the expenditures that he chooses to make politically. And you could put that aside because it doesn't make him necessarily a bad guy.
Because the product that he helps produce that I consume is something that I want to consume, so thank you.
The ballpark is wonderful.
Yeah.
The team is exciting. The team wins. I can put that aside. I don't have to necessarily want to seek him out or support him.
And if someone else does say, no, that bothers me, then that's fine. That's your right, too.
It's your right. It's your choice. But for me, as a fan of a team, the only thing, not the only thing, but the number one thing that matters most is how's your product. And the New York Knicks are and have been for the better part of 25 years an embarrassment. And they're terrible. And, the treatment of Charles Oakley and Spike Lee, and he's a mess. So that's the Knicks. The Nets.
Have you ever heard his band, by the way? James Dolan apparently is in a band.
Get out of here.
No, he is. I haven't heard it, but it's like his, pet project. I think he sings and plays guitar. I don't even remember the name of the band, but he has a legitimate band. I don't think they're really successful, but yeah.
I would imagine, much like most things that he puts his hand in.
Called JD and the Straight Shot.
There you go.
Like a little piece of you died. That's called.
Yeah, maybe we can find some of that for you. Dibs.
Well, double
like
audio, double audio.
Died.
That was good. That's one JD to another.
That's a problem.
And I think that honestly is the overarching part of it. I'm not blaming the fans and the media. The New York Knicks are bad because the owner is an imbecile.
Yeah.
And, Coach Thibs, by the way, is not the answer.
Yeah. Well, I mean, fans in New York, I know you made the point about fans are in a way too demanding. Knicks fans desperately want a winning team. They do love basketball. And yeah, they're very, very they're harsh critics when things aren't going well, but they show up and they love those Knicks teams. They remind me of the old Oakland fans in a way. They love that team and they do support the team.
Yeah, they do support the team.
So it's not the fans, as you said, it's the ownership.
Right, and I would lean more toward Philadelphia. And I wouldn't blame the fans in Philadelphia for the losing, but they don't help. Because if I'm a star athlete and I'm looking at free agent destinations, I'm not looking at Philadelphia and thinking, oh, this is a place that I want to play. Because if you fail, they will crush you. They will ruin you. Out here, if you fail, we'll give you another chance, and you're beloved. Oh, the baby giraffe, he's always heard, but he's still our guy. Even all the criticism that Brandon Belt received out here is not even one scintilla of what he would have received in New York or Philadelphia.
Pick a major sport, please.
Football.
Okay, you're a free agent in football. All things aside, as far as all things aside, as far as what position you play, what are you looking? What cities are you looking at? You're a free agent. And I know it's a little trickier in the NFL, but you're a free agent. Which cities, teams are the top of your list?
If the money is even, right, we'll assume the money's even, then for me, the number 2 line item would be the ability to win.
Mm-hmm.
Where can I win? So I'm afraid I'm not going to Detroit, and I'm not going to your various Carolinas or your Jacksonvilles and, your Houstons. I'm looking for a place where I can win.
Tax situation in Florida, though, you got to consider that, huh?
A little bit.
Yeah.
But honestly, if I'm making, $22 million a year, I don't think that I would be that concerned yet. For me, it's, the top line would be, where can I win? What kind of an organization can I win there? And then beyond that would be weather. And then we would get to possible tax machinations.
Mm-hmm. Sounds like you're going to the Rams.
Not bad. I would love to go back to San Diego, but I'm being told that they no longer have a team.
No longer have a team, yeah.
Which is a shame.
Go Chargers, go.
Yeah.
All right. On the text line here, 888-957-9570. Dibs putting together his worst owner more, Mount worst owner more.
Mount bad owner more.
Yeah. No greater hated owner than Mark Davis for moving the team, but he's been successful in so many ways.
Yes, he's also been unsuccessful in so many ways. I put John Gruden there as Exhibit A. Oh, yeah, John, here's $100 million over 10 years. Well, he couldn't even make it halfway through his deal. And, the move to Vegas, great in the short term. We'll see how that plays long term as far as, the fan base. And it's pretty much a neutral location in Vegas.
Mm-hmm. It's been a rough year for the Silver and Black.
It has.
All things considered. Rather disastrous year.
Yeah, without a doubt.
Mm-hmm.
And, some of that, unfortunately, has to fall on the owner's plate because you're the owner and you're the one who's managing the people who made that selection, or you didn't have the oversight to keep an eye on your young wide receiver who's now looking at a long stretch in prison.
I would have liked to have heard Mark Davis make a stronger statement when everything broke and Gruden had to resign. I would have liked to have seen and heard him make a stronger condemnation of the comments. And I understand on some level if he thought we were victimized here, that's not fair that he was singled out, but still, so he didn't like it. He loves Gruden, but I think he needed to do that.
Yeah, as an owner, and that's where the leadership would certainly want to come in. But I don't think Mark Davis, even for leaving Oakland, and you know what? Ultimately, as we look at it now through the rearview mirror, it was as much about Oakland and Alameda County as it was about Mark Davis. They never were going to make it work, and it's partly because of what his father, Al Davis, did to that property and all of the discontent that existed on both sides. The relationship was so broken that I don't give Mark Davis 100% blame for that.
By the way, St. Louis is still battling the league legally. Some say eventually St. Louis is going to end up with another team as part of the settlement there, and some are suggesting, as some being Mike Florio, Pro Football Talk, he says in league circles they're already talking, and this is way down the road, but they're talking about, all right, if we had the Rams, then we got an odd number of teams, we got to expand, and eventually the NFL wants to expand to 40 teams. 40 teams.
40.
2 in London, and then you'd have St. Louis, presumably, and I think then you'd have to add, 5 more domestic teams?
I call that a whole week.
Yeah,
so maybe Oakland gets another team. I don't know. Or maybe you put another one in Santa Clara.
Maybe.
I know it's way down the road, but that's apparently what they're looking at.
I think 40 teams is crazy. I mean, could we get to 34 and then maybe 36? 36 to me seems about the extent of what would be manageable.
Yeah, I mean 40. And here they are, the Albuquerque Cacti. I don't know.
No, Cacti are pretty good, I got to tell you. They're in the NFC Southwest, Brought to you by Southwest.
Yeah, yeah.
You got Albuquerque.
Sells itself.
To Albuquerque and Santa Fe this weekend, don't miss it. And Waco's on the schedule coming up. And Austin's got a team.
Sure.
It's like the Oprah. Oprah would be the commissioner. You get a team, and you get a team.
Mm-hmm.
Look under your seat, Nashville.
So what if you were a free agent? How strongly would you consider the San Francisco 49ers right now?
I would strongly consider it. I like the management structure. I believe in John Lynch. Kyle Shanahan, I think, is doing a good job. I think he could be better, but I like the structure of the organization. And, I would also look as a free agent at team chemistry. What does the team feel like? You look at Detroit.
Good culture. They got good culture with the 49ers. I think they do.
Good culture. And the leaks, by the way, are years removed. Back when every little piece of news would get leaked, all that's been shored up. Jed York, the owner, has figured out what his role should be, which is behind the scenes. Let the experts do their job. You just own the team. So I think they're pretty attractive right now.
Mm-hmm. And you got a huge game this week, of course, against the Minnesota Vikings. One of the keys to the 49er turnaround. I know Dibs bristled yesterday when I suggested, you know what? The odds that Jimmy G is a quarterback next year, higher than they've been in a long time. Steiny came in and said 20%. And I know you don't want to hear that. But he's playing great right now. Great, okay? Not pretty good. Jimmy Garoppolo has been the NFL's most efficient quarterback since the 49ers win over the Bears on Halloween. Jimmy G decided to go for Halloween as Steve Young, and he hasn't looked back since then. Over the last 4 games, there's a stat called expected points over average. Anyway, forget what it is.
EPOA.
Yeah. Jimmy has registered an EPA per play better than even the mark that he put together over the 5 games to close that 2017 season. Remember how great he was when he stepped in 2017 and, this guy's better than Montana. They can't lose. Remember he was really good. And they played some teams that didn't have much to play for. Over the last 4 games, Jimmy's been better than that 2017 end of the season, Jimmy Garoppolo.
He's been great, yeah. And you look at where you're going to go this year with Jimmy Garoppolo. If it's not all the way to the mountaintop, then it's a Ariana Grande. It's a thank you next. And you've got Trey Lance in waiting. And in a league where you do have a salary cap, I don't think that you want to spend $25 million on a quarterback, especially into next year where it's going to be his walk year. So what, you're going to bring him back for $25 million? You're going to slow play Trey Lance's development again. Also that Jimmy Garoppolo can be the 13th best quarterback in the league, and next year you go 10-7 again, and you get knocked out in the playoffs again. Meanwhile, Trey Lance on a rookie deal is wasting away.
Yeah. Well, it all hinges on how they play the rest of the way. If Jimmy can continue to be better than 2017 Jimmy, does he win a playoff game or 2 or more? Is there something about Trey Lance's development that Kyle is not thrilled with? We don't know that. But if that's a situation, you're Kyle Shanahan and you look at it going into the next year, you got to say, you know what, we want to win. And Jimmy gives us our best bet. Still unlikely, but I think it's a higher probability than it has been all season long. We'll see. Still a stretch. Jimmy can go a long ways towards making that even more likely if he continues to play well this week again in a crucial game against the Vikings.
It's a big game, and it's definitely a Kyle Shanahan love game. Who do you love?
Yeah.
Shout out LL Cool J. Who do you love? Is it Jimmy G? Is it Kirk Cousins? Because we know that he was seemingly very covetous of Kirk Cousins for years.
His ideal quarterback.
And they settled on Jimmy Garoppolo, and Jimmy Garoppolo's done well. He's done better than Kirk Cousins as far as getting his team to the Super Bowl. Kirk Cousins, I don't think, has gotten Minnesota to the Super Bowl. When was the last time Minnesota made it to the Super Bowl? Was that Fran Tarkenton?
I think it was, right? Yeah, and they should have when they had Denny Green coaching and Randall Cunningham, and they lost to the Falcons.
They were
in the
15-1 that year. That's right.
Yeah, they should have gone that year, but 0-4 in the Super Bowl. And Butch and Bonte made a really interesting point early today. The 49ers and Vikings have an interesting rivalry, especially in playoffs. You go back to some of the playoff games they've had. It's kind of like the Giants and the Phillies, right? They're not in the same division, but over the years they've had an interesting little rivalry.
Yeah, and this game I think is as big of a rivalry game as any of those games in the past because of where the two teams are this year.
Mm-hmm. Looking forward to that. And you should be looking forward to this. We're going to have tickets to give away to the Warriors game versus Portland and Dame Lillard this Friday. We're going to be giving those tickets to this Friday's game away in the 10 o'clock hour today. So stay locked in. Listen for the sound. This is just a drill, but when you hear that sound in the 10 o'clock hour, we're going to be giving away 2 tickets to the Warriors-Blazers game on Friday. Dame Lillard versus the NBA's best team. You want to be there for that one. Go to Warriors.com for tickets. Coming up in Farhan We Trust. Right? And that'll be brought to you by BMW Fairfield, now open in the Fairfield Auto Mall. They provide a luxurious, all-encompassing experience to address all of your BMW needs. Visit BMWFairfield.com today. To book your visit, that's BMWFairfield.com. You're listening to Willard and Dibs. Whitey in for Willard on 95.7 The Game.
You work hard, so you deserve the good things in life, like getting an amazing deal on awesome internet. That's why there's...
Fisher Investments. Clearly different money management.
Investing in securities involves the risk of loss.
This year's ratings of the best TVs just got published, and Samsung, LG, and Sony scored the highest. Also, they warned about the poor performance of the bargain brands promoted at some stores. So where can you get the best deal on the top-rated TVs? At the club? Online? Nope. At Video Only. They've got their better than Black Friday deals on right now. Don't be sorry. Check out Video Only before you buy.
You're listening to KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco on Odyssey Station. Presented by DuckDuckGo. Privacy simplified. Now, back to Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
Everywhere I go, I hear everybody say, what you gonna do to make that team play? Walk across the street at 34th and 6th, yelling from their cars, hey man, fix the Knicks.
Oh, God.
Fix the Knicks.
Can't.
Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game. Whitey Gleason in for Mark Willard.
Take my name off of this.
This is a Spadoni special.
It's a total Spadone special.
Yeah. Now, this isn't JD and the Straight Shots, is it? Oh, this is. Yeah. This is James Dolan, JD
Fix
and
the Knicks.
the Straight Shots.
Oh, my God.
Yeah. So
that was Fix the Knicks by JD and the Straight Shots.
I think we know who gets the George Washington position on Mount Worst Ownermore.
Yeah, pay the over on your Bullwinkle. I was hoping for a little bit more Bullwinkle earlier, and your dirty Mickey Mouse still to come.
You know, I was thinking of Bullwinkle last night because Peyton sometimes has a little bit of
totally.
Hey Eli, did you see he froze the safety there? Woo-wee! Little bit of Bullwinkle in it.
That's a 3. I got a 4 for Spadone. Very good.
Just a little bit. Here's something fun coming up this hour, Dibs. We're going to be giving away at some point. I can't tell you when. We're going to be giving away a couple tickets to the Warriors game against Portland on this Friday. So, yeah, you know the drill. Can't play it now. We gave you the heads up when you hear the special sounder this hour. You want to call in, and we'll let you know which color you want to be, but good luck. Just keep listening, and you can win some tickets.
That's great. That's great. You got a 5 from Kyle. He doesn't even know who Bullwinkle is, but
I sure as heck do.
You're a zygote. Bullwinkle was from the 60s.
It's called
remember
Retro TV.
Okay, I apologize.
Thank
Coach.
you. Special shout out to Kyle. Kyle had an awkward situation today. Would you handle it the way he did, Dibs? He forgot his entry card today. So, second day in a row, at least. So, he's coming up. What street were you coming up then? Would have been coming up Broadway. And he sees me around in the corner, and he knows I have my key card. But he's very far away, and I'm about to turn the corner. So, he wants to yell, right? But do you, hey, Whitey!
Oh, no.
Yeah, how do you play it?
Well, you don't yell out, hey, Whitey.
Right.
Okay, for starters.
Yeah.
And I don't know how often you respond to Kevin.
Yeah.
I know your lovely better half refers to you as Kevin.
Sure, all the time.
Occasionally I'll hit you with a Kev or a Kevy or a Kevin, but it's more on air, and you know I'm talking to you.
Yes.
So I wonder how he would have handled it.
I actually decided to go with, hey, Cridy.
That works.
I didn't hear him anyway, and then he had to call me, and my hands are full, and I couldn't answer the phone. But anyway, yeah, he played that well. The other thing I want to salute Kyle for is he came up with a new day today. You know, we have Black Friday coming up.
Sure.
Right. And we have Cyber Monday coming up. And Kyle says he's tired of getting approached about the Black Friday and Cyber Monday. So he says, hey, it's effing Tuesday. So
nice.
Today is effing Tuesday. Leave me alone about Black Friday.
Gotcha.
I want to enjoy my holiday before I worry about Black Friday because it's effing Tuesday.
And in a very special effing Tuesday deal, we're giving away 2 Warriors tickets.
That's great. Yeah. That's great. And the F stands for fun.
Fix the ticks.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah. So that's coming up here on 95.7 the game. Oh, man. Russ and Vallejo, I thought that was Whitey singing on the JD and the straight shots. That is a cheap shot.
It is, but
night.
You've been known to pen the occasional parody, song. You're actually very good at it. So
that was not me.
No,
that was not me. Anyway, Dibs. So we got the tickets coming up. Now, yesterday, the Giants had a pretty busy day yesterday. By the way, also, and this had nothing to do with the Giants in front office, Buster Posey, comeback player of the year. How much are the Giants going to miss Buster? There's nothing you can really do. You can't, hey, Buster, why don't you come back to the roster? He's gone, so you got some issues there. But how about Buster Posey, comeback player of the year, and what kind of void does his absence create?
It's a massive void.
I agree.
And, you can have Joey Bart come up and have a good year and play great and all that, but still there's going to be a void. There's going to be a void in leadership. There's going to be a void in mentorship, and also just the very way that he is able to receive behind the dish. He's an elite catcher, framing, good arm, not the best arm, but a good enough arm.
Dibs, it doesn't even matter as much, does it, how good your arm is? It's nice, but guys don't steal anymore. So it used to be
not
like
so much.
One of the first things you looked at, and now it's like, his arm's pretty good. I guess that's better than not being pretty good.
It would be the third or fourth key to being a catcher. Number one is being able to receive and frame, because these poor umpires, the ball's traveling upwards of 97 miles an hour with movement. The ball now and the movement and the velo is too much for umpires to accurately call balls and strikes.
Self-proclaimed patron saint of referees and umpires, making unnecessary, frankly, offensive excuses for umpires.
It's not an excuse. It's a reality. And I don't know if you've ever donned the tools of ignorance and squatted behind a catcher and tried to call balls and strikes.
No,
it is very, very difficult.
Sure.
Even at the levels at which I've done it, which is high school baseball and below, it's hard to stand there, track a ball, see if it's over the plate, if it's high or low. You have 2 different things to judge on a ball that's going 97 miles an hour with movement. So the very act of calling balls and strikes, tougher than you think.
Mm-hmm. I'm sure it's not easy, but on the other hand, you're right there. And as long as you're consistent, that's a strike. That's a ball today, all right? Are we clear? I think, Dibs, if I may, you just got to take control of the ball game a little bit.
Yeah, and it's easy to be consistent when you're sitting there with your hand down your pants and you're watching a box that's superimposed on your TV. Oh, that's a ball. How do you call that one, Blue?
How do you call that a strike?
Thank you, Ump Winkle. That's very good. But you got a 4 from Kyle, down from a 5. Huh? Up next, you'll get a 3 as your Bullwinkle gets tired. But
Flores didn't swing.
Yeah, he didn't. And that Dodger didn't swing either on that game where the Giants got a huge break.
Oh, no, that was Darren Ruff. Right?
Oh,
Darren Ruff, where he did
Ruff.
swing.
That's right.
Yeah, he went all the way around, hit the catcher on the follow-through, and it's like, nope, no swing.
Well, that is a whole nother issue to me. The whole, let's appeal to a guy who's 130 feet away.
Yeah.
That's a broken appeal system.
You know what
that
they
needs to
need
be
for
fixed.
those guys? They have the safe, right? If you go to the first base ump or third base ump, they have the safe. They have the thumb strike. They should have an alternate, which is I didn't see it.
We
Palms
call it
up.
the Iguodala.
Yeah, which would be like I really don't know.
It's
right?
the Iguodala.
Yeah.
If you ever see him, if he ever gets called for a foul, it's double palms up with the shoulders up by the ears.
Yeah, and it should be rarely used, but I'd appreciate it if the guy really was like, you know what, guys, sorry, I was looking at something else. I can't help you.
No.
That's better than guessing.
No, I'd rather have him guess because then we have closure. Because if he goes Iguodala, then we're going to have a 4-way ump huddle, or we're going to put headsets on, and now it's going to take 90 seconds.
Yeah. Lately I've been really bothered by NBA players complaining about fouls, but I figured something out. And, you and I have been watching basketball a long time. There was a time when the guys that complained after every call, they really stood out. Like Danny Ainge. Every call he would complain. Rick Barry, going way back. Great player, I know. One of the all-time greats, he would complain about every call. Now, virtually every player complains about every call, right? And not just complains, but like grabs their head like their brain's going to explode with disbelief, and the eyes get big, right? It's like, and I think what it is, it's not that, hey, I didn't commit a foul. It's like, why did you call that foul on me? You didn't call that on him at the other end. That's really, I think, what they complain about now.
They complain about everything, and really, as a guy who's refereed, you could call a foul on every trip down the floor, but nobody wants that.
Right.
So now you're entrusting the officials, the great men and women of the National Basketball Association, to make these determinations. And again, it's all done in real time. And this is where TV and instant replay does a disservice to the difficulty of the job in real time, because refs don't have the luxury of, well, let's go to the video monitor, or let me think about it. To your point about balls and strikes, and this goes to Buster Posey and his great ability to frame, in that moment, the ball hits the mitt, you have about half a second to decide, if that. And you don't have time to think, well, did he pull the mitt in? Was it off the corner? Was it a little bit low? Was it a little bit high? You got to make that decision.
By the way, I really appreciate 2 days in a row you've shouted out not only the men but the women who officiate NBA games. I appreciate it, and so does Lauren Holdscamp. So good for you.
She's one of only, I think there's 4 or 5 now in the NBA. And
Vi Palmer, I don't know, is she still in the league? I don't know, Vi. We miss you.
She might have gotten run out. I don't know if she was necessarily the best. My point, though, with all that, Whitey, is why hasn't Major League Baseball put a woman in as an umpire? We don't have any female umpires. Now, they might say, being a home plate umpire is too physically demanding. It's too rigorous. Maybe you need a woman big enough and tall enough to see over the catcher, because that's a real thing, by the way, which is partly why me as a diminutive umpire, I'm better suited to the lower levels, because at 5'8", I can't see over or around a 6'3" catcher.
Wow.
Physically, I just can't, you know? So maybe that's one reason why we haven't seen a female umpire yet.
I think if I were in charge of baseball, of course, it would take me about a week to fix everything, but I would look into making it illegal to frame, because I understand why catchers do it, and I understand that some are better than others. Tip of the cap to them. But at some point, to me, it's almost the baseball equivalent of flopping. Like Gary Sanchez on the Yankees, and he's a fine player. Every pitch, no matter where where it is, he brings it right back to the middle of the strike zone, to the point where it's ludicrous. Like he'll reach for a ball that bounces, and then he'll snap it back to the middle. And if I'm the umpire, then I'm going, what are you doing? I saw where it landed. I just think it makes it harder. It makes the umpire's job harder when you have guys basically pretending that, no, the pitch wasn't here, it was actually there.
Baseball was built upon cheating. So, and I'm only calling this cheating as I highlight all the other reasons and all the other ways that baseball players cheat. The pitcher who, you're not supposed to be able to go over to first when you start your motion toward home, but so many times now we see the pitcher go toward home and they hold the leg and then they swing the leg over toward first and then they pick a guy off. That's a balk, people. Yeah. That's absolutely a balk. You made a move toward home, but we allow it. And there's so many other plays like that.
What do you think is the most difficult rule in sports to explain to someone who doesn't really care or watch sports?
Probably pass interference.
Really?
I think so.
Yeah.
Because it's, so many times, especially when it comes to the 5-yard no contact rule. Well, there's always contact beyond 5 yards because, again, the referee isn't looking at the 5-yard area and saying, okay, no more contact from there. There's so much else that's going on. And then by the time the ball is thrown, there's contact both ways. And the rule says, the defender can't make contact with the offensive player before the ball arrives. Well, there's constant contact both ways.
That's a tough one. There's a lot of tough ones. To me, the absolute toughest would be swinging strike. You can advance if the catcher doesn't catch the ball with less than 2 outs and first base unoccupied.
That's a pretty good one.
It's like, can you imagine telling someone, hey, how come the guy ran there? Well, because of less than 2 outs and first base unoccupied, a swinging strike. Wait, what?
Infield fly rule's another one.
Yeah.
So the batter hits the ball and the defense doesn't have to catch it and he's automatically out?
Right.
Please explain. Roxy Bernstein.
Yeah. Oh, you want to prevent the defense from cheaply doubling somebody up. That's all. That's
and it makes sense when you see it. It's like, oh, I get why now because the shortstop intentionally drops it and it's 5, 4, 3 double play.
There are major league players that don't know that rule. I've seen it where it's like they don't know the rule. So yeah.
Well, that's my favorite when an infielder will maybe not intentionally drop it, but the ball will drop, and then the base runners think I have to run now, even though infield fly has already been called.
I was playing in a softball game once where little pop up to short and I charge it and the umpire calls infield fly and I tried to short hop and I made a bad throw and the runner ends up on second. I go, whoa. You called infield fly, so this runner's out. And the ump said, I did call it, but I shouldn't have. Safe. And with that, hey, it's time to give away some Warrior tickets.
What? Is it time already, Spadoni?
It is time for Spadoni to help us give away some Warrior tickets. Time for the Warrior giveaway on 95.7 The Game. Yeah, there we go. Just when you hear the sound of there we go. Now, see, people are going to think that's my fault, Dibs. Like, that wouldn't have happened if Mark Willard was there.
That's on me.
Yeah, no worries. We have 2 tickets for the Warriors-Blazers game on Friday. Be caller number... Dibs, give us a number.
Wow, better be a low number with these two's attention span. Caller 5, Whitey.
5. Be caller 5
Looney.
On the contest line, 844-999-GAME. 844-999-GAME. Okay, the contest line, 844-999-4263. Caller number 5 will be the winner.
Number 5.
Number 5. Good luck. Yeah, the Warriors and the Portland Trailblazers. I don't know how closely you follow it, Dibs, but the Warriors are freaking 15-2.
Not bad, not bad. And they let a couple get away, to be honest. That
they
Memphis
did.
Game.
That's what I was saying. They should have won those 2 games. They lost.
Definitely. And I think Steve Kerr feels the heat. He should be on the hot seat. 15-2. Not good enough. Luke Walton would have him at 17-0, Steve.
Wow.
I'm kidding.
Yeah. Okay. We were talking about Farhan. Good luck on the Warrior tickets. In Farhan we trust. Yeah, no Buster Posey, but yesterday the Warriors, the Warriors, I assume they had the day off. The Giants, with a busy day, signing DeSclafani and Wood. They bring them back. Who knows about Gosman? Who knows about Bryant? And Farhan did say, it is nice to have the texture of the team back, and that's not the only reason we want them back, but they pitched well last year, and it's good to maintain the culture, but also those guys were very important pieces in a team that won 107 games. I'm a little puzzled by some of the criticism of bringing them back. Maybe I guess some people feel like, well, you gave him too much money, but it's a good step in the right direction. They just have a lot of work left to do, and Gosman is going to be the key. If he goes to Toronto or Anaheim, how are the Giants going to fill that void?
They'll find a pitcher, and they'll pick up somebody, and in Farhan we trust is where I am right now. And
all right.
He found Gosman, he found DeSclafani, he was able to get Alex Wood, and it turned out the pitching staff looked pretty good. You found different pieces to step in and fill different roles, and you mentioned it in the crossover this morning with the morning roasters. Everyone's a 5-inning guy now, so
it's
the
true,
need to have. You already have an ace in Logan Webb. He's your ace. Now, can Logan Webb get you 280 innings in the year? No, nobody does anymore. Can you get me 6 innings? Your best pitchers are going to go 6 or 7. The rest of the guys are going to go 5 innings, and that's all you expect anymore. So the need, quote unquote, we've got to have 2 aces or 3 aces. I don't see it anymore like that.
No, I just don't think baseball works that way anymore. It's kind of sad. You don't have the drama of the tiring starter working his way into the 8th inning of a crucial, low-scoring game. It's like nowadays, that guy's gone. He's long gone, right? Your starter, for the most part. Maybe a few exceptions here or there. That guy's long gone by the 8th inning. And that's just the way the game is played now, because teams that make these decisions have figured out we have a better chance to win if we don't let that starter go into the 8th inning.
Yeah, third time through the lineup, any pitcher, you can see that the effectiveness goes down. And it's because hitters have such an advantage now to be able to go in and do all the video work. So you have your first at-bat. Maybe you're the number 2 hitter. You come in, you face a starter, you strike out. Fine, whatever. You go back out in the field. You come in the dugout. You're not coming up until maybe 7th or 8th in the order.
Mm-hmm.
So you go in the tunnel. You go in the clubhouse, and you look at video, and you see what's his stuff look like today? What's his breaking ball doing? Where's his fastball life? What's the location like? So you go out your second time. You have a better at-bat. Maybe you get a base hit. Maybe you have a deep fly out to right field. Now you go back in, you look at video again. All right, my third time up, I'm going to be much better. Well, you don't get that third time because now we're on to the 5th inning or the 6th inning, and there's a fresh arm in there. So it gives back the advantage to the pitching staff, knowing that the batter won't be able to adjust a third time to the pitcher.
You may have seen the reports that the Giants apparently are keenly interested in Alex Cobb, a hard thrower who was 8-3 last year with the Angels. That's the type of guy the Giants like to bring in, a guy who still has something to prove on a shorter contract. Obviously, Farhan made that work last year. You bring in Alex Cobb. We'll see about Gosman, Logan Webb. It's going to be tough. There's no way, right? The Giants may never, ever win 107 games again. They may never. And maybe they do. And I'm not saying they can't do it again. I'm just saying nobody does that, right? So there is probably going to be a little regression next year. Doesn't mean they can't have a competitive season, but this was such a dream season. They just ain't winning 107 this year. They may never, Dibs.
Well, it's impossible to really forecast when it might happen again. It was 2003, the last time they won 100, and they won just 100. And before that, it was 1993. So you talk about, 28 years of baseball, and it's happened 3 times. So to think that you're the team to do it again next year, to go back-to-back 100-win seasons, that is probably not realistic. And although the one thing that I think gives you some hope that it might happen is the preponderance of 100-win seasons now. I did a deep dive with Mark Willard, my partner, on 100-win years, and there have been more 100-win seasons over the past 5 years combined than there were the previous 50 years because so many teams are so terrible now.
Yes, so many teams are tanking.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Houston's won in 100 games, I think 3 of the last 5, and the Yankees always seem to be right around 100. They've done it multiple times. It's because Baltimore and Detroit, Kansas City, Houston before they got good, Arizona, Colorado, there's a lot of bad teams.
Yeah, it wasn't that long ago that the Astros were losing 100 games. Remember when the A's stunned the world and won the division in 2012 and 2013? One of the keys to that was they just hammered the hapless Astros.
Hammered them.
Yeah.
Nothing like hammering a hapless team.
Yeah.
Which is what the Giants did this year.
Exactly. So, yeah, that's a great point. By the way, can I say something in defense of tanking It's great that the Giants didn't tank. We don't have anybody in the Bay Area right now tanking, and that's wonderful. But there are some teams for whom it does give you your best chance. I look up, pardon me, Dibs, but you look at what's going on up north here. They just fired Luke Walton. That team probably needs to tank and just tear it down. And for especially small market teams, that is your quickest path to relevance. When you're just trying year after year, hopefully we'll be okay this year. The sheer math of tanking is, look, we're bad this year. We get a high draft pick. Maybe there's no great player in that draft. You have to do it again. It makes sense for some franchises. Farhan's been smart enough to figure out how to do this without doing that. But in some cases, I think it is better to tank because tanking doesn't always work, but it does work. It has its advantages.
It just depends on your situation. And the Kings should not tank until they retool because their front office and even their ownership is so broken that, okay, great, you tank and you get the number 1 overall selection. You're going to mess it up.
You're probably right.
I mean, look at all the picks that they've made. Tyrese Halliburton is a nice player, but his career won't take off until he gets to his next destination. MB2 or Marvin Bagley.
Alert. Marvin Bagley alert.
I'll give you 3. He hasn't been...
3's not very good, right?
No, three's good. Okay. 3's good. 4, it means you're doing great. Yeah.
Marvin Bagley alert.
Well, 5s are very, very rare. Incredibly rare. We don't give out 5s like Halloween candy on this program.
Kyle said to get a 5, your voice would have to be good enough where if you called a hotel as the voice you're doing, they would set you up with a room.
Right.
So I said if I call a hotel as Chris Myers and they give me a room, he has to give me a 5.
Yes.
But he will not accept that challenge.
No, you sound a little bit closer to Will Myers of the Padres there, and I don't even know what he sounds like. Thank you, Diverclus. I think that tanking, a lot of times we use the word tanking incorrectly.
Really?
If you're terrible, you're not tanking. The Detroit Lions are not tanking. You are terrible.
Yeah.
The Jacksonville Jaguars, you're not tanking. You are terrible. And to your point about the Sacramento Kings, you're not tanking. You're just straight terrible. The Houston Astros, they tanked. They got picks. They got better. They won championships. Hashtag garbage cans.
Yeah.
But that was tanking. Too often we look at bad teams and say, oh, they're just tanking. No, they're just terrible.
Yeah, you know who is tanking, and they're tanking at a high level. Speaking of Houston, the Rockets, what if they lost 15 in a row? And it's really smart the way they're tanking.
Not 5, not 6, not 7.
I mean, 15. What are they, 1-16?
Yeah.
The Houston Rockets. So what they're doing is, okay, you bring in a bunch of young players that don't understand how to play pro basketball yet. And they've got some talented guys. It's Sengun, by the way. I remember when the Warriors were going to draft him maybe, and I was like, I don't know who that is. He's really good. So they have some good young players, but as a team, they're not very good. Also, they're not very good defensively, and they turn the ball over, Dibs. So what they do is, let's play at pace, guys. Push it up and down the floor, which is just a recipe for losing.
Yeah.
It's brilliant.
It's brilliant if you can do something with it. But again, you look at their roster, and their roster is so far from even being mediocre.
Yes.
And Oklahoma City, yeah, they're tanking. You've got 17 first-round picks in the next 4 years.
They're winning more games than they thought they'd win this year, too. They're in a little bit of an awkward situation.
That's a problem.
All right. Coming up, Dibs, and I think this is you requested the return of NFL Fact or Fantasy?
It's a fantasy, Whitey.
Yeah, okay, well, we have that coming up, and that'll be sponsored by Caltrans Stormwater. You're listening to Willard and Dibs. Whitey in for Willard. 95.7 The Game.
Welcome to Trash Talk. Our guest, Chip Bag. What's up, Chip?
Been on the road a lot.
That's not where you belong.
Right, because then litter gets in our water.
broken up into on-demand videos short enough to fit into your everyday life. You can watch from your phone, tablet, living room devices, computer, or even just listen with audio mode. So if you know someone who wants to do everything and anything, give the gift that shows you how well you know them with Masterclass. This holiday, give one annual Masterclass membership and get one free for yourself. Go to masterclass.com/thegame today. That's masterclass.com/thegame to get a second annual membership free. Terms apply.
Don't talk about that.
There it is.
Now, back to Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
Whitey in for Willard, 95.7 The Game. Do you remember why and when Jim Barnett said that?
I was racking my brain back there with Spadone. Great job, Spadone. And I cannot remember. It was a live something, and somebody said something about money or something.
Yes, it was around
Don't talk about that.
2012, 2013, and the Warriors won a game, and a guy who is forgotten for how many big shots he made for the Warriors made a big shot to win a game, Jarrett Jack. And he said after the game, like, yeah, I had $1 million on this game or something like that.
Don't talk about that.
Don't talk about that.
Yeah.
That's what it was. Thank you.
Yeah. The great Jarrett Jack and the great Jim Barnett. What a great guy Jim Barnett is.
Remember how fun that was with Jarrett Jack and Carl Landry? They got something here, this Warrior team. It was good to have a couple of real pros in the rotation. And, I mean, granted, now knowing what we know about the dynasty and all that, but at the time, Jarrett Jack and Carl Landry, that was the sauce.
Yeah. Do you remember when we were down in Phoenix watching the Warriors?
At Money Radio?
Yeah. And it was late in the year, and it was that bad Mark Jackson, that first Mark Jackson team that was bad. And they won a game against Phoenix, I think.
Good night, Hayward.
Guy that made the big shot, of course, was Monte Ellis.
Good night, Cupertino.
You had a young Steph, a young Klay, but when the game was on the line, it's like, hey, it's Monte Ellis time.
Yeah, always. Sorry, Steph. To the bench you go. We need a real finisher in here.
Yeah, I thought that was so cool. One of the playoff games a few years ago where Steph shows up wearing a Monte Ellis jersey.
Good night, Pinole.
Nice. Oh, you're doing Mark Jackson.
That was the great campaign, remember?
I didn't know what you were doing.
Yeah,
I do remember
rusty.
now, yeah.
Mark Jackson's a little rusty. I had to put it on the shelf after the goings-on and the happenings.
How many did they give you for your Mark Jackson?
Kyle just kept eating popcorn. I got nothing from Kyle. Oh, I got a 2, a reluctant 2.
Yeah. You know what?
2 from Hayward, 3 to Cupertino.
Appreciate it.
It doesn't matter what they say, because I remember when we had Mark Jackson on and you did it for him and he said, that's pretty, I'm not even going to try to do Mark Jackson.
Yeah.
But Mark Jackson himself said, that's pretty good.
Yeah, that was a high point. The low point was when I had Word of the Day, which famously every day, guys, we had the word of the day, and either myself, Whitey, or Kreidler had to work that word into an interview without the guests noticing that the word of the day got put upon them.
Yeah, if the guest said, what did you say? What word? Then you lose.
Yes, and famously we had John Lynch on at the time, just a TV analyst, friend of the program. The word of the day was platypus. And so I said, this Niner offense is about as awkward as a platypus, trying to swim through shallow water, wouldn't you say, John? And he goes, platypus, huh? Platypus?
Yep.
That seems like an odd thing to say.
Don't talk about that.
Yeah, that was the word of the day lost for your boy.
You weren't a big fan of word of the day.
No.
I kind of enjoyed it sometimes.
Yeah, it was fun because every time Mark Kreidler, our old partner, pretty straight-laced guy, we'd always give him like negligee or foreplay, or it was always something fairly racy.
Why do I have that word, brother?
Hey, brother. Why do I have to do nipple?
Was Pee-wee's Playhouse an inspiration for this?
It may have been. I mean, it kind of matches up with the maturity level of our former boss.
I think Pee-wee got it from us. Yeah.
I have a great idea, guys.
Have you checked out yet, and shame on you if you haven't, the latest episode of Elevate Your Tailgate? Check out the latest episode on 957thegame.com and on the 95.7 The Game social channels. Elevate Your Tailgate is brought to you by HRB, Harris Ranch Beef, of course. Legendary beef, legendary quality. Visit harrisranchbeef.com. We'll get to Factor Fantasy in just a moment here with Kyle Madsen. But speaking of beef, Dibs, I got to circle back to something we were talking about yesterday, beef stew. Isaiah Stewart, I know I said yesterday, and I don't remember which way you went on this, but Isaiah Stewart, LeBron, I said, they're not going to suspend LeBron. And they did. LeBron gets one game. Last night on NBA TV, I saw the best replay yet of whatever it was that LeBron did to Isaiah Stewart. Every time I see it, I think he should get one more game. That was really dirty.
Super dirty.
Yeah. And with a shot to the face. And every time I say, it's 2 games. Oh, it should be a 3-game
Not 5, not 6.
Yeah, and it's kind of unfair in a way. When something like that happens, I think the league has to consider the amount of damage done when they decide on the punishment. And it really shouldn't matter, right? When you think about it, LeBron did what he did regardless of what happened. And the fact that Isaiah Stewart got his face bloodied made it look worse, maybe, but it was really bad. And it sickens me that you've got the Lakers now and their coach talking about, we could rally around our guy now. This could be a real rallying point. The fact that a former championship team is talking about rallying around a cheap shot, it makes me sick.
It's sad, but that's where they are right now as a team at 9-9, where you've got all this talent. You've got 5 Hall of Famers on your team, 5 or 6. You should be better than you are. And for LeBron James to lash out like that, I'm glad he at least got a game. I was afraid that he wouldn't get suspended.
I didn't think he would.
I'm
glad he did.
I didn't think that he would. I thought that he should. And, Beef Stew, if he just takes the punch and doesn't do anything else, he probably still gets suspended, which to me is the double standard that exists in the NBA first and foremost, where the stars get certain treatment. If Beef Stew would have done the same thing to LeBron and LeBron did the same thing that Beef Stew did, Beef Stew gets 5 games, LeBron gets nothing.
Yeah. There's not a player in the league, right, who would fault Isaiah Stewart for his reaction. I bet you there's not a single player in the league. Coaches publicly, yeah, but privately, I don't think anyone would blame him for his reaction to that.
No, and I wonder if LeBron ever comes out or privately or professionally and apologizes, because, everybody has a lapse. I mean, who among us hasn't lost their cool and acted out in a way that maybe they regret? And you could see in the moment, LeBron felt a little bit bad because he realized, oh man, I lost my cool. I lashed out. I hit this guy.
Yeah.
And he tried to kind of apologize in the moment, but you need to do more than that.
Sure. I was talking to a Laker fan today. Let's just say his name was Spo Jaboni. I was talking to yeah. And he said, hey, LeBron felt badly. And I said, well, if I walked over right now and punched you in the face, which I would never do, but if I did, I would feel badly.
Do it.
I would feel badly, but that doesn't mean I didn't punch you in the face.
Right. And it's one thing to feel badly in the moment. It's another thing to reach out and apologize.
Yeah.
I've been wronged recently, and the person who wronged me may feel bad about it, but unless you reach out and apologize, and I've apologized to coworkers and friends recently. I've had some things that I've done that were wrong. Even me. Why? Even me, Whitey.
I don't.
Even old Dibberclaws makes a mistake or two, and you realize it. You apologize, you hope the apology is accepted, and you move on.
Yeah. Well, on the one hand, I want to give the NBA a little bit of credit for
apology not accepted
for daring to suspend LeBron. On the other hand, really, all things considered, they did the bare minimum, right? One game was like, you had to at least do that. So yeah, fair enough. At least they didn't try to avoid it completely. But that was so heinous, it at least deserved one game.
Yes, but the sad part about this is anyway that he might have been load managed in that game. Although I know it's a game in Madison Square Garden, and so the league has really taken a big hit that you won't have LeBron in the Garden. But
that's true.
The way it is now, no one's playing all 82 anyway, so a one-game suspension is only just a license to load manage a guy.
Yeah, the worst suspensions, the cheapest ones are in baseball when they suspend a starting pitcher for like 3 games. It's like, he wasn't going to pitch anyway.
Right.
What is that?
Meaningless is what it is.
Yeah.
It's vaporware.
Yeah, all right. Not a big fan of the way LeBron and the Lakers are handling this.
SOFT.
We're going to be looking at the Baseball Hall of Fame coming up. Also, Steph Curry and what another MVP would do for his legacy. Is it too early to talk about Steph and an MVP award? I don't think it is.
It is.
It is?
Whitey, we're, 18, 17 games in? Yes, it's too early to...
All right, well, we'll get to that. We will get to all that, and I'll tell you why you are wrong about that. But right now, Kyle, what do you got for us? It's time for, because Dibs requested it, NFL Factor Fantasy with Kyle Madsen.
I love this bit, and I'm looking forward to seeing what Kyle brings to the table because Kyle is brilliant.
Sometimes.
He's a popcorn lover.
I do love my skinny pop.
He's a friend of the program. He works 8 days a week, somehow, some way. Here he is to author his debut in Factor Fantasy. It's Kyle Madison. That's a shout out for yesterday. In our show thread, the Madsen cast coming soon. I made the mistake. I'm gonna start calling you Dolly Madsen.
There we go. I dig it. All right. Number one.
Who's going first here, by the way?
This one is for Whitey, our guest.
Okay.
Visitors go first.
All
So
right.
the Arizona Cardinals are the Super Bowl favorites. NFL fact or fantasy?
That is a fantasy, Kyle. Yeah, they got issues at quarterback, and I know Colt McCoy all of a sudden, oh, look at that. He's Joe Montana. He's Colt McCoy. And bless him, tip of the helmet. If I were wearing one, I would tip my helmet to Colt McCoy. But still, they've got issues with Kyler Murray, and you got the fact that your coach is still stinking Cliff Kingsbury. He's probably, assuming they get to the postseason, which they should, he will find a way to botch any chance they have of getting into the Super Bowl. So given the issues at quarterback and coaching, Arizona Cardinals, they're having a nice year so far. Good for you. Nice year. Super Bowl favorites? Ha! That is preposterous.
Wow. It's pretty strong.
They're the only 9-win team in the NFL, Whitey.
Mm-hmm. Different animal when you get to the postseason. 49ers only 5-5. You can't tell me they can't get to the Super Bowl. So don't get carried away with Arizona's good start. Decent start, no question.
All right, Dibs, this one's for you. Colts running back Jonathan Taylor is the NFL MVP. NFL fact or fantasy?
I love the uptake, but that's a fantasy, Kyle. I don't think you can be the MVP, the National League Offensive Player of the Year when you're on a team that is 6-5. Yeah, he's been terrific. He's been the fantasy MVP, the NFL VP, perhaps, but when it comes to actual contributions toward meaningful victories, he's not quite there yet.
Who is the MVP for you right now?
Boy, that's a great question.
Thank you.
That's a great question.
You may not have to look much further than Aaron Rodgers, a guy who has been dynamic. He's been terrific, and we all know that when push comes to shove, the award goes to a quarterback.
That's my quarterback.
And that's exactly the way this is probably going to go.
Yeah, it's going to be fascinating. Jonathan Taylor, hundreds of yards from scrimmage and a touchdown in 8 consecutive games. Only other player to do that was LaDainian Tomlinson when he won the MVP. So it's going to be fascinating to see how that shakes out.
14-2 that year, right? The Chargers were.
Yeah, they were really good. They were not a middling AFC team for sure.
It's a 2 for your Arnold.
Nice. Whitey, this one's for you. The Pete Carroll era in Seattle is done. Finito. Finished. NFL fact or fantasy?
I got to tell you, that's a fantasy, because I'll tell you what. I'll
give you 3 for your Pete.
No, I'm sorry. It is a fact.
That's the fact.
It's an absolute
Covering
fact.
all bases.
Yeah, I mean, and they've seen it coming. I was going to do the whole thing as Pete Carroll, and I figured I wouldn't subject you to that.
Artist.
Yeah, the 49ers, as I discussed yesterday, will have the opportunity in 2 weeks to put the final nail in the Pete Carroll Seahawk era coffin. They've seen it coming. They've been trading future assets to fortify the defense to win. Now they've been doing that for a number of years, and that defense has fallen off. What are they now? Are they 3-6? Do I have that correct, sir?
Yes.
Seahawks are 3-6.
3-7.
3-7. Yeah, they're 3-7.
Boy.
Thank you. So what do they have? The Legion of Boom is now the Legion of Boo. And despite Russ's best efforts, they've always gotten by with an offensive line that hasn't been very good. The league has finally caught up to them. It's been an incredible run, and they still have some talent there, but it's time for them after this very difficult year. I thought they overachieved last year, frankly, and I thought the Rams showed them where they really were in the postseason last year. This is the end for Pete and the Seahawks as we know them and loathe them.
I prefer the Legion of Whom, by the way, in case you want to go that route in the future.
Whom?
It's yours, yes.
Thank you. I'll make that note.
Yeah, just one quick piece of breaking news, no sounder worthy, but the Carrot, Jason Garrett, has been fired in New York as offensive coordinator, yeah.
Well, that fixes that.
Jason Carrot, as Lowe would refer to him, which I love because he's got red hair.
Right.
Anyway.
All right, the Giants are now Super Bowl contenders. Fact or fantasy?
No. Fantasy. It's just a fantasy.
No. Dibs, the Seahawks dealing with a bigger identity crisis than the 49ers were earlier in the season. That is a disaster of a team right now. Dibs, this one's for you. The Patriots are the best team in the AFC. NFL, fact or fantasy?
Man, it's a fantasy, Kyle.
Thank you. Scared me. I thought you were going fact.
Well, I tell you what, McCorkle sure looks good, and Bill Belichick is appointing himself well in the post-Brady era. Can you imagine? Brady goes out, leaves you, and wins the Super Bowl in the first year, but Belichick didn't cry in his cornflakes. He found a quarterback that he can use, and they've done quite well, but I still... Shout out the Monkeys. I'm a believer in Kansas City and Patrick Mahomes. I think with their weaponry and the head coach, Andy Reid, I still would put Kansas City as the favorites in the American Football Conference.
We're on to Cincinnati.
I got the Chiefs a couple weeks ago at plus 1,200 to win the whole dang thing.
I like that, huh?
I do too, yeah.
That's a nice price.
Mm-hmm.
Congratulations.
Yeah, thank you, Joe. Spadoni's rooting hard for me and my Chiefs bet back here.
He's really not.
Whitey, this is for you, and it coincides with a little bit of NFL news today. Bears head coach Matt Nagy has announced that Andy Dalton will start for the Bears in Detroit against the Lions on Thanksgiving. So, with that said, Thursday will be Matt Nagy's final game as the Chicago Bears head football coach. NFL fact or fantasy?
Well, it's a fantasy. And you're making the same mistake, Kyle, by coming up with that little, look at my funny little question here. You're making the same mistake that many learned NFL observers have been making for many years. You, sir, are underestimating the Red Rifle. Andy Dalton actually got the Cincinnati Bengals to the playoffs. What was it, 3 or 4 years in a row? The Cincinnati Bengals. Now, they didn't win.
Playoffs?
Yeah. Andy Dalton's not as terrible. It's so funny with quarterbacks. We either have to say he's a great quarterback or he's a terrible quarterback. There are a number of guys, Andy Dalton's one of them, who are actually somewhere in the middle, probably a little better than mediocre. This is a good situation for him, obviously. And Nagy, this is a layup against the Detroit freaking Lions, who are terrible. I just wish, sidebar here, the NFL needs to take action as soon as possible to prevent the Lions from being the annual Thanksgiving team. It's just, you're ruining my holiday. Why do we have to have the Lions every Thanksgiving? The Cowboys, okay, that's fine, kind of fun. But the Cowboys, that's going to be true. Who do the Cowboys play?
The Raiders.
Yeah, there you go. But you got the Lions and the Bears. You're ruining my holiday. Please, NFL, take care of that.
I'm sorry you hate tradition so much, but Kyle, I wish you would have asked me that question.
Ask him.
Hey, Dibs.
He doesn't have the courage to ask me.
Turn his mic off, Spadoni. Dan Dibley. Thursday is Matt Nagy's final game. I said turn it off. Is Matt Nagy's final game as the Bears head coach?
I'll turn
fact
to Bill Murray.
I'll
turn to Bill Murray for the answer.
You turn to me.
It's a fact. Detroit's going to win this game, and there's nothing more ignominious, David, more embarrassing. That's a 3 for my Moira from Schitt's Creek. If I may, now I'm fired. But Detroit's going to beat Chicago, and Matt Nagy will be gone. And I love Detroit. I love the tradition of Detroit on Thanksgiving.
Do you really?
It's a classic wake and take on Thanksgiving. Wake and take the points.
They're so boring.
Yeah, and the Bears are also bad.
Yes.
And without Fields at QB, they're going to be even more boring. Detroit's going to win this one. It's going to be a classic 15-11 kind of ball game.
Yeah, they just lost. What, they lose 13-10 Sunday, the Lions?
Gutsy. Dan Campbell's got the play sheet now. Watch out. Bet the under.
He's a competitor.
He's a horse.
15 plays to lead your offense.
It was and Whitey, you're absolutely right. Andy Dalton did lead the Bengals to the playoffs in 5 consecutive seasons.
Okay.
But that being said, Joe Montana won 4 Super Bowls with the 49ers, so maybe they should suit him up, and they will be back in the Super Bowl.
There you go.
It's a good point.
I love your humor. That quarterback humor.
2015 was the last time Andy Dalton led a team to the playoffs. He has never won a playoff game. This is the last one, and Whitey, this one is, how does that work?
No, we'll both take it. You can start with Whitey, but I want a piece of this one for sure, Kyle.
All right. Dibs, starting with you.
Ooh.
Oh, boy.
Jimmy Garoppolo is playing his way into the 49ers starting job next season. NFL fact or fantasy?
That's a fantasy, Kyle. Oh, hey. see it both ways, quite frankly. No, it's been great. This season was always about Jimmy G's final year. And I said this before the year even started. Even if the Niners won the Super Bowl, I didn't believe that Jimmy Garoppolo would be back. You want to get out from underneath that $25 million, turn the keys to the car over to Trey Lance. I think that happened. So Jimmy G, keep playing well. It's a great run. Maybe you can get some compensation if he continues to play well in the offseason, but he won't be back, I don't believe.
Go ahead and ask me.
Ask me. I dare you. I ask you.
All right, Whitey.
Yeah.
If that is your real name.
It's not. Kevin Michael.
Whitey Gleason.
Yeah.
All right, Kevin. Mm-hmm. Jimmy Garoppolo is playing his way into the 49ers starting job next season. NFL fact or fantasy?
It is an undeniable fact.
That's the fact, Jack.
Now, that doesn't mean that it's necessarily going to be true. However, you can't deny that in the last 4 games, James Richard Garoppolo,
porn star Jimmy,
has been the most efficient quarterback in the National Football League.
Porn star Jimmy.
He is playing his way into being the starter next year. Things can change. Things can change quickly in these crazy times in this topsy-turvy NFL. But right now, the way he's playing, yes, if they run the table or they get into the postseason with momentum, they win a couple games, they could win the Super Bowl. If Jimmy Garoppolo wins the Super Bowl as a 49ers quarterback, he is going to be back as the quarterback next year. Why? Because that is the best case scenario for everybody, even Trey Lance. It gives him more time to develop. So right now, the way Jimmy's played of late, and I think it's helped him a great deal knowing that, hey, I'm not going to come out when we're in the red zone because you know what? We're pretty effective in the red zone. Right now, yes, Jimmy is playing his way into being the starter next year for the 49ers, and that is the inconvenient truth of the matter.
Yeah, Al Gore shouted out, inconvenient truth. I'm afraid that I don't necessarily agree with you, especially when you look at what they do with Jimmy Garoppolo in the red zone. Jimmy, hand the ball off. Do me a favor. Get it to Debo ASAP. We don't want you going 4 wide and throwing it. Well, they can have a cardboard cutout do that. They can have Mr. Quarterback do that.
Nuh-uh.
Remember the old Mr. Quarterback?
Mr. Quarterback.
That was
I'm not sure I do.
That thing where you would wind it up and it would have the ball and then tick, 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 and it would launch the ball and you'd like run your own routes. You'd put the football in the Mr. Quarterback. It was like a plastic thing. Mm-hmm. And then after like 10 seconds, it would launch the ball so you could run your own routes.
So Mr. Quarterback's QB comp right now is Jimmy Garoppolo?
Basically, yeah.
Was Mr. Quarterback Bernie Mac or Tom Selleck?
Boy, that's a great question.
Kyle's brilliant.
Thank you, Kyle. Jimmy's playing well, and I know it's hard for us to shift what we think. Trey Lance is going to be great someday, and Jimmy's okay. Oh, wait a minute. Jimmy's playing well now, but wait, I'd already made up my mind about that. But you just got to observe and learn from what you're seeing. Thank goodness Kyle Shanahan as Dibs. That's Mr. Quarterback.
You remember that little plastic thing? You put the football in there, and then you and your buddy could run routes. And then
you got to Google it.
I just did Spadoni, and that's why
Mr. Quarterback, I got to tell you, he could spin it. Yeah.
I got to tell you, he can flat out throw the pill.
All right, Dibs, you want to get into Steph and his MVP candidacy or the Hall of Fame and why the Baseball Hall of Fame is dead? We have time for both. Which one would you like to tee up next,
Steph in the Hall of Fame Steph in the MVP candidacy, where we are 17 games into an 82-game season.
That's coming up. It'll be brought to you by MB Jesse Painting. It's your business, high-rise or HOA. If your business, high-rise or HOA is in need of quality painting, now that teams are returning to offices, MB Jesse Painting offers the most trusted painting services in the Bay Area, completing projects on time. Get a free quote today from the Bay Area's painting experts at mbjesse.com. Yeah, what another MVP would mean for Steph's legacy is next. Willard and Dibs, Whitey in for Willard today on 95.7 The Game.
There's a new radio station in the Bay Area. The new 105.3 Dave FM. Totally random radio. A station that goes from 0 to random in 0 seconds. Where Huey Lewis hangs out with Duran Duran. Where Green Day plays right next to Fleetwood.
being able to reach them in the first place. Your spot is out there. Find your frontier in the all-new 2022 Nissan Frontier. With best-in-class standard 310 horsepower, advanced tech, and 281 pound-foot of torque. Comparison based on 2022 Frontier S versus latest in-market Ward small truck segment. Base models compared based on manufacturer's website.
You're listening to KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco on Odyssey Station. Presented by DuckDuckGo. Privacy simplified. Now, back to Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
One thing we have to get straight about Jimmy Garoppolo. Whitey in for Willard. This is Willard and Dibs, 95.7 The Game. Hope you're having a wonderful holiday week. What are you doing for the holidays, Dibs?
Just
this holiday. I think this is just a holiday. Not
heading
holidays.
over to Moraga for a big Thanksgiving feast. So I'm looking forward to that.
Yeah.
And taking Friday. Both my boys, my college-age boys, will be in town, so we'll do a little bonus coverage on Friday.
Great. Yeah, we're having like an early Thanksgiving tomorrow with one of our daughters, and then regular Thanksgiving with my wife's whole family, so it'll be terrific. Hope you have a wonderful time, whatever you're doing. Yeah, here's what we got to get straight on Jimmy Garoppolo, and I hear this a lot here on 95.7 The Game. People say, you got to trade Jimmy. Why is Jimmy going to be the quarterback next year? You got to trade him. You ain't trading Jimmy Garoppolo. I just don't see any way that's going to happen because you do, Dibs, correct me if I'm wrong, you have Jimmy under contract for next year. So if by chance you don't want him next year and maybe, something happens this year or you've just decided Trey Lance is the guy, if you don't want him and other teams say, hey, anybody who might want Jimmy, they're not going to trade for him. They're going to wait for you to cut him. And then they're going to, because then they don't have to give the 49ers anything to get him, and they don't have to give Jimmy as much as what his contract says he gets next year. So I don't think there's any way they're going to be able to trade Jimmy Garoppolo. I just don't think that's on the table.
It's possible, and, my partner Mark Willard was laying out some teams. Yeah, there are teams out there who, because I was arguing the same thing, no team would want to trade for a mediocre, middle-of-the-road quarterback. With Jimmy Garoppolo, he's not an elite quarterback. He's not a terrible quarterback. He's somewhere in the middle. I think everyone would probably agree to that. He's between probably the 10th and the 22nd best quarterback in the league, depending on how you value what he does. But there are some teams, like Pittsburgh is a good example, a team that fancies itself not in a rebuild, but in a reload. A team like that, they might look at Jimmy Garoppolo and say, here's a quarterback who actually kind of fits what we do. We like to run the ball first. Pittsburgh likes to throw it deep a little bit more than Jimmy Garoppolo normally does, but he's a tough QB. He's durable. He's a veteran. A team like Pittsburgh might actually be in the market for a quarterback like Jimmy Garoppolo, at 31 years of age.
In some of these situations, a quarterback like Jimmy, they're essentially a free agent. And I know if he's under contract, you can trade him. But you know how it is. A guy who's done as much for the Niners as they've done, I think it's reasonable to think that if the 49ers do decide, we're moving off of you, Jimmy, for everything they've put him through, they are probably going to help him get where he wants to go, which again would involve, we're going to release you. He makes too much money for them, I think, realistically, to be able to trade him. Understand the Pittsburgh scenario. I still think that's unlikely. I just don't think they're going to get you trade away all your first-round picks. Maybe you get one back for Jimmy. I don't think so.
But you might be able to get a third.
Maybe, I guess.
And you're a team that is in need of additional draft picks. You've traded your 2 number ones for the next 2 years away. And not that you've done well with first-round picks, but you want to have as much draft capital as you can. That's where you find controllable assets in the National Football League in a salary cap league. So you've got a quarterback, Jimmy G, next year, 24.2 is the base salary. He's got bonuses and workout bonuses that bring him all the way up to about $27 million. The dead cap is only 1.4. So you could conceivably just outright cut him, and I don't think you would get anything for him. Although if another team signed him, don't you then get a compensatory pick?
I would have to look further into the details of that. Perhaps Kyle Madsen knows the answer to that. But that's not an outlandish contract. I know when he signed it, it's the highest contract in the history of the NFL. But for a team that thinks they may actually want to sign him. It's not outlandish. It's just that I probably can get him without having to pay him that much money. If the 49ers don't want him, they're going to let him go.
Yes, but if he does well and the 49ers might not necessarily indicate or telegraph the move that they don't want him, and there's more of a prevailing notion that you've been thrown out, you and Steiny, that maybe it is playing off of what Jed York said. Maybe Trey Lance ends up sitting for 2 years, quote unquote, sitting,
maybe,
and not being the regular starter, and so that you would bring back Jimmy Garoppolo next year.
On the text line here, did you say, Dibs, that Jimmy was durable? I don't know. From the 408, tough, not durable. From the 650, Jimmy isn't tough. He's 10-ply. From the 650, Jimmy is far from durable.
He's tough, though. He's a guy who I think would be somebody that Pittsburgh could look at if you're looking at a stopgap situation from Ben Roethlisberger. You're looking to build a bridge to the next quarterback, and there's other teams that might fancy themselves as being close to competitive, close to ready, that they might look at to bring him in.
Yeah, from the 925, $24 million doesn't look like much when the better QBs in the league are looking at getting $40 million a year. Okay, I still think it's unlikely. I think Jimmy being back next year as a starter is also unlikely. I just think it looks more likely, and it depends on how well they play. And if they do win a Super Bowl here, I remember when we first had an idea that this was the way this was going to work, and they were drafting Trey Lance, there were some people that said, well, what if you win a Super Bowl? Well, that wouldn't be a bad thing, right? Some people tried to say at the time, well, then what are you going to do? What if Jimmy's a quarterback and you win a Super Bowl? Then what? Well, then you won a Super Bowl. That's what you're trying to do.
Right. So then you can deal with whatever fallout comes after that. If he wins a Super Bowl and you decide to bring him back for that one final year, I don't know how many people are going to say, oh, you should have played Trey Lance all along. If you're of that mindset, then you're not really a fan of this team.
Yeah. Boy, this is the type of game this week, isn't it, Dibs? When the 49ers are really good to excellent team, this is the type of game they win.
By and large, and I think you would say that about most teams. Kansas City's been a team this year where you don't really know how to figure them out. They've won games that you didn't think that they would win. They've lost games, certainly, that you thought they would have won. But the 49ers, for the most part, they've followed the form pretty close. I mean, they've beaten the bad teams. They've struggled against some of the good teams. They beat the Rams, quality win. You lost to Arizona when they didn't have a starting quarterback or a starting running back. Bad loss, but by and large, the Niners at 5-5 have kind of been what you could expect them to be.
The tricky thing is they have played well against Green Bay, right, and Arizona the first time. So I know there are some of the metrics that say, no, it's just they've had a tough schedule. That's why the record's 5-5. But home game this week against the Vikings, I mean, as bright as the picture appears right now, if they stumble again, I think we're right back where we were. Even though I know, hey, if you're 5-6, you got Seattle coming up, you're still in the mix. But as far as this being an excellent team that has a chance to do something in the postseason, well, we'll see. I'm getting ahead of myself. But if they have another stumble this week, I think we're right back where we were before the last couple wins.
I think every week with this team, we are in a similar spot. If they win this week and they get to 6-5, okay, great. Now they're rolling. Well, then you go to Seattle and you lose. Well, now we're back to 500. I think if you look at the next four, Minnesota at home, at Seattle, at Cincinnati, Atlanta at home, anything worse than 2-2, and you can go ahead and get Trey Lance ready at that point. Because if you go 2-2, you'll be 7-7 with at Tennessee, home to Houston, and at the Rams, needing to win 2 of those 3. You still have hope at that point. You'd love to go 3-1 over these next 4. Obviously, you'd love to go 4-0. That goes without saying, but I think if you go 3-1, you get to 8-6, you feel good about your chances.
Are you familiar with a Kyle Madsen? You heard of Kyle Madsen?
That sounds familiar. I know a Kyle Madison.
He's on a podcast, and by the way, if you ever talk to him, he'll remind you, I have a podcast, believe me.
Constantly.
I know that. I know you have a podcast.
Trivia questions during the break and stuff. I have a question that you don't know the answer to because I'm just smarter than you.
Anyway, Kyle was wondering before this show, how come we haven't heard anything from Trey Lance? How come he hasn't, as a number 3 pick in the draft? How come he hasn't spoken publicly? It's a fair question. To me, I don't think that's an indication of of anything being awry. I understand, right? If you're Kyle Shanahan, I'm not saying you are, Dibs, but if you were, I mean, you really don't want any more focus on him, right? Like, we got things straightened out now. We're taking care of Trey. His time will come. Right now is not his time. So I don't really need for him to be talking to the media, so the media can get everything worked up again about, when are you going to play? What do you think of Jimmy's playing? When are you going to play? What do you think of the fact that you're not playing? It doesn't help you at all.
Well, even in a non-pandemic cycle, you don't hear from the backup quarterback anyway.
Right.
And now that we don't have reporters in the locker room.
Not even a Strzok. You don't even hear from a Strzok in his day.
Well, we hear from Strzok all the time, fortunately. Look. I love Strzok. When we got Strzok on, it was great. Right. But go across the National Football League this year, what backup quarterback do you hear from? The answer is none of them. Maybe one here or there. So even if reporters were in the locker room, I don't know if Trey Lance would be holding court or if, the team would even want him to be out there. What's he going to say?
It's not appropriate right now for anybody.
Yeah. I mean, after a loss, Trey, do you think you should be in there to play? Well, yes. Oh, quarterback controversy.
Yeah, exactly.
Or no, Trey Lance has lost confidence. Yeah. I mean, the guy can't win.
You don't need those media types fanning those flames.
No.
Are you curious to find out? Are you curious as to why he is not playing now? Is it because he got hurt? Did Kyle, just figure out we're better off without him coming in? Is it a matter of his development? I don't know, but how curious are you to find out why hasn't he played more?
I'm not that curious because it's really followed the arc that I, as a veteran football observer, figured that it would.
VFO.
Two words, not ready. And I said it from the beginning, and when the Roasters went down to camp and they did that famous viral video where they went full bananas, they went all in on
beyond bananas. I mean, we were talking mangoes.
Oh,
yeah, papayas.
Look at you, pineapple. It was a full menagerie of fruit.
Yeah,
but then Trey's got to start. You got to play Trey right now.
I sound insane.
I was of the mind where I didn't think that he was ready. And then he plays in the first game against Detroit, and Trey's package is on display. And that's a damn good package, as Steiny famously opined about.
In all fairness to those guys, it wasn't just them. The more measured.
It's going to be overwhelming.
M squared, the more measured Mayoko was saying, boy, he looked pretty good. He looked really good. So it wasn't just.
No, it's great. And he did look good. And he looked really good. And I'm not blaming or vilifying the Roasters. I'm giving them credit because they were the ones who really were kind of driving that train. But what happens in a practice in a controlled environment versus what happens in an NFL game is entirely different. So I don't think that Kyle Shanahan sees him as being, quote, ready, because ever since he got better off the knee injury, he's only played 4 snaps, and that was in mop-up, kneel-down garbage time. So I'm not that... I guess I'm curious to the extent that it's a topic and it's a thing, but to me, it's as plain as the nose on my face. He's not ready.
Right. And it's just, this is working. And you play. Why do you play the game?
You play to win the game.
They're winning. Jimmy is playing well. No matter what you think of Jimmy.
Always wait for the hello.
Yeah. Pardon me. I stepped all over it. No matter what you think of Jimmy and his future, he's playing really well right now and they're winning. So that's just where it is. You know that Kyle Shanahan is supremely motivated to get Trey Lance out there and playing well, right? Because so much of his reputation as a player personnel evaluator is at stake. But right now, more than that, as coach of the football team, you play to win the game. So it's all Jimmy right now. It's Jimmy's team and it's working. So the rest of it, we'll see down the road. Right now, we got other things to worry about.
And think about the 5 rookie QBs and their relative QB arcs. Mm-hmm. Trevor Lawrence, we're going to start you. Best of luck. And the poor guy has been under siege, and they are terrible. Now, is he going to develop and be better for it?
I think he is, but yeah, you're right. It's been a struggle, and it looks like it's going to be a struggle for the foreseeable.
Zach Wilson, you're going to play, and we're terrible, and, well, the poor guy got hurt, and he didn't play anymore.
He didn't play that well before he got hurt either, yeah.
So that's one arc. Yeah. Justin Fields in Chicago. We're going to go with Andy Dalton. We're going to let you wait until you're ready. Oh, God, we need you. Get in there. Well, he's not ready. Oh, wait, he is ready. He's great. Oh, no, he's not ready now. Back to the bench. Okay, that's like not really an arc. That's like multiple parabolas, and we're 2/3 of the way through the year.
I didn't think the Niners should have drafted him, but I thought he's shown a lot of promise this year. And in that 49er game, I know it wasn't perfect, but I thought he's shown that he could be the answer there.
That one, the Steve Young-esque play where he's bumbling and fumbling and he runs for the touchdown, that was incredible. But he's not a finished product. Now, McCorkle Jones, Mac Jones, that's a different arc. We're going to play you, and wow, he's looked good. He hasn't looked like an MVP candidate, but he looks like a competent, established quarterback. And by the way, he should. He went to Alabama.
Yeah.
And then the fifth arc is the Trey Lance arc, which is, we got this package. You're going to see it.
Why do you keep going to his package?
It's Kyle Shanahan talked about his package before I talked about his package.
But you won't let it go.
See Trey Lance's package at all.
You won't let go of Trey's package.
No, you know why? It's a damn good package. Spadoni, don't make me beg for it.
That's a damn good package.
Thank you. Just the way he says, damn, Steiny's passionate about that man's package.
Right.
So that's the other arc, Whitey, which is, we got this package, but, we're going to see a little bit of sprinkle here and a little dollop there, and then you're not going to play him. So I don't know which of the 5 arcs is the best. I do know this. The Justin Fields one is a disaster. The Zach Wilson one set him back a year. The Trevor Lawrence, he might go the way of David Carr and be so shell-shocked that he never fulfills his promise. Trey Lance is a wait and see.
The deal with Mac Jones, I think it was, I know it was a day when you weren't here and I was in for you, and we had Monson on, and I asked him, the Pro Football Focus lead analyst, what are the numbers that are best when you're trying to evaluate a young quarterback and how well he's done? He said it all depends on the circumstances and their particulars, but he said Mac Jones, you'd have to say he's playing the best, but they have not asked a lot of him. Now, he's done well with what they've asked him to do, but they just haven't asked a lot of him. So you look at the 5, wow, he's played the best, but you got to keep in mind he's had the most favorable situation, and he has made the most of it to this point.
Yeah, and you've asked the most of Trevor Lawrence. Go out there and start 17 games, and by the way, be our best offensive player.
Yeah, be the face of a franchise and turn around a franchise that probably should not even exist.
And shouldn't have a face, let alone have a franchise.
Right.
And by the way, our head coach is doing the bump and grind from a bar stool on the road. Our whole thing's a mess. P.S. Be our savior. They asked way too much of Trevor Lawrence.
So, there you go. Jimmy's a guy. I just don't think you're going to be able to trade him if you can. That would be wonderful. I don't think that's in the cards. It's all about this year and Jimmy and this week, right? And that's the beauty of the NFL season. You only get 17 games now. This game this week matters. It's Thanksgiving, and the 49er game matters. And next week will matter as well. Although, Dibs, as you probably heard, Adam Schefter, according to sources, looks like the 49ers and the Seahawks will be flexed out.
Flexed out
Sunday
night.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Makes sense.
21 Pilots flexed out. Yeah.
21 Pilots. Is that a song?
Yeah. It's stressed out, but
okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, I was thinking of the Tribe Called Quest song, Stressed Out.
Oh, okay.
Now that you mentioned Stressed Out, I'm not familiar with 21 Pilots.
Okay, all right.
I love the young people.
Was it that old, Spadone?
No, 21 Pilots is really current. Yeah, to be that as it may.
That guy's got a bowl of rigatoni. He could care less right now. Although he's supposed to not be eating until noon. I can tell through the Zoom, Spadone. His intermittent fasting is it's kind of a loosey-goosey era is what it is.
Yeah, so, you got Chris Myers doing your games and you get flexed out of Sunday Night Football. That's fine, right? Because this thing is still headed in the right direction.
I kid because I care.
By the way, let's see here. A note from Kyle Madsen.
2s and 3s.
Yeah, he'd have to leave in free agency. Can't get a comp pick for cutting a guy.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you. 20 minutes later. I appreciate the hustle.
And that makes sense, right?
Just kidding. Oh, yeah. Double birds. I deserve that. I got a 1 for my Kyle Madsen. Actually, 2 1s. I got a 2. Okay. As luck would happen.
Now, can we talk about Steph Curry and his MVP candidacy? And I understand why you, as many, the great John Dickinson among them, are reluctant to talk too much about Steph and the MVP thing, or anybody and the MVP thing when it's not even Thanksgiving yet. I mean, as Kyle pointed out earlier and coined the phrase, it's effing Tuesday. With that said, and you look at the long NBA season. This is the equivalent of it's effing Tuesday in this NBA season. But when you consider all the voters who probably wanted to vote for Steph last year, couldn't bring themselves to do it because the team wasn't that good, I think there's a carryover there. I think Steph clearly is the favorite at this point. Long way to go. All I'm saying is if he wins an MVP this year, or next year for that matter, that would be 3, Dibs. That would be 3. You got the only of the guys that have won 3, Bird, Magic, and Moses. Wilt and LeBron 4 MVPs. Russell and Jordan 5, and Kareem 6. So if you win 3, I mean, there's no question. Not that there is anyway, but you are among the absolute uber elite of all-time greats if you win a 3rd MVP award.
Yeah, it's like tears, basically. Not of a clown.
Tears for Fears?
No, shout, let it all out.
Or Trout, can't get him out.
That's one of my favorite Whitey parodies. Hashtag rise, guys. Hashtag we all were fired.
Yeah.
But it wasn't because of that, though. I'll tell you what. It might have been a small piece, but he's already in the pantheon. And I like to think about these conversations in terms, because we all want to talk about the GOAT. Oh, he's the GOAT, and you're the GOAT, and he's the GOAT. Oh, dude, thanks for feeding my meter. You're the GOAT. I mean, we over-GOAT everything.
You're correct.
Too much.
Good point.
Steph is not the GOAT, and this is not a conversation about who the GOAT is, but if he gets a 3rd MVP and he's got 3 championships, he gets a seat at the final table. And I think about not necessarily World Series of Poker, but if you think about like The Last Supper with your boy JC and his 12 buddies, Steph is one of those guys who's probably going to be in that picture. He gets painted in along with all those names you named: LeBron, Wilt, Michael, Bird, Magic. If you go by just one name and the whole world knows who you are, you're in that pantheon.
Yeah, because he is the GOAT, right? I mean, he's the greatest
shooter of all time.
And you really
the GOAT.
Yeah, isn't it incredible?
He's the GOAT.
You really can't dispute that. There's really nobody who could put together a halfway decent argument against that, which is amazing. And you look at the impact he's had on the game and the way Steph's shooting and influence has changed the game. And that way, it's almost Chamberlain-esque. And, you go back and read about it,
right.
And they changed all kinds of rules because of Wilt Chamberlain.
No more mustaches.
Yeah, that's maybe not the biggest one.
No more dunking, no more scoring, right. If your name's Wilt.
Yeah, we're going to make the key wider because, Yeah. So they haven't really done that with Steph. I don't know if they ever will, but the way he's changed the game, the impact he's had on the game, whether he gets another MVP or not, he's certainly one of the most influential players in NBA history, and that's saying a great deal.
And what's funny, Whitey, and I've thought about this, and I've actually advocated that they do this, the change that they would make and that they should make would only help him. And I think they should extend the 3-point line, widen the court by 2 feet, on each side, so the court becomes 4 feet wider. Now that corner 3 becomes a real 3, and you make the 3-pointer a real shot again, but that doesn't hurt Steph. Mm-hmm. That hurts all the rest of these bums who try to hoist up 3-pointers, that little 22-foot corner popper.
22-9, yeah. Otto Porter.
Yeah, I mean, I love it because it's exciting, and it actually leads to offense the other way when the brick goes up off the back iron. But if you extended the 3-point line in order to deter the number of threes that are taken, that doesn't deter Steph Curry. That only empowers him more.
Are you ready for a radical idea? Not my idea, but I will share it with you. Are you ready?
I'd love it.
Yeah. Kirk Goldsberry wrote a book, the title of which I can't remember. Sprawl Ball. That's what it is. Sprawl Ball. About how the 3-point shooting in the NBA has changed the game. And he's got charts in there that show that, Kevin Love has had seasons where he took more threes than Reggie Miller. And you're like, wait, what? It's just incredible. But he suggests, as you look at what to do about the 3-point line, he says, how about this? How about every team in the NBA can put the 3-point line wherever they want?
Stupid.
Not my idea. Not my idea. Yeah. So if you wanted it shorter in the corners, or if you wanted it much further like the Warriors, I just thought it was an interesting idea. It'll never happen, but he pointed out, hey, look, you got in baseball stadiums. I don't appreciate the look you're giving me. It's not my idea. Baseball stadiums, the stadiums are not all the same. And he says, what about if it's not my idea, Dibs? You're not down with that?
It's stupid.
Yeah?
It's stupid because in baseball...
Thanks for not leaving.
I have contractually obligated. In Houston, stay tuned. In that bandbox, the home run fence is super short, but home runs aren't worth .83. They're still worth one full run when you hit a home run. So, you're going to make the three-point line like the New York Knicks. We're a Coach Thibs. We want to make the three-pointer tough, so we're going to put it at half court.
That's the idea.
Stupid.
I thought it was an interesting theory.
I don't believe in book burning. ... I'll just leave that one there.
Stay tuned.
Thank you.
Right. Coming up, we got the Baseball Hall of Fame nominees yesterday. A real strong Giants flavor on that list. Coming up, Ding Dong, the Hall of Fame is dead. That's next on Willard and Dibs. Whitey in for Willard on 95.7 The Game.
A win is a win, even against the Jags.
I am in no position to...
the game social channels. I love it. Your tailgate with Charles Woodson's Intercept Wines. Look for it at your local retailer or visit interceptwines.com. Have it delivered to your door. Coming up, by the way, with the holiday nearly upon us, a former all-time great quarterback celebrates Thanksgiving Day in a very un-American fashion. We've got that shocking news coming up here on 95.7 The Game.
It's good tease right there.
Unbelievable. Now, yesterday we got the official nominees for the Baseball Hall of Fame. You know, Dibs, we had this past weekend Rock and Roll Hall of Fame inductions. And as someone who's enjoyed music for a long time and worked in, rock radio, I'm always kind of halfway, almost semi-interested to find out who are the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame nominees, who's in. It doesn't really matter. Yeah. They're all rock bands. They're all kind of famous, whatever. And I realize here as I look at the Baseball Hall of Fame ballot, and I love baseball, I'm starting to feel the same way about the Baseball Hall of Fame. That is, well, I'm kind of curious to see who's going to get in, but I just don't care like I used to. To me as a fan, and I'm sure it means a great deal to all these guys, to me as a fan, who's in the Hall of Fame, who gets voted in, who doesn't, I just don't care as much because I think the steroid era has thrown so many things out of whack, it just doesn't seem as significant to me as it used to.
And part of that, I think, is when you get older, the things that you really care about kind of get whittled down to family, health, friends, career, and whatever, religion, whatever other causes are closer to home to me. But when it comes to this topic, I do care more than I'd like to let on just because of the gross hypocrisy of it. And I'm all about the debate. I think the debate is a good one. But when you look at the very nature of the Hall of Fame and the fact that Barry Bonds is in the Hall of Fame. Now, his bust, his plaque is not there, but there's a ton of Barry Bonds memorabilia there, bats, balls, and etc.
But
in the Hall of Fame.
Yeah, you know that when we consider someone he's not a Hall of Famer.
True.
Yeah, and I agree with you. And there was a time when he was, closing in on Hank Aaron's record, and he finally broke it, and Hank Aaron appeared Simba-like on Simba. I am your father. Yeah, that was very dramatic. And at that time, I thought, this is terrible. All Hank Aaron stood for, and he battled racism, and against all odds, he broke Babe Ruth's record. And look at Barry Bonds, how he's done it. At that time, I was anti-Bonds. At this point, it's like he did what he did. I don't know what anyone else did to get into the Hall of Fame. Clearly, he should be in the Hall of Fame, and this is his last year on the ballot.
Yes, his last year, as it is for Curt Schilling and Roger Clemens and Sammy Sosa as well.
Roger Clemens is in George's box.
I'll give you 3. Goodness gracious, Roger Clemens. That's, she was represented by a good friend of ours a long time ago.
Really?
I don't know if you knew that.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
All right.
When it comes to this conversation, though, I'm totally with you. When you look at the Hall of Fame as it's currently constructed, and forget going way back in history to other people who are in the Hall of Fame who may or may not be criminals or bad people, and the character clause, which I think got inserted in more recent times. But look at Bud Selig himself, the commissioner who presided over, turned a blind eye to, basically enabled and allowed the very steroid era. He's in the Hall of Fame.
Right.
Joe Torre and Tony La Russa, 2 managers who earned hundreds of wins and World Series championships, fueled by players who are known steroid users. The steroid users can't get in, but the skippers who presided over those teams, they're in as well. Jeff Bagwell, Mike Piazza, 2 players who are clearly steroid users, guys who either skirted official guilt and responsibility or were just kind of in the edges, the periphery, the shadows, etc. They were ushered right in to the Hall of Fame. And the name that really is ringing the ballot for the first time this year, Alex Rodriguez, A-Rod.
Wow.
He's getting in.
Yeah.
Now, he may not get in this first time, but he's a 2-time admitted steroid user. It was a loosey-goosey era, and yet...
My cousin got some boli. They call it remember that whole thing?
Yeah, that whole thing. And yet, now he's the face of baseball via ESPN, and he's going to get in. Maybe not first ballot, but he's going to get in as well. So the very way that the writers pick and choose who to get in. Fine, you're a writer, you have your vote, you watch a lot more baseball than I do, but just the hypocrisy of the process, it's a huge turnoff to me.
Here's why I've done a 180 on it as far as steroid users. And by the way, you touched on the key phrase to me, which is KSU, not Kansas State University, but known steroid users.
Right.
So voters look at it. That guy used steroids, and I know it. He's not getting in. And there are many others who did, and that we just never caught them. Well, that's okay. And to me, that doesn't make any sense. That's not right. Given that we know there are steroid users that are already in the Hall of Fame. Jose Canseco tried to tell us that, and we wouldn't listen. So now to keep somebody out, you didn't belong in the Hall of Fame because he used steroids. When you know there are steroid users that have gotten in, that doesn't make sense. That's just not right. It's not a reason to keep someone out of the Hall of Fame. Now, I know you can't go back in there and figure out, all right, which of these guys so you just have to go by what a guy did on the field. That's the only thing that seems right and just to me.
And you don't know exactly who these players faced that were on steroids or who weren't on steroids. And, we don't know definitively how many at-bats Barry Bonds took during the time which he was allegedly enhanced. And I thought the E60, I don't know if you saw it, Jeremy Schaap, ESPN.
You haven't seen it yet.
It's really, really good one.
Are you in it?
No, I'm not. I actually looked because I was at the federal courthouse that day.
I wouldn't have been surprised if you were in it. Yeah.
Famously, when Bonds appeared, and I was doing some live radio on a different station at the time, and I did I did the old live hit of, Barry, will you join us, noon to 3? And he didn't respond. But I was hoping that I would see myself at the federal courthouse, but I wasn't there. But it was a really good E60.
Yeah. I'm not saying, it's great, I would use steroids. I'm just saying you can't hold it against him. And remember the Mitchell Report, and everyone has better things to do than read the Mitchell Report. But as I've pointed out many times, if you actually look at that, it says that there was widespread steroid use in baseball dating back to 1972. So, there were guys using steroids and piling up big numbers in baseball going back to the 70s.
Right.
It was just more convenient for all of us to put the bag over our heads, right? And I don't think about that. And then when we became more aware and the media became more determined to point out these guys are on steroids, and it changed our views of certain individuals, but we just never look back on those other guys. So, Barry Bonds should get in. I don't know that he is, and I'm wondering if Alex Rodriguez's candidacy in any way is going to help or harm the candidacies of Bonds and guys like Bonds and Clemens.
It should help, but I don't know if it will help, because if you're somebody who's looking at A-Rod, Alex Rodriguez, and you think, he's got to be a Hall of Famer, and you're willing to turn a blind eye to the fact that he, on 2 different occasions, admitted that he was a steroid user, well, I don't know how you could look yourself in the mirror and vote yes to A-Rod, but no to these other guys.
Right. David Ortiz, and I think even Rob Manfred, the commissioner of baseball, has come out and pointed out that, he didn't really use steroids that we know of. He failed a test for steroids that was supposed to be a blind test. So, he tested positive, but we weren't supposed to know that test ever happened, so we can't say he was a steroid user. You gotta be bleeping me.
Right.
Obviously, he used. Look at his numbers and look what he did.
It's just, to me, ridiculous. And I would take this to the Pete Rose argument in a separate sort of way, because, Pete Rose, he bet on baseball as a manager, but what he did as a player was Hall of Fame worthy. He was the hit king, for crying out loud. Yet what he did as a manager, now he's banned for life. But all these other players, what they did to the game, they cheated the game. If you're Sosa and McGuire, what you did to the home run record, you obliterated the home run record, but because you brought baseball back and you revitalized the game coming out of the lockout, you're championed as a hero at the time. But now that we know what we know about what they took and what they did, now we're going to vilify you after the fact. It's just complete hypocrisy born on the backs of these billionaire owners who, I don't think they did a good job to try to champion their cause or change the process by which they enshrine people in the Hall of Fame.
Bottom line to me, anyone who would say, you know what, steroid users should not be in the Hall of Fame, I understand that and respect that, but that ship has sailed.
Right.
It's gone, and it ain't coming back.
And you've got steroid users in the Hall of Fame.
Exactly.
So it's not like your beloved Hall is pristine.
Right.
So for me, you look at the ballot this year and you say, Sosa, you're in. Sosa, McGuire, Palmeiro, Bonds, Schilling, Clemens, Poppy, A-Rod, you all get in. You have a special steroidal ceremony. Instead of having a microphone, you put up a microphone fashioned as a needle that they all speak into.
Right.
And, we'll have a steroid only. Have a steroid wing. Whatever you want to do, but all these juicers need to be in.
Let me just run down the nominees who have giant connections, and just yes or no. Barry, I think we agree. Barry belongs in the Hall of Fame, right?
Yep.
Yeah. Let's see here. Tim Hudson. I'd like to, but no. Jeff Kent.
I think we thought he was a Hall of Famer, yeah.
Yeah, I'm with you on that. Boy, I can't believe here I am talking to you, Dan Dibley, about the Hall of Fame candidacy of a guy that we used to talk about all the time.
Don't say it.
Timmy!
Yeah.
Tim Lincecum. The freak.
Yeah, he's not getting in.
Not getting in.
Hall of Fame lettuce.
He just had those peak years that were outstanding, right? But the Hall of Fame, you got to do it for a longer period. And
he was a cooler, hipper Mark Fidrich, is what he was,
and better.
Yeah,
I mean,
Fidrich
was good for a short time.
Fidrich was amazing.
Funny thing to me about Lincecum is, I think he was drafted 10th because so many teams looked at him and said he's going to break down. They were right. It just took a long time before he did.
Yeah, he had, 6 really good years,
right.
5 or 6 phenomenal years, and then, man, the fall-off was quick.
Joe Nathan.
Come on.
No, not a Hall of Famer, but, he had a lot of, well over 300 saves,
Boof Bonser.
Yeah.
That was the Przinsky deal, right?
Jake Peavy. Yeah, I think it was. Yeah. Jake Peavy.
No.
AJ Przinsky.
Ugh.
No. And then we got almost done here. Omar Vizquel. I know that he's not going to make the Hall of Fame.
It's a yes for me.
Really?
Always has been a yes. Phenomenal defender.
Overrated.
Disagree. 3,000 hits almost. Darn near.
Almost. It's not the Hall of Pretty Good.
He was better than pretty good, and you know that, Whitey.
Yeah. Overrated defender, in my opinion. All right. Thank you. Coming up, we'll look at this former all-time great quarterback who celebrates Thanksgiving in about the most un-American fashion you could imagine. That'll be brought to you by Exergen Thermometers. Accuracy matters. Not sure if you have COVID? Fever is a leading sign, so be vigilant. Use the only thermometer with proven accuracy in more than 100 clinical studies. The Exergen Temporal Scanner Thermometer. Stay safe and learn more at Exergen.com. You're listening to Willard and Dibs. Whitey in for Willard, 95.7 The Game.
Hey, this is Damon Bruce for the California Academy of Sciences. I absolutely love that place.
get more done.
There's a story behind the food we eat. I'm Amber Stott, food activist and host of Raising Kale, a podcast that uncovers the food stories no one else is talking about and the heroes improving food in their communities. Listen on the Odyssey app or wherever you get your podcasts.
Now, back to Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
Whitey Gleason in for Mark Willard. I hope Mark Willard is going to be okay with some of the picks I'm making on his behalf, Dibs, in Pick Your Battles.
You're hot.
I mean, I'm giving it, well, truth be told, I'm tanking to benefit you and Kyle and Spadoni. So I'm trying actually to ruin Mark's chances. Nothing against him. He was, I was on with him last week. A wonderful guy, really nice and generous. A generous host. That's a really cool thing. But I've known you guys longer, so picking on his behalf this week, how did I do yesterday? My pick for Willard.
Man, you were close, Whitey, but your Bellarmine didn't quite have enough to get over UCLA.
Oh no!
Yeah, they covered the spread, but you, for some reason, took a money line.
Money line, I went money line.
Which seems regrettable looking back.
The Bellarmine Knights.
Yeah. Nights.
Wow. Okay. Yeah.
I like your chances today, though. In a bounce back spot.
Mm-hmm.
What do you think about Long Beach State against Murray State? They're currently down 19-4.
Isn't the legendary Damon Bruce's alma mater playing a game that, at first blush, looks like a walkover for them?
Yeah, they're big favorites against Jackson State. They're favored by 24.5 at Assembly Hall tonight, this afternoon.
I remember the great artist Gilmore, who I think went to Jackson State. Maybe I'm
He went to
wrong.
Jacksonville.
Jacksonville, okay.
Yeah.
Well, that's close. So, yeah, I'll go with Jackson State on the money line against Indiana. Yeah.
Okay.
That's my pick for Willard today.
I like it. Good luck.
Serious concerns about the integrity here still.
I mean, please explain.
I mean, these are going to be tainted donuts.
No.
Yeah.
That was a song by Soft Cell. Tainted donuts, whoa.
Wasn't a big hit.
Tainted glaze. Thank you. By the way, this is brought to you by Livermore Casino, located on 1st Street in Livermore, which makes sense.
It does.
Offering Vegas-style blackjack, 3-card poker, baccarat, and Texas Hold'em, the Tri-Valley's place to play in downtown Livermore. Well, geez, Whitey, you kind of took the pick right out of my mouth right there. I think I was going to go the same way, but
okay.
I can't double up. That would be duplicitous, and we don't want to duplicate picks.
Everything's above board here.
Always
Pick Your
has
Battles.
been.
Yeah.
Well, I'm going to turn my attention to the big game of the night, and it's going to be, as I refresh my scoreboard here, it's the big one. It's battle of number 1 versus number 2. It's the Good Sam Empire Classic. It's in Vegas, baby. Dick Vitale
Take it to yo!
coming back off the cancer, 82 years old.
Baby!
He's a diaper dandy. He's going to be in the house, 5-0 against 5-0. Gonzaga giving 7. I'm going to take the Bruins and the 7 in Vegas. Keep it close, UCLA. Good teams win, great teams cover.
5-0, 5-0.
That's a back-to-back for the Bruins then, right?
Yeah, it's tournament time, so a lot of these teams will play back-to-back.
Sure, yeah.
Gonzaga played yesterday as well. So.
All right, fair enough.
I did not win last night. I had the Kings -3. Thinking that maybe, and the vibes were good in Sacramento. The scoring in the fourth quarter was not. Vibes were really strong through 3 quarters, Whitey. Don't look at me like that. They looked like they were having a lot of fun. They lost outright, the Kings did. They were giving 3 points. Tonight, I'm taking the over in the Tampa Bay Lightning hosting the Philadelphia Flyers. The over-under in that one is 5.5 goals. The Lightning's last 3 games have gone 6 goals, 8 goals, and 9 goals. I like the over 5.5 Lightning Flyers down in Tampa Bay.
All right, my turn. So I did win, Kyle. Rayo Vallecano scored 2 goals in the first half against Mallorca and 1 in the second half to cover the +2.5 I had of goals. I'm going to the hard court tonight, though, in the NBA. Lakers, Knicks. No LeBron, obviously, suspended.
Yay.
So we're going to go under 214 in that game. Under 214. Lakers offense without LeBron, not going to be very good. Tibbs, Fibs, whatever you want to call him. He's going to slow it down, muck it up. We're going under 214 at the Garden.
Shrewd bet.
Spadoni chasing totals, and yesterday it was all about Mallorca's offense, and then they get beat 3-0, and he's beating his chest over nailing the over, even though the team that he didn't expect to score got the 3, and his boys didn't score at all. But hey, a win's a win. Totally. It's quality.
Spadoni, you really think your Lakers at some point here, obviously difficult without LeBron, can turn whatever this is around?
No, they suck.
Fair enough. Well said.
It's my analysis for the day.
Really bad.
No, he's a typical Laker fan where they'll rattle off 5 in a row and he'll come back in with his Kobe purple on, but when they stink, you won't see Laker gear anywhere near him.
Yeah.
I don't support my teams when they're not playing well.
At least Kyle, our producer, will ride and die. I mean, he's always rocking A's gear, even though the A's are they're tough love right now.
Yeah.
It's tough to love the A's.
Yeah. Buying site for a stadium in Las Vegas. Yeah.
It's even harder to love the A's when the Tampa Bay Rays are giving Wander Franco $200 million for 10 years. Shout out to the Rays for paying one of their young stars. The A's should take notes.
Can you say that once again? Repeat what you said as Jim Rome.
Great.
The Tampa Bay Rays went in and paid one of their own stars. They made him the hometown hero. What they did to the A's was a payroll curb stomping.
Thank you. Thank you.
It's ridiculous. It's a 2.
Mm-hmm.
Phenomenal effort.
Dibs.
Great.
Talking to Spadone about the Lakers, I got to go back one more time to the LeBron situation. I was really, disturbed by the video and just almost as equally disturbed by the reaction of Frank Vogel. We can rally around this. I understand that. They're desperate. They're looking for something. But that was deplorable what LeBron did. Obviously, there was certainly an element of accident in it, but still, what he did was a heinous act. And, there was some level of intent there. Okay, I didn't mean to split your face open, but I did mean to slam you in the face. Yeah, it's awful.
Well, and if you're the coach, what do you do? Do you rally around your star or do you ostracize your star? You can't ostracize LeBron James, and you can't ignore the incident. So all you can do if you're Frank Vogel, knowing, by the way, that you last as long as LeBron thinks that you should last.
Fair enough.
You rally around the king. Hey, I got to tell you.
Yeah.
This is the kind of thing that's going to really bring us together.
I get it. I guess on some level it's just the notion that LeBron is some kind of victim, right? We're going to rally around Bron. And LeBron is always painting himself out as to be some kind of victim. And I'll tell you another thing that bothers me about LeBron. What is the workout equipment now that he does commercials for? You've seen that commercial where he's got it's mounted on his wall at home and he's pulling and he's working on it. Have you seen the commercial? You know what I'm talking about?
No, I haven't seen
that commercial? Yeah.
No,
okay.
we only use Street Striders here. Shout out Street Striders.
The workout mirror thing.
Love Street Strider.
Steiny and JD, they're getting ready to take over here. You guys have seen the commercial, right?
I've seen the commercial.
Okay,
yeah.
the thing that drives...
Do we know what the product is?
I can't remember the name of it.
Some newfangled...
Yeah.
So JD says, like, the mirror thing.
Yeah.
And over here we got newfangled
No,
something.
it is. It's got a mirror, but it is also a workout thing.
Yeah, it's like a mirror on top
I'm totally with you. It's fascinating to me that nobody knows the name of it.
And I'm sure it's a great product, so I have no fault with the product.
No Street Strider, though. I like that.
Tonal, yeah, thank you on the text line. Tonal. The thing that bugs me is he comes in here and he says all these things like, yeah, all the results, what you see, it's all because of the hard work you don't see. He's like, yeah, whatever. Then he gets done, Steiny, and he sits there. The look on his face when he's done with his workout, it's not like, or it's not like, whoo. It's just like the most thoughtful, staring off into space, right? The look on his face when he's done with his workout, it's just like,
you got to take this somewhere else. I don't hate LeBron like everybody else hates him, apparently.
I hate that aspect of LeBron. Just the whole...
The brand manager?
Just everything. He is just so...
He's a phony, is what he is.
Maybe he is.
And I would love to see a history of his
big
augmentation.
Yeah.
He's a huge LeBron fan. And you're trying to think about Rodin's The Thinker, Le Penseur, the famous statue where...
That's kind of the look on his face when he's
exactly.
done with his workout on the tonal. And it makes me want to throw up as if I'm courtside at a Kings game.
Right.
Yeah.
I'm with you there completely.
Mm-hmm.
And no one here is hating on LeBron. We're just trying to call a violent act to task instead of, celebrating a cheap shot, which apparently is what you want to do, Steiny.
I just didn't think it was heinous.
I did.
It was abominable.
Yeah.
Well, then why do you only get one game?
Because you're LeBron James.
Well,
now, what if Beef Stew would have done that to LeBron? How would that have gone? LeBron would have gotten the Congressional Medal of Honor, and Stewart would have been incarcerated for years.
Well, the last I heard, everybody said there's no way LeBron's going to get suspended because they can't take him away from New York.
I didn't think he was going to be suspended. I was pleased that he got one game until I saw the replay again. Then I thought that's 2. I saw it again. I thought it should be a 3-game suspension. Every time I saw it with a better angle on NBA TV last night, I thought they should have tacked on again. It was pretty bad, Steiny. It was bad.
It wasn't as bad as what happened with Morris and Jokic, was it?
That was pretty bad.
And they only got 2-1 games. So
yeah, I don't know. I'd make the case. I think what LeBron did was worse than what Morris did to Jokic.
Why'd he shut up?
Yeah.
Yeah. Anytime you're getting hit in the head,
yes.
I think it's worse.
Yeah. Yeah.
Both cheap shots in their own right.
Yeah.
You are listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ, FM and HD1 San Francisco and Odyssey Station. Brought to you by DuckDuckGo, Privacy Simplified. Matt Steinmetz and JD going to take over here in just a second. Have you guys heard about Troy Aikman's Thanksgiving plans? Thanksgiving?
No.
No. I don't know what you guys have. Probably semi-traditional fare? Everybody for Thanksgiving?
Very traditional.
Yeah, this morning he was on one of these sports talk stations, Troy Aikman. He says every year for Thanksgiving, the Hall of Fame quarterback from America's team, he has Italian food for Thanksgiving every year. Isn't that awful? Isn't that terrible?
No, it's
Spadoni
not.
loves it.
Oh, we're having a non-traditional Thanksgiving this year, Whitey.
Yeah. What is it?
We're going out to eat in the city, a fancy restaurant.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. Not Italian food, though, right?
A Mediterranean.
Oh.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
You got a problem with that? I didn't think so.
Yeah, actually, I do.
What a Thanksgiving tough guy over here. As if he's calling the shots. You're being told what to wear and where to go.
All I know is there won't be a mess to clean up. There won't be...
No leftovers?
No, not at all.
Mm-hmm.
Looking forward to it.
I just expected something more American out of the quarterback of America's team. That's all, Steiny. Maybe that's not fair. You watched the Manning cast last night?
I did not.
I did
not. I
watched
watched the game with the sound off, actually.
Right. It was fairly entertaining, more entertaining than the contest.
You know what? I did hear some highlights of the Kevin Hart part.
He's a tune out.
Yeah, he doesn't really do it for me.
He doesn't do it for me either, except I watched last night, and he was actually kind of funny. But what are some other sports siblings or even sports families that should have their own cast? I tweeted last night, for baseball, there should be a Molina cast, right? Wouldn't that be great if the Molina brothers had their own cast during a baseball game? Wouldn't you want to see that? No? Okay.
I don't know.
Give me the Morris twins and the Jokic brothers.
That's not bad. Now, that's not bad.
Uh-huh. Yeah.
That's not bad.
Uh-huh. The Williams sisters doing their own
would be
cast?
terrific.
Yeah.
I was thinking which would be less, I guess, compelling, the Lopez's or the Collins twins, if we had the twins cast.
It's got to be the Lopez twins. They've got a little more verve.
Yeah, they're a little odd, right?
Yeah,
they're
they
big Star Wars, Disney fans, and yeah.
That wouldn't be bad, though, the Lopez brothers.
Yeah. I'd like to see the Garoppolos, Jimmy G, and he's got his 3 brothers, or the Gronkowskis would be another good one.
Mm-hmm.
I know that they're not all pro athletes, but, pro athlete with some fun siblings along the way.
What about the Barry boys?
Not bad.
Yes.
Scooter, Brent, John.
Yeah. Stephen.
You got to have the old man in there, though, just to have a counterpoint.
He'd make his way in there. He'd make sure he found his way on there.
Of course, the favorite.
I'm out.
That's it.
Yeah.
Wow.
Steph and Seth, or Michael and Klay would be a great cast, wouldn't it? The Thompson cast.
That wouldn't be bad.
You get Trace in there.
Bad at all.
Trace,
absolutely.
Clay's brother, would be good as well.
Mm-hmm.
I think that there's something here. Absolutely.
Mm-hmm.
Curry!
What do you guys have here? What's coming up here with us?
We're going to talk some Warriors for sure. Just get into some of the stuff Draymond has been saying on either his podcast or his simulcast or the Manning cast or just the regular media accessibility.
Sure,
he's been talking quite a bit, and he said some interesting things about the last couple of years and how he didn't think he's had very good seasons the last 2 years.
He said the quiet part out loud.
He did.
Yeah.
He did. So we're gonna talk a little bit about Draymond Green. Ross Tucker, the great Ross Tucker, 1:30.
You're right. You're right.
No, you're right.
Yeah. Yeah. Draymond loves the game again. And,
good. Because they're 15-2, and he loves it, huh?
Yeah. What's not to love? What's not to love about watching them play, right? Especially after that year JD and I went through a couple seasons ago.
The 15 and 50?
Yeah.
How'd Draymond play that year?
When he played at Christmas Day, he was very good, triple-double. Other than that, I don't recall him actually bothering to do much.
All right. We're also going to talk about the 2014-15 Warrior Championship team that everybody says this team kind of reminds them of. Go into deep dive into the personnel.
Well, you're not scoffing at that, are you? You're not scoffing
They're different.
at that notion.
They're very different. They're very different.
Don't you think, though, that, and I think JD and I talked about this, the mindset is similar. Don't these guys love being the underdogs rather than the team that, you got Kevin Durant, they're supposed to win every game. They love being the team that's proven everybody wrong.
Well, that was the way the team, this is the year before Durant came, the 14-15 year.
I know. They were, that's how they were. They were the team that had proved like Barkley wrong.
Gotcha.
Yeah.
Well, they hadn't won anything at that point.
Yeah,
Right.
yeah. And I think their mindset, they love that mindset more.
Well, do you like the idea of, they had a lot of veterans on that team coming off the bench, if you remember. This team's got a lot of younger players coming off the bench. You think that matters at all? You know, that team had Iguodala, Barbosa, Spates, Livingston. David Lee was coming off the bench, as opposed to Peyton II, Damian Lee, JTA, Jordan Poole. Those guys are pretty young. So
yeah, I got Bielitsa and I
there's
got
our
Porter
show.
And,
Right.
Iguodala on the phone. Yeah.
Well, Bielitsa doesn't have a lot of playoff experience.
Yeah. All right. So that's coming up. Dibs, back with you tomorrow, if that's all right with you.
Fingers crossed, Whitey. I got some sick days that I'll be leaning on. So, best of luck with that.
All right. Thank you for listening. Make sure you stick around because Steiny and JD are next right here on 95.7 The Game.
He brings the passion.
For what? I want to know now. I'm mentally invested. Don't tell me to pray and you don't say what for.
He brings the perspective.
Yeah, I think they both have a great point. Get off me, text line.
He's truly one of a kind.
That is wow. Oh, my God.
And he's doing a great job.
I need you to man up and say what you really want to say.
Diamond, you're doing a great job.
And together, they are Steiny and Guru.
Yeah.
On 95.7 The Game.
Oh, let me tell you something. Your boy is fired up today. I'm excited, JD. I'm feeling frisky. You know what? I feel like a 25-year-old. I feel indestructible. Got the booster today, baby. Got the booster.
Oh, look
yes,
at
sir.
you. Look at you. That's
yes,
good.
Sir.
Very good. I'm up on my actual 6-month date because they say you're supposed to.
Sure.
My 6-month date is actually Saturday.
Okay.
So I got to figure out how all that's going to work out. But yeah, good for you, my man.
Yeah, it was very easy. Very simple. Went to Hayward.
I'm trying to figure out where I'm going to go and all the logistics and all that.
There used to be a golf course in Hayward called Sky West. It's closed, but they've set up a big facility in their parking lot. And it was...
Drive up?
Yeah, it was seamless. Drove down to Hayward, got there at 9, was out at 9:22.
You have to get out of the car?
I did.
But not for long.
No. And I still got to the bridge in time for carpool. Got to the bridge about 9:50, so it was a real good start to the day. Real good start to the day. Kind of like the Warriors have had a real good start to the season. Now, let me just throw this out to you. Is there any team in the NBA that would scare you? And we're going to get into Draymond Green in a second. But if you're the Warriors, is there any team that scares you? That you say, you know what? If push comes to shove, that one's going to be a tough series for us to win. Let's start in the West first.
Not really. I'm intrigued by Phoenix, but there are already teams, and we'll see what the Lakers look like, Steiny, at the end of the year when it's closer to a finished product. I think they're going to have to make some changes to their roster and to their rotation. So I'm kind of putting the Lakers off to the side. They stink right now, so I don't consider them a legitimate threat at this point. We've already seen the Warriors beat them. I don't think Denver's good enough. Utah, I like a lot as a team, just running through them all quickly. But in the playoffs, things change. We've also seen the Warriors, even the last couple of years, actually, I should just say last year, they kind of made Rudy Gobert a non-factor in a couple of their regular season matchups, which we saw in previous iterations when Gobert was kind of coming up. And, Dallas, Luka's good. I don't love their team beyond that. And then everybody else, forget about it at this point. Clippers aren't going to have Kawhi for a while, so you got to reevaluate them. If he ever comes back, the one team I'll hold out, I'm intrigued, is Phoenix. I'm intrigued by what do those matchups look like. They were just in the NBA Finals. Chris Paul is a hell of a player. Ayton, a young big that can do some things athletically, and they got a lot of good young wing and guard
They do have
players.
a lot of wing guys.
So I'm
athletic, yeah.
The Suns are the one team, and I know the Warriors are going to play them 3 times here between next Tuesday and Christmas. So it's going to be a lot of fun, and 2 of those are going to be next week. So that's the one team among everybody in the West I'm most excited to see. How do the Warriors stack up?
I'm going to put Utah there too, and I know that everybody takes a shot at Utah because of the playoffs, and they haven't had a ton of success in the playoffs. I still think they're a pretty good team, and want to see if they're any different this year than years in the past. Here's what the Warriors have coming up, and gosh, it's close to being a real tough stretch. But Philly tonight, Portland Friday, then they go to L.A. to play the Clippers at Phoenix, then at home against Phoenix, and it's too bad Embiid's not going to play for Philly.
I was going to say, you want me to run down the players that played last night for Philly? Just because they're dealing with a lot of injuries, and this projects to tomorrow. Here's who played last night for Philly. Matisse Thybulle.
I like him.
Gorgeous Niang.
Yeah. They like him.
Andre Drummond had 24 rebounds. Furkan Korkmaz, Tyrese Maxey, Shake Milton, Paul Reed, Charles Bassey, and Isaiah, don't call me Connor, Joe.
Nice.
Play.
So no Seth Curry even.
Seth Curry had a back issue. Tobias Harris has a hip. So maybe those 2 come back tomorrow, but the Sixers could be looking a lot like the Pistons at Chase Center tomorrow night.
Well, here's what I'm looking forward to, because I always look forward to when this guy plays against the Warriors, and that's Andre Drummond. How good or bad will he be against the smaller Warrior teams? You know what I mean?
Yeah.
We'll find that out tomorrow, because sometimes he just gets gobbled up by small, quick teams. Let's go to, all right, Draymond Green. He's having a heck of a year. Good start to the year, 17 games in. A lot of people think he's already surging ahead in the Defensive Player of the Year award. Was this was in his podcast? The Volume podcast? Or was something else? Because he's been on everything under the sun lately.
Which one?
I don't know. I'm waiting for Evan. Anyway, we can play it. I'll give him credit afterwards. Take a listen to this, because I think we got to get into this.
My son is getting older. My oldest daughter, she's 7 now. They kind of get on my ass if we lose. So that's motivation. And I think for me also, I've been the last couple years. So my kids don't really understand how good I am. And I want them to see how good I am so they'll have an understanding. That is motivation. I was playing at the top of my level, which I'm getting back to that now. But I was playing at the top of my level at like 3-1. That is motivating for me to play well in front of them so they have an understanding of what I do. And most importantly, I want to win. I want to be a Defensive Player of the Year again, and I want to be an All-Star again. That is motivating me, because a lot of people had counted me out. Same mistake people made before when I first came into the league. But a lot of people doubted me and doubted me again, and that's fuel to the fire.
So, isn't one of the reasons that people may have doubted Draymond Green because of that season 2 years ago? And because last year he was okay? I mean, so here's what I don't get. So Draymond basically says, I've been lousy the last 2 years. Even worse than that.
Yeah.
SH word. But he can't understand why people have counted him out or said that he's not himself anymore. I think he answered his own question, didn't he?
He did answer his own question.
Okay. Do you think he knows he answered his own question?
I think so, but I don't think that's going to prevent him from using it as motivation.
Well, what do you just think about that? I mean, is it cool that 2 years ago he just packed it in and kind of acknowledged he packed it in because they weren't going to go anywhere? And then I guess the thing that, I mean, I didn't think he was terrible last year by any stretch, JD.
He wasn't.
But if he's telling you that his heart and soul wasn't in it, I mean, they were pretty good. They were 39 and 33. Well, he only goes 100% when they got a title chance?
Well, he wasn't terrible last year, but I will point you to a number of their close losses, right? There were a lot of games last year that slipped away, or they blew leads, or they just couldn't execute down the stretch. And in many of those games, with Steph playing at the MVP level that he played at, where do you turn your attention? The brunt of the criticism, it would either go to, well, what did Wiggins do that night? But we'll throw him off to the side. But because I think at that point, we're all still learning about Wiggins, and Wiggins has never really, up until then, had the reputation of being a big game or a money-type player in the big moments. So throw him out. Draymond took the brunt of the heat and the criticism for a lot of those losses, because a lot of those nights it was, well, gosh, he was pretty bad in the first half. Then he came alive in the second half, or he had 2 points. If he had just had 8 points, they would have won the game. And he's got to be more aggressive, and it looks like he doesn't want to shoot. And it just, for as good as he was in a lot of ways, there was still the belief that either he had lost a step.
No doubt.
Which you pointed out a lot, or that he just wasn't always as consistently engaged and committed to maximizing what that team could be last year.
Right. And I think he, all right, 2 years ago, I don't know what is this just a way we got to take Draymond Green?
Yes.
Okay. I think that would bother a lot of other people. The fact that 2 years ago he quit on the team.
He did, but
like, how can he quit on the team and then also be the ultimate competitor?
They were so bad.
They stunk, and I get it. They were in the finals 5 straight years, and it must have been hard for him. But I don't know.
There was this tone, and Steve Kerr, I think, perpetuated this 2 years ago. There was this tone of, well, Steph's out, and Klay's out, and Durant's gone, and Draymond's healthy enough to be playing. There was almost a tone of, boy, it sucks to be Draymond, like it, or he's the one guy that has to keep showing up for this, and I think it was beyond even him. Like, I think it became acceptable organizationally, to be perfectly honest, because they knew. I mean, they knew that they weren't going to be competitive when Klay was already out, and then Steph went down at the end of October and wasn't coming back till probably March. So at that point, all right, this is probably going to be the worst team in the league. And I think the tone quickly shifted to, well, let's just let Draymond kind of do whatever the heck Draymond wants to do, because he drew the short straw in terms of he's healthy, but he's got to play with these guys?
Right.
Like, this ain't going to work.
Well, and I will say that if 2 years ago, kind of giving up on the season, is it all responsible for him being able to play at this level, where he may not have been able to play at this level had he played that whole season and then all last season? I think you got to live with that. But I'm just kind of wondering how Warrior fans view where he's at right now. Is he the same defensive player right now that he was? When did he win the Defensive Player of the Year award?
2016, right?
Okay. Is he at that level? Because I think he's probably pretty close. I don't think he's there, but I think he's pretty close. And so maybe that's kind of what you have to deal with. I mean, the one thing about Draymond is, if there's a competitive game to be had, he's going to be ready to go. I think it's interesting that, as you said, he said the quiet part out loud.
And it was 16-17,
okay.
Just to be clear on that. It was actually the first Durant year.
Yeah. I wonder if Warrior fans, I mean, if you're a Warrior fan, are you crazy about that Draymond, shows up when he really, really has to, as opposed to, when he doesn't have to, he won't. That's the kind of thing I wonder about. Like, if Steph Curry didn't get hurt that year, 2 years ago, he would have played every game. I mean, he would have played most every game, don't you think?
Well, and let's. I mean, part of why we got into this conversation before.
Is he a front runner, JD? Is he a freaking front runner, Draymond Green?
Yeah, I think he is. I think he is. So, and that's. I mean, I don't. look, I thought, and I said this, and I actually took some heat for this, just in discussion on shows and things, because I said, hey, I think this Warriors team having more talent on it means you're going to get a better Draymond, and that will allow them to push forward.
Right.
And inevitably, the question that I'd get hit with is, well, so you're telling me he's a front runner? Yeah, okay. I guess I am telling you he's a front runner, but would you rather have him playing at the level that he's playing at now on a team that possibly can contend for a championship at the expense of it looking the way that it looked a year ago when they were never going to win a championship and everybody knew it? Look, it's an uncomfortable conversation maybe for some that say, you always have to bring it, damn it. And Draymond is the consummate well, you know what? The reality is Draymond isn't always the consummate professional.
Right.
Like, let's just put that rat on the table.
Right.
He isn't. He's an all-time great defensive player. He's a terrific passer. He's a future Hall of Famer. But he doesn't always bring it. And not every player always brings it every second of every game or every season at the same level as they do in other seasons.
Yeah, I mean, to me it's interesting because last year I would have never said that he had a crappy year. Like, I wasn't watching last year and said Draymond was crappy. Now, the year before that, I could say, yeah, he had no interest in playing this year, meaning 2 years ago.
And would you have? Like, that's the other thing. Would you? I know you would not.
Not if I were Draymond Green.
If you were Draymond Green 2 years ago, you would have been.
I agree.
Out of it.
I mean, right after Steph got hurt.
Yeah.
Once Steph got hurt.
Right. But you wouldn't have been bringing it every day. Look, sometimes you want to play with, you want to play with.
I could have, he could have put up numbers. Could have put up numbers that year, right?
For who?
For himself.
For what?
Personal numbers.
Well, that
add
was
to his legacy.
That was the one thing that always kind of made me bristle a little bit when people would say, almost as if they would act as if it was Draymond's responsibility to carry, to do more, to carry the team. And I always kind of thought, why? Like, if inevitably it's going to end in this, like, he's got to score more because Klay's out. He's got to, defend at an even higher level because this team's under-talented. Like, maybe it's saying the quiet part out loud, but, and I agree with you, I don't think he was bad last year, but it just, when you always say this, and I had something that sticks with me, great players know. Great players know whether you're good enough to be a playoff team, whether you're good enough to be a championship team, and they know when they're not. And I think Draymond's so smart that he's a victim of his own intelligence in a way, because he's like, he knows it's not going to work. And you know what? I'll be honest, I can kind of relate to that a little bit. Like, sometimes in life, you get put in certain positions and you go along with it and you go, you know what? This ain't going to work, but I'm going to do it because I'm a pro. But you're so smart, you just know it's destined to fail.
If I'm kind of with you on this one. It's like, did he give up 2 years ago? Yeah. Was that kind of lame? Yeah. But okay, it's 2 years later and now they're back in championship mode. So is there anything that he did 2 years ago that's going to come back and haunt him? I don't think so.
No. And if anything,
and you're right, he had the blessing of the organization.
And he's been able to flip it back.
Right.
Like, because that's the maybe the most important part of this. Because of the way he played the last 2 years, many thought he's done. He's shot. He's declined. However you want to put it.
Right.
Declined is probably the most appropriate way.
Right.
Because he was a very good player last year, but not what he had been.
Right.
So, but now it's like, well, wait a minute. Maybe that trajectory's going back up.
Yeah, I would never say, nor did I ever say, Draymond was washed. I guess
others did.
Like who? Like
I always did. Media did. Fan media did.
Really?
I think. Yeah.
Washed?
Yeah. Trade him. Washed. Oh yeah, that was uttered. That was even uttered on the
95.7 The Game.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
Well, I mean, listen.
Absolutely. I
thought, yes, after the last 2 years, I thought he was on the decline. But now he's going to kind of hold that. I'm going to use me, even though it's not me. It's some Joe Schmo. So, yeah, the last 2 years, I'm like, boy, Draymond's not the same player. He's declined. So now he's going to hold it against me after he said, I've been terrible the last 2 years. And he acknowledges it. So how, you know what I mean?
Yeah, I know what you mean.
I can't, I don't know. Some of the mental tricks these guys use are so transparent.
He's looking for an edge. And you know what? If he can get, if that gets him worked up, cool. The Warriors are benefiting from it.
Yeah, they are. They are. I wonder how much of it is genuine and how much of it is contrived.
He seems like he's just in a better place. Like he just seems.
Well, he's having fun with it. He's not angry about it. I will say that. I agree with that. I think Draymond's in a good spot.
He just seems generally happier.
Right.
Like look, the word that we haven't used yet, maturity. I think he's maturing. I think when he's open enough to talk about, hey, I wasn't up to my standard the last couple of years. Again, he uses the expletive, but it's also,
right.
He mentioned things about taking care of his body and, hey, I used to get after it a little bit, and maybe that put me in a position these last couple of years where I wasn't feeling as good as I needed to be. He dealt with the COVID issue at the beginning of last season, which kept him out, and it took him a while to get back into shape. I think that is also part of it. I think the other part of it is just the fact that he's talked about the officials. He's got 2 technicals, and he needed to maybe clean some of that stuff up a little bit.
Right.
So he's bringing all of the good parts of his game that the Warriors need, but without some of the excess baggage that comes with it that can be detrimental.
Right. All right, here's what we're going to do today. We got Ross Tucker at 1:30, so we're going to get into some 49ers. We're going to stay on some Warrior talk, though, for sure. And here's one of the things I want to ask Warrior fans. There's talk that this team reminds people of the 2014-15 season, that first championship year where the Golden State Warriors kind of snuck up on people, I think that's fair to say. They'd been eliminated in the first round the previous year, snuck up on some people, and ended up winning the title. How close is this year's team to that team? Are they similar, or are there more differences than you think? We're going to talk about that on the other side. It's all brought to you by BMW Fairfield. Now open in the Fairfield Auto Mall, they provide a luxurious, all-encompassing experience to address all of your BMW needs. Visit bmwfairfield.com today to book your visit. That's bmwfairfield.com.
There's a time for talking about helping the community, and there's a time for taking action. Fremont Bank is providing the Bay Area with much-needed support. For example, the Fremont Bank Foundation has donated over $1 million to relief efforts in our community. When you bank with us, your dollars go directly to loans and donations right here. If there's one thing the pandemic can't affect, it's our commitment to uplifting our communities. To learn more about our COVID-19 response, visit fremontbank.com/COVID-19.
This year's ratings of the best TVs just got published, and Samsung, LG, and Sony scored the highest. Also, they warned about the poor performance of the bargain brands promoted at some stores. So where can you get the best deal on the top-rated TVs? At the club? Online? Nope. At Video Only. They've got their better than Black Friday deals on right now. Don't be sorry. Check out Video Only before you buy.
There's a new radio station in the Bay Area. The new 105.3 Dave FM. Totally random radio. A station that goes from 0 to random in 0 seconds. Where Huey Lewis hangs out with Duran Duran. Where Green Day plays right next to Fleetwood Mac, which plays right around the corner from Journey, and then maybe Depeche Mode. All living their most random life. Totally random. That's us. The new 105.3 Dave FM. Totally random radio.
Me again, Robert Johnson, Veritas Funding in Walnut Creek, California, talking about jumbo mortgages. Today, we are offering a 2.5% 30-year fixed rate mortgage at a 2.65 APR. Give us a call, whether you're purchasing a home or refinancing, home improvements, cash out. You can get 2.5% on a 30-year fixed up to $3 million with a 2.65 APR. Give us a call, 925-399-4041. 925-399-4041. Ask for me, Robert Johnson, Veritas Funding in Walnut Creek, California. Talk to you soon.
If you have a jumbo loan over 3%, refinance with Veritas Funding at 2.5% rate with 2.65 APR on loans up to $3 million. 2.5% on a 30-year fixed mortgage. Up to $3 million with a 2.65% APR with Veritas Funding in Walnut Creek. Call now, 925-399-4041. 925-399.
Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
15-2. 15-2. Best team in the NBA, right? Oh, boy, Suns. Look at the Suns. And the Warriors got the Suns coming up twice next week. Here's what I want to ask Warrior fans. I want you to take a listen to something Draymond Green said, and I just want to know kind of how you feel about it. And this was from the post-game on Sunday after the Warriors had beaten the Toronto Raptors, and Draymond Green was talking about where his motivation is coming from these days.
My son is getting older. My oldest daughter, she's 7 now. They kind of get on my ass if we lose. So that's motivation. And I think for me also, I've been the last couple years. So my kids don't really understand how good I am. And I want them to see how good I am so they'll have an understanding. That is motivation. I was playing at the top of my level, which I'm getting back to that now. But I was playing at the top of my level at like 3-1. That is motivating for me to play well in front of them so they have an understanding of what I do. And most importantly, I want to win. I want to be a Defensive Player of the Year again, and I want to be an All-Star again. That is motivating me because a lot of people had counted me out. Same mistake people made before when I first came into the league. But a lot of people doubted me and doubted me again, and that's fuel to the fire.
Yeah, so I guess what I'm asking Warrior fans is kind of how does that make you feel? That Draymond is acknowledging that the last 2 years he's been crappy. Because I'll tell you what, to me, there's something admirable in that. Because there's a lot. Exactly. There are a lot of players who've been crappy the last 2 years, and they would never say that.
What's Kyrie Irving been the last couple years?
Exactly. But there's also something to, you've been crappy the last 2 years, and the team hasn't been as competitive. So I don't know, if you're a Warrior fan, does that kind of annoy you a little bit? Or has Draymond earned all the goodwill that any three-time champion could earn? And you're like, you know what? Guess what, Draymond? Just come to play when the games mean something.
I think the other part of the equation, as far as it relates to the fans and just how they feel about it, is it worth it now that he's, like, if you were somebody that doubted him, because there was a lot of that noise of, you got to trade this guy. You got to move on. Like, he was the one that was connected, I think, to a lot of the Ben Simmons stuff.
Okay.
Where it was like, boy, if Draymond's going to play at a certain level and he's declining, then he's the guy that maybe you have to look to trade. Now, I know the Warriors have been adamant that they weren't going to do that, but when you're looking around at how does this team potentially get better and what level Draymond can be on, I think a lot of Warrior fans, I'll just put it this way, I think a lot of Warrior fans are done with him. I think a lot of Warrior fans were done with him. No,
gotcha.
Done with him.
You know what? I'm going to say I do kind of agree with that.
We're done with him. It's just, Steph's back at being an MVP. That's awesome. Klay's coming back at some point. But you know what, Draymond? He's on the downside, and he's getting into it with the officials, and it's not as consistent as it was. And so I'm kind of done with him.
Well, the other thing he acknowledged during that post game too, and you alluded to it, is, he said he was, basically he's not drinking this year, or drinking as much, or there's special occasions. Whereas maybe in the last 2 years he got after it a little bit,
taking better care of himself.
Exactly, he's taking better care of himself. I guess part of me, listen. I do think Draymond has earned a huge, benefit of the doubt. But by the same token, I'm like, God, really? You're so honest that you're basically going to say, I tapped out the last couple of years.
But I'm back.
Yes, but he's back. And you know what? They're better when he's back and playing like this. My question, though, becomes, can he do this all year? And can the Warriors do it for the whole year? But, Draymond Green, never at a loss for words, and is always saying something provocative. And I'll tell you what, he's been an interesting part of this dynasty. There's no doubt about it. Let's go to Tony. Tony's in Oakland. What's up, Tony? How you doing, man?
Fellas, how's it going?
Good.
Thanksgiving.
Same to you.
Hey, man, I just want to say that I completely agree with JD. That he's just the type of guy that he speaks his mind. I mean, we weren't a playoff team. We weren't really a title contender, so there was no reason for Draymond Green to give it 100%. I mean, we were playing with a bunch of scrubs. Half those guys on our starting lineup aren't even on our team anymore. So why would you want a pinnacle piece of our team to go 100% and then injure himself like he did with his shoulder? And then when he came back from his injury, people were writing him off, and they wanted to trade him for Ben Simmons, when Ben Simmons is acting like a 6-year-old girl and doesn't even want to play for Philadelphia because the fans were booing him. Like, that's how the NBA is. If you don't play good, it's a miss or make league. If you don't play good, your fans are going to boo you. So get better. What did Draymond Green did? He got better. He took the time in the Olympics to really kind of hone back into his form, and now he's playing not right now. In my opinion, he's not playing as the defensive player of the year, but he can get there if he keeps at it. And I mean, last point would be that I do see a lot of similarities to the 2015 team. The only thing is, like how Steiny was saying, is that there's not a lot of vets, but we have a lot of young guys that have heart, and they're playing hard. I mean, we have Gary Payton the second, and he's like 6'3", 6'4", but he plays like he's 5 inches taller than what he is. Like you don't grow that. You have to have that type of heart to play that type of basketball. All right, guys, have a good day.
Thanks, Tony. Good stuff. Real good stuff. I want to know if there are any Warrior fans out there at 888-957-9570. Are you ready to say that, yeah, you had given up on Draymond Green? Because now that JD brought that up, I do think you're right. There were a lot of people who've called and said, I'm kind of done with Draymond. By the way, the Simmons thing for Draymond, I was
the table.
I didn't. For me, it wasn't about Simmons for Green. I'm the guy I believe it or not, I think Simmons and Green could play together. That's ideally what I would have liked, is to get Simmons in here with Draymond. Now, I don't know about now. All bets are off. But that's kind of where I wanted to go, because I don't think – what could you have gotten for Draymond after the last 2 years when he said, I've been pretty lousy the last 2 years? But he's pretty good this year. He's definitely pretty good this year.
I mean, there are some teams that I think he could have helped, but it would have been along the same lines of how he's helped the Warriors. It would have needed to have been a more talented team that maybe was on the cusp of making a jump into being championship level.
I think if you put Draymond Green onto the Blazers two years ago, now they're a factor.
They're
a huge factor. And I
3
think
years ago.
Yeah, you know what I mean. During that run,
like when they played in the conference finals,
right?
That year,
if Draymond just switched teams, Warriors would have had a lot of trouble.
Absolutely,
against that Portland.
Yeah, because they never had, as good as they had been. They had never had that guy, and they were always searching for players that could bring some of that to the table. And for the most part, they missed.
Right,
and that's why they came up short.
Dave's in Vallejo. What's up, Dave? How you doing, man?
Good afternoon, gentlemen. Thanks for having me on.
Yes,
hey, 2 quick points real quick. For one, make no mistake, I really honestly believe that with Draymond Green stepping forward and taking ownership the way he did, just made himself an even more valuable weapon in the arsenal that the Warriors have. And for two, I really don't believe that we're at that point where we were at the first round of that championship run season that we had. I simply think we're better because we've got a bench who's answering the call, and they've already proved it in the last 2 or 3 games here in the last couple of weeks. That's my take, gentlemen.
All right. You know what? We're gonna get into that too a little bit, Dave. Just off the top, I just wrote down some of the guys on each of these teams. So let's say 2014-15 Warrior championship team: Steph, Klay, Draymond Green, Harrison Barnes, Bogut, Iguodala. All right, then the bench is essentially Livingston, Barbosa, Spates, David Lee, remember, and Ezeli. So that, with the exception of Ezeli, those are all veteran players. Now you look at this team, and you got Curry, Thompson, Wiggins, Green, Looney. Iguodala is still here, but the bench is a bunch of no-names, essentially. Poole's in his 3rd year. Damian Lee's never been to the postseason. Peyton, the second's never been to the postseason. JTA, never been to the postseason. Bielitsa's been there twice, but he's never won, and he didn't play much.
Yeah, well, he got a little taste with Miami and then a little taste that 1 year Minnesota made it, I think.
So the one thing that I would say when I compare these two teams is I do want to see how, and this includes Wiggins, this absolutely includes Wiggins, how the players who haven't had a deep run in the postseason react to the games come February, March, April. Because I do think the games are going to get a little different there. And who of the Warriors bench has staying power? Who has staying power? Or can you see all these guys playing in the finals? Not finals.
Well,
do you believe all these guys are going to be able to produce when the chips are down? Kind of like they're doing now.
I'm open-minded to it. There's been nothing to this point where I've said, because look, part of making a run is guys emerging and players that growing into, just because you haven't done something doesn't mean you can't do something. And so, like, you can talk about different levels of experience, but you know what? If they're the 1 seed or the 2 seed and they've had a full season of playing a lot of high-profile games, and they're held up by the Currys and the Draymonds and the Iguodalas and the Klay Thompsons who have been through it, I think this team's talented enough to where those guys can grow on the fly. And look, there will be mixed results. Like some guys that you maybe are unsure if they're money players will show you that they are. There might be 1 or 2 that aren't. And then that's where it's going to be on Steve Kerr, because they have so many players, so much depth, to find the right guys in the right moments for the right series. Like, it wouldn't be crazy, and I'm gonna get out there a little bit. It wouldn't be crazy if, let's say, the Warriors make a run to the finals.
Okay.
It wouldn't be crazy if maybe Gary Payton II really helps him in the first series, and maybe a guy like JTA or Damian Lee doesn't. And then in the next series, Damian Lee does. And JTA does. And boy, Bielitsa just killed Denver or whatever it is.
Well, it's kind of, and that's what they're doing now.
So,
but in individual games.
So, and honestly, if the rest of the guys at the top half of the roster are doing their thing, there is less pressure on the bench to do their thing, because the rotations can get shorter and minutes can tick up for the big players. So I
mean, in fairness too, Toscano Anderson and Payton, they're not 22.
They're not.
They're not 22.
It's inexperience in terms of playing time in the NBA, not age and life experience.
Yeah, that's what the 510 brought up. They might not have many years, but they're older type players. There's truth to that. There's truth to that. Let's go to Jim. Jim's in the 707. Wants to talk a little Draymond Green. What's up, Jim? How you doing?
Hey, good afternoon, guys. Thanks for taking my call. Don't underestimate the power of having kids.
All right.
It certainly makes you grow up really quick.
Yep.
I really think Draymond is true to what he's saying, and he wants to set an example for what his sons are watching now, or his kids are watching. But also, I was one of those that kind of fell out of love with Draymond. I loved Draymond, 15, 16, 17. But injuries happen. Games start slowing down. You start losing games, and Draymond lost interest, and he started gaining weight and kind of complaining a lot and almost acting like he wasn't interested in the game. And I became super frustrated with that. And I'm not going to lie, at the beginning of the season, I was one like you. I thought Draymond and Simmons could play together. And with this team, I thought Simmons would make huge strides being in Golden State. But at this point, I wouldn't trade anybody on this roster for him. Loving Gary Payton, loving JTA stepping back and taking a lesser role. I'm really happy with the roster we have, and we will run pretty much any team off the court, unless you're talking about Memphis or some of the younger teams. I am super impressed with the speed this team has, and there's no way the Lakers or some of the veteran teams can even keep up. I'm not even worried about Utah. So this is going to be our year, I think, and for a few more years.
Championship, Jim? They winning it?
Absolutely. Yep, they are.
All right, thanks, Jim. 707 says they're winning it. Here's the one thing that has caught me a little by surprise is nice. When they were just putting the roster together and hey, they signed Otto Porter Jr. and hey, they signed Bielitsa, they draft Kuminga, Wiseman's in this. Like, I didn't see, not one time did I say, tell you what, Meyer's just putting together a team that kind of fits together and they got a lot of chemistry. I'm sorry, I didn't see it.
I didn't really. I thought there was some potential for it to be better, but I didn't think it was a lock.
Right.
And I still thought they were going to be pretty reliant on Steph.
And that, to this point, at least against some inferior competition, hasn't been the case at all. They've been able to win without Steph the one time. They've been able to win when Steph doesn't shoot the ball well on multiple occasions, because they always seemingly have that one player that gives you a little bit more than you need, one or two players that give you a little bit more on those nights where maybe Steph doesn't get the job done. So I kind of look at it, I just look at it along the lines where, you could kind of see what you wanted it to be, but I didn't think it was going to be enough. I keep coming back to this, and it's not to pat myself on the back, but I just remember watching him a little bit in the preseason, and I remember saying to you, and we kind of had a little back and forth, I said, boy, I could actually see him being pretty good. Like, it looks like they're not going to feel pressure to play the young players, and the veteran players kind of fit, and they have enough guys that do different things. I still don't think it would be like this, though.
No, not at all. Because look.
There was no reason to believe in August that it was going to be what it looked like. I mean, it just, let's be honest.
There was no reason to believe that by the end of November they would be clicking like this.
Right. With
Kuminga, Moody, Wiseman, who was coming off injury, the two, JTA, Lee.
Bob Myers gets a lot of credit, and because I remember a quote after, I think it was when free agency opened and before they had signed players, because at different points it looked sort of like their offseason was underwhelming, right? Like they couldn't get maybe some of the guys that they really wanted.
Right.
And I remember Bob Myers, and I'm paraphrasing, but I remember him saying, hey, we have a pretty good feel for what we need because now we know what a Damian Lee can provide and what a JTA is, and because they played roles last year, and it wasn't necessarily that those players were the 7th or the 8th men, but it was almost like they could be a group of players among a group of players that were 5 through, let's say, 11 or 12, and that would take the heat off some of the younger players. That quote, I've replayed it in my mind a little bit because I remember him almost casting players that they had into a slot before they went out and added to it. And it was almost like they were sure, hey, if we can get a couple of guys that do these things, shooting, Porter and Bielitsa both shooting, then the rest of the guys will fit better that they had from last year.
No, and I didn't see that either. I figured the first thing they had to do was, Juan Toscano-Anderson had to become the 13th man, and Damian Lee had to become the 11th man. And they kind of are, but they're playing an outsized role for those numbers when they get asked to play.
And it's even something like, well, why has Gary Payton II been so effective? Well, because you essentially pair him with Bielitsa when they come in. Like, they come in together. So you're bringing a guy with the skill set of Payton who can guard all these positions at a high level, right? He's a really good defender, not a great offensive player, although he is 9-19 from 3 this year. But he plays offensively almost like a big. Bielitsa plays offensively almost like a guard.
Yep.
So but the two play together, and the extra shooting that the Warriors have allow Payton to do the things that Payton does well and be a productive player.
Yeah. Let's go to M Squared. M Squared's in Dublin. He's going to make an admission. I respect it, M Squared. What's going on, man?
Hey, happy Thanksgiving, guys.
Same to you.
So 2 quick comments before I get to my admission. One, I think it's really interesting that there's gotten so much attention, going back to what you and JD were talking about players not being able to be developed on championship teams. Without even looking back at minutes, I seem to recall Jordan Bell, Festus Ezeli, and Patrick McCaw all playing not pivotal roles, but quality minutes and playing, decent roles on championship teams.
Yeah.
So I think that's kind of a lazy narrative from, a lot of folks that are out there. The second thing I want to admit, and listen, I am probably the staunchest Draymond Green defender, down to the point where I'll admit his flaws, but state that you have to accept those for all of the benefits that he brings. That all being said, when he went on the podcast with Kevin Durant and slammed Myers and Kerr, or made the derogatory comments about them making a mistake during the whole spat thing, that to me, that really, really pushed me over the edge. That's when I started thinking, is this guy going to ruin 2 seasons of buildup that we've waited to see Steph and Klay together, see a healthy Wiseman that hopefully he's got some steam under his belt. Is he going to blow it now by creating drama? And that's when I was ready to press the Ben Simmons button. That's all I got for you guys. I'm out.
Appreciate it, M Squared. I mean, that's one thing, JD, that maybe as fans, if you're a Warrior fan, you got to say, well, if Myers and Kerr and Lacob can live with Draymond,
sure.
Who am I to be out on him?
And you always have to ask yourself the question: all right, if you're gonna move on from him, like, what's that gonna cost you?
No doubt.
Like, because it's not, and I think you could almost make the case that the conversation would begin and end with Steph, because you look at the way those two play together, and how just imperative he is to the defense, but then also to the ball movement on offense. Like, it's not cut and dry unless there's a obvious decline, and clearly part of the decline was self-inflicted.
Well, see, that's the thing. Anybody out there who's saying something like, oh, yeah, you guys wanted to trade Draymond Green. Well, yeah, it was a topic because he was coming off 2 subpar years. And what other conclusion were we led to other than, looks like he may be on the downside of his career.
Sure.
So, assuming that all things were equal and Dre last year was who he was and this year wasn't going to be as good as last year, well, yeah. I mean, I think you got to look at all different avenues. Now, he's playing well. He's obviously more integral to this team. I think he's taken more of a leadership role than he has the last 2 years for sure. So, guess what? He ain't going anywhere. And you guys are 15-2. All right. On the other side, we got some news that we want to pass along. Warriors related, and it has to do with their second-year center, James Wiseman. That's what's on the other side. Going to give you an update on James Wiseman, who's been out since the beginning of the year. So we'll do that on the other side. At Safeway, they partner with trusted top-quality growers for hand-picked fruits and vegetables harvested at the peak of flavor. From farm to you, visit Safeway Produce Department today and see how they are perfecting the art of fresh.
What does your house want for Christmas? Bet it's an Anderson big door that fits walls up to 45 feet wide and 10 feet tall. Sound amazing? It is. And you can get the details at a Dolan's Window and Door.
back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
All right, JD in for Daryl the Guru Johnson. Thanksgiving week. A lot of fun. Warriors have been a lot of fun this year, 15-2. And their next game's tomorrow night versus the Philadelphia 76ers at the Chase Center. Philly's going to come in here banged up. No Embiid, likely no Tobias Harris. Seth Curry didn't play last night. We'll find out who plays tomorrow. Hey, I got to pass some news along from Steve Kerr. Steve Kerr did his post-practice interview a few moments ago. We're going to cut up that sound and we're going to play it for you. But first, I just want to kind of paraphrase apparently what he said. I'll use Nick Friedel of ESPN, his tweet. Steve Kerr says that James Wiseman still has not been fully cleared for scrimmaging. It remains unclear when Wiseman will be able to return. Kerr says there's nothing wrong with Wiseman's knee structurally. They're just being patient as Wiseman continues rehab from a meniscus tear. And Kerr also went on to say the team doctors are not comfortable enough with Wiseman scrimmaging 5-on-5, but Wiseman is playing 2-on-2. 2-on-2.
All right, 2-on-2, 3-on-3, 5-on-5.
Also, Steve Kerr, he said they don't have a target date for Klay Thompson's return, but he thinks, quote, in a few weeks we'll be able to get a target date.
Okay.
So it's all lining up for December 20th through the 30th still, I think.
Yeah, and I think, again, I'm going to stick with it. December 20th or December 23rd. That's what it's going to be.
Here's my question. Is Klay getting back on the court sooner than Wiseman?
I think it's possible. It's possible.
Well, it's also possible Wiseman could be healthy and just not play that much.
Oh, boy.
You know what I'm saying? You know what I'm saying.
Yeah. I mean, I've said this. To me, it's like baseball where you go out on a rehab assignment, and if your roster's full and you're playing well, that rehab assignment could be 5 days or it could be 25 days. I mean, there is a limit on the back end. Like, there is a max before you have to put a guy back on your roster or not, or, document that he's still injured. But to me, the Warriors, it's the equivalent of that right now. It's if you got the 5-day option or the 25-day option, you're using the 25-day option because you really don't need him right now.
Right.
And you want to make extra sure that there's no setback.
I guess. I think it's... Well, you know what? Let's focus on the Warriors being 15-2 rather than...
What is it?
Well, I have a feeling Wiseman's not going to be a huge factor this year. And on the one hand, it's going to be a good sign because to me it's going to kind of tell you that the Warriors are winning at a high pace. But on the other hand, like we're seeing with Trey Lance and any high pick, there's going to be all this consternation or all this worry that the Warriors made a big mistake. And I mean, honestly, JD, I'm not ready to say they made a big mistake. I just think it's going to take a while for him. For the same reason it's taken a while for Trey Lance. He played 1 game. Wiseman played 3. They're young. And the nice thing is the Warriors are going to win while he's not playing. You know what I'm saying?
They believe that they're good enough to not have to play the young guys a ton. And they haven't played the young guys a ton. They've gotten Kuminga a little taste. They've gotten Moody in there here and there. And Wiseman, because of the injury and the rehab, hasn't been out there. However you want to parse it out, they haven't missed a beat.
Nope. All right, let's take a listen to Steve Kerr. This is Steve Kerr, who's more of an authority than I am on James Wiseman and his injury.
The injury, the meniscus tear, is an injury where it's not really like a linear improvement, like an ACL or an Achilles. You kind of map it out. Meniscal tear, you can't really map it out as easily because it's just there's more possibility for a variance in how long it's going to take. to recover. So James is doing fine. There's no structural issue. We're just being very, very cautious. He's doing one-on-one stuff, two-on-two stuff, drill work, but Rick is not yet comfortable allowing him to scrimmage. So we're just trying to stay patient and do the best thing we can, and for James, he's such a young guy, and just want to be very cautious with the injury.
All right, so that's Steve Kerr. So I wouldn't expect James Wiseman back anytime soon. And soon, I mean in the next couple of weeks. And we might see Klay Thompson before Wiseman because Klay's already scrimmaging 5-on-5.
Yeah, and I wouldn't have thought that really at any point. I think I'm going to go ahead and mark it down as today. Where are we? November the 23rd. I think today's the first day where I'll go on record and say I feel like Klay Thompson's going to be back first.
Okay.
I hadn't felt that to this point.
Right. Let's go to let's go to Jared. Jared's in Fremont. What's up, Jared? How you doing, man?
Hey, what's up, Simon? How you doing? What's up, JD?
Good.
Hey, so I want to talk about the 2015 iteration compared to this Warriors team. I hear most Warrior fans, comparing Wiggins and Barnes, Poole's scoring threat compared to maybe Barbosa or Livingston, JT Bielitsa for Spates. Iggy was younger, yada, yada. I understand all that. I think what we're missing is Stephen Curry is so much better than he was in 2015. It's not even close. And the way him and Draymond play together with the continuity they have and how much they've played together, they've seen every defense. They've been through everything. They see every offense. I think that they're just so much better that can make up for any ancillary pieces maybe they don't have in 2015 as far as the quote-unquote depth. Because when you get down to Kuminga, Moody, and Wiseman, I mean, who knows how they're even going to be affecting the game whatsoever in the playoffs. They might be in sweats, right? So I think the fact that Steph and Dre are so much better, and who knows what we get out of Klay just from playing and just going through the wars. I don't know. I mean, what do you think about that, Simon? I mean, you've been pretty hard on three-point shot over time. I know you're like throwing it down to the post. What do you think about Curry and his ability to recognize the defense now, and how Draymond's that point forward? Draymond's such a better passer than he was in 2015. Yeah, he's more athletic. He was 25 years old in 2015, so he was, had more bounce and he was a little thinner. But his passing ability is gone exponentially up, right?
Well, I when you said that Curry's better now, not even close, JD raised his eyebrows a little bit on that one. Curry was 26 in the 14-15 year. Just throwing some numbers out at you. He only averaged 23.5 that year. He averaged 24 a game that year.
I mean, the numbers you could make a case are better.
The numbers.
Well,
the numbers are.
I mean, then what are we talking about? I mean, it's a fair.
I don't think. I mean, it. First of all, if Steph Curry's not as good,
he was the MVP of the league that year.
I'd still rather take him now, though. I know what the caller's saying.
Yeah, right. That's what I'm saying.
Right.
Well, he's going to be the MVP this year if it keeps going, and the numbers are going to be better.
Right. Well, the numbers. We'll see if the numbers are better.
Which numbers aren't? The 3-point shooting percentage.
And the regular shooting percentage.
Okay.
Those won't be as good.
What was he, 44 that year? 43.8, something like that?
So he won the MVP 2014-15 when he averaged 23.8. Okay, that year he shot 48.7, 44.3 from three.
Okay.
100% and 91 from the line. That doesn't matter.
Yeah, 50,
7.7 assists per game. That's his career high, but for 1 year.
And if you remember, that year he won the MVP. He was the best player on the best team.
How many games did they win that year?
67.
Okay. Yeah, that was a no-brainer.
He was the best player on the best team. They were the best team all year.
And there's a good chance that's going to happen this year if they don't get hurt.
Exactly right.
All right. Rick is in San Jose. Hey, Rick, how you doing, man?
Hi, guys. Thanks for taking my call.
Sure.
I was wondering if anyone's excited about the fact that they won 88% of their games, which puts them on pace for 72 games. Does anybody care? Because I know there was a whole big hubbub back then that, oh, my God, they're going in 73 games. And now they're on pace to win 72 games. Does anybody not believe that? Or
Okay, let me do the math. So, JD, at this point, they'll be 60-8. All right? Then they'll go to 75-10. Obviously, that's 3 games too many. They're on a 70-plus win pace. He's right.
Yeah, they're not winning 70.
How many are they winning?
I mean, at this point, I'm still in the high 50s.
Well, where did you start the year?
I started. I started
the year basically in the mid-40s.
Before training camp,
right.
I would have said 46 or 47.
Okay.
Before training camp.
Okay.
Now on the day the season began, I thought it was closer to 50.
All right.
Now we're all ready to I think they're going to win 55 plus right now. I would say more than 55.
If I had a bet on that right now, boy, that would be a tough bet to make. Either way. Because 55 is still a lot of wins.
It is.
And the other thing is, and I get it, I'm not criticizing their schedule, but there's a lot of good teams that they still got to play a lot of times. Yeah. Utah, Phoenix, Memphis, Denver, Dallas, Miami, Milwaukee.
We're already getting into this mode, though, where it's like, gosh, all right, they played the Lakers in the opener. I know the Lakers aren't as good now. They won that game. Right. Brooklyn was a game that everybody circled last week. They won that game. And then they're beating everybody else, so they've got this great record. And I don't know. I feel like they're not going to lose both games to Phoenix next week. And as long as they don't lose both games to Phoenix next week, then they're right there with Phoenix, and they're gonna win. They're going to be 24-6 in all likelihood after 30 games when Klay Thompson comes back, if you project it to December 20th.
So you think they're going 9-4 of the next 13?
Yeah,
I'd have to look at
It's not even crazy.
No, but I don't know their schedule
and you know what else
inside
is
and
happening?
out.
And you know what else is happening? Is we're seeing just other teams that aren't like these teams, like Philly tomorrow night. Right. Philly's lost right now. They got no action. They got 4 of their top maybe 6 or 7 players out, not playing right now. So when you dog your Philly, that Philly game night before Thanksgiving, it's great. Might as well be playing Detroit tomorrow night. I mean, seriously, it's not it's just so the games that you think are going to be games, or maybe not the games you think they're going to be, and part of that's because the Warriors are better, but part of it is because they're on this upward trajectory where they care, right?
No doubt.
They really care. Other teams are trying to figure it out, and that's where it reminds me, I think, the most of 14, 15, and 15, 16. They care. They're bringing it. They're healthier, and they're rolling. They found that, for a few years they were taking everybody's best shot. Now it feels like they're going in on some of these teams, and they're able to deliver the best shot to them,
right,
and hit them in the mouth and beat them,
right.
And that's how you just stockpile wins.
Let me ask you this: it's a question on the text line. Why do you think Hollinger of The Athletic had him winning 39 games?
I think he thought they weren't going to be healthy.
I think so too, and I think that was put into the model, if you will. I mean, I guarantee you, what they do is they take some kind of average number and figured Curry will miss 17 games this year.
Right.
Well, if he misses 17 games, then they might lose 10 of them.
If he misses 17 games by the last couple of years, they might lose 15 of them.
Right, but I'm saying with this year's team.
But that's and I think that's the and I don't want to get too wonky on it.
Right.
But if Curry misses, even look at him right now, right? What's their record right now? 15-2,
mm-hmm.
right? Well, let's say Curry misses 10 games and they go 1-9. Well, what's your record then? Then you're 16-11. Now the whole thing looks.
See,
different.
I don't
you know what
think,
I mean?
But I don't think they go 1-9.
No,
I think they go
maybe not
3-7.
And you know what? That's the difference between you're 16-11 in your middle of the pack, and you win a couple. You're 18-9, and it feels like you're still on pace to win 55 or 56 games.
Right. Let's go to Mark. Mark's in the city. Hey, Mark, how you doing? Talk a little Jordan Poole.
Good, gentlemen. I'm really excited about the growth of Jordan Poole, and I see this future with him as maybe one of the elite 6 men in the future. And there's been some really good ones, but I think Poole could be up there with the best.
Well, I wonder if he's going to be okay with that. You brought that up, JD. I mean, what's he averaging now? About 19 a game?
He's going to have to be okay with it.
I know that, but this is his 3rd year. We're getting to that point where,
I mean, the Warriors have the ability to keep him for another 3 or 4 years if they want. If they want to.
I thought that they have control over him for 5.
Well, but what I'm saying is with the at some point they can extend him, and they can match any offer.
Right, but I mean, what I was thinking is Klay Thompson comes back, and it's like like you said, holy cow, Klay Thompson's good again.
Right, but they could still keep Jordan Poole
if he wants to.
Well, no.
They have him under the rookie deal, but
right, but then he's restricted after that.
Right, but
so you could match and you could keep him for another.
Right,
4
but
years.
I was looking at it the other way, that somebody would offer him money, and they're like, that's too much.
Right, but that would be their choice.
It would be.
That would be the Warriors. But all I'm saying is if the Warriors wanted...
Well, the other thing is he could just play out for 5 years and become unrestricted.
I don't think on that first deal you can.
You can never become unrestricted on that first deal?
I think you've got the team has the control on the first deal. It's 4 years and then... Right, because it's 2 option years, so it's 4 years, and then he'd be up for an extension this year, right? A year before the last year of the deal.
I think so.
So they could do another 4 years this year, basically, and then they'd have him for another 5.
Right.
As long as they wanted to pay, it would be completely on them. It would be their decision to lock him in. He could not leave next year of his own volition.
doubt. No doubt. I'm talking about
year.
I'm talking
he
about
would be restricted after next year.
Correct. And I'm saying is, he may become a player that doesn't want to be here because there's not enough playing time.
So,
I
mean, if you're restricted, you're staying. If they match.
No, I know that, but I'm talking about after the 5 years.
After the, I'm talking about. I'm talking about. This is year 3.
Okay.
Next year's year 4.
They have him.
They could own him for another 4.
After the 4?
Yes.
No.
Yes.
I don't think so.
I believe he would be restricted at that point.
For 8 years?
I'm pretty sure.
I thought basically it was, okay, they can obviously have him next year. And then,
because at some point you're restricted first, as long as they keep offering you the qualifying offer like that. There's the rookie deal, and then there's another restricted deal.
Yes, this is kind of what I thought. And this guy's usually money. It's 4 years, Steiny, that teams have control over first round picks, and that's kind of what I'm talking about. First 2 years are fully guaranteed. The final 2 years are all team options.
Yes.
Right. So they can pick up his option for 2 years without signing him to a long-term contract.
Correct.
Right.
That would be through next year.
Correct.
Which they already did that.
Right. We're not disagreeing. We're just not understanding each other.
But at the end of the 4 years, I think it's he's a restricted free agent, not an unrestricted free agent.
Gene's in Oakland. We'll get that answer for you. But I think you might be right. What's up, Gene?
Hey, guys. So, first of all, I'm with you, JD. I think a reasonable projection of wins is more like 55 to 60. I think as I heard the other day, I think we have we're 28th on strength of schedule so far. So, yeah, we got some tough teams coming up. Comparing, now to 2015, and this gets to the point about Curry. Is he a better player now than he was then? Absolutely, in my mind, because he's a defensive. He plays good defense now. He didn't play any defense back then. He's stronger. He's more experienced. Sure, he's not, as durable and maybe not quite as quick. But overall, his overall game, I think, is considerably better than it was then. I see 2 differences between then and now. 2 main differences that come to mind. First of all, and this gets to this point about how good are they without Curry? I believe they're 4-0 without Curry, meaning games he either hasn't played or he's underperformed so far. So, if you're looking at a 10-game stretch, I think it's reasonable to assume they'd be 5-5 or 6-4, of course, depending on who they're playing. The second difference is there's no Bogut. Give me one more second here. There's no Bogut, and they're playing small ball all the time. 12 to 14 deep. I wonder how long they can do that. There's going to be injuries. They're going to get worn out. So I'm still hoping they get some kind of big man somewhere along the line that can fill that need.
Thanks for the call. That big man's, you'd figure it'd be James Wiseman.
Yeah.
He and Looney splitting the center position.
And that's the part that I wonder about when the big man thing comes up, because we've heard a little of that. Well, if you want to go get a big man, then like Wiseman's never going to play. If it's not like, him, if you need to go get Marc Gasol, then Wiseman's never playing. Right. So at that point, like you can't have it both ways. Like you can't say Wiseman's going to be a factor and you need to go get another big. Like you can't have both of that. By the way, I did look up Spotrac with Jordan Poole's contract. And yeah, he is a restricted free agent in 2023. So he's got 21-22. Warriors picked up the option for 22-23, and then in 23 he's a restricted free agent, which means he can field offers, but the Warriors would be able to match.
Well, I'm looking at Ayton now. All right, so Ayton's in his 4th year. They didn't re-sign him to a long-term contract. He's a restricted free agent,
which means they can keep him for another however long the offer is.
Or he can just accept the qualifying offer.
Right.
Then he becomes unrestricted.
There you go.
In year 5.
Bingo.
Yeah.
We're on the same page.
Gotcha. No, that makes sense. So
he can get out at 5.
He can.
If he wanted to.
If he does not want to sign.
Right.
If they might offer him a long-term, a contract extension.
Yeah, and I'm looking at the rookie extension for him at 25% of the cap max. Spotrac has his. Listen to this. Has his like max number at 181.
What does that mean?
5 years and 181 million would be his.
Oh, the most.
That would be the most he could make.
Okay.
For an extension. This coming summer. Because remember, you do it a year ahead.
Right. Yeah, I don't know if he's going to get that.
So it would be, his first year salary would be $31.2 million, according to Spotrac.
That I don't think we're going to have to worry about in the near future.
But, yeah.
Ayton could also sign a 1 year, then become unrestricted. Okay. All right. Yeah. When we come,
bingo.
Yeah, we got that. It took us a while. Thanks for bearing with us, everybody. But we figured it out. We
were on it, man. You were right. We were both right, actually.
Yeah, I like to have that stuff more buttoned up.
It was buttoned up.
I'm talking about me. Yes.
But you said there's a way you can get out at 5, and you were right.
All right.
And I said he'd be restricted, and I was right. We were both right. Everybody wins.
The pitch to Stanton. There it goes. Deep left.
Like, that's a positive, man. We both had it right.
All right. I can live with that. I can definitely live with that.
It's better than both being wrong.
What did I do wrong?
That's true.
It's better than both being wrong.
Yeah. Let's squeeze Jason in before we get to the guest. What's up, Jace? How you doing, buddy?
Hey, how you doing, guys?
Doing well.
Thanksgiving week.
Same to you.
Hey, just wanted to give some love since we're talking about big men right now. Is it me or is it Kevon Looney having the best year of his career? Because I feel like this is the reason why we're able to have this allowance with James Wiseman not playing, where we have a actual center that starts consistently every game as opposed to the rent-a-center that we used to have.
Kevon Looney doesn't get a lot of credit. There's no doubt about it. And see, that's the other thing. And I don't want to make this about Wiseman because it's about the Warriors, but if the Warriors are going to challenge for a title, well, then Looney's got to play.
He's going to start. There's no...
Looney.
Yes. It's not, hey, Wiseman's coming back at some point and he's starting.
I don't think so.
Not. I mean, maybe if Looney... something happens with injury or something like that, or Wiseman plays really well, but Wiseman's going to have to earn that.
No, I'm with you. I'm with you there. And he may end up earning it, but I don't think it's going to happen right away.
He's not walking on the floor as walking back on the court as he's starting with everybody else. No. Looney's too valuable.
Hey, coming up at 2 o'clock, we're giving away Warrior tickets for Friday when Damian Lillard and the Portland Trailblazers are in town. Make sure you tune in at 2 o'clock. 2 o'clock for your chance to win Warrior tickets, or you can just go to Warriors.com for tickets right now. All right, coming up on the other side, Ross Tucker. He's a insider, Odyssey, NFL football. We'll talk to him. He comes in every Tuesday at 1:30. Ross Tucker, some football on the other side on 95.7 The Game.
Toyota's Operation Black Friday is here. Get $500 cash back when you finance with Toyota on the 2022 Camry and Camry Hybrid, or check out the all-new 2022 Corolla Cross. Toyota, let's go places. Cashback is available through TFS to buyers with premium rated credit. Offer ends 11/30/21.
Now, there might be a couple runs where you don't get as many yards, but then you have the real potential to break long ones because there's so many people up near the line of scrimmage. You know, I can remember, and this is actually 20 years ago, which is crazy, but my rookie year with Washington, Stephen Davis, if you remember him, led the NFC in rushing. And so we got 8 guys in the box all the time.
Right.
We ran it anyway. We just ran it anyway, and you leave the furthest guy away unblocked, and maybe he makes the tackle for 5 yards, maybe he doesn't, but it's not like the guy furthest blocked or furthest away from the play is going to be making these tackles for no gain. If you're calling it right and you're pushing to the guys that are play side, he might make the tackle for 3 to 5 yards, but it's still 3 to 5 yards. And by the way, he might not.
Ross, the Vikings matchup in particular, I kind of want to go both sides of the ball with you. How do you see the Vikings defending the 49ers, considering the way that they've played the last couple of weeks, and the weapons on the other side that the Vikings have with Thielen and Jefferson, and they're running it with Cook? The Niners have been a little vulnerable against teams that have run it when they were struggling. Just what do you think of this matchup as far as strength versus strength and weakness?
Yeah, you know, I think it's going to be an awesome game for the reason why you just mentioned. And these are two teams to me that if they get in the playoffs as 6 or 7 seeds, the teams that have to play them are not going to be happy. These are 6 and 7 seeds that can beat them. They've got playoff pedigree, they've got talent, and for all the reasons you just mentioned, I think the Niners are going to try to get pressure on Cousins. I don't think that they believe that their corners can hold up against Thielen and Jefferson, so I think they're going to try very hard to get as much pressure on Cousins as they can, even if they have to bring more people. And then, conversely, you know, the Vikings are going to do whatever they can, knowing Mike Zimmer, to try to stop the Niners' rushing attack and make Garoppolo beat them. But it's kind of what everybody does, right? I mean, it's like, oh, yeah, it sounds like a great plan, but the Rams weren't able to get it done. The Jags weren't able to get it done. It's easier said than done.
Yeah. Hey, Ross, thanks as always, man. Appreciate it. Where are you going to be this weekend?
Oh, man, I got 3. I'm guessing you guys can hear a couple of them. I've got the Raiders at the Cowboys, Westwood 1 on Thanksgiving.
Okay.
Then
we'll have that game.
20.
Yep.
Yeah, top 20 Houston Cougars at UConn TV, CBS at 9 a.m. Pacific. And then Sunday Night Football, Browns at the Ravens for Westwood 1. So 3 games, 4 days. And you guys can listen to them while you're bragging about how much better your time zone is than ours.
Appreciate it. Yeah, we are carrying the Raiders Thanksgiving Day game against the Cowboys, so we'll be listening, Ross. Thanks, man.
Awesome. See you guys.
All right. That was Odyssey NFL insider Ross Tucker. All Odyssey Insider calls are presented by BetQL. BetQL is here to help us all make better bets through real proven analytics. Bet smarter and beat the books. Download the BetQL app or visit BetQL.com today.
Quick little sidebar.
Yeah.
Like, where are you on the 3 games on Thanksgiving Day? Because I love it, man. I know we didn't get it last year because of the COVID issues. One of the games got...
I don't mind it. I kind of like to have a game on in the background the whole day.
Yeah.
With the volume pretty low. Now,
although you're going out to dinner.
Well, that's not till 4.
Oh,
so.
Okay.
But what does that get me? The Lions-Bears at 10 a.m.?
Yeah, and you get some of Vegas and Dallas.
And what's the night game?
The night game is Buffalo at New Orleans. Not bad.
All right.
It would be better if New Orleans had a quarterback.
Yeah, exactly. Hey, speaking of quarterbacks.
But it is in the Dome, so that'll be fun.
That's true. Speaking of quarterbacks, this has always kind of gotten me a little bit. That everybody thinks that if Kyle Shanahan could take any quarterback in the NFL, that he would take Kirk Cousins. Like, that's always kind of bothered me.
Well, I think it's bothered him.
I know. Because he wouldn't. He just likes Kirk Cousins.
And he said as much, but it
doesn't resonate because of what he said originally.
Right. And it also leads you down the alternate path. Because I'm a big, I love that. Hey, if this would have happened, then all these other things might have happened. Like I think those rabbit holes are fun to go down. And if the 49ers don't trade for Jimmy Garoppolo on Halloween in 2017, there's a great chance Kirk Cousins is the franchise quarterback the last few years.
Right.
And how would that have played out?
Well, I think Cousins is better than Garoppolo.
Okay. So
Not by much.
So they would have gone to the Super Bowl with Cousins in 2019.
Yeah, I think they would have. Don't you?
But Cousins can't win big games. Well, he couldn't until he did.
Well, he's only got one win, I think. One playoff win.
At Minnesota or at New Orleans, that's no joke.
But you know what? I mean, don't forget the one game that the 49ers won with Garoppolo. They only threw 8 times, right? That game against, what was that, the Packers or Vikings? I always get that.
It was the Packers
Right.
in the NFC Championship game.
Right.
They threw 19 times against Minnesota, and the thing people forget in that game was Garoppolo threw an interception late in the first half, and the 49ers had dominated the game. They threw an interception right before halftime, and essentially Kyle Shanahan just started running the ball. Like, it was like, the only way we're losing this game is if he throws another freaking pick. So we're just going to run it and play defense and seize control of the game, and that's exactly what they did.
See, and that's where I think, and I have no way to prove this, but if Garoppolo, if you want to go alternate universe, if Cousins is quarterbacking that game and throws that interception, I still think Kyle has a little more faith in Cousins than Garoppolo.
I agree.
I mean, I obviously can't prove it, but there's just something about Cousins he likes.
Well, I think it's the mind.
Okay.
To me, it's what gets Kyle Shanahan going about a player, about a quarterback. Let me be more specific about it. It's not the tools, it's the ability to see the game the way he sees the game. It's that telepathy of, I'm designing this play, and you're going to know based on the play that I'm going to design exactly the right hit in the right moment based on what the defense is trying to do to stop it. Like, you're in complete lockstep with me, essentially sharing a brain. It's that level, and I think at times
Shanahan gets a little frustrated.
He's like, Jimmy,
right,
bro, how do you not see this?
Right. Or why didn't you wait one more count when you know that guy's going to be...
It's like, or why did you didn't even look over here and you dumped it over here. And this guy, this was a touchdown if you look over there.
Right.
So it's that, like, he believes Cousins sees that stuff at a higher level. That's always been my interpretation of it. And at times it's just, he likes Jimmy, but it's just, at times I think he just kind of wants to throat punch him with some of the decisions he makes.
Well, it's weird. It feels like he coaches Garoppolo ridiculously conservatively. But Cousins, he's a little more okay with the gunslinger or you know what? He takes some chances.
Sure.
But it's like in his mind, Cousins has earned a little more of that leeway. Because he likes him better.
And why does he like him better? He likes him better because he thinks he sees the game better.
Right. Well, it's going to be a great game.
At least that's my theory.
It's going to be a fun game. By the way, coming up, we're going to have some Klay Thompson. Klay Thompson practiced today. I should say he scrimmaged. He scrimmaged.
Yeah, 5-on-5. It's funny. Steve Kerr finally confirmed that report that they didn't want to confirm the other day.
What, that he was playing 5-on-5?
He was scrimmaging, yes.
Oh, goodness gracious. Anyway, Klay Thompson was playing 5-on-5.
Well, and not to get in the weeds on that.
What's the difference between scrimmaging and playing 5-on-5?
Well, no, the report was, hey, he's full go, can practice.
Okay.
And that was the report. It was Slater and Shams.
All right.
And it dropped Sunday morning, and it was a slight, you know how it is. It was an extension of, hey, he's been cleared. This is an extension of the way it was trending.
Okay.
I'm not downplaying the report, but because there was a level to it. So it was, but then, Kerr gets asked about it pregame on Sunday, and he's like, well, nobody told me that. Okay, and now here we are 2 days later, and it's like, yeah, he's full go. We don't have a date yet, but he's full go.
So he's participating in all of practice, or he's just doing some scrimmaging and then practicing or working out on his own?
I think it's full go.
Okay.
We're in here talking about practice.
Well,
damn right we are.
Yes, sir. We absolutely.
Damn right we are, AI.
Why He's practicing in that 77 jersey again.
Which
JD.
I think it's funny.
It's kind of funny.
But
why 77? Why not 76? Oh, because there was a tie.
They were tied.
There was a tie.
Yeah, so he's taking the lesser of the two. I saw it, this is before my time covering the Warriors, but I saw 77. I thought of Vladimir Radmanovic.
Yeah, Vlad Rad. Absolutely.
And then that inevitably makes me think of the game when the Warriors were in Sacramento.
He won him a game, didn't he?
And that was a game where somebody on the Warriors was on the free throw line. Somebody on the Warriors was on the free throw line trying to ice the game, and DeMarcus Cousins was playing for Sac, and he did the choke signal, like he put his hands on his throat, like you're going to miss these free throws. And Paul Westphal, R.I.P., like pulled him out of the game and didn't start him the next game because it was a disgusting act.
Oh no.
And it was like it kind of led to like the friction between those two. And
that is a disgusting act.
He made like you're going to choke these free throws symbol, and then Westphal lost his mind with, hey, you can't be doing that. Benched him the next game. And then kind of all hell broke loose. But yes, in that game, Radmanovic hit a game-winning three after that had happened.
From the top of the circle,
yeah,
right?
After that had happened.
It's amazing what you can remember.
Here's
the other thing
2010.
Here's the other thing about Vlad Rad, and we'll test Spadoni's knowledge
right
here.
around this time, I think. Right around Thanksgiving, maybe.
Okay. Didn't he get hurt skiing, or something happened with Vlad Radmanovic when he was with the Lakers? And he got hurt. But it wasn't on the up and up, and he lied to the team. Something like that. Vlad Rad. I'll get that along with the Klay Thompson sound coming up.
It was snowboarding.
Okay.
There you go.
So I nailed it.
And just because I'm a nut, you can go. We can move on. Just because I'm a nut, I wanted to see if I could find the game. And because
it was definitely at Sacramento.
It was. I thought it was around Thanksgiving. It turns out it was just before Christmas.
Okay.
It was December 21st.
You like Paul Westphal?
I think he was a good guy. I think by the time he was coaching the Kings, when I was covering him, it was beyond, the game was beyond him.
Right.
And there was it wasn't that game, but it was the next game after that. He got mad at me and kind of hit the podium and walked out of the press conference.
You made a guy walk out?
Oh. I did. It was Paul Westphal, and so here was the thing. It was
give it to me.
Well, I remember it now, and I'll tell you why. I just looked up that game, the Radmanovic game. Sac at that point had lost 6 in a row. They went on to lose 8 in a row. But anyway, it was the next game after that. They lost, and I hit him with, because when he took over, they won 17 games the year before he took over. And they got off to like a 10-10 start his first year. This was his second year. Well, if you take out the 10-10 start, they went 17-65 since.
Okay.
So I hit him after that with, hey, you guys in the last 82 are 17-65. What does that say about the job you've done coaching this team?
What'd he say?
He said, well, it's not very good. And he walked out.
Gone.
And it wasn't at the end of the press conference. It was like maybe the third question, something like that.
I'll bet. I got to believe the Sac media was not happy with you.
No, they weren't. No, they were not.
I'm trying to think if I ever made a guy walk away.
And, they were not.
I don't think I've ever made a guy walk away.
And about 4 months later, I was working at 95.7 The Game.
Nice. I've walked away, though. Walked away from David Lee once.
I remember that. I was actually there that day.
I couldn't believe it. Talking to David Lee, Warriors are 20-55, and he starts talking about some chemistry, and we're getting it together, and I just walked away. I walked away.
You know what's funny? I remember that, and I didn't really know. I didn't know you at the time, and that was actually my first year, covering the Warriors, and I actually remember. I remember kind of thinking to myself, "Yeah, Steinmetz, I kind of like this guy." No kidding.
It was, just another bad year.
Because I'm used, and I came used to covering some bad teams, and so it was like I knew exactly the BS that you were dealing with.
I think I even asked him the question.
I think you did.
He started to answer, and I just walked away.
Like you didn't. It was like Okay, this is BS. I'm out.
Oh, it was a long time ago. All right, Klay Thompson, once again, is practicing today, and then he met with the media. He might be meeting with the media right now or moments ago, so we're going to have a bunch of Klay Thompson sound coming up next hour. Hopefully we'll get a little insight into when he's going to return, because we're getting there, ladies and gentlemen. We are getting there. Hey, check out a brand new episode of Elevate Your Tailgate on 957thegame.com and on the 957 The Game social channels. Elevate Your Tailgate is brought to you by Harris Ranch Beef. Legendary beef, legendary quality. Visit harrisranchbeef.com.
What does Ray have to say about Trey?
While Kyle Shanahan is perfectly happy with the game manager he has today, he still drafted Trey Lance because long-term, he wants to have a different kind of offense. Now, whether he gets it from Lance is still to be seen, but I think Kyle Shanahan is getting what he wants short-term. Long-term, we'll find out.
Listen to Damon and Ratto anywhere, anytime with the Odyssey app.
Robert Johnson, Veritas Funding in Walnut Creek, California, talking about mortgage. Whether it's jumbo, conforming, FHA, or VA for our veterans, we're here for all your residential mortgage needs. Give us a call, 925-399-4041. 925-399-4041. Whether you're purchasing a new home or want to speak about refinancing one of yours, we're here for all your residential mortgage needs. 925-399-4041.
If you have a jumbo loan over 3%, refinance with Veritas Funding at 2.5% rate with 2.65 APR on loans up to $3 million. 2.5% on a 30-year fixed mortgage. Up to $3 million with a 2.65% APR with Veritas Funding in Walnut Creek. Call now, 925-399-4041. 925-399-4041. 925-399-4041. Veritas Funding is an equal housing lender. NMLS 252108. Rates and terms subject to change without notice. $3 million loan amount based on 50% loan to value with 780 credit score.
Selling your current home.
All right, so when you hear Tim Roy yell Curry in the next 20 minutes, not now, the next time, call in, be caller number 5, and you're going to get a couple tickets to see the Warriors play the Portland Trailblazers. So stick around for your chance to see Steph Curry. Or you can always go to Warriors.com to get the tickets now. All right, Klay Thompson, who is the story of the moment for the Golden State Warriors, practiced today, did 5-on-5, and then he met the media. So I just want to share some of these Klay Thompson quotes with you guys and talk them over. And like I said, these just happened a few moments ago, so they are extremely timely. Here's where we'll start. This is Klay Thompson talking about the Golden State Warriors' start to their season. Klay Thompson.
Oh, it's incredible. 15-2 is pretty ridiculous. I don't think any of the pundits saw this coming, so I'm not going to say I didn't because I have my wholehearted belief in these guys, and I'm just really proud of the way they played. It's very inspiring every day for me to go into workouts knowing that these guys are the best team in the league right now.
God, why does everybody...
Haters.
Killing people. Nobody saw the Warrior. Even the staunchest Warrior fans didn't see him 15-2.
But you know what? If you're on the team, of course you're going to believe in the team. Like that's like he can believe that, and that doesn't make everybody else wrong.
No.
Necessarily.
No, but there is something. These guys are not happy about something. I mean, I feel like they do have a grudge, or they are a little annoyed that they've been counted out, or however they determine it. But they haven't. Klay's been hurt for 2 years.
Yeah, they stunk 2 years ago because Steph and Klay didn't play.
Right.
And then last year he didn't play, and the pieces didn't fit all that well. Steph was incredible, third in the MVP, and they won 39 games.
Right.
Like, that doesn't automatically make you a championship contender without doing anything the next year just because Klay's coming back.
Right.
You know, and we talked a ton about it in the offseason. It was going to depend more on the players from the outside. Right? Like, that was always something like, who are they going to get that's going to help? Now, I will openly admit that, and we talked about this a little bit earlier, the guys that they went and got from the outside, I didn't think it was enough.
Right.
Looks like maybe it was enough. But it was still, I think, more about the players they got from the outside.
Well, I think it may turn out to be enough, but I think the reason it's enough is because Draymond's playing at a very high level. Wiggins is playing probably at his highest level as a Warrior. Steph's still Steph and playing terrific. So yes, Bielitz is fit. Porter's helped. Peyton II is done, but the horses are carrying them.
Sure.
Draymond, Wiggins, and Steph. And then the question becomes, can Klay fit into that mix?
And how can he?
And I guess Jordan Poole's got to be thrown into that mix too. So this is Klay Thompson on practicing, which he's doing now.
Oh, man, it's so exciting just to be running up and down the court and playing basketball. It's truly a blessing, and it makes coming to work so easy. The boring stuff's behind me, and now just getting back in game shape is it's really exciting, and I got to stay patient because I can be an overeager person to get out there and play, but I'm just incredibly grateful to be out there, and the work the training staff that I've done over the last 2 years is really paying off, and it's hard to put into words how grateful I am to be playing basketball again.
It's good to hear Klay talk, especially getting closer like that.
Honestly, forget about your opinion of the Warriors or whether you're a fan or you're somebody covering the team. To your point, just hearing Klay talk does kind of makes you smile.
It does.
And almost chuckle.
It does. And tell you what, he answers questions. He really does, and he thinks about it first. And of all the Warrior players, I think there's a lot of fans, non-Warrior fans. They don't like Steph. A lot of non-Warrior fans do not like Draymond. But you know what? Nobody really seems to have a huge problem with Klay.
No.
So,
and everybody would love to have him on your team.
Exactly. So Klay Thompson's getting closer. This is more Klay Thompson. He met the media today after practicing with the Warriors. Did some 5-on-5.
I feel like myself. I feel great. I'm knocking shots down. I'm playing great defense. I'm playing defense. The hardest part is just simulating a game and that conditioning that goes with being a great NBA player. It's hard, and it's definitely a thing that takes time.
You and I were talking, and nobody is saying that Klay coming back's a bad thing, but you and I have a little bit of a difference of opinion. You think just because it's Klay, he comes back and kind of hits the ground running, and you think it's going to be pretty seamless. I think there's going to be a few challenges. He's coming back after not playing for 2 months, or 2 years rather. They've played for 2 months, established and stuff. I'm not saying they're going to get worse, but I think there's going to be some hurdles on the way to. I think they're going to maybe take a little step back before they take 2 or 3 steps forward.
I think it's possible, because anytime the Warriors adjust something with respect to their rotation over the years, they have struggled a little bit, and then they figure it out. I'm open to that being possible. I just don't think it's anything that's really going to impact the goal of whether that's being a top 2, 3, 4 seed, 1 seed, whatever it is, or their ability to contend for a championship. Like, will things be a little awkward for a few games as he works his way back? Maybe, but I also think just his style of play, I don't know. Call it a gut feeling. I just think he does what he does offensively first, and it's just gonna fit. Like he could shoot till the end of time,
right?
And I think the worst case scenario, okay, maybe he can only play 20 or 25 minutes a game, but if he's just a hired gun shooter, there's added value there.
See, I think what's possible is, and you kind of alluded to this, if he comes back in December 20th or 23rd, that's when they start playing teams. That's when there's...
You might take an L or two.
Right, but it won't necessarily be because of him.
Sure.
But if Klay comes back and the Warriors go 3-3, even though they may have been 3-3 without him, then I think people will start making a connection that might not be there. In other words, they may lose a few games either related to him or not, but over the course of 3 or 4 weeks as he comes back, I think the Warriors will be fine. I kind of agree with you there. All right, here is Klay. All right, Klay, when are you coming back? Just cut to the chase. When are you coming back?
It's definitely a feel thing. It's hard to just put a date on it. Who knows when it could be, but it will be in the first half of the season, hopefully the first trimester. So that's a third, right? A trimester?
Yeah.
School.
Gotcha.
There we go. So hopefully sooner than later, because I am really excited to get back to balling.
All right.
All right, do the numbers.
It's 27, so it's not going to be the first trimester would be 27 games.
Okay.
It's 27. 20,
so what's their 27th game?
3 27s is 81, so there's one left over.
Right, so what's the 27th game of the year?
Well, the 30th, I think the 31st game of the year is the Sacramento game on December the 20th. So that's the 31st game, 30, 29, 28. It'd be at Indiana.
Okay, well, that's not happening.
That's the second game of that 5-game trip.
Right. So in order for him to be in the
that falls
first...
on that trip.
Right. But if he were to somehow come back before the first trimester...
And it's going to be at home, it would have to be December 8th.
That seems a little tight.
Just December 8th is 2 weeks from tomorrow, just for those scoring at home.
I think... You know what?
It's December 20th.
I think it's...
It's not going to be in the first trimester, but close.
Yeah, I think it's December 20th through the 30th. One of those games. Pick it.
Yeah. We've talked a lot about, all right, December 20th, home against Sacramento. December 23rd, home against the Grizzlies. Boy, that would be fun. Christmas is at Phoenix. And then if it goes into the next week, potentially December 28th, they play Denver. And then they go on the road to Denver and Utah. So 20, 23, or 28 maybe.
Yeah. Wonder how much those tickets are going to cost. And I think it'd behoove the Warriors to basically say 2 or 3 days before, hey, this is when he's coming back. But we'll see. Rafi's in Berkeley. What's going on, Rafi? How you doing, man?
All right. How you guys doing today?
Doing well.
Good. I just got a quick take. I'd love to hear what y'all think about it. I think the Warriors, they're playing great ball. I think Draymond is coming out with a vengeance. I think the role players are stepping up. But honestly, I just look around the league, and I actually just think the league in general is not playing well. I don't think you're seeing – I don't get the feeling that there's like a lot of dominant teams out there. I know Phoenix is on a bit of a tear right now, but when you look in the East and you're looking at Milwaukee, you're looking at the Lakers being, frankly, pretty terrible. It's not that I think that the Warriors are so good, but that in a way the rest of the league is kind of just so mediocre. And I'll take your thoughts off the air, but I'd love to hear what you have got to say about that take. Thanks, guys.
Yeah, Rafi, I think JD and I both agree with that. And I don't know if I want to say the league's down. Let's just talk about the West. I don't necessarily want to say the West is down, but it's not daunting.
They're just not. The teams are just not. Like, is Utah better than they were last year?
I don't. Well,
okay, they're the same. Let's just say that.
Well, but I do. Let's see where Mike Conley's at in the postseason. I think he's a big part of it.
Okay, Phoenix. I'm open to saying Phoenix is as good.
All right.
Like maybe they are. They've proved that with the winning streak that they're on currently. Denver, they're not as good.
Denver's
Michael Porter
funky.
Jr. might be out for the whole year. Not that I love him, and Murray's coming back at some point. Are the Clippers as good as they were last year? No, because Kawhi's not playing. Who knows what the hell's going on there? I mean, would it surprise you if Kawhi didn't play at all this year?
No,
not at all.
Of course
right?
not.
And you know how that's going to roll. It's going to be, well, Kawhi's coming back here and there, and then he's not, and nobody really knows why. And so forget about them. And then, I mean, Portland, no, they're not better than they were. Memphis might be.
Memphis could be a little thorn in the Warriors' side.
Sure, that's like a tough second round series, maybe that. Boy, you talk about comparisons to 14-15. Tough second-round series against Memphis.
Yeah,
kind
good
of been
call.
a thorn in your side.
They were down 2-1 in that series?
They were. Curry! And I mean, it is funny. The irony in it, I mean, Memphis.
All right. Hit it again.
Curry!
All right, that's the sounder. That is the sounder. Be the fifth caller to the contest line. 844-999-GAME. 844-999-GAME. To win a couple tickets to Friday's game against the Portland Trailblazers. Caller number 5. And that's to the contest line, not the other one. 844-999-GAME. Let's take a listen to more of Klay. This is about the mental part of his rehab.
I think it was more mentally hard than it was physically. I can do the work. I can be in the gym all day, but having to sit there and watch, it's not fun, especially for anyone who likes to compete and likes to win.
All right.
It just feels normal again. It feels, like just being out there with Steph and Dre, Andre, Loon. I mean, we got such a great history together with guys like Andrew, Jordan, Juan, Damian, who've been here for a couple of years now. They have a grasp of the offense and the defense, so I think it will be pretty seamless when I come back.
All right. You think he's coming off the bench to start? Or
No,
you think he's coming off the bench or he's going to start?
No, I think they're going to start him.
I think they're going to too.
I think they're going to start him, and then Jordan Poole's going to come in for him.
I think you're right. Raj is in San Jose. Wants to talk Warriors, Wiseman, and Klay. What's up, Raj? How you doing, man?
Or maybe it's Peyton and Bielitsa.
Pretty good, man. I just wanted to say, I think coming back is going to be great for the team, but, I see.
Raj, you got to hit us back. You were breaking up, Raj. You know the number. We'll be happy to talk to you. Let's see. More Klay Thompson. He met with the media after scrimmaging today and after partaking in all the practice. We're getting there, ladies and gentlemen. We are getting there. Here's Klay on the Warriors being real good real early in the season.
It's great. It's something I expected. And we are now a type of team where it's championship or bust, and that's a really cool position to be in. I mean, not a lot of players get to experience that.
Championship or bust? I don't even think the fans are saying that.
I think they are.
You think?
I do. I mean, you're 15 and this is the most optimistic of Warrior fans' dream scenario right now. It's clicking. They look kind of like contenders even without him.
Right.
Right now, scheduled but damned, and then he's coming back. And then Wiseman's coming back, and I'm going down the road of the supremely like the Antonio and Oakland route.
Gotcha.
Of optimism. And then Klay's coming back, and then Kuminga's going to be a factor, and then Steve Kerr somehow, even though you're only allowed to play 13 guys, is going to play 15, and they're all going to get their numbers.
We'll see. We shall see. As for Wiseman, Steve Kerr addressed that situation. Wiseman not yet cleared to play 5-on-5. He's playing just 2-on-2, so he's going to be a little while yet. And I don't think it's outside the realm of possibility that Klay Thompson will return before James Wiseman. We'll have to see how that plays out. But let's listen to a little more of Klay talking to the media today.
I anticipated, coming back with not as much bounce, but I feel like I can get it back. Luckily for me, my game isn't predicated on jumping 12 feet high. So if I just get a few dunks every other game, a dunk or two every other game, that's pretty consistent for what I was doing. And my game's based off skill, so I knew I could come back and still be really good.
All right, can I nitpick here?
Sure.
I mean, he's unbelievably skilled. Doesn't his jump shot rely on the bounce? I think it does.
I mean, I think that's part of where we disagree a little bit.
Okay.
And because I've heard you make this point, and you've made it on shows when Goo's here, and I've heard it, and we just in our conversations, I think it's come up. I'm going to lean toward, and that's the first time I've heard him say that. I'm going to kind of lean toward him in that. I don't totally know the answer, but I mean, I know you seem to think that the elevation and the leg strength really matters more. Klay's shot, to me, it's not a set shot, but it's closer to a set shot, I think, than a full jump shot.
Yeah, I see what you're saying.
I know we're getting a little technical, basketball technical.
Yes or no?
We're kind of nerding out a little bit.
Yes and no. Yeah, I mean, we're going to see. We're going to see. I just think a big part of his shot is his legs and his ability to kind of square up from 28 feet, and he can reach the basket without needing any momentum.
Yeah.
I wonder if he's going to still be able to do that, at least at the beginning.
Now, what would you think, though, of his assessment of just how it feels compared to maybe how it used to feel? Like, do you think there's a difference that wouldn't be noticeable to the individual, even a little bit? And I mean, just even...
I would... Yeah, I know
and I mean, just even you take 100 shots, like, and you just kind of know when you're feeling it, when you're not feeling it?
Boy, that's a good question. That's a real good question. In other words, we're looking at the game saying, boy, Klay looks good, and he knows inside, you know what, I still got a ways to go.
Yeah. Yeah, boy, God, a couple rimmed out because I
was thinking more on the defensive end. Like, here's the first question I have. Let's say he comes back against Sacramento.
Sure.
Is he covering Fox? Is he covering De'Aaron Fox?
Well, I mean, De'Aaron Fox.
I'm just trying to use the active point guard model.
Yeah, I mean,
is he covering Ja Morant?
I mean,
right off the bat,
not necessarily.
Yeah.
And they've put Wiggins on some of those guys,
right?
And they've put Curry on some of the slower guys.
Well, see, the other thing is, I believe this. I think Curry's capable of guarding more players now than he ever has.
He's better defensively for sure.
Yeah, so maybe they'll go traditional.
And he's just sturdier. Like he just can kind of get. He's quick, but he's sturdy.
Yeah.
He gets in the way. His body. It's noticeable. I'll say this. For all the talk about Curry, the defense and the metrics, like sometimes you get in the metrics and it's like, I don't really see that when I watch a game. You watch a game, you could see Curry's much improved defensively over 5 years ago. I don't know if you were doing the show. I know I've talked to you about it on the podcast, but going to that Warrior game earlier in the year and sitting close. Oh yeah, the Atlanta game.
And I hadn't been there. I hadn't been that close in 5 years. I was like, oh my God, this guy's slapped together. And that's actually where I think it looks good for this year, because he looks like he can withstand a whole year. And I know fluke things can happen here and there, and sometimes injuries can come out of nowhere. But if you look at how in shape he is and kind of where Draymond is, you do get the feeling maybe they're both going to put 70-plus games on the ledger this year. And if they do that, they are probably going to win a lot of games.
If they do that, look out. And and you can come down my road for saying it. I just get the feeling, whether it's the other teams in the league, we had that caller. And I'm kind of with you. I don't think they're down, but they're just not as good. And the Warriors want it more now. There's just this collective. It feels like stuff's working out for them, right? And it's not. It's their own work that they've put in. Like I don't want to use. I'm not using the L word at all.
Luck.
Not using that word.
No, but things are.
But like
falling into place.
Like things are just clicking, and
no doubt.
And I feel like if you look at the way things have gone to start this year,
right?
If this really is going to be a special year, then Klay is going to come back, and it's going to be seamless.
Yeah.
And from what I've seen to this point, I kind of feel like that's where it's headed.
But if there's, let's say that's a little bit of a roller coaster for 2 or 3 months, I still don't know that excludes them from talk of going deep into the playoffs.
I don't think it does. The only way, and I've said this, I think I said it yesterday, I'll repeat it quickly. The only concern I would have with Klay Thompson is if he does play a bunch of games, and it does look a little bit different. The shots are not falling, and it's not so much the shots, but if the shots maybe aren't quite falling, although he is notoriously a slow starter, we had a texter point that out, it's the defensive end where if clearly he's lost a step defensively and everybody kind of knows it, and yet there's still an obligation to play him in moments where him being out there can get you beat because other teams now view him as a weakness that can be attacked.
Right.
That if that's where it that's where it prevents them from a playoff series or contending for a championship. If it gets to that point where it's Klay, you got to play him because it's Klay, when everybody kind of knows it's just not really Klay. And honestly, in some instances, and I'm speaking hypothetically here, maybe Gary Payton II should be on the floor over him.
Right.
That's where there's the potential for trouble.
No, I agree with that. And that's why you bring him back slowly, very slowly. Larry's in Lafayette. Hey, Larry, how you doing, man? You want to talk a little Klay Thompson? We're getting there.
Yeah, and you guys actually just pretty much made the point I was going to make, which is that the reason why Kuminga, Gary Payton Jr., and Wiggins are so important is that we don't have to put Klay on the number one guy.
Yeah.
You put any of them with him or more when he's out there, you got flexibility.
Yeah, thanks, Larry. Not a great connection, but we got exactly what you said. Got to see how Klay moves laterally. I tell you what, man, he was a big part of their championships on the defensive end. He allowed the Warriors to do some things defensively that really helped him, and the one was his ability to guard the best guard on the other team and let Curry defend the second best guard on the other team. You know what I'm saying? So, going to be a lot of fun. December 20th, 23rd, 28th. What do you got in the Klay coming back pool? All right. We'll get back into the Warriors on the other side, because I do want to make a couple notes about if this season does or doesn't resemble the 14-15 season. If you want to jump into the conversation, you're always welcome. 888-957-9570. Klay Thompson, we are getting there. It's coming, not as soon as we want, but it will be here sooner than you think. It's all brought to you by BMW Fairfield, now open in the Fairfield Auto Mall. They provide a luxurious, all-encompassing experience to address all your BMW needs. Visit BMWFairfield.com today to book your visit. That's BMWFairfield.com.
Hello, California. Switching to Geico is a good idea, especially when you consider everything.
First off, Geico makes it easy to switch, and you can contact your local agent for personalized assistance.
But if it's so easy, you might start thinking everything is easy, even jousting. And it's not. Just ask my cousin Ernie.
Well, if you switch to Geico, you could save hundreds on cars.
that would come up with creative ways to get fouled, because in many ways it was the one little hint of kryptonite is that the Warriors would foul too much, and they were, I think, more susceptible to those kinds of players than maybe other teams were, and they didn't have as many players that did it as other teams. So, and I think Steph got caught up in doing it a little bit, but he's quickly been able to adjust a lot quicker than some other players that were doing it. And so I think they've benefited there. Just by the way, quickly, Klay Thompson, he played, going back to his rookie year, he played every game, 66 for 66.
Right.
Then he had an 82, an 81, a 77, an 80, a 78, that 17-18 year, 73, and then 78.
Wow. So he's never missed, prior to the injury, more than 9 games.
Yeah, he's never missed more than 9.
Wow. That's pretty durable in this day and age, for sure. By the way, the great Tim Roy weighing in on Paul Westphal. He says Paul Westphal was a hell of an athlete and a great player. Yes. Paul Westphal was a great player. Tell you what Paul Westphal had. He had one of the best left hands going. He could use his left. He could use his right. He could shoot. He had that. What do they call it? That fast twitch.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, Paul Westphal was good.
Yeah,
really good.
Before my time, but I've heard that from many.
Yeah, he was good.
Excellent player.
Yep. Carl's in Petaluma. Hey, Carl, what do you got? We talk a little Steph Curry. How's it going?
Hey, how's it going, guys? Long-time listener, first-time caller.
Cool.
I just wanted to talk about the incredible player that Steph Curry is, that I've had the pleasure of watching my entire childhood and now getting into my 30s. And especially evident in that Toronto game was his selflessness. You know, Nick Nurse tried to shut him down, and so he just let his teammates have fun, and there's no one else like that in sports. And I just really appreciate that about him.
Yeah, I mean, where do you start with Curry? You can start in a million different places. I mean, we could do days on Steph Curry. Days on Steph Curry.
Yeah. And we probably will.
We've done seasons. Like I wonder, you know, and I don't want to. I know everybody says, "Oh, appreciate the now," and I do, but I always do. I do wonder, like, how does it come to a close? You know what I mean? Like he's 30, going to be 34. He's still at the top of his game. Can he play till 38, 39? And if so, what are his numbers? Forget, what do the numbers look like then? What do the eye test look like then? And I know everybody kind of thinks he can play forever, and sometimes it feels that way, but I just kind of wonder how it slows down.
Hey, man, he's going to be a hell of a 37, 38-year-old ancillary player when Kuminga's the new Giannis. So it'll all just work itself out.
It might. I mean, I know you're saying that with a smile, but it might. And how does he...
I'm just giving you Johnny optimism today.
Okay, so here's one thing I've always felt is when you are a superstar, it's almost impossible to become a role player later in your career. The one guy who I thought did it was Tim Duncan. Tim Duncan basically went from superstar to role player.
There's some similarities there.
Exactly. Like Bird got hurt. He was done.
Done, yeah.
LeBron, he's not going out a role player. You know what I mean? I don't think we're going to see LeBron playing 3 more years and seeing his numbers go 20 a game, 17 a game, 15
He's just going to be done.
He's just going to retire. Carmelo Anthony, same thing. It took him a minute to become the role player he is now.
It took him a few bad years of not accepting it, and then he finally accepted it.
Exactly. So you look at a guy like Curry, and he is kind of like Tim Duncan. Like Tim Duncan started to defer when those guys were getting good, Ginobili and Parker and Kawhi.
Yeah, but they also won. They also won when he was still great.
No doubt. But what I'm saying is, Curry kind of did the same thing when Durant came, and he does it with Klay and Draymond. So I think he's already, in a way, proven he can be a real good secondary or third or tertiary piece. Vince Carter.
He's got a better chance. What about Ray Allen? Ray Allen a little bit, or he was kind of still a starter, I guess.
Yeah,
that's you can say no.
I didn't. No, he was like the 3rd or 4th most important guy on those Celtics teams, probably. But anyway,
he's one guy that I think from more recent times that I've always felt kind of underrated. Like the way, like he would like.
Well, what's Damian Lillard going to look like as he gets old? Like we may be seeing the decline of Damian Lillard right now.
We might.
So, just something I always think about with Curry.
And all the extra minutes that he's played as opposed to Curry is another thing to factor into that.
That's true.
Because they've chased wins.
And you know what?
Every year, just to get in the playoffs some years.
That's right. And you know what?
And he's done it willingly.
He was, I don't want to say played harder than Curry, but he had more of a load for the Blazers than Curry had for the Warriors.
I think what could happen with Dame is that's when, like, the point at which maybe he starts to feel that it's maybe not noticeable to everybody, but it's not quite this. I think that's the point where he's going to have to leave,
right?
Because he's going to need more talent around him. And I think if he at that point would go to a more talented team, he'd be fine for another 3 or 4 years.
But like Westbrook's the perfect example.
Yeah.
He can't adjust. I would trust Steph Curry to adjust in some way.
That's a mess.
Yeah, Peter's in Petaluma. What's going on, Peter? How you doing?
Hey, I'm doing great. Just wanted to chime in on this. It's just such a great time to be talking about Warriors basketball.
Yep.
I think Curry is going to be, A-okay as he goes into the next part of his career, and the Duncan comparison I think is really apropos, just because he's so deferential when he needs to be. He's never been the guy who needed to take the last shot, but he's always been the most important player on the team, and that never needed to be said.
Right.
And to get back to the defensive aspect, or to the kind of defensive question, I think that this team is a little different than those 14-15 teams, but I think the perimeter defense is a lot better than those teams. Steph has become a much better defender than he was. He was always really solid playing within the system, but he's better now. You have GP2, you have Kuminga, you have Wiggins, Iguodala, Green. You have 3 guys that are playing like first-team All-NBA defenders right now, with Wiggins, GP2, and Green whenever they do play, because GP2 will definitely not qualify because of minutes. But I think that they have more upside than that team, and with the way the league has kind of transitioned to more small ball, you have you're a little better suited to play in this style of play with the personnel they have. So I think they are pretty fantastic, and I think they're going to end up maintaining these historic numbers. Maybe injury will get in the way, but if they remain healthy and add Klay, who by all accounts is looking fantastic, they're going to be in a really good spot to be one of those, top 5, top 10 defenses of the century, at least in my opinion.
Thanks for the call. Appreciate it, Peter. The one thing I'll say is,
century.
I thought, it's early. We'll let
the century, Steiny.
Everybody can dream. Well,
okay, and again, I know we're not talking about 80 years here. We're talking about 22, but
look,
it'd be the best defense in the last 22 years in the league.
I'm going
to take the under on that.
Well, okay. First of all, I'm not here to be a naysayer.
They could be really good.
Okay, where would you put their defense, their best championship year defense? I'm sorry. That team's better than the Knicks defense back in the day and all that crap they were playing.
Sure.
I guess you put the Pistons there, but I'd rather, to me, the Warriors are better defensive team than those Pistons teams, because they're playing a different way and they were able to shut teams down.
I guess what I'm saying is I'm just not going to go down the road of one of the best defenses of all time after 17 games.
Okay, that's fair.
That's fair. And I'm not crushing anybody for writing about it. It's interesting. I think the details as to how they've changed things up is fascinating. But that's where I will, as somebody that, overall record is what it is, and you get full credit for it. OKC twice, Houston, Detroit, the Pelicans, a bunch of other good teams that they played when they weren't playing well. Again, where you lose me a little bit is with, let's just find different ways to talk about how historically great it is. Let's wait till January before we do that.
Yeah, I agree. I'll tell you what, here's another player who had no clue, none, zero how to try to be anything but a superstar. Michael Jordan at the end of his career.
True. Fact.
Made no adjustments with Washington.
And honestly, would you, if you were Michael Jordan? No chance.
I might. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, you would?
What the hell? Yeah, I'm looking at his number. He stunk.
D3.
He was 41% from the floor. He shot his first year back. He shot 18.9% from the three-point line his second to last year. Here's, I think, the best quote of the day. Klay Thompson, I think this is the one that's going to get Warrior fans extremely excited, and rightfully so. Klay Thompson met the media after practicing today, and this one you got to love.
You know, I don't fear getting hurt again because the last 2 times I did get hurt, it was just such a freak accident, you can say. And I hate to use the phrase can't wait because I love to be present in my life, but I cannot wait to play in front of our fans again. I really, really enjoy being a Warrior.
Not worried about getting hurt. If that's true, that's a big hurdle.
That's where I think Klay Thompson's just mentality about life is beautiful, because some people have that ability to just be unaffected and roll with it. He clearly does. That is not a trait that I possess. I would be constantly worried about it. Not while I'm playing, but I'd worry about it when I go home at night.
Oh, I thought you meant the mental toughness to hang in there for 2 years.
Well, that too.
Well, he said, he did struggle with that, but he addressed it head on.
I just mean the fear of, like, you've actually seen it happen a couple of times and, like, oh God, what if it happens again? Like, that would
I got you.
Crushing.
I got you.
Like, that would mess with my psyche. But I'm fragile.
What I wonder is if he knows
he's just so
right
cool
now how far back he is.
Yeah, maybe.
I'm 80, I'm 90.
You can think that until you go out there.
That's true.
And De'Aaron Fox is running up the court.
That's true. That is true.
Against you, as you mentioned earlier.
It's going to be fun, though, when Klay comes back. We're going to talk about highly anticipated. What's the website where you can find ticket prices for a certain game? I want to know what the ticket prices are for the game when Klay comes back. Like if they said right now, Klay's going to be back December 20th against the Sacramento Kings. All of a sudden, the Kings are the hottest ticket in the NBA for the first time in about 18 years. 16, 18 years?
Yeah, 18.
What's up, Snow?
18.
What's going on?
If you're sitting courtside, though, just take it a little slow.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. You don't want to have a little too much day.
Patrick Ewing couldn't do it. Akeem even. It's tough for stars to become role players. It's really tough. How much we got here, Spadone?
Got about 210.
Oh, that's it. Who do the boys have coming up next?
Stay tuned.
You would sneak in David, maybe, if you wanted to.
All right, let's go, David. David's in Castro Valley. What's up, David? How you doing, buddy?
Good. How are you guys?
Dynamite.
You hear me?
Yes, sir.
Yeah.
Loud and clear.
Great. Just a real quick point about the Warriors and their historical defense, however you want to put it. Let's not forget the defense and the way they've been reffing fouls this year has changed a lot. Mm-hmm. So maybe that plays into a little bit how gaudy their numbers are. That's the only point I wanted to make.
That's a good point.
Great point.
It's a real good point.
I think it has helped. And look, they're playing great defense. Like, I'll give you, hey, they've been by far the best defensive team in the league. And that could continue. Like, I think they could be the best defensive team in the league this year. They're already, obviously, on that trajectory.
I think they could have the best numbers, but I think the team with the best ability to be the best defensive team is Milwaukee.
Yeah, but whatever. We're going to play the games.
Sure.
And I'll give you I'll give you 1 and 2, 2 and 1. Like, okay. I'll give you, hey, the Warriors can be the best defensive team in the league this year. Just don't tell me they're the best defensive team in my lifetime. You know what I mean? That's where after 17 games.
No, I got you.
That's where I get a little worked up.
Come on.
on.
The 90s Bulls are on the phone, and the bad boy Pistons are probably on the phone.
The 90s Bulls.
They were scary.
When they would lock down.
I remember.
And they did the third quarter thing a lot, where it was like they'd kind of let a team get going, and then the third quarter they
came into Oracle
get like
one
11.
year. They came into Oracle one year. I want to say it was the year when Sprewell was first team. No, it wasn't that year. No, Sprewell was first team All-NBA one year, right? And I don't think it was when... Anyway, Jordan came... Anyway, the Bulls, 35-5. They were up 35-5. With about 2 minutes left in the first quarter, they came in here and just wrecked shop. All right, Damon Bruce, Ray Ratto next. 5 o'clock, Steve Kerr.
Steve Kerr,
5 o'clock. He'll give you more updates on Klay Thompson. We're getting close, everybody. Klay's coming back within the next month or so. Talk to you tomorrow, everybody.
This year's ratings of the best TVs just got published, and Samsung, LG, and Sony scored the highest. Also,
They warned about the poor performance of the bargain brands promoted at some stores. So where can you get the best deal on the top-rated TVs? At the club? Online? Nope. At Video Only. They've got their better than Black Friday deals on right now. Don't be sorry. Check out Video Only before you buy.
Masterclass gives you unlimited access.
Damon Bruce and Ray Ratto on 95.7 The Game. Brought to you by BMW Fairfield.
All right, in the quest to be accurate, let's just tell you that Ray's on the corner of Broadway and Battery. I'm back home today as I got 2 sick kids and a sick wife. Super fun, Ray. Not going to bring any of that into you. I got to be honest, like I just started to feel it in the back of my throat myself. So super duper. Happy Thanksgiving. We've officially canceled it. It'll be grilled cheeses and potato chips on Thursday.
So you're not coming in tomorrow either, are you?
I don't know. Maybe if this is just a little tickle and it goes away, we'll find out. It's not like I'm jaking. It's not like I'm jaking it here. It's not like I'm taking the days off.
That was not my point. If you don't come in tomorrow, I can leave at 2:11. Who's going to stop me?
No, you're right. I will not be there to physically make you do the show. That'll be up to Lucas and Grandy Maldonado, who have worked incredibly hard to help me do this one remotely. Thanks again to everybody for their cooperation. And let me tell you, today we got Scott Reese joining us. Don't worry, we will not be talking about Stanford football with him. We're going to be talking about... Oh, yeah, let's just put the entire audience to sleep. Terrible year for Stanford. Look at it this way. Stanford could be going to the Rose Bowl. I don't know if that's a good topic to get people leaning into the show. But that's not why we're having Scott on. Scott is our friend, and he just put out a book that is basically capitalizing on what Marvel's capitalizing on now, and that's origin stories. A whole bunch of famous broadcasters. Where Were They Then is the name of the book, and we're going to talk to Scott about it, coming out at 3:45 today. Anthony Slater at 4:15, and the big man himself, Steve Kerr, stops on by at 5 o'clock talking about this Warriors team that is off to a incredibly impressive start. Their defense is absolutely driving them right now, and if you wanted a little more hope sprinkled on your small sample size, Klay Thompson, full participant in practice once again. It doesn't mean we're going to see him in this 3-game homestand, Ray, or 2 games remaining on this homestand. Nothing like that, because he's got to get himself back into basketball shape. But the fact that he is out there means this is about him getting into shape now. And they're no longer, structural damage is no longer a concern with his activity. And that's a massive step. We're getting closer and closer to Klay.
I still think it's going to be Christmas or past, because I think between trying to read into his language today at the presser and sort of the way Steve Kerr put it, it sounds like they're going to really slow play this. To the point where they've been talking about how long it takes to get into basketball shape. And it almost sounds like they're not going to sort of put him in and then let's see how it goes. I think they're going to wait until he is as close to 100% as he can be. So I think we're still a ways off.
Oh, yeah. There will be no in-game trial and error. He will be 105% ready to return on the night they decide he's 100% ready to return, as they should. And, Ray, they've afforded themselves that luxury. It's one thing to go out and buy a Lamborghini when you can't afford it. It's another thing to do it when you can afford 3 of them. And they can afford to be very, very patient with Klay Thompson. They're 15-2. You're going to want Klay to add as much defensively as he can offensively. Well, right now this offense is just fantastic. Thanks very much for asking. And defensively, they're historically good. Why they're historically good was part of the focus of Anthony Slater's piece that we're going to be talking to him about when he stops on by at 4:15. So an awful lot about the Warriors here on today's show. And Ray, what do you know? We actually get to talk Warriors and Sixers. And the words Ben Simmons and trade have nothing to do with the conversation that we need to have. We get to actually talk a little basketball, which is nice.
Yeah, the Ben Simmons to the Warriors rumors, for as brief as they were among the stupidest on the internet, because it was such a non-fit for Golden State in so many ways. And if they had done that, it almost feels like it's the modern day equivalent of the what if the Warriors had traded for Kevin Love of 7 years ago. How much different this franchise would have been. Because Ben Simmons doesn't help them. And what they've done by basically doing nothing but drafting a couple of people and making a couple of, quote, low-level signings is changed the nature of their team, all for the better. So if they were thinking about a Ben Simmons deal, they dodged a howitzer.
Look, the idea of Ben Simmons is better than the reality of Ben Simmons. Trading for the idea of Ben Simmons running at his highest octane and most efficient possible professional self, there's a player to talk about. Everything that we've learned since we've understood that player to have disappeared in the playoffs last year, yeah, you're right. There is not a lot to talk about as it stands right now, and the machinations that he's going through trying to make life miserable for the Sixers is something else. But as I said, Ray, we don't have to talk about him. So let's not bother when we start talking about Warriors and Sixers. We're going to have that game tomorrow. Again, we're going to talk to Steve Kerr all about it at 5 o'clock today. Meanwhile, he is Ray, I'm Damon, and we're brought to you by BMW Fairfield, now open in the Fairfield Auto Mall. Visit BMWFairfield.com to book your visit today. So the Giants offseason so far took a couple steps forward yesterday. We told you about a few of them. There's one we did not get to because it kind of fell through the cracks with the news that they had re-signed, I guess I should say, Anthony DeSclafani and Alex Wood. Alex Dickerson, who was just a phenomenal interview as a weekly guest here all summer long. Alex Dickerson was designated for assignment by the Giants yesterday, Ray. He never found his groove in a season that was defined by guys finding their groove in this lineup. He slashed .233, .304, .420, only 13 home runs and 312 plate appearances. He's a platoon player. The chances of him showing back up in a Giants uniform aren't zero. Like, there's a possibility they could still re-engage with him. If they didn't, I wouldn't be surprised at the same time. I mean, we really, really enjoyed talking to the guy. He was so candid. He was so upfront. And I know he won't be mad at us bringing up the fact that, you know, he had a year that makes you think, well, what else could we do? He did. He did have a year that makes you think that. He's going to be 32 years old. The Giants probably feel they've gotten as much out of him as they're possibly going to get. So I don't know if we're going to be looking at Alex Dickerson in a Giants uniform again. He was DFA'd yesterday. Sports are hard.
I'm just thinking about the part of your soliloquy where you said he only hit 13 homers. On this roster, traditionally, in the post-Bonds era, only and 13 homers do not go in the same sentence. And yet, last year, it was only. Because nearly everybody hit 13 homers. And that's the thing that is most different about this team than all the others that they've had, is that they had a conga line of power hitters. And they've never had that. And that's true even in the Bonds years. They had Jeff Kent, they had Rich Aurelia, they had Ellis Burks, but beyond that, it was guys who got on base so that those guys could drive in those runs. Did I say Jeff Kent?
You did say Jeff Kent.
Okay. This was the first Giants team that I can remember since the 60s where it was hard for a pitcher to get through the lineup.
Yeah, no, you didn't have to be patient waiting for that next Giants home run because it was going to come soon enough. It was like a scheduled bus route. And unfortunately, the bus didn't stop often enough in Alex Dickerson's spot in the lineup. And when you look at the money that they've spent now, re-signing 2/5 of their starting five, 1/5 already in the barn in Logan Webb. So 2 more starting spots. Are you looking for middling guys, a back guy, or a true ace of aces? Well, a guy like Max Scherzer is still out there. I've seen Starling Marte and Marcus Simeon's name linked to the Giants, but nothing to get excited about yet in that linkage. I've just seen the rumor on the internet, and you can find it too if you have the internet, which I'm guessing you might. The other news is that Buster Posey retired. That leaves a huge hole at catcher. It leaves a huge hole in the middle of the order. It leaves a huge hole in the leadership department. And that's where the captain needs to come back in and be less of a jokey, goofy, isn't that funny type of captain and really assume that role. And I think he could. Brandon Belt is, he agreed to a qualifying offer, Ray. We kind of let that one slip in. The guy's going to be back for at least one more season. And you know what? He earned it. 100%. Absolutely did. The only thing that was wrong with his year is that he got hurt.
And the year before, don't forget how eager everybody was to get rid of Posey and to get rid of Belt and to get rid of even Crawford.
Yep.
And now they're delighted that they're back. And it's funny what winning, the equivalent of 40 more games is.
Yeah, it's good for business. The business that your agent gets to do, that's for sure. We have an awful lot to get into this afternoon. Like we said, later this hour at 3:45, Scott Reese on his new book, 4:15. It's Anthony Slater. At 5 o'clock, it's Steve Kerr. We got a college coach getting a huge extension based on a USC opening, more than the results that he's producing in Happy Valley. We got the Tampa Bay Rays ushering in maybe a new way to do business. Would you believe me if I told you a guy who hasn't even played 71 Major League games has a $200 million extension? You should, because it's true. We got an awful lot to get into, some flirtations, some actual NFL firings to talk about, LeBron's suspension for tonight at Madison Square Garden, and when the Vikings come into town, we'll tell you what a gamer their head coach, Mike Zimmer, really, truly is. So stick around. We are just underway this afternoon here. Damon and Ratto, we're brought to you by AC Transit. Find a career with great benefits and work-life balance and do what you love. AC Transit is hiring journey-level mechanics and service employees. Join their East Bay team to maintain AC Transit's fleet of buses. Apply today at actransit.org/careers.
What's up, Bay Area? It's your boy Bonte Hill, and I want to wish everybody a happy Thanksgiving. Look, Thanksgiving is my favorite.
Damon and Ratto on 95.7 The Game. Brought to you by BMW Fairfield. Now open in the Fairfield Auto Mall. Visit BMWFairfield.com today to book your visit.
I think if you've been listening to the show for a long time, you realize that the rejoins are a little left of center. They don't normally come with as popular a song as this song was when it came out, and this is why we're playing it. 28 years ago, Snoop Dogg dropped Doggy Style. Ray, it's one of the single most anticipated albums in rap history. The biggest debut. All Snoop had done had been like, he'd give assists on some Dr. Dre songs or something like that. His solo anticipated album was a monster. It came out when I was in high school, and it was a big deal. It was officially a big deal. Was it high school or was I already like in college? Man, it was 28 years ago. I don't even know where I was 28 years ago, but that was a monster. I'm sure you picked up a copy the night it came out.
Actually, the day before. I was pretty wired into the scene, as you know.
Dialed in. That's why you're here, Ray, because you're so dialed into the scene. Look, we got an awful lot of stuff to get into this afternoon. Again, we got to work in some of the stories that we missed. Again, tomorrow is our last show of the entire week, with it being Thanksgiving. That's why at 5:30 today, maybe even a little bit before 5:30, depending on how long we talk with Steve Kerr, we're going to have ourselves a Tuesday turkey trifecta. The show doesn't have many traditions, but one of them is a Thanksgiving dinner table draft. We didn't get to do our Halloween candy draft due to a Warriors game preventing us from doing it, so we're not going to miss an opportunity to see which goes higher. Will it be mashed potatoes or will it be stuffing? We'll find out, and if you stick around in the 5 o'clock hour, we'll replay the single greatest dodging of a question Trent Baalke has ever offered up when he wouldn't even answer what his favorite side dishes were at Thanksgiving. So all of that to look forward to this afternoon here. I guess there is a big, bright future for Luke Walton to look forward to, right? Should we describe it as that? Because he no longer is tethered to the group of losers that are the Sacramento Kings. Bill Walton's record of 68-93 is the second best for any coach in the history of the Sacramento Kings over the last 15 years. They've had 10 different head coaches, and Luke Walton had a better winning percentage than all of them at 42%. Why did he have to go? Why did they need him to step down, Ray, in order to feel better about their hangdog selves?
Because they thought this team was going to perform better. They thought that drafting Tyrese Halliburton and Davion Mitchell and putting him with De'Aaron Fox was going to basically turn them into a real team. In the meantime, Marvin Bagley has fully checked out, and they're the Kings. The difference, I think, is that there's a new general manager in Monty McNair who inherited Walton, which means that Walton wasn't really his guy. So, they basically put it on him and said, we're expecting improvement. And as you look at the standings as the day dawned, they were right there in 12th, where they always are. And they're winning 1/3 of their games. They're not interesting to look at, and they don't look like they're playing very well. Or not well, hard. They just look flat and boring and tired and Kingsy.
So is Alvin Gentry going to be able to get anything more out of them than Luke Walton did? I really don't know. I mean, I know that he has stopped in many different locations and tried to resuscitate many a lousy franchise, but I don't know if Alvin Gentry is going to have that much more success than the most successful coach they've had in 15 years. I mean, you can talk about where you want to be, but there's also who you are, and it's the Kings. And Luke Walton was winning at a better clip than any coach since Rick Adelman, for goodness sakes. And it still wasn't good enough. The fact that his final game was the game where that courtside fan tossed his cookies right in his lap. Like, I haven't seen anybody drunk like that since a fraternity party. That was when you are too drunk to bother not throwing up in your own lap. That's a statement on the entire franchise. Our puking hero sitting courtside to perfectly comment on the entire Sacramento Kings situation. Look, Monty McNair, he's got a big choice to make. And he's actually set up to be more successful than anyone who's made this choice in a real long time. Like, their nucleus isn't bad, Ray. Fox, Halliburton, Mitchell, Hield, Rashawn Holmes, Harrison Barnes. You're going to have a lottery pick. Like, you can work with that. It's going to take a while, but you can work with that.
Well, don't forget, though, that the Kings are also micromanaged by their owner, Vivek Ranadive. So that some of this was coming from on high. And you never get to second-guess the owner. The reason why Luke Walton had to go was because he'd gotten essentially 2.5 years with this team, which is an eternity in Sacramento. Since they've moved out here from Kansas City, they've had 18 coaches in 35 years. That's one every other year. That
feels excessive. That feels just a tad excessive.
Yeah, that tells you. And when I say that, that includes the 8 years that they had Rick Adelman and decided that he wasn't good enough either. So, I mean, Adelman was fired under the previous regime, but that's been the nature of this franchise since it came out here, which is nothing is permanent. Don't even send your clothes out to the dry cleaner. You know, go find a rock by the Sacramento River. That's where you wash them, because that's the only way that you'll be sure that they'll stay in your possession. Sacramento is a place where you go to get ready to leave again. So Luke Walton got more games than most guys in his position do. And it still didn't make a bit of difference.
He's going to resurface somewhere. I don't know as a coach, as a head coach, but he's definitely going to keep on coaching.
Oh, yeah. Oh, no, he's not a bad basketball mind, but he walked into the most dysfunctional franchise in the NBA for an extended period of time. I mean, there have been times where Philadelphia's been bad. Sometimes it's been Detroit. Sometimes it's been Houston. But it's always been Sacramento. And if you were telling me what's his chances of succeeding, I would have said it's Sacramento. No chance. And it just turned out to be right. It just turned out that it was longer than most guys get to try to save that eternally sinking ship.
Now, I don't want to give Vivek any ideas, and I certainly don't want to help the Kings out by letting them peel someone off the Golden State Warriors coaching staff because things are going so well. But if I am the Kings, I'm coming right down 80, taking 80 South down to Chase Center, and I'm talking to Mike Brown. I'm looking to hire Mike Brown. Mike Brown's reviews this year means he's one of the best coaches in basketball, according to his own team, his own players that are preaching the accountability that he's holding them for. Mike Brown has secretly become the new, cooler, more riding a Harley Ron Adams. He is their new defensive coordinator, Ray. He really is. And he has installed defense with the Golden State Warriors that have them with a better defensive rating than they've ever had in the Steve Kerr era. Their previous best was 100.4. That was way back in Kerr's inaugural season. They're at 100 right now. They're ranked first back then. They're ranked first once again. And with the offensive explosions of the last decade, like how did they do it? Anthony Slater, who's going to join us in about 45 minutes, was all over this. Had a really good column in The Athletic today. And he basically says it's about accountability. Accountability of the youth on this team, accountability from Draymond himself, which permeates with the veterans on this team, accountability from a coaching staff, and he gets into what Mike Brown has done. And then he brings up the phrase, and I don't know if we can credit Andy Liu and Sam Esfandiari for this one, but are we going with Steve 2.0? Does Steve Kerr know that this is Steve 2.0? That's the way it's been described on Warriors Twitter, and that usually means Esfandiari. So, look, maybe it is. Because Steve is more creative in the defenses that he's throwing out, in the defenses that he is tailoring to the game that's in front of him. There's an awful lot of copycat in the NBA, and a lot of teams go about trying to use the same methods to shut it down, even though the only thing that really changes are the jerseys that are running the plays. And the Warriors have gone away from that this year. Like, we've seen them use a box and one against Trae Young. We have seen them go to a triangle and two in other instances. And it's just a little bit more variety. I think it keeps guys locked in. It prepares them for the challenge of what might be different on any night. And, I mean, especially Draymond, he even copped to it. Like, keeping him emotionally and intellectually invested in a season is a huge part of his greatness.
Yeah, I think that's probably even more important than the new defenses that they're using, because the new defenses that they're using are largely ones that were used upon them in the latter half of their dynasty. The box and one, the triangle and two, those are lifts from Nick Nurse, who lifted them from college coaches. It's just adapting them to a new kind of basketball. And there are other teams around the league that have borrowed from Kerr the way Kerr's borrowed from Nurse, because that too is part of the reason why scoring is down in the NBA. The changes in rules are part of it, but I think coaches are becoming more creative on the defensive end than they've been maybe in 8-9 years. It's like, okay, now we can do some things other than play man-to-man. Let's really work this. And I think they have more coaches thinking that way than they have in the past. So credit to Kerr, credit to Mike Brown, but credit to Nick Nurse, credit to Rick Carlisle, credit to Eric Spoelstra. There are a lot of guys out there who are rethinking the way the game can be combated as a defensive mind, because otherwise you'd have teams shooting 53s a night and the game would start to become homogenized. I like the fact that the game is changing at a time when everybody thought the new philosophy was here to stay.
You know, it's an easy thing to become complacent when you've had as much success as the Warriors have had. I mean, if it ain't broke, don't fix it. So why would you go about changing things that led to 5 consecutive NBA Finals appearances? Evolving is usually left in sports to the less thans, the have-nots, but that's not the way it works. To really stay in front of everybody, you got to zig before the rest of the league zags to you, and that's what the best of the best do. You know, that's really what makes Nick Saban the best college football coach, because he'll crank out a different way for Alabama to realize its offense by the season, by whoever he's got and the right talent that he has. This is something that we just heard from Peter King yesterday when he talked to him. You know, he said, Bill Belichick, every single game plan is a snowflake. No two are alike. And for the Warriors to tinker defensively when they've been a supremely good defensive team throughout any era that wasn't dotted with a massive amount of injury. And just look at what Steve Kerr's doing with Steph Curry's minutes. I mean, is there anybody who should be more settled into a pattern this late in his career? Again, you don't change an old tiger's stripes, or you don't teach an old dog tricks, or whatever it is. They've got flexibility around Steph Curry's minutes that have come from creative thinking and planning by Steve Kerr and his coaching staff. Again, we're going to have Slater stop by in about 45 minutes from now to talk about this. Scott Reese joins us in 15 minutes. By the way, Butcher Boy back with an all-new episode of Elevate Your Tailgate. Make sure you check it out at 957thegame.com. Brought to you by Chef's Toys, a kitchen and restaurant supply store trusted by Grill Masters and Tailgate Kings. Visit chefstoys.com for a store near you. I want to get a little sound from Draymond. Grandy, get ready to push a button or two. When asked if he was surprised about the 15-2 start, Draymond said,
I wouldn't necessarily say surprised that it's going well, but a little surprised that it's going as well as fast as it is. Everyone talks about our schedule, which is, there's some truth to that. I think, we haven't had the toughest schedule in the world, but you can only play who they put out there in front of you. And I think regardless of who we playing, we're handling our business the way it should be handled. So I feel good about it. I know our team feel good about it. Got a lot of confident guys, and we got to continue to get better, though. We got a long ways to go.
I mean, I totally hear what he's saying. Have we had an easy start to the year? Yes, we have. But we've come out of the gate swinging and connecting at everyone in front of us. And I didn't think we were going to connect this much this early in the year. Down the road, eventually, I thought we would realize this potential. But in the first month and a half of the season, wasn't really expecting that. That's what I'm hearing there from Draymond.
It's a good reminder, too, that you can get guys who were once good defenders to become good defenders again. And Slater used the example of Otto Porter, who used to be a pretty good defender. Then he got hurt, and he started to do one of those flyby defenses every once in a while where he'd let the guy get a step on him and then try to sweep the ball away from him from behind his back. Now they've got him, moving with the defender again and staying in front and steering him into a double team. And that's about, remember what you used to do? Well, we want you to do it again, and we're just going to keep emphasizing it. It's in, turning Gary Payton, from a guy who was barely of NBA quality into a guy who's part of a rotation because they get him to defend the way they want him to defend. And I think it's sort of the way they looked at this year, which is we've been bad for 2 years now. We were awful 2 years ago when everybody was hurt, and we didn't make the playoffs technically last year either because while we were better defensively, we weren't better enough. And so I think Steve Kerr just sort of backed up, rethought who and what he wants them to be, and he's made it clear that that's how you get minutes on this team. I mean, there's one exception, and that's Curry. But everybody else has to defend, and they have to defend as taught, not just, go in, try to foul a guy from behind, to show that you're hustling. They use a Jordan Poole example in the Slater story about that, where he let the guy get behind him and then fouled him from behind instead of letting Draymond slide over and take the defense. So it's not just about working harder. It's working smarter and working within new parameters.
Yeah, and this is what Slater leans into when he talks about the accountability of youth. And the video sequence that you talked about was Jordan Poole, who was celebrating a dunk on the other end, got a little lazy, didn't turn around and sprint back defensively, not jogged, but had to really throw it into fourth gear to catch up to the play when he should have let it go and just run into Draymond, and Draymond started barking at him. I was talking to Nahagian last time I was in the office a couple years ago, and I know that our program director is a little worried that eventually Draymond's going to pop off to Jordan Poole, and Jordan Poole's not going to like it, and there's going to be the first sign of static between two players on this team. I don't think it's going to happen because Jordan Poole has a big enough ego to be a member of the NBA, but a small enough ego to check it in the Draymond is talking to me about defense department. And, is he going to have a wick that burns patiently forever for Draymond? I don't know. No one can say forever. But is he still very early in his career? Like, Jordan Poole is smart enough to just sit there and absorb the lessons, no matter how they're delivered, with a side eye, with a raised voice, with a tirade from Draymond. Like, everyone knows that that's who Draymond is. Draymond's only yelling at you because he cares enough to yell at you. If he didn't care, he wouldn't be yelling at all. Like, that's part of who he is.
But the other thing is, if you ever got to the point where Jordan Poole had decided he'd had enough, you'd be able to tell by the fact that his minutes would drop off. Because the truth is, Draymond Green is a guy who has been tasked and granted that kind of power by the coaching staff, which is if you've got to get in a guy's grill work to get him to defend better, then do it. So that's not one that Jordan Poole gets to win unless he's willing to win by doing it the way they want it done. Because what Draymond is telling him is coming straight from Steve Kerr's mouth. Right. And that's just the lesson there. So it's not one that Jordan Poole can win except by acquiescing. And by acquiescing, he becomes a better player.
Right. And it's real simple. When a master is teaching you, you don't worry about how the lesson is delivered. You just get the information. And I think Jordan Poole is smart enough to understand that Draymond is his Pai-Mei. Like, there is going to be some cruel tutelage from this kung fu master, and he just needs to be patient with it, and he will walk off that hilltop, one of the assassins, like Uma Thurman. Again, I'm working in cinematography here, Ray, and I know that makes you uncomfortable. So let's just go straight to Draymond Green talking about, hey, when it comes to accountability, it's about holding myself accountable. Here's what he thinks of the year he's having so far. Draymond Green.
I think I've been incredible defensively, which I should be at this point. I hope so. Offensively, I think I've been good as well. I think I'm reading the floor well. I'm trying to cut back on my turnovers. I think that's an area of improvement for me. Take the shot when it's there, be aggressive when I need to be aggressive, but get my teammates involved. That's what I do. That's what I enjoy doing. I have fun doing that, and it's good for our team. So I think I've been pretty good to start the year, and that rolls right in hand with our team being good. Our team is playing well, and just trying to do what I can to help that.
Brought to you by BioNTech and Pfizer. Come rain or shine, high winds or mild breezes, blue skies or gray, it's a great time to consider getting vaccinated against COVID-19. Actually, it was a great time to consider that like months ago. Now it's just a great time to do it. Stop considering it. Just go do it. Damon and Ray here on 95.7 The Game. We've got Scott Reese joining us in our next segment to talk about his origin story book about so many different sportscasters that have become household names and a few that haven't, but still their stories are very, very interesting. A little bit more from Draymond Green before we do go to break, though. One of his motivations isn't just the results that he gets by playing so hard, and the results are overwhelming. When he's locked in playing great defense and distributing the ball, the Warriors are very, very tough to beat. He's also got a couple of kids at home who have watched Daddy come into focus in some bad years of Warriors basketball. So Draymond really wants to show the kids what Daddy does, and I think this is a great soundbite from the win against Toronto. Here's Draymond talking about his motivations sitting at home.
My son is getting older. My oldest daughter, she's 7 now. They kind of get on my ass if we lose. So that's motivation. And I think for me also, I've been the last couple years. So my kids don't really understand how good I am. And I want them to see how good I am so they'll have an understanding. That is motivation. I was playing at the top of my level, which I'm getting back to that now. But I was playing at the top of my level at like 3-1. That is motivating for me to play well in front of them so they have an understanding of what I do. And most importantly, I want to win. I want to be a defensive player of the year again, and I want to be an all-star again. That is motivating me because a lot of people had counted me out. Same mistake people made before when I first came into the league. But a lot of people doubted me and doubted me again, and that's fuel to the fire.
He's so honest, man. When he really wants to tell you what he's thinking about something, he does. And as a guy who is considering what my fatherhood is going to look like, I'll tell you right now, Ray, one boy 2, the other 3 months. Yeah, I'm not really worried about it yet. Like, they're not going to remember any of this. They're not going to remember this Christmas, neither one of them, no matter what we do, no matter what we have, no matter what we say, no matter what happens. They're not going to remember a thing. They're too young. But once they hit that age, like Draymond said, by the time you're 5, 4, 6, 7, like I got memories from there. I got memories from Team USA beating the Russians. That was in 1980. That makes me 5 years old. So I understand wanting to show the kids your best of yourself when they start coming into their own consciousness. That is some serious honesty out of Draymond Green.
I think you're correct that your kids are not making memories yet. But to test the theory, you should get them nothing for Christmas. See if they notice.
Believe me, I've ran it past the wife. I said, why do we have to get these kids anything? They're not going to remember. They're not going to remember what we got. They're not going to remember what they didn't get.
And how did that play?
Terribly.
Well, then you should have gone to the next move, because I've tried this. Because, okay, how about if we don't get them anything and I get you something extra?
Yeah, she's insisting we treat these kids right. I don't know why, but she insists.
I need to have a long talk with her.
Yeah.
She's not getting this right at all.
I've always thought, what does my marriage need more of? Ratto's advice. directly to my wife. I'm going to send the two of you guys to lunch, see what happens. Damon and Ray here on 95.7 The Game. We're coming back with Scott Reese to talk about his book, and then we got much more this afternoon here, so stay with us. We're brought to you by Fremont Bank, full-service banking, no compromises. Hey, this is Damon Bruce from BMW of Fairfield. And this holiday season, they want to make some kids a little more merry than they might be. That's why they're participants with Toys for Tots. And Snoop Dogg's debut album, Doggy Style, dropped 28 years ago today. Congratulations, everyone. You're old. That's the way that works. 28 years ago, what were you doing? That's a question that Scott Reese was asking a whole bunch of sportscasters for a book that he came up with that is entitled Where They Were Then. Scott Reese going into the origin stories, like Marvel, of many of your favorite sportscasters. And he's good enough to join us here. Damon and Ray on 95.7 The Game. Scott Reese, the voice of Stanford. How are you, man?
I am good. I miss you guys. Way too long without a little Ratto sunshine in my life, so it's good to talk to you.
Give it time. That'll blow over.
It is really good to talk to you two. Let's just get something that no one wants to hear about right out of the way. How's Stanford doing? God.
So other than that, Mrs. Lincoln, yeah, it's been a rough couple of weeks. You know, I can't dodge the scoreboard. Kind of is what it is. High hopes for big game. Got pretty healthy. Had Tanner McKee back, and just didn't work out well.
A date with a top 10 ranked Notre Dame team this weekend should be an awful lot of fun.
Yeah, well, you know, look, it's always fun to play Notre Dame regardless. You know, the atmosphere is great. They're going to bring a ton of fans. Certainly, you know, nice that at least don't have to travel to South Bend in this particular instance. But, yeah, you know, we'll see how it plays out. But it obviously, the last month or so has not gone as scripted as we like to say in the business.
So, Scott, tell me about who you talked to for your book. Who had the best origin story, or the let's call it the most humble beginnings that you got to examine?
You know, I think the humble beginnings are kind of across the board, right? For the most part, there were a few who didn't have to go to Timbuktu, you know, Scottsbluff, Nebraska, or Kalispell, Montana, or, you know, Utica, New York, or one of those places. But I think we were all sufficiently humbled by the experience. I think that was what was so cool about it. And you know, getting all the guys to participate, I think it was sort of cathartic for them to go back and relive some of these, you know, early stages of their careers and actually write it down. I'm sure a lot of them were like me in that, you know, they've thought about it 100 times, like, man, I should really write a book out of this because the stories are so epic. So to get them all in one place is great. I will say, you know, I made it a point to, for the most part, it's like TV anchor reporter types, but I wanted to vary it a little bit, so I got a print guy, so I got Andy Katz on board, who's great, and I wanted a play-by-play guy, so I went no further than my former fellow Stanford alum Dave Fleming, and Flem's story is tremendous, right, about coming up through the minor leagues and some of the things that he had to do when he was the play-by-play / assistant general manager for the Visalia Oaks, which sounds really cool, right? When you're 24, hey, I'm the assistant general manager. I assure you the job detail was far less cool than you might think.
Yeah, it's nicer than, say, he also does the laundry, right?
Yeah, let's just say there's some of that in there as well.
Where was there one story that was outside all the other norms? Because I imagine all of them took sort of a similar feel about how lousy a job you really, really want could be. But was there one that just dropped your jaw?
You know, there were a couple of the particulars, and I don't want to give away the Kenny Mayne stories because they're just so fantastic. But his path and everything about his chapter is completely different, which shouldn't surprise anybody because, you know, Kenny Mayne is completely different, right? And I actually laughed out loud multiple times. Neil Everett, I laughed out loud multiple times. The one that really blew me away, which is not surprising, is Scott Van Pelt. He's just such an incredible talent, and it shines through. Again, I don't know if you gave the preamble to this, but these are folks who wrote their own chapters, right? We edited and we massaged, and I kind of wove it together. But these are their personalities shining through in their writing. So if you love Van Pelt and what he is on TV, this is can't miss stuff. He writes about, and it wasn't even one of the more outlandish or kind of jaw-dropping stories, but the way he recounts his sit-down with Tiger Woods after the 97 Masters, which really put Van Pelt on the map. I mean, he was, you know, an unknown guy. It was really his first TV job. He was with the Golf Channel, and he managed to strike up a relationship with Tiger. And the way he kind of wound up getting this sit down and you sort of jump the line to do it. And just, I mean, it brings you right back to that time in sports history. It's really cool stuff.
I mean, he had hair, for goodness sakes. It was such a long time ago.
Yeah.
I saw a promotional photo of Van Pelt in the book. I mean, he had a coif. He really did.
Yeah, I mean that might be worth the price of the price just to have that. He did. We have the proof. Van Pelt with hair. Yeah, look, we all had a lot more hair back then.
When his hair was on his head, then. By Scott Van Pelt. The name of the book is Where They Were Then by Scott Reese, who's our very own here in the Bay Area. Let me ask you your origin story. Before you were getting reps at ESPN, before you left the worldwide leader to come west, before you started NBC Sports, before you got the Stanford gig, play-by-play job, full-time, basketball and football, where did it all start for you, Scott Reese?
Well, I tell you, it started with unemployment for about a year, trying to figure out what the heck I was going to do and how I was going to do it. And I wound up taking a job in Panama City, Florida, which I was in Los Angeles growing up.
All class, so, baby. Panama City,
yeah,
all class.
Hey, the so-called redneck Riviera. So I drove 2,100 miles from home to take a job, which wasn't actually a job. It was actually an internship because they wouldn't hire me. Nobody would hire me. So I said, I'm going to come work for free, and, you can kick me out if you want. So that was sort of where I got my start and tried to figure out the whole TV thing. I'll tell you, one of the anecdotes from my Utica, New York days, and again, this is just a tiny little snippet, but to give you an idea of some of the stuff you deal with in small market television, is I'm on the set and I'm reading a tease, right, for what's coming up after the commercial, and it was something to the effect of, local officials pumping back money into the community for good of, the residents, that sort of thing. It was an uplifting thing. It was supposed to be a story about municipal housing. Problem was they rolled the wrong video, and the video they rolled was a guy shooting up heroin, which didn't exactly go with the pumping money in for the good of the community text that I was giving the good people of Utica, New York. So just a little snippet, but things like that you deal with in small market television, it makes you think, wow, I've got to get out of here.
Did you at least get free 6-packs at Utica Club while you were out there?
There was nothing good about it. You can't even make light of it. There was literally nothing good about that experience.
In fairness, though, maybe the heroin clip and the pumping money into the local economy were the same story, and you just had...
It's entirely possible. I don't believe my bosses thought that to be the case at the time, and I'm pretty sure somebody lost their job over that. Fortunately, it wasn't me.
Where They Were Then by Scott Reese. Where can you pick it up? This is a really cool book for the holidays for sports fans. A lot of presents are being bought, something to put in the stocking. Where do you find this one, Scott?
Amazon, point and click. It's on Amazon. Search Where They Were Then. Search Scott Reese. Search super cool books about sportscasters. I think it'll come up. It will be, and in fact, I think now, it's definitely available on Apple Books. It's ebooks. We're going to be Barnes & Noble, Target, I think, the big box and whatnot. So it's pretty much out there now everywhere, and I'm excited. But I tell you, Damon, I can't end this without asking you, right? I need to know, what is your best anecdote, snippet from your formative years in radio before the worldwide leader?
Oh, geez. I mean, do you want to know about I was serving bloomin' onions at Outback? Do you want to hear about moving back in with the parents thinking like, wow, I'm the biggest loser that I swore I would never be, but I am that guy. I'm moving back in with my parents. How old am I? Oh, my God. Yeah, I was that guy. It was humble beginnings. And then my first job in radio, I was replaced by an electronic button which would fire the commercials instead of me for overnight commercial breaks. So I got replaced by automation about 3 weeks into my very first job. But, hey, that was just a step up from serving bloomin' onions. So I was on my way, Scott, to whatever this is.
And there you go. And that is on par with a lot of the stories in the book. And you won't believe what some of the jobs that these folks didn't get or got fired from en route to becoming some of the biggest sportscasters on the planet. So that's good stuff.
A lot of bartenders, a lot of restaurant etiquette picked up by people who were in the service industry before they got into the sports industry. And hopefully that's why we're all good tippers to this day. Any advice for the youngsters listening who might want to be a sports broadcasting hero one day, but right now are wondering, how the hell am I supposed to start this?
Well, first advice is run the other way, right? That's the stock advice, given what's going on with the industry. But if you really want to do this, and part of the impetus for this, honestly, is God. I wish to holy heaven that I had this book when I was just graduating college and wanted to get into this industry, because I had no idea, the lay of the land, where I would have to go, what I would have to do, how hard it would be to actually do this. So the best advice I can give is get the book, because if you want to actually be a sports broadcaster, even a newscaster, weathercaster, just break into the TV biz, this is gold, because these are real-life stories of folks who went through all the things you're going to have to go through, and they somehow navigated it and made it to the top. So it's pretty. Some of it's even pretty inspirational, I got to say.
Well, I tell you what, part and parcel of making it anywhere is be decent to people. Be a good guy or gal wherever you are. And that is a huge part of why I always liked you. I've gotten along with you since the first day I ever met you. And when you said, can you help me sell the book? I said, hell yeah, let's help you sell the book. It's really cool. It's a topic that hits close to home. I can't help but notice you did not ask for Ray Ratto's participation in the tome.
So that is true, and Ray actually, there was one very simple qualification that everyone needed to have to be a part of this, which was you had to be a national sports TV personality.
Oh, hey, we're streaming on Twitch right now. We're global.
So believe me, if I went to all the folks, my Bay Area folks, there are a ton of people who would be great for this. But edition 1 was the national sports landscape. Obviously, we wanted to appeal to a broad audience. But I will say there could be a sequel in the offing, Ray Ratto. So get your stories ready, because I'm not sure which direction we'll go. But there'll be a whole new slate of eligibility.
I'm going to start working on my fictional story right now.
There you go. Origin stories. Marvel Comics can't be wrong. Neither can Scott Reese. The name of the book is Where They Were Then. Pick it up now on Amazon, where you can buy anything else on planet Earth as well. But make sure you get this book. Thank you, Scott. Good to talk to you, man. Happy Thanksgiving to you and your family. Have a good one, and try to beat Notre Dame on Saturday.
I will do my best from the broadcast booth. Gentlemen, good to catch up. Thanks.
Thank you so much. Scott Reese. Again, the book is called Where They Were Then.
If he doesn't beat Stanford, if he doesn't beat Notre Dame on Saturday, I don't know how he gets to stay in the Pac-12.
Look at it this way. I don't think you're going to get to the New York Times bestseller list with a big loss to the Irish, so beat the Irish.
Although a big loss to Cal probably didn't help at all either.
Wow.
I would not have figured that to happen. I thought it's certainly possible that either team can win that game because it never follows form, but I didn't see 4 touchdowns.
By the way,
between those two teams.
Welcome everyone to your 4 o'clock hour.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM in HD1 San Francisco, an Odyssey station. Brought to you by DuckDuckGo, privacy simplified.
Has the big game ever meant less, Ray?
Yeah.
Than it does right now? Because I tell you, not only do people not talk about it, they don't hype it up, and it's unavailable to the vast majority of sports fan because it's on the Pac-12 network, which no one I've ever met actually has.
Well, I remember years in which both teams were bad and it was available on no network because there was no Pac-12 network. There wasn't a huge college football every
game. They didn't throw that on locally, like
landscape.
On Coffee TV or something?
Yeah, sometimes, but not all the time. I mean, the big game was always about being there.
Sure.
And so if you weren't there, it kind of didn't make a lot of ripple, only because this became a pro sports area about 50 years ago, and it's never really gone back. I mean, the last real glory years for Stanford, other than the couple of Harbaugh seasons, Bill Walsh was the coach then, and that predates the 49ers. That's the latter half of the 70s. It's just the landscape got crowded out.
Look,
and the only place where it still, holds firm is the Deep South and, the Rust Belt, really, because there are not nearly as many pro franchises there.
The Stanford Cardinal had the number 1 pick in the NFL draft in Andrew Luck, and we're going to BCS level games. BCS bowl games, and it didn't move the needle. Like, I was doing shows on the flagship of Stanford, and I can honestly tell you that in 4 years, I didn't get one call from a Stanford fan about the Harbaugh era. Not one. It doesn't even ping on a local Yokels radar, much less the national radar anymore. Again, to call it the big game it's funny. It's not even big on one of the two campuses, for goodness sake.
And Saturday, it wasn't much of a game either.
No, it wasn't.
But
How about this?
But the interesting thing, since you brought up Stanford, is the one thing that school has never done, in good times or in bad, was sell outside the family. You almost had to be an alum to get them to care whether you were at the game or not. I mean, I used to talk to merchants on University Avenue in Palo Alto, which leads into the campus.
Mm-hmm.
And they'd say, Stanford never comes to talk to us. They don't even want to put a placard in the window. You know, they have always sort of avoided any kind of, marketing outside the circle.
Right. It's like they don't want a crowd. They don't want to sell out almost.
And it works.
Well, it did. And look, David Shaw is a very good coach, and his job security feels borderline infinite, like it's his as long as he wants it. Is there a result that would get David Shaw fired? Like, they are 3-8 this year. They're going to be 3-9 when they lose to Notre Dame on Saturday. Next year's record would have to be what for David Shaw to actually be terminated? Could they go 0 and he keeps the job, Ray?
I think at some point there might be some grumbling, but there is no financial pressure that comes with not winning at Stanford because they are so well endowed and so insulated from money pressures. And the other thing is, David Shaw is everything that Stanford wants to represent to the outside world. Right. So I think the only way he gets fired is if he's involved in a scandal. And since that seems beyond unlikely.
Yeah, I was about to say, don't bet on that.
Yeah, I mean, he's found his perfect place. They still like him, as far as I know. And there's never been any really disgruntled alumni. Now, maybe if at some point John Arriaga got fed up, because he is
him, right? He's the guy.
He's their principal sugar daddy.
He is the booster.
Yeah. If he got annoyed, I could see where that would happen. I think he was annoyed when they finally whacked Walt Harris. But I think barring that, I think David Shaw is there for as long as he wants to be.
Nothing is important in life as timing and getting a second bidder into the room. That's how you get paid. It's how you get paid in sports. It's how you get paid in life. However much you think you're worth at job A, get job B to be interested, and all of a sudden, you'll either leave for more money at job B or you'll make more money staying at job A. And that is in cold hard proof with what happened today in Happy Valley. Former Cal athletic director Sandy Barber, now Penn State's athletic director. Today, Penn State extended James Franklin with his 67-32 record over 8 years, which, look, it's a fine record over 8 years. I would kill someone for Indiana to have that record over 8 years. But at Penn State, that's not great. Penn State's resources to put a good football team on a football field essentially stretch to infinity. I mean, that's who they are. Penn State is a monster. And he's got a new 10-year deal worth north of $75 million, Ray, with all sorts of, you get this bonus, if you do this, you do that. He is under contract through 2031, which has got to be a little bit different of a place he thought that he would be in this year. Because under contract, extended through 2031, it's not bad for a guy whose team has lost 4 of his last 6, hasn't beaten a top 10 team all season, even though he's played 3 of them, all conference familiar opponents. He's got another top 10 team to lose to in Michigan State coming up on Saturday. And he lost in 9 overtimes to Illinois. In the history of football, I guarantee you there's never been a 10-year, $75 million contract extension to a man who lost a 9-overtime game to Illinois. Now, James Franklin is better than his worst day, obviously, but he's not as good as his best day either. He got paid, Ray, because there was a USC rumor. The USC is interested in James Franklin rumor is the single greatest thing that ever happened to James Franklin.
There also was a James Franklin to Florida rumor because Dan Mullen just got fired. And all of a sudden, if you've got multiple suitors, the place you're at, unless they want you to go, gets real interested. So whether it was USC, which I tend to doubt would have happened ultimately, or Florida, which could very well have happened.
Yeah, it's a monster. Yeah. Sleeping giant.
I mean, because there have been a lot of firings this year and a lot of coaches leaving. I mean, Clay Helton, who got fired in September at USC, got a job at Georgia Southern like within a month. You know, this has been a very volatile coaching year. Gary Patterson at TCU, who'd been there forever and for most of their glory years, was sort of getting the hint from his athletic director that maybe they might want him to move on at the end of the year. And he just up and quit that day.
He got pissed.
Yeah, he just said, you know what? I've done too much for you guys to do this.
Look, the three biggest openings that are out there in college football, and there will be more than three openings. The three biggest openings are Florida, LSU, and USC. All three could have been interested in James Franklin, but it only took one to be interested in James Franklin for Penn State to have to turn around and give an overreactionary extension like this. And couldn't they have gotten an extension done in less than a decade? Did they really had to go bidding? Were they bidding against anyone else by offering a decade?
Well, the only things that I've read is that, you know, he and his agent made it pretty clear that they wanted a long-term commitment to not leave.
One. He got one.
And he got one. I mean, but the other thing about contracts is term almost doesn't mean anything in college. Because if he wants to go somewhere in 3 years, he'll quit and walk away from the other 7 years. You know, what it is, it's a deal that always benefits the guy signing it. And by that, I mean the coach. Because if he gets done in 3 years, he'll walk because he knows that if he struggles in 3 years, he'll get fired. So the length of the contract is almost irrelevant.
Well, I don't know about that, man. You should see some of the buyout language caked into this one. He's not going anywhere 3 years from now.
Well, but you can work around buyout language no matter how restrictive it is if both sides are willing to either walk away from money or pay a lot of money. And frankly, Penn State showed how much money it's willing to spend just to keep him.
Oh, by the way, somebody says here, we're beating Michigan State this weekend. Hey, we are. Penn State. Good luck. Got James Franklin for another 10 years if it doesn't work out. Damon and Ratto here. We're coming back with Anthony Slater. We're talking Warriors hoops with a guy who wrote a great article about their defensive principles in The Athletic. That is next. We're brought to you by Northern California Toyota Dealers.
Toyota's Operation Black Friday is on. Get low 1.9% APR financing on 2021 RAV4, RAV4 Hybrid, Highlander, and Highlander Hybrid. Toyota, let's go play.
You by BMW Fairfield on 95.7 The Game.
Again, just in order everyone that's listening feel old today, Doggy Style by Snoop Doggy Dogg came out 28 years ago today. Congratulations. That face looking back at you in the mirror is getting older. That's the way it is. Welcome on back, Damon and Ratto. It is wonderful to have you along. It's also great to have Anthony Slater stop on by. We want to remind everybody, though, to check out the latest from Elevate Your Tailgate. Butcher Boy hanging out with Guru. You can find it on 957thegame.com. Brought to you by Harris Ranch Beef. Legendary beef, legendary quality. Visit harrisranchbeef.com. Anthony Slater, thanks for stopping on by once again, man. How are you?
I'm fantastic. It's a pretty nice weather day. You know, back at home after a long road trip. I'm feeling good.
Yeah, you're not going to have to travel during the holidays, so congratulations. Well, the Thanksgiving holiday. I don't know what the actual
Christmas, I will be in Phoenix, Arizona, which, you know, there are worse places, but I will not be home.
There are worse places. So you have to travel then. You can kick it home now. I just loved your piece about Draymond Green. I read it this morning. I say it's a piece about Draymond Green. It was really a piece about defense, but they're so synonymous with one another in this franchise that even though I misspoke, I was also incredibly accurate. You talked about accountability of youth, accountability from Draymond himself, accountability of this coaching staff, which has Mike Brown just pushing all the right buttons.
Yeah, and I don't know where exactly you want to start, but I think that Draymond is, it's kind of, like you said, it is a story about Draymond. And to me, the just mentality he brought into the season, and that goes behind the scenes of what he was talking about the other night post-game, which is like the lifestyle change he's had. He says he's not drinking nearly as much. The body feels a lot better. And when the body's there and the mind are there, he's flying around. And when he's flying around, I kind of talked about it in the piece, like, all of his critiques and his suggestions to teammates, loud suggestions, they just land better because you're more willing to listen to I guess I'll say an a-hole if he's, helping you erase the mistakes you made and also, like, holding himself accountable to all the things he's yelling at you about.
He talked about, how he didn't want his kids to see him not be an elite player. But was there a genuine epiphany where he looked back at his last couple of 3 seasons and said, you know what, this is not acceptable by my standards? Or did somebody get inside his brain and say, you're not getting this right?
I think there's a lot of factors. I think we also, he was pretty good in the second half last season. He finished 3rd in Defensive Player of the Year. I think once he got over COVID, once the foot issue, stopped being an issue, once they started playing lineup combinations that fit him better, going smaller more often, I think that put him back in an environment where he proved to himself late last season, like he still has something left in the tank. I think the Olympics mattered. The fact that he mattered on that Olympic team, right? He wasn't just like along for the ride for gold. Like he was in the gold medal game, like making big plays. And I think that juiced him up. And then I think a big factor is I think he came into the camp a little bit skeptical about what the Warriors front office did. And he's hanging around with the Lakers in the summer and he's seeing LeBron get any veteran he wants. And, I think, he came in a little late to camp and then he had a press conference where he's basically publicly questioning the Warriors' plan, saying, I studied NBA history. I've never really seen the develop now and try to win now plan work. But then he started playing, just like Warriors fans who questioned it started watching and went, well, Bielitsa is working, Porter is working, Iguodala seems like he still has it. These rookies are helping. Everything is, starting to look like they could potentially be a championship contender. And I think, all 3 of us understand that when you throw the championship carrot in front of Draymond Green's face, which suddenly has been thrown in front of him, he gets a lot more excited to play basketball.
Anthony, is Andre Iguodala as responsible for holding Draymond Green accountable as anyone on this coaching staff?
I think Andre's definitely a voice he listens to. I'm not sure it's quite like the David West dynamic. I feel like David West used to be able to cool Draymond a little bit more. Andre will make a snide comment I think Draymond likes having another adult to laugh at and keep perspective, but Draymond kind of has to run himself, and I think we've learned that over the years. And I think the fact that Kerr pushes back at him matters. But the one thing you do hear is you heard it even last year. Draymond can't be the prime adult in the room. There needs to be adults above him, and I think the fact that this year they do have Iguodala, that matters. Even if I don't think Iguodala is, yelling at Draymond or anything like that.
Did Steve Kerr have any trouble delegating responsibility to coaches in the past? We knew that Ron Adams was heavily involved, but in terms of game plans, the conversation never really extended to anyone else. We hear about Kenny Atkinson. We know the presence that Mike Brown is having. Is Steve Kerr more open to more voices in his own coaching room?
No, look, Alvin Gentry had influence. Luke Walton had influence. Mike Brown had influence on the offense last year, which would be, I even said it in the piece, that looks more curious by the day that Mike Brown was kind of, part of, handling the offense. But I think in general, I just think Kerr had, he's a young coach still, his 8th year as a head coach, and I think he's really evolved with the way he's looked at the game and the fact that this summer he added, they added stuff to the defensive playbook. And I just think he learned the last couple seasons. I mean, that was such a learning experience for, I've covered a lot of different type of teams in the league. I'd never covered a lottery team with a bunch of young guys. I learned a lot about that process covering that team, so I can't even imagine if I was a head coach of it. And even last year, I feel like covering that style of team, I learned a bunch. And I think Kerr's just implemented a lot of the lessons learned into his coaching, and that includes, obviously, more delegation for different parts of his coaching staff, including a developmental leg of the coaching staff that we can all see has been greatly improved.
How much of that developmental leg came as a result of the trial and error with James Wiseman?
A lot of it. And, I don't think it was necessarily just James Wiseman. They had 5 years where, they were making a lot of picks that were, late first round, early second round type picks that were more for, like, hey, let's try to find that guy that fit a role. But they weren't really developing a lot of guys. It's very tough to develop, in a championship environment. But then they brought on the lottery pick, which that coaching staff hadn't experienced, was not used to, and it didn't go well. We critiqued it. You guys critiqued it. Everyone, I think, critiqued the way they handled James Wiseman in a lot of ways last year. And, yeah, it is an organization that looked itself in the mirror in a lot of ways this past offseason and decided, where corrections were needed, and that in the form of developmental staff came with, obviously, Atkinson, Jama from Toronto, who's like kind of the organizer of the entire plan for the young guys, and then Dahan, who handles the bigs and particularly handles like James Wiseman's day-to-day like technique type growth.
Is there a story in the Warriors summer? And by that I mean, did Steve Kerr and Bob Myers and the rest of the big brain room sit down and restructure everything that they believe in? And was there an epiphany out of that? Or had Steve Kerr and Bob Myers been thinking about this all through last year? And was this just a long development run? Or was there just a moment where they all brainstormed and yelled Eureka?
No, I don't think they sat down right after the season and were like, let's examine and figure out where the issues were. I mean, you would have conversations behind the scenes all last year, and they understand the Oubre fit is not going well, or the way they kept pulling Wiseman in and out of the lineup. And then there was times, particularly before Wiseman tears the meniscus, remember there was a 5-game stretch where they went very pick and roll heavy, and it was working. It was actually really encouraging what was going on with Wiseman. So there was a lot of realization within the process where they screwed up, where they needed to kind of try to tweak and correct. But I mean, you guys know, once you kind of let the ship off the dock for an NBA season, there's not a lot you can really do. I mean, once you make the Oubre trade and you compile that roster that they had last year, they couldn't just blow it up and go, you know what, maybe we should have drafted LaMelo. We'll take LaMelo now, and we'll add these offseason pieces. We won't make the Oubre trade. Halfway through last season, I think they knew that they were going to have to overhaul this past summer. They just had to had to learn as much as possible and then figure out exactly how they wanted to do it. And then they went about it in, I think, a pretty ambitious way this summer, including, I mean, I think we'd all agree, fighting back a little against the louder part of their fan base saying, all in, go all in. And they went with this win now, develop now. And, again, 17 games into it, but this vision looks like it's actually working really well.
Anthony Slater here on 95.7 The Game. So I know that there's an awful lot of talk, and we will ask you about Klay Thompson returning to practice, and that's great news. James Wiseman has not. When James Wiseman does return, not to practice, but to the team, and let's just say it's one of their least productive weeks of the year, metrically, win-loss column, however you want to be able to point at, well, integrating James Wiseman has slowed down the fast start that everyone's been enjoying. Will that be a problem?
Yeah, I mean, look, we're going to microanalyze everything Wiseman-related, including, we can sit here if you want, microanalyze the fact that he's not even in 5-on-5 yet, which is notable, kind of eyebrow-raising. But I think that they are going to preemptively, be aware of that analyzation, and I think they're very much going to ease Wiseman into the lineup. I do not expect him to take Kevon Looney's starting job until he's won that starting job, and he's not going to be able to do that until he's played a bunch. I think they'll probably try to separate his minutes a lot from Steph and Draymond early on, at least as much as possible, because those are already the minutes that they're most vulnerable in it anyway. From what I've gathered, the expectation is pick and roll heavy with him and Jordan Poole, in those brief minutes that he should get early on. And, every time I talk to Steve or other people behind the scenes, it's like, patience. That's what they say. Like, if he's not some large component of a title winner this year, they're still okay with it. The general thing that they want with the James Wiseman developmental curve is that 2, 3, 4 years from now, he's like, his best self and taking the mantle. Klay Thompson said today that they want to hand the keys of the franchise over to James Wiseman eventually. So they're at least trying to say they're thinking about it more in like 2022, 2023 eyes. But Damon, you're right. Like, look, if they're a -8 in Wiseman's first 12 minutes, I'm going to be tweeting about it, and you guys are going to be talking about it, I'm sure.
There's no doubt. There is no doubt. It's hard to be in the middle of an NBA conversation as a young man, but that's where he's found himself. Will we actually see Klay Thompson back on the court before James Wiseman? I mean, I never thought that would be a legit question, but it feels like it might be.
Yeah, I think it's becoming an increasing likelihood because I can go back to several times that they've hinted that James Wiseman was advancing to a step that then a week later he hadn't advanced to yet, including there was it was being messaged out to us like openly on the record that Klay Thompson and James Wiseman were likely going to play 5-on-5 scrimmages together this past week. We were all on the East Coast and they hung back in the Bay Area. Wiseman was supposed to be part of that. He has not been. Rick Celebrini has not cleared him yet. Steve Kerr is saying that it's not any type of physical setback or like the knee is not responding. They just keep saying it's a delicate injury. They're now referencing the Jaren Jackson situation from last year in Memphis, where very similar, where Jaren Jackson felt like he was day-to-day for an extra month or month and a half longer, and it was a meniscus tear, and Jaren Jackson has a very similar body to James Wiseman. And Jackson ended up being out 8 months, I believe, right around 8 months. And 8 months for Wiseman, I believe, would be right around Christmas. So we'll see. It's like I kept asking about it today, and they just keep saying he's not cleared yet for full contact. So Klay Thompson's ramp up will have to be longer than James Wiseman's, but Klay Thompson's doing stuff that James Wiseman's currently not doing.
Do you have any indication that the Sacramento Kings are interested either in Mike Brown or Kenny Atkinson, or that they would be interested in leaving for that job?
I think that I don't have not in season. I mean, it seems like Sacramento's pretty committed to giving Alvin Gentry a chance to try to make the play-in. I guess like they're so obsessed with this play-in, and if we're talking about direction or plan from the Sacramento Kings, who knows? To be honest, that's not a very good one typically. But I got an email I think yesterday that was like Kenny Atkinson has been listed as the favorite in Vegas to be the Kings' next full-time coach. That will be something completely for the offseason. Kenny Atkinson by the way, Kenny Atkinson is still recovering from an injury and still probably at least a month away from being back on the bench. And Mike Brown, I think, is very settled in his current role trying to win a title with this Warriors team, which would give him a lot of opportunity, I think, potentially in the offseason. I'm sure they would be interested if the call was made, but I don't think the Kings are making a call to any coaching candidates until after the season and after they see what Alvin Gentry does.
How did Atkinson hurt himself?
Just a workout. He's super intense. He's in these workouts, and this happened probably at this point about 3 weeks ago. That's why he hasn't been on the bench. He had to immobilize his leg. It was a leg injury. I do not know the exact specifics of how it happened. I just know it was a bad leg injury.
All right, but the man's not in traction or anything. That's I just wanted to make sure.
Yeah, no. He just has a leg injury, and today was actually the first time he's been able to come into the building and be in a coach's meeting, but apparently he had to leave right after that because doctors are still telling him to stay off of it.
Well, hopefully doctors are going to be clearing Klay Thompson to resume all NBA activities soon enough. He's scrimmaging, he's practicing, and that's really good news. And so is the fact that this team is 15-2 to start their year. Nice start indeed. Anthony Slater, thanks so much. Have a great Thanksgiving.
Yes, you guys as well.
Thank you. Anthony Slater. Warriors and Sixers, that is going to happen tomorrow. Sixers, of course, coming into town with that born and bred Philadelphia gal, Kate Scott. I believe it's her first trip ever to the Bay Area. So if you see her, welcome her. She's never been here before.
She's likely to be very disoriented.
Like, what do you mean Bart doesn't run 24 hours a day? All the things that local, people come into this town and see for the first time, and they're like, huh? Yeah, how cool. Kate gets to come in with the Sixers tomorrow. What a cool moment for her. We were going to get her on the show, but the morning show scooped us. And yeah, I get it. It makes sense. She was on that show, so I get it. We did want to talk to her, but they took her from us. Klay Thompson, though, coming back. He's talking to the media today, Ray. And look, people just want to hear from Klay. Klay makes people feel better. When Klay talks, people smile. That's kind of the way it goes. Not you necessarily, Ray.
Oh, definitely not me. I've never understood the fascination for Klay Thompson as ethereal god in training. As a player, hell yes. And he's a funny guy, but there's a cult of Klay that frankly disturbs me.
It's cool. He's a cool guy. He's authentically cool. He's not trying to be cool. He's not trying to act cool. He's not trying to court your positive review of him. He's just who he is. I mean, that's kind of why I think people gravitate towards him, because there's an element of, I really don't care what you think. This is just what I do, who I am, what I like, and I'm very set in my ways. Like, he's this old soul in an NBA three-point assassin's body, I think, more than anything else. And he was back at it today. He says he's very happy to be back at it. All that comes with rehab is now in the rearview mirror, and it's about basketball again.
Oh, man, it's so exciting just to be running up and down the court and playing basketball. It's truly a blessing, and it makes coming to work so easy. The boring stuff's behind me, and now just getting back in game shape is it's really exciting, and I got to stay patient because I can be an overeager person to get out there and play, but I'm just incredibly grateful to be out there, and the work the training staff and I have done over the last 2 years is really paying off, and it's hard to put into words how grateful I am to be playing basketball again.
And I think, Ray, as much as anything else, the only thing we've had about Klay to talk about is how cool he is, because he hasn't played in 2 years. I mean, we really have been robbed of 2 massive years of this guy's prime, and he had ingratiated himself to Warriors fans as much as any player, as much as Steph Curry almost. And absence always makes the heart grow fonder.
I guess it's just creepy. Get him on the floor, and everybody can get what he's trying to sell. The cool thing, it just evades me. I mean, I'm just value neutral on him. I don't dislike him in any way, because I think you're right. He is genuinely what he shows. That said, the reaction to him just sort of makes my flesh crawl a little bit.
Well, everything makes your flesh crawl a little bit.
No, everything else makes my flesh crawl a lot.
Yeah. So this is an upgrade.
We need a mass extinction is what we need.
Well, we almost had one with the pandemic, Ray. So,
it's not over yet. We still have hope.
All right. Well, happy Thanksgiving, everybody. Armageddon can maybe be yours soon.
Hot damn. Let's play.
Here's Klay talking about just hitting shots again, getting back into shape. He's not worried about himself structurally anymore. It's about getting his NBA legs and his wind back.
I feel like myself. I feel great. I'm knocking shots down. I'm playing great defense. I'm playing defense. The hardest part is just simulating a game and that conditioning that goes with being a great NBA player. It's hard, and it's definitely a thing that takes time.
Again, some people break it down as semesters. Trey broke it down in trimesters.
It's definitely a feel thing. It's hard to just put a date on it. Who knows when it could be, but it will be in the first half of the season, hopefully the first trimester. So that's a third, right? A trimester?
Yeah.
School. There we go. So hopefully sooner than later, because I am really excited to get back to balling.
Ray, I was never a fan of the trimester curriculum. I like the semester curriculum myself. I don't know how you felt.
Did that allow you to miss more classes?
No, here's the thing. I never miss classes. I had borderline 100% attendance through 5 years really, of college. I didn't study much, and I never bought a book.
What is borderline 100%?
I mean, if I missed 5 classes in my entire college career for anything other than you weren't on campus because you went somewhere or you were too sick to go, I'd be stunned. My attendance, I was always there. I had 2 rules in college. Show up to class, participate. I didn't really study hard. I was never a good test taker, and I never bought books, not once in 5 years. Not one. I never bought a single book for a single class, not once, but I was present.
What an advertisement for Indiana University.
No.
You can graduate without ever going to the bookstore.
Here's the thing. Every single book they had in the bookstore, they also had in the library. So I would check it out for the semester. I would also use this, I don't have my book, as an opportunity to walk up to co-eds, introduce myself, and can I borrow your book for the night? Or would you like to go study or grab a beer or a drink somewhere or a cup of coffee? And it was an opening line, Ray.
So this isn't really illiteracy as much as it is just being a guy who likes to come on.
I mean, I'm not telling you it wasn't completely libido based, but there was a strategy. And look, I can tell you right now, if it weren't for my Indiana education, I wouldn't be sitting here talking to you today. So it paid off in some. Had I actually bought books, Ray, I might have become something in life. So you're lucky that I didn't buy books, or else we wouldn't even know each other.
God, now I really hate Indiana.
We got Steve Kerr at 5 o'clock. Very much looking forward to that conversation. I know he doesn't want to give us a date about when Klay Thompson's coming back, but we will ask him, what'd you put Klay through in practice? How did he look? What is it like to have him back? All those things. And Klay, Ray, you can even ask Steve, why have people gravitated towards Klay, since you think it's creepy or you don't get it? I don't know. Damon and Ratto here on 95.7 The Game. Just show up, be in attendance. You might not need the book. Little helpful advice from Uncle Damon. We're brought to you by Fremont Bank. Full service banking, no compromises.
What's up, everybody? Nick.
knows about everything than he ever did before. I mean, most athletes are absolutely sure that everything's going to turn out great for them without question. And most people are wrong. But of those who usually are right, missing 2 full years for 2 different catastrophic injuries, I think has bent his head a little bit about what he should expect of himself. And I think you're right. That's pragmatism, but it's also kind of a willingness to show that he's got doubts, that maybe he's not afraid of getting hurt again, but it's going to be in the back of his mind for a while. And so he's sort of walking us through his psyche a bit.
You know what I also think is on display here is he knows how hard it is to be a champion because he's been it 3 different times. And once you've worked that hard for something, you know how hard it is to work for it again. And you get less cocky. The amount of people who have confidence in things they haven't accomplished yet is a great number of people and a great number of things, and from every industry and walk of life. For someone to know how hard it is to do something, you'll hear them be less braggadocio about it when they discuss how they hope to do it again. And that's what I think is on full display here. I mean, you've heard the old saying that, professional athletes, they give you the games for free. They get paid to practice and deal with the media. I've also heard an athlete tell me that the hardest year of any career you could have would be a year in rehab, because you find yourself away from the game, away from your teammates, away from the sanctuary that is the court or the field or wherever you ply your trade, and that's a safe space for these guys. It's where they feel most like themselves in their lives at times. I mean, look at how much we love sports. None of us are professional athletes. Imagine how much a professional athlete has to love sports. Klay Thompson talked about how getting through not just 1, but 2 years of rehab wasn't easy.
A part of being an athlete is going through rehab and being injured. It's the worst part of the sport, but it is a big part. And for me, 6 months ago, I was looking forward to just running, just jogging and not really elevating yet, still building up my calf strength. And now I'm still doing the calf stuff, but I'm sprinting, I'm jumping, I'm full go, and it's incredible. I mean, I give myself credit because it takes great mental fortitude to not only go through 1 rehab, but 2 strenuous ones back to back. That's I leaned on a lot of great stories though of guys who've been through it, and girls.
So Klay looking for inspiration, finding his way through it, and man, now that he's nearly all the way through it, look at the situation he gets to step back into. He talked about how great of a start his teammates are off to.
It's great. Something I expected, and we are now a type of team where it's championship or bust, and that's a really cool position to be in. I mean, not a lot of players get to experience that.
Championship or bust. Ray, I've heard good start. I've heard very interesting start. I've heard a lot of things applied to this. Stephen A. Smith is the only other person I have heard kind of guaranteeing championship. Championship or bust. Klay Thompson putting it out there before he even joins the team.
Well, it's different coming out of Klay Thompson's mouth than anybody else's, because that's something that he has a hand in. Anybody else who says championship or bust on November 22nd is an idiot, because there's still 60 regular season games to grind through. Klay Thompson gets to say that because that's his mindset. It's just, I've done all this work. I don't want to end up with it going to waste because we lose in the second round. I mean, that's a flag in the ground for him. But everybody else, championship or bust, it's stupid. Don't stop saying that now. It's not, they're 15-2. In a month, they could be 20-10. You never know. I mean, you certainly don't know this early. But for him, absolutely. If he wants to say championship or bust, he gets to do that because he's the one putting his chips in the middle of the table.
No doubt. Asked, Klay, have you got enough to win it all? He said.
Oh, yeah. It's 15-2. And our defense, I think, is top 3 in the league, as well as our offense. And I'm not even out there yet. Think about that. Really think about that. I'm more motivated than ever as well. And I want a championship so bad, more than anything.
We know that it burns in Steph, although he doesn't really show you that flickering flame other than the way he goes about shooting. We know that it burns in Draymond, and he wears it like a tattoo on his arm. Klay Thompson. Hit that soundbite one more time. Play that again for me, Grandy.
Oh, yeah. 15-2. And our defense, I think, is top 3 in the league, as well as our offense. And I'm not even out there yet. Think about that. Really think about that. I'm more motivated than ever as well. And I want a championship so bad, more than anything.
Think about this, Klay. Think about this. You don't have a top 3 defense. You have what is measured right now as the number 1 defense in the modern history of the NBA. Now, that's not going to, I don't think you can just say, it's going to be like that all year. But it's an unbelievable start. An unbelievable start. We'll have some more great comments from Klay Thompson after practice and scrimmaging today. But right now, I want to welcome everyone, including Steve Kerr, to your 5 o'clock hour.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM in HD1 San Francisco, an Odyssey station. Brought to you by DuckDuckGo. Privacy simplified.
Good to have you here. Damon and Ratto on 95.7 The Game, and Steve Kerr joins us for his weekly conversation about the Warriors. And Steve, I know the last thing you want is to be asked about, when do you think Klay's coming back? When do you think Klay's coming back? I know you're even going to dodge the question, so I won't bother asking it, but I will ask you, how great is it to have him back in practice?
Yeah, it's great to have him back in practice. And, obviously he's been around now the last couple of months since the season started and just in a good mood all the time because of his impending return. So the last couple of years, more than anything, we've just felt bad for him. He's been unable to play, unable to be part of everything that he helped build. And so that's the main takeaway. It's just great to see him happy again.
Can I ask you about specifically what have you had him do in practice? When he's scrimmaging, is he essentially doing everything a basketball player would do in a basketball game?
Yeah, that's the point of scrimmaging, right? Is you end up doing everything. You defend and you put the ball on the floor and you shoot and you pass and every movement that you make, it's going to happen during a scrimmage. The first couple of months, he's been doing a lot of individual work, and he's ramped it up to 2-on-2, 3-on-3. And, that moved to 5-on-5 last week while we were gone. And then we had a scrimmage day yesterday. The players had the day off from practice, but some of the young guys came in and scrimmaged with Klay. And so today was really the first official practice day for him, being a part of everything. And we didn't scrimmage in practice. It was more defensive drills and shooting and 5-on-0 stuff. But it's feeling great just having him part of it and incorporating him back into everything that we're trying to do.
In what ways does he sound or speak or behave differently than he did before the 2 injuries? What are the differences you've noticed in not just the way he practices or does basketball skills, but just how his outlook has changed?
Well, I don't know that his outlook has changed that much. He always loved the game so much, and he loved the work, he loved the process. And then that was taken away from him. So I think he's just, more than anything, he's just thrilled to be back with a chance to play. But he's the same guy, that's the beauty of Klay. Is he doesn't change. He just keeps things simple, loves the game, and now that he's able to play again, he's in a good place.
Ray and I were discussing, Steve, the man's mystique and his almost universal appeal. Like every single team, especially dominant and great teams, like the ones you've had and are enjoying at the early stages of this year, normally have an element where, just doesn't matter what, you hate that guy too. It doesn't feel like anybody, even people who hate the Warriors, hate Klay Thompson. There is an appeal to him that goes far beyond just a basketball player.
Yeah, for sure. I think everybody who likes the game likes Klay. You know, they just like watching him play, and he's just no nonsense. Sorry about my dogs barking away in the background.
It's okay.
But no, I just think people connect with him because of how much he enjoys playing and his effort. The fact that he's a two-way guy, he competes so hard at both ends. It's just really impressive to watch him.
Steve, I want to talk to you about the dogs you got barking on the court. And, man, you got him barking all of a sudden. Draymond feels like a man reborn. He has copped to as much, saying that he's got more motivation now, coming from the situation the team is in, coming from the age of his own children as he comes into their focus as the player that he's going to be, that they're watching in an age where they'll remember who Daddy was when he was out there playing. And I just thought it's so unique that, I mean, it's either the environment that you've created, Lacob has created, the Warriors have created, or just some real individuals on your team that are very comfortable opening up about their true motivations. Athletes normally safeguard these things. You have a few that do not.
Yes, we do. We do have a few who do not. We encourage that. I mean, I think a big part of this business is you want your fans to connect with your players. You know, you want them to fall in love with the players, and we've got a great product to sell, not just the team itself, but the individuals, the players. They're great stories. They're wonderful people. So, you know, we really believe in our players being out there as much as possible, and it's maybe a little different philosophy from some organizations, but this is how we feel most comfortable doing it. There's a human connection that has to occur between the fans and the players, and for it to really catch fire. And I think that's what's happened.
Can I ask a mundane question about defense?
Sure.
How different is this defense from the one that was at the height of its powers, maybe in 2015? In what structural ways is this a sort of a revamping of what you did before, and how much of it is taking other ideas and adapting them to what you already had?
I think the biggest difference is those teams were among the league leaders in block shots. We had guys like Bogut and Festus Ezeli and Kevin Durant. We had a lot of shot blockers, and this team does not have a ton of shot blocking, but I think we're right near the top of the league in steals. So we have a little more lateral quickness, and players like Gary Payton, who've come in and really kind of changed some things about our perimeter defense. But the schemes are basically the same, and I think Looney, despite not being a shot blocker, has become an excellent paint protector. And so the schemes are about the same, but the personnel is just different.
This is the first time we've had the chance to talk to you, Steve, since you've come back from the East Coast road trip, and a lot of things happened, obviously. I'm probably the most fascinated by the game that people watched the least of, because so few of your stars actually went out and hit the court. That game in Detroit should almost count for 2 wins for you, because that's a scenario in which you do not win last year. And with all due respect to the Pistons, who are a young team trying to figure out their way in the NBA, I thought that was an awesome win for you guys, and it showed an awful lot of the DNA that you have put into guys who are not the stars of your team, but play huge roles.
Well, it was a great win for us. We had guys banged up, the end of a trip. To be able to win a game like that, it gives the younger players a boost of confidence. It gives everybody a feel of hey, we're a deep team, and we're all going to be needed. And it was just a really good night for a lot of guys, particularly for Juan Toscano-Anderson. He had been out of the rotation for a few games, and then he came back in that fourth quarter of the Cleveland game and played great the night before, and then started and played well against Detroit. So it's good to get him back in the fold. And I thought Jordan Poole's performance was huge and necessary, given that he had struggled for a couple games on the trip. So those games are always fun. When you're a winning team and you're in a pretty good place record-wise, occasionally you get those games where, you can play the young guys. It's a little bit of a free swing. And if you win, it's just a huge trampoline boost.
How much has Juan Toscano-Anderson's full-time NBA contract allowed him to not stress out about his minutes and just focus on when he's needed?
Well, it's helpful, but honestly, everybody stresses out about a lack of minutes. I mean, it's just being human. Everyone wants to play, and when you're trying to make it in this league, even if like Juan has a guaranteed contract finally, but he wants to make it for the next 8 or 10 years, not just for this year. And so it's never easy when you're going in and out of the rotation, but that's what it takes on championship teams. You have to have guys who understand their time is going to come, and it may not be their time for, a few games. And that's going to apply to a lot of guys on the team this year, given how deep we are. So it's a good group because they understand that, but you need validation of that point from time to time, and just getting guys some playing time and some confidence. It's a huge part of the regular season.
Is there a generally agreed upon etiquette that when a team fires its coach during the season, that it's considered impolitic to try to hire somebody off somebody else's staff until the season is over? And while I know Sacramento was the last one to do it, there are probably going to be others this year. And when that happens, do you worry at all about getting the phone call that, hey, we're interested in Kenny Atkinson, or we're interested in Mike Brown, just to name the two guys with NBA coaching experience?
Number one, I can only think of one instance, which was last year when Chris Finch was hired by Minnesota. It's not a common occurrence, and it's nothing I've given a second thought to, this year. And so, my feeling is always if guys on our staff have an opportunity to become a head coach, or to elevate from a behind the bench to a front of the bench role, I'm excited for them. I mean, guys should that's exactly what they should be thinking, is improving their careers and moving up the ladder. So if it happens, then that's a good thing. But generally, it doesn't happen during the regular season. It's extremely rare.
We were talking with Anthony Slater about a column he wrote about the defense and the things that have changed, the accountability of the players on your team, the accountability that Draymond puts on himself, the accountability of the coaching staff, and you were brought up as Steve 2.0. Do you feel rebooted as a coach?
I don't feel rebooted. I just think that we knew last offseason that we needed an energy shift within our coaching staff, and I've always had such wonderful coaches here. I've been blessed with so many great guys, and it's been such a fun 7.5 years. But I think a big part of this is recognizing when you need a shift, and we needed a shift, frankly. So getting that shift to happen has been a big part of our success, and it doesn't really have anything to do with who left. I mean, we had great coaches here who helped us win championships. It's just you have to sense when you need a shift, and I think the shift that our organization had this past summer was a needed one, and it's definitely helped me. The coaching staff that we have in place right now has been fantastic, and we're off to a really good start.
Can you elaborate a little bit on what you mean by a shift? Is it different voices? Is it different ideas? Is it different ideas and different voice? What exactly constitutes a shift that you're referring to?
I think just different ideas. For example, we have a totally different practice structure this year, and a lot of that came from some of the new guys that we brought in. There's a certain amount of institutionalized thinking that you can get to in this league if you're not careful. If you're not, changing and shifting as you go, and so new.
Uh-oh. That sounds like
he went into the sea.
It did. He just walked off into the ocean, Ray. He'd had it with the both of us.
He had it with me. It was my question he walked on.
We've all had it with you.
Let me know. My car keys are always at the ready.
He's back. He's back. Steve Kerr, once again here on 95.7 The Game. Where were we, Steve?
I don't know. I went to check on my dogs, and they were barking in the living room. Apparently, that's not a good cell area. So, just trying to keep things moving here.
It's all that gold-plated furniture you've got in there,
That's what it is.
That must be what it is. Someone said that we had no feel for the game of basketball and our questions were lousy, but they enjoyed the Steve 2.0 question, so we'll try to keep it up here. You, Steph, Draymond, everyone talked about how Andrew Wiggins, almost became a different person the night that you guys beat Minnesota earlier this year, and that you were going to try to tap into whatever that was over and over. He just had a spectacular game against Toronto. He's been playing great basketball since that moment. Is there something you've done to tap into Wiggins differently? Do you text him? Does Steph text him? The picture of him yamming it on Karl Anthony Towns like he said he would.
I don't know. Maybe Steph does, but this is just all about Wiggs, and I think two things happened. I think number one, he got past the knee injury that was bothering him during training camp, so his conditioning, his endurance, his explosion came back, which we knew it would. But then, secondly, I think we collectively sort of, figured out. Our team over the first couple of weeks, and Wiggs was very patient. He knew we needed him to defend, but I think offensively we didn't do a great job getting him involved the first couple of weeks. And then I think over the last couple of weeks it's all come together, and he's found a really good niche within the offense. He understands what we're looking for, and I think he's simplified things. He's looking to catch and shoot and attack, and he's playing exactly how we hoped he would. So it's exciting.
I want to get back to the shift you were talking about earlier. Was that something that happened gradually, or did you see something one day and said, you know what, we're in kind of a cul-de-sac and we got to get out of it?
For me, I think I started feeling something kind of last year we went to the finals. It was such a grind, 5 straight years. It was a real haul. It was so much fun, but it was also exhausting. And, that next year with all the injuries, we were really wiped out. And it felt like, all right, we're going to need to do something here. And, I think, the thought was, all right, it's got to be personnel based. And, yes, that was part of it. I mean, we lost everybody to either retirement or free agency or injuries, and we were wiped out. But the following year, last year really confirmed it for me that it's like, all right, we got to do some things differently. We got to evolve a little bit. We need some new energy, new blood, new ideas, and that, I think the whole organization felt that. It wasn't just our coaching staff, but talking to Bob, talking to Kirk, talking to the people in the front office. We all felt it, and so we made some changes, and we're in a good place.
Sixers in town. You take them on Wednesday. Can you give us a little bit of a thumbnail sketch how you prepare for a team that you don't even necessarily know who to prepare for? I know that Embiid did not play in Sacramento Monday. Seth Curry also missed that game. I certainly hope he can go. Curry versus Curry sounds like a good way to sell a basketball ticket to me.
Yeah, I hope Seth plays. That would be a great storyline. Sixers have just been wiped out with injuries and COVID stuff. So I think Doc's doing a great job. They're just kind of keeping their heads above water now, and we know how good they are when they're fully loaded. So we don't know who's going to be there tomorrow, but it doesn't change a whole lot in terms of our preparation. We're always more concerned with ourselves and our opponent, but we'll go through a walkthrough before the game, and we'll adapt, according to who's out there.
You've quoted the great line from Coach Rivers saying, Doc is just a nickname. I'm not an actual doctor. Would the Sixers be off to a better start if he were an actual doctor?
Yeah, good point. Possibly. Oh man, they've been hit about as hard as anybody, but that's why it's a long year. We're on the flip side of that. Everything's gone our way so far. But long season. You just got to be ready for whatever comes your way.
We've saved the best to last, Steve. Klay Thompson mentioned championship or bust. Is that the way you guys are already talking about this season in the locker room?
No. But, the players are different from coaches. I think coaches, front office, we just talk and think about process and want to make sure we're doing everything possible each day to get better. And we're all well aware that we're completely, at the whim of the basketball gods and circumstances and health and all that stuff. So we're in a good place. We've worked hard to get here, and hopefully, both Klay and James will be back in the mix soon, and then we'll just keep going. But you got to just enjoy the ride and see what happens.
The turkey hits the plate first on Thursday, little gravy on top. Then what is the side dish you go to? Next thing on your plate is?
Sweet potatoes.
He knows. It's a correct answer, Steve. Thank you very much. Great stuff.
Thanks.
Hey, have a wonderful Thanksgiving. I'm glad that you guys are all home. I hope that means a lot to your team, and continued success. This is a phenomenal start, and we're enjoying every minute of it.
I'm glad. Thanks, guys. We'll talk to you soon.
Thank you. Steve Kerr here on 95.7 The Game. Sweet potatoes. Strong. To me, it's a potato or the stuffing, Ray. How do you break it down?
Oh, potato, I avoid the stuffing.
You avoid stuffing, not a stuffing guy at all, huh?
Thanksgiving does not move me.
Well, no,
turkey's profoundly overrated.
I would agree with you there. That's why the plan for this year's Thanksgiving at our place was going to be the prime rib, which we did last year, but we had to cancel Thanksgiving.
Well,
and by the way, I will be doing the show from home again tomorrow because we just got word that Jack has, what's it called? It's not COVID, but it's something else. It's another little virus that kids get, and if it shows up in an adult, it's not much more of a bad cold, but in a kid, it's bad.
It's dataphobia.
It's something else. It's not called dataphobia. It's something called RSV and an ear infection. We got RSV. I don't even know what that is, but my kid's got it.
I think
we
that's
don't want
where
the other kid to have it.
You respond to a letter and then you get sick.
Like the RS or V?
No, RSVP.
Oh.
God. Whatever's in your head is clogging up vital nerves ganglia.
JP in Berkeley says, is there going to be a Thanksgiving Day turkey draft? Well, no, we're not going to be on Thanksgiving Day. We're going to have one right now. Are you ready for a little Tuesday trifecta? Because when we have 5 lit and blinking lines, we're going to do it. We don't do it every Tuesday now. We don't do it every week. But having missed our traditional Halloween candy draft, our Tuesday trifecta topic today is set the table. Question number 1, what are you most thankful for as a Bay Area sports fan? You answer that question however you need to. What are you most thankful for as a Bay Area sports fan? Question number 2, should the Lions be flexed out of their Thanksgiving Day game? Have we seen enough? Is it time? Should the Lions be flexed out of Thanksgiving? Or are you so married to the concept of tradition, it stays? And question number 3, the Thanksgiving dinner draft. Turkey is off the board. The main protein is a given. This is a side dish draft, basically. 888-957-9570 is the number. Grandy Maldonado, have you prepared the Trent Baalke walk down memory lane where I tried to do this with former 49? Oh, by the way, current Jacksonville Jaguar general manager, Trent Baalke. It was a rough weekend for Trent.
Really rough weekend for Trent?
This was a rough question for Trent all those many years ago. Trent, it is up to you to draft 3 side dishes for Thanksgiving. Turkey obviously went number 1 overall. What are your next 3 draft picks?
Is this a serious question?
I'm dead serious about this. Don't dodge this. If you're like, I don't want to talk about mashed potatoes, I mean, I don't know what to do.
You got my voice down pat. What are your 3? Give me your 3 next picks.
To me, honestly, Thanksgiving is nothing more than a vehicle to deliver stuffing. I'm a stuffing guy through and through. Stuffing, I got to have a little mashed potato, and then I got to be honest, I know it's a doubling up on potatoes, but give me a yam as well. Those are my 3. Do you like my picks?
Not really.
No?
How about a W? That's what we want on Thanksgiving. We want a W.
Fair enough. My mom has never put a W on the table, though.
You don't get W's put on the table. You earn them.
Are you seriously dodging my what side dish question?
All right, give me some cranberries and how about some green beans?
There you go. That's the 2 least exciting side dishes on the table. Perfect.
I'm not an exciting guy.
Yeah, I know. Oh, memory lane, Ray. Memory lane with the Balconator.
It's like running over a dead squirrel.
I am a stuffing guy, though, so the fact that you don't like it at all, I mean, we can still be friends.
No, I always marvel at that, at his answer. I mean, literally afraid of everything, as though you were going to draw a conclusion from cranberry sauce. That means you like guys who've had surgeries.
It means you only draft dudes with major knee reconstructions.
Yeah, I mean, there's a level of paranoia in almost everybody in sports because they are encouraged to be paranoid. But I think he taught at the university. I think he was one of the main speakers at the symposium about always look over your shoulder, you know. And maybe because he looked over his shoulder so much, he kept walking into walls and poles.
Somebody says, is it dressing or stuffing, Damon? Well, technically, it's a different version of the same thing. It's dressing if you make it in a casserole dish, but in order for it to be stuffing, it must come from inside the bird. So same thing, but it's 2 totally different things, and the choice between stuffing and dressing is no choice at all. You go with stuffing. My father and I used to argue about the stuffing. Who got the stuffing? Not the dressing that we made on the side because we knew we might run out of stuff, but for leftover turkey sandwiches. And I will insist, Ray, the best part of Thanksgiving is the next day leftover turkey sandwich with maybe even a little stuffing on the sandwich, which is how I would go. I know a lot of people like to incorporate the cranberry into that. I do not. I'm not a cranberry guy at all. I do not like hot fruit or cold fruit.
The cranberry is only there to add color to what is essentially a gray meat.
I would agree with that. It is a complementary color pattern.
It's an optic.
More than it is. Yeah, I agree. Somebody says, Damon, that bulky Thanksgiving side dish interview never gets old.
No, the beauty of it is it always gets old because it reminds you exactly why his career went right in the gurgler. If you can't,
well, I mean, he's still working, Ray. He's a multimillionaire. You know, I mean, like
he's working for the Jacksonville Jaguars.
One of 32
my
gigs.
Case.
One of 32 gigs in the world, and if you have one, you're a millionaire many times over. Trent Baalke's worst day is better appointed than our best day.
The point is, he's doing that, and he's doing it poorly. However much he gets paid, all that means is Shad Khan doesn't know what $1 was worth.
Look at how bad we are at our jobs and what we get paid. He gets to be that bad at his job, and look at what he gets paid. He's beating us, Ray.
No, it just means he found an owner with more money and less brains. That's all it means. I mean, Shad Khan, for a self-made billionaire, and there are very few of those, serious case of anal cranial inversion there.
By the way, I would like to. I just got to tell you, we had like a what was it, like a 3,000th show or whatever it was, and we tried to get Baalke on the air, and he didn't come on the air when we were going to go over that. Here's the thing, Ray. He got my cell phone number and he called me that night. Like, Baalke and I had a really nice conversation. He's not a bad guy, man. He's a really nice guy. He's just a terrible interview. And as a general manager dictating your NFL fortunes, he's left some to be desired. But for a minute there, he built a badass team that went to a lot of NFC title games. I mean,
the key being for a minute there.
For a minute there.
I mean, he's had this job in one form or another for the better part of the last decade and a half. And a minute there hardly erases the prairies of bad work since.
You're right. But look, when we talked on the phone, like my wife, Jillian's like, who are you talking to? I'm like, Trent Baalke. She's like, shut up. I'm like, I swear to God. And I'm talking to him, and he brought up the Thanksgiving answer. He brought it up. He's like, oh, I remember that, Damon.
He remembers it.
He remembers it.
Well, gee, there's a high bar to clear.
Hey, we'll take it. I mean, do you think Steve remembers a single thing that we've just asked him about?
Oh, no. He was very much rooting for the dogs to bark louder so he wouldn't have to hear us.
Totally. He was more worried about what the dogs were doing than talking to us.
Oh, I tell you what, I think he would pay us not to talk to us.
Damon, stuffing can get you sick if not cooking the turkey properly. Yeah, absolutely. Get with the get salmonella that way, right? If you don't cook it all the way, you gotta cook that bird. Got to cook that bird fully, but don't dry it out. And that's the secret right there. If you can get that done, you just had yourself a hell of a Thanksgiving. We're about to have ourselves a hell of a Tuesday trifecta. I see an awful lot of people are already in line. So, it's been so long since we had a trifecta. I don't even know if we have a new, open one for the new show of just me and Ray. Let's find out together. Here we go.
And suddenly over the loudspeaker I heard
Trifecta.
Triple. Trifecta.
With a triple.
Trifecta.
It's the Tuesday Trifecta. One topic, 3 questions. Now, here's Damon Bruce.
Oh, that's right. We never mentioned Ray or Matt once in any of these, so they're just no editing was required. Outstanding. Kolsky and Company coming up at 7 o'clock.
If I can omit my name from everything else, I'd like that too.
Kolsky and Company comes up at 6 o'clock tonight, not 7 o'clock. I still got the old clock.
No, you had it right.
No, it is. No, pardon me. It is 7. Yeah. Even my mistakes are bullseye mistakes. Warriors Roundtable is coming up at 6 o'clock. Kolsky and Company at 7. Write it down. Tell a neighbor. Let's say hello to Ange in Oakland, our first man in, first man on. Ange, it's a pleasure as always. How are you, pal?
Hey, I'm great. Happy holidays, everybody.
Thank you.
Hope
right back to you.
goes well.
What are you most thankful for as a Bay Area sports fan? Now, I know you're a Baltimore guy, but just pretend for the sake of the show.
Oh, man, on the real, I'm so thankful when Comcast working and then they just going out on me when the game is on. You just don't know. It makes me harken back to my days when OJ was on the loose and they interrupted that Knicks game. So when Comcast is working, I'm happy. I'm thankful. I'm grateful.
Should the Lions be flexed out of Thanksgiving Day?
Bruh, they might need to flex them on up out the league and send them to college and bring one of them, Alabama or somebody in. It's bad TV for a good day. You know what I mean?
Do you think the Lions might actually lose an SEC game? Because they might.
I'm telling you, I'm saying it's a possibility.
All right. Ange, you get the number 1 pick in the Thanksgiving dinner side dish draft. Where are you going, sir?
Man, I'm going to give everybody in the Bay Area some game. That should be the collard greens. And the reason being is because you're going to need to spend the next 2 minutes pulling the juice off your plate so you don't soak everything up with that collard green juice. So it's got to be the greens. Feel me? That's game.
Wow.
Got it from me.
That's plate strategy, but I don't. The game is about drafting and drafting well. You could have gotten collard greens maybe in the second round. You took them number 1 overall. I understand why you did it, but boy, Mel Kiper, he's got a thumbs down review.
In the second round. You know what I mean? Second rounders, they end up being all-stars and Hall of Famers sometimes. So you've been Wallace.
Ange, have a great Thanksgiving. Best to the wife. Best to the missus.
Hey, you too, man. Y'all be good.
Thank you so much. Ange in Oakland getting us going the right way. We go to Brett in Walnut Creek coming up next. Brett, thank you very much for the call. What are you most thankful for as a Bay Area sports fan?
I'm thankful for this to you guys taking my phone call first off. I'm thankful for everything in the Bay Area sports. It seems like this last year everybody's been back on track with a winning record, and we're getting playoffs, and it just feels good. It's where the Bay Area needs to be.
Should the Lions be flexed out of Thanksgiving?
I mean, I would flex the Lions out for a proper badminton match, but that's just me.
Shuttlecocks for everyone come Thanksgiving. Thanksgiving dinner draft, you have the 2nd overall pick. Collard greens is the only side dish off the board.
I'm like you. I mean, stuffing's got to be there, but I'm going to go deviled eggs. My dad makes these delicious deviled eggs that everybody at the house eats, and he doesn't make enough of them.
Now, can I ask a question? Are those eggs, the deviled eggs, served as an appetizer, or are they actually put on the Thanksgiving table?
Well, it's meant to be an entree course, but it gets finished by the time the appetizers are all done.
Okay. All right. If that's the way it's supposed to go, I can respect it. I've never seen a deviled egg served as a side dish. I've only seen it as a passed app pre-meal, but it's your family, baby. Thank you so much for the call, Brett. Great to talk to you. Happy Thanksgiving. Free the people in Oakland. Free the people. Welcome. You're on 95.7 The Game. What are you most thankful for from Bay Area sports?
I'm most thankful for the Warriors as an organization, as a fan base, and as a mother effing crew.
Thank you for censoring yourself. It is a family show.
Absolutely, guys.
Should the Lions be flexed out of Thanksgiving?
I might say yeah normally, but I got a hunch that they're beating the Bears this week, and Andy Dalton just sucks that much. So I got the Lions actually winning on Thursday, and it's going to be an ugly game, but I got the Lions winning, so no, they should not be flexed.
Thanksgiving dinner draft, you have the 3rd overall pick, and Lawrence Taylor and Joe Montana are still on the board.
I don't even need any more, so I'm going to make an easy choice, and I'm just going to go with mac and cheese, man. Some really good mac and cheese.
Mac and cheese. I was going to wait for somebody to say mac and cheese. Thank you, Free the People. And I agree with you. Mac and cheese, strong side dish. It works in my house. It's a winner. Unless, of course, you are New England Patriots outside linebacker Matthew Judon.
I'm going to tell you, we got to get macaroni and cheese out the table. All right, guys. It's just cheese and noodles. All right, I'm getting on my soap opera. It's just cheese and noodles, and it's not that good. Get macaroni and cheese off the table, and it'd be a much better Thanksgiving for everybody in the house. Yeah, I have never liked macaroni and cheese. And you know how they say, like, oh, your taste buds change every 7 years. You just got to, every time I try it, it's the same thing. And it's never going to change, and it's never going to get better. If you want to have a good Thanksgiving, don't cook macaroni and cheese.
Ray, of all the hot takes, is that possibly the hottest to ever come out of a New England Patriots press conference situation?
Well, the fact that it came out of a New England Patriots room means it's ultimately among the most controversial ever said. That said, he's wrong that macaroni and cheese is the same every time. And I would walk him over to 40th and MacArthur in Oakland to homeroom and slap some sense into him.
Thank you.
Because that's got to be done. If you don't like macaroni and cheese, they will cure you of what ails you mentally.
You endorse macaroni and cheese then?
I endorse that macaroni and cheese.
With the 4th overall pick, Raymond Ratto, what are you taking on your Thanksgiving table?
Homeroom macaroni and cheese.
Mac and cheese is officially off the board.
But not homeroom macaroni and cheese. But if you want to get picky about it, scalloped potatoes, and if you're going to allow me, instead of scalloped potatoes, a heaping vat of wine.
Scalloped potatoes, get them drunk.
Yep, absolutely.
All right, we will continue. Our final segment around the corner. More Tuesday Trifecta right around the corner. Hey, by the way, with all the Thanksgiving that you got coming up, don't forget to elevate that tailgate when you get to this weekend as well. Elevate your tailgate. Brought to you by Charles Woodson's Intercept Wines. Look for them at your local retailer or visit interceptwines.com and have it delivered to your door. And if you're out shopping, make sure you go shopping at Safeway. At Safeway, they partner with trusted, top-quality growers for hand-picked fruits and vegetables harvested at the peak of flavor from farm to you. Visit Safeway's produce department today and see how they're perfecting the art of fresh.
You know a spot, but not just a spot, the spot. Actually, with the all-new Nissan Frontier, you know a bunch of them. One for hitting a trail. One for catching a wave. One where this happened.
Yo, where'd our tent go?
Another where the fish get bigger every time you tell the story. Some spots, you made your mark. Others,
the Thanksgiving dinner draft. Our first 4 callers. Greens, collard greens, controversially went number 1 overall. Should they be there? Of course they should. Should they go number 1 overall? Of course they shouldn't. Deviled eggs, again, a very controversial choice. Macaroni and cheese, 3rd overall. Scallop potatoes, selected by Raimundo himself, 4th overall. And then we're going to get Ray drunk, but not until he gets home, which he's about to do. And now it's time we go back to the phones in the order in which you arrived. Steve, San Anselmo, thank you for the call. You have the 5th overall pick in the Thanksgiving dinner draft. And as I've said, Joe Montana and Lawrence Taylor and Jerry Rice are pretty much still on the board for you, should you be interested in any of those. So let's see where you go. What do you got? 5th overall pick, Steve and San Anselmo.
You know, very happy that everybody picked punters, kickers, and nickelbacks before me. Unlike you, Damon, Thanksgiving is a vessel for stuffing. We're taking the value. Give me the Mac Jones of this draft. Give me stuffing.
It's a winner. I mean, they're standing up in the war room. They're high-fiving. You got stuffing at number 5 overall. That's grand larceny. It's like getting Steph 7th in the draft. I mean, it's incredible. Congratulations to you and your entire family. What a wonderful Thanksgiving war room you're about to have. We go to JP in Berkeley. JP, you got the 6th overall pick in the side dish draft. Where are you going?
Oh, I'm so glad you got the draft in. So I'm 51. I'm pretty old school. It's simple. Mashed potatoes with a big gravy blob right in the middle, and you turn it over. Simple.
The gravy well, and then you invert it?
Well, yeah, you dump the gravy in the well, you push it down with the ladle, and you turn it over.
That's strong. I thought you got like a moat of gravy, and then you like folded the potatoes into the moat of gravy. It's not just a strong pick. It's a great way to go about executing your dinner career. And we thank you, JP in Berkeley, for sharing that with us. Duke in the city. What's going on, Duke?
King got our sports Mike, Damon, Bruce, and Ray Ratto, who just walked off. Tell Ratto you better get back before I smack his ass in the Koski's corner.
Ray is probably already on Battery Street, and if there's one thing I can guarantee you, he's not listening to this. There's no way.
I know he ain't.
Duke, you got the 7th overall pick.
Bruce. Going sweet potato casserole, D. Bruce. Come on with the sweet potatoes on that. The sweet potatoes, the marshmallows melted on top of that sweet potato. Come on, man, you can't go wrong with that. And you got to have some of that Kush Mentos candy on the side, man. You got to have some of that Kush Mentos candy. You got to put it in the air, man. After you eat good, like you already know, man.
Look, I don't know if Steve is joining you in the Kush department. Maybe he is. I'm sure Steve Kerr has. But Steve Kerr, he's taking sweet potatoes number 1 overall, and you get him 7th overall. That's a ton of value. Happy Thanksgiving to you and yours, Duke. And we wrap up with the first lady of all of our callers here on 95.7 The Game, the queen herself, Robin in San Francisco. What a great way to wrap up the draft, Robin. You have the 8th and final pick.
Oh, God, someone took my pick, which is dressing. So you know what I'm going to do? I'm going to go with the mac and cheese, but it's got to be made with the government cheese, okay? And the closest thing to government cheese is Velveeta. I know it may sound gross, but that's the best way to make it from the old scratch from Velveeta and real challenge butter, and it'll make you slap your mama's face.
You know what that is?
Baby.
Happy Thanksgiving. That's the power of a flavor memory. Flavor memories are incredibly powerful elements of nostalgia that we have built into our minds, in our brains. And you could become a billionaire, and the government cheese, macaroni and cheese, is still number 1 on your plate. I love it. Robin, thank you. You've taught us life lessons. Mac and cheese goes twice in an 8 dish draft. We'll allow it because it's Robin and she's the first lady. She's the queen. So she can do it. Greens, deviled eggs, mac and cheese, scalloped potatoes, get Ray Ratto drunk, stuffing, mashed potatoes, and the gravy. Invert it. Sweet potato casserole, government cheese, mac and cheese. And there's nothing left for us to do today other than invite you to stick around for Warriors Roundtable. Gary St. Jean and Kevin Dana are coming up, thanks to Scott Reese.